Welcome to the 2026 Pokémon Unite Championship Series. This season introduces a new and exciting league format, hosting 8 teams in 3 regions: North America, Europe, and Latin America. Each region will play in a double round-robin format that will be played out in 5 weekends of competition. Once all of the matches are played, the top 5 teams from each region will qualify for the playoffs. The bottom 3 teams will have to fight for their spot and avoid relegation in the 2027 season. Each region's playoff bracket will play out over 2 days, where lower seeds will need to fight their way to the top. The top 2 finishers from each region will win loads of cash prizes and, most importantly, an invite to the Pokémon Unite World Championships in San Francisco. Who will rise to the top? What stories will emerge throughout this season? Make sure you're part of all the action.
Had your back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. We can win the day if we unite. Come on. Yeah. Hey, we can win the day. What just happened?
Aegis Flames is what happened! Oh my god! Oh my goodness, the steal!
Zynus is single-handedly shutting down Zeta Division! Oh my god!
One of the best to ever do it! Luminosity Gaming!
It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite are your world champions!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Pokémon Unite Championship Series. Here we are, the kickoff weekend for our regional format, this season's format here in the Unite Championship Series, and this is day 2. On this broadcast, we are going to be covering games out of EU, Latam, and North America. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a great one. I'm so excited to be back with you. It's me, Jake, your resident content cowboy, aka Spraggles, ye to the ha, and I am joined by a few amazing casters here. First, let's say hi to the one and only Dupe Snacks. Hello, Dupe Snacks.
Hello, I'm excited to get into day 2. Yesterday was a long one, but there are a lot of great matches we got to see between EU, LA, and NA regions, and we're going to keep that train rolling today, and I cannot wait to get the action underway so we can see at the end of the first weekend where these teams are positioned for the rest of the ride.
Now, I know, Zoinks, you already have your eye on where these teams are at with your power rankings that are also primarily vibes-based right now. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was a whole lot of fun getting our first look at all of these regional league teams. You can take a quick look there. We're starting in EU today, but it was a whole lot of fun getting our first picture, but I'm excited to complete our week number 1 and get a somewhat more complete picture of course, our primarily vibes-based rankings.
Now, Chef, yesterday you were watching some of our off-stream games. Today you are in the casting booth. How you doing, dude?
I'm great. I'm super excited. You know, yesterday I was kind of off on my own, and today I get to argue with Zoinks the entire day about his power rankings. And so, honestly, that's exactly what I'm here for. I suffered through yesterday because I had to, but no, I'm really excited to be able to cast again today because some of the matches yesterday were awesome.
Yeah, so many great games. And if you want some ammunition for arguing with Zoinks, the team that won LAIC is lower than the team that lost in groups for North America. So that's
2-1 versus Lunex. 2-1 versus Lunex.
That's just a little something if you just need a little ammunition. And of course, Kello, today you get to be our observer, hiding there in the tall grass of Thea Sky Ruins and watching the matches that we don't get to see on stream and bring us some highlights. Tell me about that.
Yes, I'll be lurking in the tall grass behind the scene, watching those off-stream matches, which I have already been doing so with the EU already kicking off for the day. So excited to see how those go and bring you live updates throughout the day.
Now, we are here on day 2. We had a crazy day 1 of games, and we're going to look back at some of those big moments for you right now. Kellosaurus, take us a little bit through EU and what we saw.
Yes, we had an incredible start to the day with EU absolutely bringing the fire, the chili that, is on Doob Snack's shelf there, but really just giving us a taste for what the EU region is bringing to the table with the 2026 season from both the invited teams, but also those who ended up making it through the open qualifiers. We really got an insight into what the EU meta is currently looking like, a lot of mega Pokemon bans, a lot of Mewtwo X's and Mewtwo Y's, but also just demonstrating that attackers are still viable in this meta. We saw Inteleons, we saw Decidueye featured in this match from BH3 Esports and Kamai, shots just flying everywhere. But this was such a great start to the day with BH3 beating Kamai in a 2-1 fashion. But in the end, here is where we ended the day. Team Peps ended up at the top of our leaderboard, not losing a set. So 2-0 BH3 winning their one set there. And Engage, Volticons, and Los Cardos also ended up taking a game set win for their squads as well.
Yeah, now obviously it's still very early, right, Kello? But we do get to see some things start to shake out, and we see teams start to position themselves as the best in their region right away. Just day one, but really exciting stuff already.
Yes, and there's still plenty more to come for day two.
That's right. And we're going to be heading into Europe soon, but we need to talk a little bit about Latam, Latin America yesterday. Zoinks, you wanted to break this down, didn't you?
I sure did. This is one of my favorite regions for Pokemon Unite, obviously worldwide. There were so many incredible games, both on broadcast and off broadcast for this region. And one of the most exciting things, I think it was Doom Snacks talking about it at the end of our day number one coverage, is just how fun it is to watch, to cast over these games due to just how high octane some of these fights are. Just constant battles all over the map. The drafts end up being really, really fun. I think we saw some cool innovations that of teams like Team Peru, but this infamous gaming and Force Gaming set was really, really fun. Force Gaming bringing some cool stuff, even like popular Pokemon that we see with maybe less common movesets, like Suicune with that Surf and Icicle Crash kind of build, which is a lot of fun to see some of these more interesting innovations from these teams. But Liquidation and Inteleon also showing up, and this is where we ended our day number one in terms of Latin America standings. Peru Unite, the lone team at 2-0 at the end of day number one.
Yeah, Entity 7 looking pretty good. Force only getting to play that one game that we saw, but they looked amazing. Also, I think they were handed Mega Gyarados. I don't know if they got it twice, but anytime some of these teams were handed Mega Gyarados, it was just really tough for another squad to deal with. We'll be seeing more of these teams here today. We'll be seeing how day two shakes out for LATAM very soon. And of course, we had North America to finish out our day. Wonder Chef, tell me about it, dude.
Yeah, North America, obviously, I was watching a lot of the off-stream matches yesterday, but North America was one that I got to watch a little bit more. We got to see Lunex versus Root Dig here. And honestly, while we were just battling out the gate, I think, with Latin America and some of EU, I feel like North America was a little bit more of testing the waters. And while we get some good matches, I feel like North America as well is a region that has had a lot of teams that have kind of formed for the Last Chance qualifier or have really got together kind of after LAIC. So teams that we're not sure how they're going to do exactly against each other, but the big two names to look at are going to be probably Evil Geniuses and Root Dignitas, which we did see in this match against Lunex Gaming. Now, Lunex Gaming, unfortunately, did have to play both of those teams in one day, and honestly, they did stand a chance against both of them. They just unfortunately weren't able to close it out, and so we do get to see those two big teams already 2-0, both respectively, looking to be the teams to beat. A lot of teams otherwise, though. Citadel Gaming, one of my teams to watch. I'm really looking forward to, I think it's Extinction as well, but unfortunately some of the teams a little bit split. However, I think ability for these teams to grow, since a lot of them are newer as teams, is larger than maybe some of the other regions.
Yeah, it was interesting seeing Lunex, right? Because they did go 0-2 for the day, which is a pretty rough start. But you're right, they went into the two best teams in the region right now in our standings, Evil Geniuses and your LAIC champions, Root Dig, who happen to be number 2 on Zoink's power ranking, number 2 on these rankings too. which is pretty amazing. We should have, if we do right now, an updated standing for EU coming up here too, because we do have some games that have been happening off broadcast. So before we hit EU, we are going to be seeing updated standings from them as well as our broadcast schedule. But let's take a look at our regional standings for all of our regions here. Again, BH3, now that we have these updated standings, they are on top of Europe, taking down Team Peps. They are 2-0 right now. Team Peps 2-1 as we continue down there in Europe. No other games have been played yet in Latin America and North America, but we will continue updating as we go through the day, and you will see not only the games on broadcast, but we will update with the games that happen off broadcast as well. Let's take a little bit of a look at our broadcast schedule just here so you guys know what games we are covering today. A lot of teams we saw yesterday, and of course, a lot of teams we did not get to see. Doob Snacks, tell me about it.
Los Caducados and Volticons Unite are going to kick off EU, and I believe they are 5-6 in Zoinks' power ranking, so might be squared up for a pretty even vibes-based matchup there. Comai J'aime le Poulet is up next. BH3 and Avalanche are going to round out EU, jumping straight into Latam. Tuesday versus Infamous, CACM Entity 7, and Force Gaming and DreamMax close the door on that region, but we're not done. We got to go to NA, Lunex Gaming and TI Gang kick us off there. Extinction and Aftermath Esports looking for big bounce backs today. And Citago Gaming and IX Gaming scrapping to see who will be the next 2-0.
Really interesting stuff there in North America, right? Like we have a lot of, every single team has the same record. Lunex has something to prove. TI Gang has something to prove. Extinction obviously had a tough match yesterday, but what a strong squad. Aftermath maybe has more to prove than any squad in NA right now, needing a big bounce back. And then you've got Citadel and IX, both 1-0. Just really cool to see into day two for sure. We've also not only got, the glory on the line for a lot of these teams, but there is some real prizing behind our league right here. The top two teams, of course, from our league are heading to Worlds. One of the absolute biggest things. You could become our Worlds champion. But take a look at some of this do-re-mi. First place team, 45,000. Second place team, 35,000. All the way down to our 8th place team, 8,000 just for playing. I think it's not fair that 6th and 8th get the same amount, but you know what? I didn't divvy up the money. I asked to look at the money, and they said, you can't even look at it, Jake. You just can't even see the money. Doob Snacks, you and I are going to be taking this. Doob Snacks, you and I are going to be taking this first game here. We're going to be saying goodbye to Zoinks and Wonder Chef, who we're going to be casting here in a moment. We're going to be saying goodbye to Kello, who is going to be watching some of our off-stream games and coming back here in just a sec. But we've got an exciting one coming up. We've got Volticons and Los Caducados. Goodbye, you three. Hello, you one.
Hello, you other one. I cannot believe they didn't let you touch the money this year, Spraggles.
They didn't even let me see the money.
It's weird that you always ask to touch it and not like count it or validate where it's going. It's like, can I just touch a whole bunch of it? And they said, no, not this time.
Every time they say there's a prize pool, I say, send me a picture of it. Let me touch it. I need to know that it's real. I think that's very important.
Well, it is very important, and it's important for the players playing to know that it's also real, and you have a weird touch thing, sensory thing that you've got going on, which, that's just a fun quirk about the cowboy. But let's talk about Los Caducados. Let's talk about Los Caducados, and I'm going to pitch it back to you. Walk us through it.
Yeah, Los Caducados 1-1 right now. Nihat, I feel like, was having some big plays yesterday when we were seeing this team, so I'm excited to see Los Caducados here today. Obviously, when you're walking into a group 1-1, you have a lot to prove, especially when you're running up into another team with the exact same record, right, Doob Snacks? So these are these moments where you really start to separate the pack. Right now, BH3 is the team undefeated currently, but you win this game right here and you're tied right along with Peps.
Yeah, exactly. And Gerarwi on that Trevenant yesterday was having some flashes of brilliance. And I wouldn't be surprised if Volticon starts there with a Trev ban or grabs it early, because I think that's a great way to litmus test what else they've got in the tank. I want to highlight Daddy Leon. just a part of the retirement home crew in the EU always seems to find their way back into the action, and is no slouch on the sticks when they do decide to step up and compete.
Now, if you're just joining us here today, I should mention they didn't let me see the money or touch the money. I should also mention that we have a map rotation this season, which is really exciting. Each week, we're going to start with a different map. This week, it is going to be the Kyogre map. However, the team that loses the first game will get to decide on either side selection, if they're picking first or second here in draft, or map selection. And then the other team will choose the other, right? So we saw Kyogre, Groudon, even Rayquaza yesterday in our games.
Yeah, quickly, I want to highlight Mega Mewtwo X selected, and Mega Mewtwo Y is still on the table and available to be selected here, and it is. Volticons is not going to let that, double Mewtwo action happen on the side of Los Caducados, and Blastoise has been a high pick, high prio all weekend long.
Yeah, Blastoise really has been having a moment here. Next couple of picks over to Caducados. We've got the Crustle. We've got the Hoopa. You and I were talking a lot about this Hoopa yesterday, and I don't know if it's just a cast or curse, and I'm ready to completely be wrong the second I bring this up. But we saw so many great Hoopa games, but for whatever reason, it felt like the Hoopa team just couldn't secure the W in any of them.
Yeah, no, great performances, but not enough to get the team over the finish line. One that did have a successful day in the support role, however, was that Eldegoss. Rarely picked up, but when it was in the game, it was pretty darn impressive. And Big Daddy Leon going to be taking up the Eldegoss mantle for the Volticons in this one.
Got ourselves a Talonflame coming here to game number 1. I love me some Talon, but I do feel like it's been having its own struggles. Final pick over to Volticons. We've got Zacian, Eldy, and then finally Mega Char X. The encounter rate of this Pokemon is just 5%. The encounter rate is not only the Pokemon's pick rate, but also how often it's banned. So if you look at a Pokemon like Blastoise, you look at a Pokemon like Mewtwo X, these Pokemon are seen in almost every single game in one way or another, either banned or picked. Charizard, shockingly, 5%. I don't know if it's really been banned ever once and barely picked.
Yeah, in comparison to LAIC, when its encounter rate was, mirroring that of what we're seeing of that Mewtwo X and Blastoise, as you mentioned. Any interesting bans that you see? I think Blaziken is kind of an interesting ban, a rarely low ban rate, Psyduck as well. Mimikyus, I'm surprised that ban rate isn't starting to climb, as it always seems to have a big impact when it jumps into the game.
You know what I think it is, Doob Snacks, with Mimikyu? We talk about Pokemon like this from time to time. Mimikyu is one of those Pokemon where it's either you've got the Mimikyu player or you don't, right? There are a few Pokemon in the game like this, and if the enemy team has that god level Mimikyu, you might be banning it out. Otherwise, it's kind of this weird non-factor, as opposed to a Pokemon like, again, Mega Mewtwo X, Blastoise, that we're just seeing every single team pick up. So you're either banning it or picking it yourself. Mimikyu is just, do they have it? Do they not? And if they do, you might target it here, which is what Los Caducados did. Speaking of Los Caducados, they are our purple team. Volticons unite. Our orange team. This is our first match here in EU on broadcast today. Both of these teams are 1-1 in their region.
Great balance between the two top path Pokemon for each team going to be squaring up. Both do fairly decent job early. Squirtle, on the other hand, caught between a rock and a hard place, or I guess a Crustle and a Miraidon in their case, able to get out and not too much trouble yet. But I really want Volticons to get this Blastoise online quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just Surf Blastoise is so unbelievably good right now, as we see them trying to push this Hoopa out of the central area here. One of the best Pokemon at this invading role. You even saw the light bulb over their head, that EXP share, used on a lot of invade Pokemon now. Used to be the best held item in the game. After its rework, it is one of the most niche items in the game. However, if you're a Pokemon that's going on the invade and might not get some experience, it's pretty perfect.
Without a doubt, yeah, with the speed boost it provides. Unfortunately, it runs into a Gossifleur, which is one of the best A-pressing Pokemon in the game. Now, good pressure, 3v2, forces the Zacian to pick up a couple berries. Daddy Leon is going to try and A-press down with that Gossifleur. Hasn't evolved yet, which is a quick cause for concern. Crustle's low, good pressure on. Let's see if Snow can close the deal, and it's actually the Squirtle that gets credit, and they are now well on their way to get their evolution into Wartortle. Bang, there it is.
There it is. We've got the Charmeleon and the Wartortle right now on the board, and it looks like Talon is possibly looking to pick up a KO. The Focus Band was popped on the Wartortle, but it's not enough. We saw the Aerial Ace, by the way, for that Talonflame move. That is going to likely mean we are seeing Brave Bird Talonflame. You can play Fly Aerial Ace, but it's much less likely.
I love a Brave Bird Talonflame. I think it's a lot of fun. Fly, I don't want to say there's predictability, but when it jumps into the air, you do see the circle arrive on the ground, so everybody can kind of plan for it a little bit. Brave Bird just seems to be an explosion out of nowhere and provides some really cool moments.
And here we go. Once again, we've got the Hoopa making their way to the center. Talonflame looking for this moment right here. And there it is, the Brave Bird for the secure on Regidrago, giving them that team-wide experience. And, you know, a buff we don't talk about very often, that Regidrago does increase the player who secured its score speed by quite a bit.
Nice rotation here. Brave Bird right into the middle. Huge chunks of damage on that Charizard that's trying to flip the script on the Mega Mewtwo X. They're successful. Now it's on to the birds in the middle, but because of that KO, the presence is Volticon's. Brave Bird straight in. KO streak of 2, not enough in the tank to take down Leon. And now Volticon's is looking to push. Zacian creating space, and now they're going to get their points in.
You know, thanks to that Eldegoss, I would say that Brave Bird was just too little too late. I don't know exactly how long they had it off cooldowns. It felt like they took too long to jump in. Regardless, with Eldegoss giving the healing to the Charizard, there was no way they could take it down all in one burst. As Char takes to the sky, big time KO they're looking for on the Mewtwo, and they grab it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a cheeky pluck there with the Mewtwo X again, trying to leash down the Eldegoss, but Charizard is there to step in as soon as they got their Unite move to take over the game. And you can see they are still in that Mega Charizard X form running through the central area of Los Caducados.
Yeah, and they are trying to get a little payback for what happened earlier, right? Them moving them through their central area. Talonflame already in some trouble using a Unite move to try to push them around here in the central area. However, Char getting a charge beam, almost taken down for the KO here, but now the Miraidon getting punished for it.
Brave Bird in. That's what I'm talking about. A huge Brave Bird in from left field, gets a knockout there to at least try and bring some balance. But unfortunately, we saw that Flame Sweep was trying to push people around, and all they did was smash into a wall, as is the directive of that Unite move. It says it right at the bottom. It's the last line of the text on that maneuver.
Yeah, will also always hit a wall and provide negative value. That is Talonflame's Unite move. That's the text. That's in-game.
Yeah, you can really tell how the power creep works when you look at a Pokemon like Talonflame versus any of the new ones, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It used to be a little like there was a negative aspect to it. You might hit a wall with it. And then Mewtwo's like hits every Pokemon on the map and reveals them and stuns them and hits wild Pokemon and hits objectives. Bang!
Hydro Typhoon, no slouch either. The Hydro Pump right there to get the knockout. And now Volticons is on this T1 trying to siege. Fizzy, I believe the Blastoise is a little low. Hoops goes rings unbound, goes for the stun, but the Blastoise is going to make it out. And now it's Los Caducados looking to make a move here. 4v4, good pull. Can they get the knockout? No. Brave Bird deep engaged. Now they're caught on the backside. Put the pressure. There's a Flame Sweep straight into a wall to get themselves knocked out. Hashtag negative value. Zacian pulls up for the smoke right on top of Regice, and now the presence is all for Volticons.
And here we go. They're looking for the secure right here. Easy secure there for the Zacian after they pushed out Los Caducados. We have the Crustle using their Unite move. Big time stun, but they're going to see if they can, weather this storm long enough for Talonflame to make a play. Unfortunately, Volticons are so tanky right now that it looks like Talon can't even jump in for this fight. Also, level-wise, Talonflame level 12, which isn't bad, but when you're one of these speedsters, you definitely want to have a level advantage on your opponents. That's how you're going to be able to pick up these huge burst KOs.
quickly scooped up is that Hoopa. They Phantom Force across the wall there to save themselves. Good Rock Tomb, Brave Bird engagement, but again, the tankiness of some of these Pokemon does not allow them to convert into knockouts here.
And here we go, Mewtwo Unite move, letting them know exactly where the players are and trying to stop the score in the bottom path. It did not matter. We're going to have Charizard and Blastoise attempting to score on this tier 2, and all the points do go in. Huge for Volticons. They are up 230 to 12 right now, and it feels like scoring, for whatever reason, has been a bit of an afterthought in this match as I've been casting it. And then I look at the scoreboard, and it's devastating for Los Catacados.
Yeah, I mean, Volticons, we've been watching the fights, and they're doing a good job just like scoring some cheeky points other places on the map. So not only are they doing well in these fights, they're not committing all their members to win those fights either. And you can see when you're ahead on levels that that's an opportunity that you have. Getting out of dodge here is Tibby going to be able to escape that Thunder that's chasing them down.
Yeah, I'm going to peel away from this. Level-wise and points-wise, things are great for Volticons right here. You know, as you start to head towards these Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza fights, Doob Snacks, a lot of it really comes down to what team needs to make a play and what that play is going to look like. And it's always scary to be the team that needs the catch. However, the fight could start with a big catch on something like that Zacian into a Rock Tomb, into a Brave Bird. Registeel is going to be an easy secure, however, from Volticons, and man, a level 14 Mega Charizard with Registeel buff is terrifying.
It absolutely is. Oh, huge surf pin to the wall. Rock Tomb is there as well. Scooped up for a knockout secure. 2 players down, 4 seconds until Kyogre hits the map. 3 players down now. Volticons in complete control. The surf is there for the separation. Hydro Pump creates the space. Trying to move in as the Crustle. They're the lone hero here, and it's easily taken down by Volticons as they follow the chase. They're going to get more knockouts, and now they're going to stack more points.
Boy, I mean, we saw the play there with the Brave Bird Talon, right? They had Trick on them. They Brave Birded in. They were going to, you know, take the Phantom Force sort of back out of that fight. I don't know if they had vision, if they were just kind of looking for them in that moment. They completely sort of missed and got caught. That just seemed like such a wild moment to throw a Brave Bird. Maybe they actually saw them. I really couldn't tell. That was wild.
Look how Volticons is positioning. Tons of points lead here for them. That was a weird way to say that. Don't know why I used those words. But they're trying to set a trap and really wait for Los Catacados to expose where they are, and then not only play this kind of pseudo offense part defense. And so far, it's looking pretty decent.
Yeah, and here we go, and trying to score here. Miraidon able to stop this. They actually had an opportunity possibly right there with the stun. We do have Charizard moving forward, and Los Catacados making a stand at this tier 1 goal zone. 98 points go in. The Brave Bird looking for a KO, but no one is down on Volticons. They are pushing them back. The Psy Strike, the Brave Bird, it does not pick up the KO, and they are gone, Doob Snacks. 98 to 418, and the points will continue to stack up for Volticons.
Yeah, believe it or not, Volticons was holding down that fight 3v5, and they were able to score on the backside. Charizard got a Hundo Burger in. I believe Blastoise got a near Hundo Burger in, you know, maybe 80, 90 points. And you can see that this lead now is insurmountable in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, it feels like Volticon's just really in control of this game for really all of it. And, you know, every time we've seen Mega Char X here on broadcast, it's been doing really well still. Maybe underrated by some of these pro teams.
You know, I think the change that we're seeing and where it's finding success is what you called out yesterday, Cowboy, which is it's not using its Unite move to engage. It's using its Unite move to secure knockouts, to be the follow-up Pokemon there, instead of the big kind of like tanky frontliner that sometimes you see out of maybe like a Zacian, right? That's kind of getting into the mix and throwing things around. And I love the use of that. And I think that's why we're seeing it find some success. It's just a little bit of a switch up on how you actually approach the game with that Pokemon.
Here's one of the early fights, and we, finally got to see, yes, it will be a Brave Bird Talonflame. Unfortunately for Talon, they just weren't able to pick up a lot of big KOs in any of these moments. And then Char getting this level lead early, it's 9 minutes at the it's level 9 at the 7-minute mark. And at that point, it's just really difficult to shut this thing down. It's got its Unite move super early. They continued to feed it, making sure it has its Unite at every big fight they run into.
I mean, Los Caducados showing signs of life here in this moment of the game, trying to get onto this goal zone, but look at that. The immediate reposition Hydro Pump puts the Talonflame on the backside. They have to flame sweep all the way back to try and save themselves. They still can't get out. Big problems here. Los Caducados, I understood what they were going for. We've seen the success with the Hoopa Talonflame combination, especially with the trick Phantom Force cleverness that they can bring to the table, but it was never really used for value.
If I remember right, and I don't know the exact numbers on it, so I apologize for that, but there was actually a nerf to essentially that combination. I think it's the timing in which you can portal back has been reduced, so you have to do it much faster. But regardless of how that turned out, it just was not a winning combination in this game. Once again, another game where Hoopa feels like could have been a great choice and just didn't show up. What did show up, though, is Snow on this Mega Charizard.
Yeah, properly representing the Volticon's logo there. Right under it is that Mega Charizard X. 63,000 damage, 10 knockouts, and of course the score is secondary, or I guess tertiary, to those two stats, because at that point it just became incredibly easy.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the items on this thing, you've got weakness policy and an attack weight, which was stacked up very, very early. So every time this thing is moving in for a fight, it has a huge level advantage, and it has the most attack stat possible, essentially. It's just really difficult for Caducados to deal with, picking up a lot of moments where that first evolution Unite move gets a KO, and then it's just the domino effect, every member of Caducados falling afterwards.
I must say, we saw Girarwi go onto the Crustle here, and after the performance on the Trevenant, I wouldn't have minded to see that Trevenant again here, give them a good sign of life, because they were absolutely the facilitator, and I think that might be a clever change they can make going into game 2 here. The heat map of Snow is everywhere. They lived in that central area. They made sure they're getting their experience, getting their stacks, and after that, it was take the fight wherever you could find it.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at a heat map like this, all this says to me is this thing, ran amok all game. They made it to every single fight they possibly could. They were top path when their team was top, bottom path when their team was bottom, pushing even into the enemy central area quite a few times. This just looks like the heat map of a Pokemon that absolutely dominated every moment they were in.
Without a doubt. If I'm Volticons, I'm feeling pretty darn good on how they kicked off their day here. Los Caducados, again, I mean, I don't think that their draft was egregious by any means. I would love to see Girarwi back on that Trevenant, as mentioned. I don't know. Hoopa, despite the way it looks and despite the way it has performed, has just not been helping these teams find success on broadcast. So that is definitely a possible switch up worth considering as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I expect more out of Hoopa. I'm wondering if, Trick in this moment just did not give them enough that they could fight with, right? It just wasn't a big enough shield. It wasn't a big enough factor. Oftentimes, you're going to be seeing that hyperspace hole, so your team has an ability to kind of reset and heal. However, it didn't feel like they were giving them much of an option to do that anyway, right? I mean, as soon as they moved in, it was just Charizard X with the delete button, rampaging through the entire squad. I would definitely like to see a different look as we head into our next game. Talon also, again, a Pokemon I love, has really not been performing well in our league so far.
No, it hasn't. But what has is Clefable. So I would like to see, Nyatt maybe consider a Clefable. I mean, it's been particularly solid in the EU region specifically. We saw it a little bit yesterday, and I thought it was definitely worth consideration, or more so than we've seen out of other regions and other teams. Really get that healing factor up, have that be just another hill that the opposition has to climb. But if I'm on the Volticon side of this, I'm saying let's just run that back, because that looked great.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. I mean, when you have such a dominant game, you would love to get a lot of that back. I don't think we're going to see a reality where Mega Char X is banned out. Right. I mean, it's just one of those Pokemon that has not even had a 5% encounter rate. But when you run into something that tough and they know how to play it, maybe it is time to target ban your opponents here in our next game.
There's a lot of options that they can do. Some Pokemon that we haven't seen too much out of the EU region. Where would you like to see? What is something we've seen maybe in the later stages, maybe NA, for example, that we haven't been seeing a lot out of EU? For example, like Psyduck. I feel like it was banned in that game, but it's something that we haven't seen too much in EU even when it hasn't been banned.
You know, something that I'm like, just in general, a Pokemon I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen more of. And I understand it is not the top meta Pokemon in the game right now. I am surprised that we've seen such a small amount of Glaceon. I think we saw one Glaceon game all day. And this thing is so good that it is receiving a nerf on Thursday, I think, of this week when the next patch is coming to Unite. There some of the patch details were revealed at ACL yesterday. And Glaceon is receiving a nerf for good reason. The thing is crazy, and I can't believe more teams are not attempting to work that into their composition somewhere, especially on some of the more open maps, right? Like this next map, we're getting word that it's going to be Groudon. That map is a lot more open, and it's just easy to lock on any of your sure hits. But even on a map where your opponents can hide in a variety of ways in tall grass, you only need to see them for a second to just clip them with that icicle spear, and then it just starts following them. So Glaceon is one of those Pokemon that I'm kind of shocked to see such a small amount of. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go to just some of my personal favorites. One, because I enjoy watching them, but two, there's always niche cases where the draft shakes out that the Pokemon can be incredibly strong. So I know Nayat can play a very solid Sableye. It might be time to get clever now. I mean, Volticon's played a pretty straight up composition. Not a lot of tricks in there. It was just front to back coming for you. And those are the moments when everything feels incredibly predictable, is when something like Sableye can throw a big level of unpredictability to what is a normal standardized plan. So that is something I'd personally like to see more of just throughout this weekend, not necessarily just in this game.
All right, we're taking a look at our bans right here. We've got Zacian, we've got the Mimikyu once again, and I did see from Doobsnacks, he was tagging you and me, from Chef, he was letting us know that Snow apparently annihilated Avalanche with Mimikyu yesterday, so that is why you were seeing that targeted ban there from Los Caducados. We have Groudon again as our map. First pick is going to be over to our purple side, Los Caducados. They're all of our bans here. Vaporeon, a top ban for sure. And now Los Caducados is going to have their selection of first Pokemon, Mega Lucario. Yeah.
So now we can have Mega Gyarados and Mega Mewtwo X on the side of Volticons if we want. And I can't imagine they're going Lapras here. There's no way. There's no way that's where you end up with this decision.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to hand over the fish, and they don't. There is Mega Gyarados. There is Mega Mewtwo. Why? Over to the side of Los Caducados, we can start to fill out the team with their support and defender core. We also can steal away that Charizard. Once you already have Mega Gyarados, it doesn't feel like you'll probably take Mega Char, but you could throw it in the central area. Gyarados top, U2I bottom. We'll see what they go with.
Mega Mewtwo X makes sense. Latias makes less so for me right now, but there's an opportunity for their strategy to develop a little bit further here, as Volticons still have a lot of great options in the flow of what's going on so far. And Leon grabbing the Hoopa, cutting off Nayat from that, and just in case they're going to go Latias into kind of a more attacker role, and Fizzy grabbing Mamoswine.
Yeah, Mamoswine here, a really powerful pick. I think it's, I think Slash over on Evos now, formerly of LG, was talking about how good Mamoswine still is. I think it's still an extremely good defender pick in this meta. Los Caducados with their final couple of picks right here. Yeah, Nayat yesterday, I think we did see them on Latias, right? I remember it being pretty solid. I love Latias right now. I think it's just so great. And hey, the caster curse has been lifted. Glaceon makes its way. Now it has to lose, unfortunately. I'm so sorry, Los Caducados, but I'm glad you picked it.
Yeah, I mean, we've got big caster curse action going on. We've got Glaceon on one side and Hoopa on the other. So technically we have to, one of the curses has to be broken in this game as Snow grabs Talonflame. And I kind of feel like this is the rubbing your nose in it type of back-to-back pick here from Volticons.
Yeah, Volticons, I mean, the thing I'm obviously most scared of, and Los Caducados should be, is Mega Gyarados. That is just brutal. Also, when you have Glaceon, you have two Pokemon on the side of Volticons that are able to essentially nullify your Icicle Spear, sort of break it, and make sure that you're not doing damage to them while they're either flying in the air or underwater with that Gyarados Unite move. But if the items stay the same on this Glaceon, there is a reality this is Icy Wind. So we'll see.
That would be an interesting selection. I still think there is value in Icicle Spear, especially with the Mamoswine sitting up front. It's a great way to just eviscerate that HP pool, especially if Hoopa's going more of a trick Phantom Force, locking in on the Talonflame, trying to, again, do what Los Caducados was trying to do in game one. That means that Mamoswine is going to be left exposed, which means the Icicle Spear can find more value. But to your point, if they do decide to go Icy Wind, maybe that's just hedging against the bets of the Mega Gyarados when it goes underwater, or the Talonflame if it takes Fly.
And we're going to find out what it looks like here as we head to game number 2. Los Caducados, your purple team. Volticons Unite, your orange team. Dominant game 1 for Volticons as we are getting ready for game 2 here. A bit of a split central area for Los Caducados. Obviously, Glaceon would like level 6 ultimately, but for both of these Pokemon to get online and get their first little power spike, they only need level 4.
Yeah, this is a Mewtwo X down here in the bottom path on the 1v2, and it's going to be tough. I mean, you have obviously another Mewtwo there, plus the freeze from the Swinub is enough to get a pretty Fisher-Price knockout, and now Los Caducados has to adjust by having a big over-rotation top. We'll see what they can do to find value here.
It is the Icy Wind as 4 players of Los Caducados move towards this goal zone, and here comes Snow on the Talonflame, trying to push them back. That was a flame sweep, which leads me to believe that this is going to be a Fly Talonflame as they peel away from this top fight towards the center.
Yeah, gonna grab those easy not to there, and this poor Mewtwo X right down here is just stuck all by themselves. I think it's Gerardweed that is taking that mantle. 3v1 here, tons of pressure, easy knockout, and that's an evolved into Piloswine. Now let's just see if they can hit Mamoswine before the 2-minute mark.
It's a callback. That's an official day 1 callback here in day 2. Watch all 50 hours of Pokemon Unite to understand all of our callbacks.
Listen, it wouldn't be us if there weren't any callbacks.
It's true. We had a marble bit that we didn't know would go on for 18 months.
But it did, because we're unstoppable, just like the marble bit. Now, we did see Hoopa go hyperspace hole here, so no trick Phantom Force shenanigans. We are just going to be putting portals down, which lends itself better to Talonflame with Fly, right? A good little pull on the Hoopa, easy knockout there, which gives Los Caducados a great opportunity to secure this Regidrago for themselves.
You know, I gotta say, I really love that Los Caducados went with something like really different and like risky, right? They left Mewtwo in the bottom path all alone. They crashed 4 top. They threw something very unexpected and different at Volticons here. Huge Fly catches 2. We're gonna see if Nihat can actually get away from that. They cannot. The Psy Strike picks up that KO. Talonflame level 8 here, but Glaceon keeping pace, almost level 8 themselves.
A good engagement attempt. Fly crash lands, easy knockout. Now it's just the Glaceon sitting on pad, getting their icicles surrounding them, getting themselves ready to charge. Big Icy Wind, good damage, but the Talonflame still finds its mark. At least they get one back the other way, do Los Caducados, in the form of a Piloswine. Those 3v2, but the 3 players are on the retreat right now as they're trying to formulate their next attack.
And here we go. We do have a Unite move on the Glaceon. They're looking at Reggie Steel. They're hitting it with the Icy Wind. They're doing some solid damage to it. Steel walking back. Talonflame looking for the secure, and it goes down to the Mewtwo.
Well, it's not the one I expected to secure, but now they've got the pressure on. Icy Wind is moving forward. The glacial stage has been set, and it's time to put on a show, says Los Caducados. The Fly takes up and actually goes into a retreat here. The Side Strike going from long range, putting damage on, but really it almost feels like they're just yelling at each other across the fence. Oh, there's a quick little score by the Glaceon, picked up, repositioned, and then pushed back through for the Piloswine. They're still taking tons of damage. Huge flame sweep actually finds its mark, and a wall, of course. It's in the text. We said it. Is that a callback?
Beautiful stuff right here, and I'm hearing from production it's not an official callback. I'm so sorry, dude. That's another one that, I mean, the refs on that one. I'm on your side. That was a callback, but I don't know.
Well, you know who wasn't on the side of the Buffalo Bills was the refs yesterday. Here we go. Let's get into the rest of this game. 162-106. Los Caducados, despite some shaky fights, finding their way into victory on the scoreboard so far.
Yeah, and look at this here. Los Caducados, that entire time, they left Lucario in the top path all by their lonesome. Level 11 right now, just cooking by themselves in the kitchen. And things are going well for Los Caducados here in game number 2, looking much better than game 1.
I agree. I mean, they're actually meeting parity level. Good Mewtwo Unite out of Volticons. They know where everyone is. What are they going to do with that information? Gyarados goes straight in. They are holding their Unite move. Good opportunity for them to hit it. Okay, that was a sick flame sweep. That one was awesome. That was nowhere, and I loved every bit of it. They did get a knockout, but now they're all alone from that crazy flame sweep.
Technically, I guess, according to the refs, that flame sweep was a callback. So interestingly enough, Snow gets the callback there.
Well, you know, as Snow annihilated Avalanche, which seems fitting, or Avalanche is comprised of Snow, whatever Chef wrote there, very confusing. We're going to need a clarification, probably from our stats team on that.
Yeah, stats team, figure out, first off, exactly what Doomstacks is confused by, and then what avalanches are made up of, and how much of that is snow. We're going to need that in the next 5 seconds.
Good secure on the Regieleki by Volticons, and decent spacing by Mega Gyarados, who is going to try and get a score. Regieleki hits, good points parity coming your way if you're Volticons. They just got to get a couple cheeky scores in and do some good battle math.
Nice little portal sending the Gyarados back. They're going to get all of that safe farm in the top path here. Snow, this is exactly why you play Talonflame in these moments, right? You're grabbed by Mewtwo. You have targeted boosted on you from Mew. You have possibly Icicle Spear Glaceon. You have the Dragon Pulse. All of that negated by you taking to the skies. Really great stuff. And Talonflame is a hard counter to some of these moves.
Mega Lucario is online. So is Mega Mewtwo X. They step up and cut off the Hoopa, who is holding their Unite move, maybe looking to use it in that moment. Counter scoring happening on the side of Volticons as they attack that tier 2. And look at these scores, the 261, 247. We are miles different than what happened here in game 1.
Yeah, Los Caducados is scrapping here in game number 2. Look at that beautiful catch there by the Future Sight Mewtwo. It felt like they did have the Future Sight to be right there, ready for that for the squad. We've got the Glaceon online at level 12. Mega Lucario sitting at level 13 right now. And, you know, the Gyarados on the side of Volticons has been an absolute non-factor, it's felt like.
Yeah, it really has. It hasn't been able to really leverage its level lead when it had it, and now that it doesn't have it anymore, everything is becoming increasingly more difficult. Hello, about 90 to 99% snow in a typical avalanche during movement. I love that. That other 1 to 10% is skiers and rocks and trees.
I don't even know where you saw that information. Where was that?
It's in the Discord.
Okay, great. I was like, where are we getting this avalanche information right now? As we actually maybe have our fight early right here. Unite moves flying already. Okay. Gyarados goes down once again. No Unite move. This may be it for Los Caducados.
Oh, that was almost a good secure on the Mega Mewtwo X, which would have brought some balance to the Mega Gyarados getting knocked out. However, all the Unite moves are there. We're going for a straight rip. Here it is. The Unite moves are getting thrown down. We're trying to create some space. Groudon is low. Let's see where it goes. And it was taken by Volticon's Unite. The Mega Gyarados urge you, Spraggles, and it goes from a non-factor to the determining factor as it's a 10 Jack Queen King ace for Volticons, and that's a Groudon for them, and that's a win for them, and those are burgers for them.
Amazing stuff from Volticons. Los Caducados, they took out Mega Gyarados. I think they probably took their best possible fight they could after they got rid of Mega Gyarados, and it hadn't even used its Unite move yet. Unfortunately for them, they were just not able to rip it fast enough.
No, I mean, that wasn't even a fight. That was just everybody screaming, ah, and just throwing their moves at Groudon and hoping that they came down with it. For Volticons, fortunately, it was them. And at that point, if you're in the kitchen when all those moves are getting thrown and you get the buff, especially with the damage boost that Groudon provides, yeah, that's pretty much curtains. So a big of a chaotic finish, but Volticons eke it out.
Yeah, and here we go. Los Caducados trying to find something at the end of this match here. Unfortunately, they just don't even have enough Eos energy to really, even this game up. You would have to have Volticons throw themselves at Los Caducados, give up a bunch of KOs, and then let Los Caducados score. So with how much Eos energy they had, honestly, Volticons could have just sat in their base and not even looked at Los Caducados and won the match there.
Yeah, but instead they wanted to bump those stats up. Worth noting there, I was just about to say, it's an Icicle Fang, an Ice Fang, excuse me, high horsepower Mamoswine. I feel like we're used to seeing Ice Fang Earthquake. So that was just a fun switch up, at least to me. I found that interesting.
No, I totally agree. A little bit of a different flavor there. You've obviously got this like big team-wide push. If you catch with the Ice Fang first, you are able to then shove one of your opponents the direction you want, right? Like you can pick them up, throw them over your shoulders like a continental Mamoswine, and then push them right towards your team, which is an exciting play.
It very much so is. Volticons Unite go 2-0 in this matchup here, but that second game was far closer than what I believe that scoreline reflects.
Oh, yeah. Such a close game. Way better from Los Caducados. It felt like they were alive in this game. Girari, once again, I feel like they are just such a great playmaker for their squad. You absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, they were here on this Mewtwo X, really being an impact. Unfortunately, the only time they didn't really seem as big of an impact was on the Crustle. So I love to see that they put them on a Pokemon where they could really feel like they had some agency in these fights, because they did do a great job for Los Caducados when they decided to knuckle up.
I will say Snow also had a really interesting strategy with Talonflame that I think a lot of players don't do, which is hit their opponents with their Unite move. I feel like it's just not a Talonflame strategy. And obviously that's a bit of a joke, but I'm actually serious. Oh, right there was that play I was talking about. But I'm actually serious. They actually lined up flame sweeps before they would go into engage. A lot of these times they would kind of sneak around to line a flame sweep rather than do what most Talonflames do, which is land into the entirety of the enemy team and then panic, use their Unite move.
Yeah, whereas exactly to your point, much like the end of this battle here at Groudon, where everybody was just screaming at their screens and throwing their moves into the center, that's a little bit how typical Talonflames use the flame sweep, right? It's just, I'm in deep waters, they start screaming, and then they hit the flame sweep straight into a wall and get knocked down anyways.
The concept of a lot of Talonflames is I'm here and then I fly over here. It's dangerous over here. So I gotta go back over here. That's what I got.
Yeah, but then you go back over here, you go across you to me.
Whoa.
Bink. We did it.
We have two different pens. Yeah.
It would have been awesome if you didn't say that.
No.
Part of the magic. Magicians don't give up their tricks. But
we're like those kind of magicians where it looks like we're screwing up the whole time. Then in the end, they go, wait, were they the best magicians ever and pretending to screw up? I think we're those kind of magicians, actually. I think
yes,
production wanted us to go to break, but I didn't fully hear it. I love that.
I didn't hear anything either. So I guess it is break time, I think. So maybe we'll go to break and we will all find out together. Let's see what happens.
Really undercuts me saying we were good at our jobs. Are we going to break?
Go to break. Okay, there it is. Wait, is this a break?
And welcome back, everyone, to the Unite Esports Regional Leagues. We have had a pretty great start to the EU region, but we have also started the Latam off-stream matches, which I've been lurking in the tall grass, and I want to talk about them because they have been some pretty fire matches in that region. So to start off with, we had DreamMax Esports going up against Tuzzy Esports. So we have our draft there. Some pretty stock standard picks, I think, very similar to what we ended up seeing yesterday. Tuzzy Esports actually had a great start to this first game, but I feel like this is where the tides really turned for DreamMax during this game. They managed to secure that Reggie Alecki, and even with all of their efforts, Tuzzy Esports unfortunately ended up losing this top pad, which ended up giving DreamMax Esports the lead up until, well, the very end. So if we go to our next replay here, we have our Kyogre. We can see that multiple members of DreamMax Esports were down here, and Tuzzy, they went in for the rip with the Kyogre. But, you know, DreamMax, they didn't end up giving up until the end, but, well, U2Y just coming in, getting the secure for Tuzzy and taking that first game win of the day. But if we head on into our next one, once again, pretty stock standard draft across the board. I mean, one thing I do want to point out, we actually have a Dragonite being played by Jew Games there, but a pretty much stalemate between these two teams during this second game, trying to find those openings. And I mean, even then, in this final stretch, they were just hanging at each other once again and not really able to find those openings. Thankfully, DreamMax did the smart thing and retreated back to their pad. That way they could just go and regroup for their second fight. And but as they tried to regroup here, Tuzzy took the opportunity to go in for the rip. And, well, I think this is, yeah. Despite this, we'll fast forward here. We can see them going in for their dunks and everything, but a great defense from DreamMax Esports. If we have our timer come up here, DreamMax. Despite Tuzzy getting the Kyogre, DreamMax managed to still take the game by holding their lead with their back caps. So that is going to go to a Game 3 situation between DreamMax and Tuzzy Esports. These off-stream matches are held by community streams if you do want to watch them live, but I'll come back after our other games with Zoinks and Chef to give you the updates for how that pans on out. So Zoinks and Chef, take it away.
Kello for bringing us a very intense matchup between those two LATAM teams. I can't wait to see what the conclusion of that one is, and a formidable defense. Only a few seconds left. That is wild stuff. But Chef, good to see you here again, back in the caster booth. How you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I haven't been in here for a while. I was just saying, I was trying to time out when the last time I was in here was, and it may have been Worlds. No, actually, I think I did some community stuff. But yeah, no, it's been a good first day, and I'm sad that I didn't get to cast any of the matches, but we get to remedy that now. So excited to start off with EU, who honestly I am just so surprised by how close this region is in parity.
I am right there with you. I think EU might be the front runner for most exciting region when it comes to the entirety of all 8 teams. Just a reminder of where we got on the power rankings so far. EU's the toughest one. I got to rotate the most for EU here, but I'm pretty good about our top end. In that last matchup, by the way, Los Catacados just dropping to a very tough opponent, but it was a really fun match to start the broadcast. This next one we are going to be watching, though, is going to be between Komai and Jem La Poulet, which is going to be a really interesting match. We do want to just give everybody kind of an update about what's going to be going on. Jem La Poulet did receive a game loss for some stuff that went on in day number 1. So in day number 2 here, Komai will be starting our series 1-0. This did mean that Jem La Poulet had choice of side or draft. Ends up, we're going to Groudon, and this will essentially be our game number 2. Hope that catches everybody up.
Yeah, also just to catch everybody up, we are going to be terrible at pronouncing that. You're actually doing quite well, but I think we should start making Doob Snacks just cast every single game of Gem du Poulet, because we're just going to look like fools. But
Doob Snacks and I are both Canadian, but he's from the part of Canada where we really should be speaking French. I'm where I legally should, but it's fine.
All right, that's fair. You didn't get any of those skills for all these French teams. We have a lot of French teams, actually. Of course, this being one of them, but going up against Kamai is going to be a pretty tough opponent even to begin with. They are currently first on your power rankings, correct, for EU?
No, Kamai is actually going to be in third place.
I was not paying attention.
They started off 0-1 yesterday after some pretty tough opponents, but so Kamai definitely going to be hunting for a big bounce back. But obviously, so will Gem du Poulet, I'm sure, are looking to have that exact same response. And oh my word, Wonderchef, the Traffy call out. That is a Greninja ban from Kamai Esport, not wanting to deal with the Gren from Gem du Poulet, which has been a pretty powerful Pokemon in their hands, specifically with that Surf Smokescreen set.
Right, yeah. So again, I did miss some of the matches and some of the moments of the matches yesterday, but that was the moveset where there was like some sort of like 6 KO streak or something like that going on, right? Just a ton of KOs yesterday. So I thought that was really cool to see. I kind of get to see it on the side, and yeah, that is definitely a huge call out. But the Mewtwo's showing up as expected. I would certainly not be surprised if we did once again see the Mewtwo Y and X. We're in the Mewtwo meta right now.
Yeah, it has been for a little bit. Mewtwo X could be receiving a few nerfs up and coming. It'll be interesting to see if that affects the landscape too much, but Gecko Kami will be on this Umbreon. This Umbreon's been showing up in the banning phase a decent amount across a few of the regions, but it feels like EU is favoring this Pokemon as a ban, but gonna be missing it this time around. Instead, Gem du Poulet are gonna leading into the Blissey, which we haven't seen too much, but the Mamoswine, which we've seen a lot. Very, very impactful.
Quite interesting to see the Blissey. There are a lot of open support options right now. I mean, literally 100% of the supports, I should say, I guess, are open. So going for that pretty early on is an interesting pick, and we've been seeing such good work from, I mean, basically the caster's last set talked about it completely. They also talked a lot about the Talonflame, which has, I always say it's a very literal hit or miss Pokemon. It's had some great hits, it's had some great misses, and honestly, even in that last set, it had both of them. But as well, yesterday, Gatlu, we've seen play that Pokemon a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, okay. We have the Absol and the Scizor locked in, and currently with that with that item set being played, we might see a little bit of Scizor. In one of our off-stream EU matches earlier today, we actually did see, I believe it was Klaus playing the Scizor earlier on in one of our matches. So just a heads up, this Pokemon is seeing some play in EU. We are seeing the item build switch around a little bit though, but Muscle Bend could still lead into that. Another Pokemon that I think you and I both really enjoy though, Wonderchef, especially in this EU region. We got Decidueye, Komai putting together a pretty solid bird comp.
It is bird comp. I feel like we've seen a lot of eras where we've seen both of these particular birds together, but I really like this combination in general. I think the Crustle, Gex Crustle, is going to be a monster choice for this matchup. There's not a lot of mobility options on the side of Gem du Poulet to get out of a Rock Tomb, and I'm not sure if it's going to be Fly from Gatlu or not, but regardless, it's going to be able to trap them in for the Talonflame. It's going to trap them in, of course, for that Spirit Shackle, and they could get some really great picks if they do manage to find those moments, especially if they can like maybe catch out a Mewtwo and just get rid of that Mewtwo to start things off. Things could go very well for Kamai.
Yeah, I completely agree, Chef. Like, Crustle does a lot of things really well. One of them, like you just mentioned, is amazing at trapping targets with minimal mobility. I think the other one is Crustle is one of the best defenders in the game at just keeping attackers in check, making sure you are forcing them to not be able to go anywhere, and it's really hard to get out of the way of a giant X-Scissor right in your face, right? But yeah, let's get into it. Gem du Poulet will be behind one game. They'll be on the purple side. Komai Esport going to be on the orange side.
That's right. I mean, you got to think about this differently as well. If you're Kamai, they did have a little bit more, I guess, of like a pillow. Like they could take a risk for the first game just because of that. And they didn't. I wouldn't say they necessarily chose a risky comp, but maybe as far as playstyle, it'll be a little bit more risky. Of course, going in, getting that first little score, not getting punished for it. Maybe could have been a KO, but in the meantime, we actually see a little bit of maybe a sort of annoying invade. Yep, we're going to see it right there. I like it in the pip. Not sure how much mileage they're going to be able to get out of it. Of course, that poor little Fletchling is not really the strongest on those early levels, so maybe just trying to be annoying.
Yeah, it definitely is glass cannon-y in that fletchling stage, right? It does a pretty surprising amount of damage sometimes with those bursts. However, yeah, not going to be super bulky. It does have the chance to recall and get out, though. One thing I'm loving about Komai's composition, Chef, if I can stop it for a moment, is this double defender composition. Komai, one of the only teams that has been playing a composition it's similar to this. It really does allow for some awesome moments where Gekko Kami, being one of the best defender players in the region, has the choice to either shut down an opposing Pokemon or peel for one of their backline attackers like the Decidueye. I think it just really enables a player like Toast and on this Decidueye pick to be really safe in a lot of situations.
Yeah, I mean, especially we've such a good meta for attackers right now. I think it is really cool to kind of get that really like protect the, you know, like the VIP that we haven't seen. I kind of feel like for a few metas for a little bit. I mean, definitely the last meta was certainly not an attacker meta. Nice KO to start things off, being able to chase down. And I mean, that is a confirmation, of course, that it is going to be the Scissor, which, as you expertly said, we expected from the items.
Yeah, I'm kind of bummed the Rocky Helmet got bailed on, but Muscle Band just such a evergreen strong item. Gatlu still not able to find that Fletchender stage, but has been able to avoid, well, demise. Some good dashes back, getting a couple citrus berries has been pretty powerful so far, but it's just trying to hunt any kind of experience. Narami doing a solid job of defending this goal zone, though. Guitar has not been able to deposit those 25 points in quite yet.
Great solo defense Pokemon. Unfortunately, now going to be overpowered, especially you still only have that poor little unevolved fletchling behind, and that's starting to become a problem. Certainly we are familiar with, of course, and this is going to be one of the greatest things about this league is we're going to get more and more familiar with all these players, but Gatlu, we don't need this league to be familiar with him. Definitely a little bit more of a roaming player, kind of whatever, no matter what Pokemon he ends up playing, and quite good at it, but maybe roaming a little bit too much, not getting that evolution. Nice little fight on bottom to try to get a counter poke, but Absol coming in from the top, gonna get the KO with that Crustle. You're talking about how it can be hard to avoid those X scissors. It can do a surprising amount of damage, and honestly, that looked like that kind of gank from top with the Absol could have been great for Gem de Poulet, but Kamai still keeping solid.
Yeah, just another huge shout out to how good Gek is at reading enemy movements and knowing where to shut down. I love that factor about Crustle. It allows you to play either defensively or offensively, but when you have an Umbreon in tandem, it gives you even more options. So it's Regirock going to go handily over to Gem de Poulet, but on the bottom side, Komai Esport really pushing forward with this siege on the tier 1.
Oh, they're all very, very low. The Unite coming in from the Absol, not going to be able to pick anybody up. They could try to chase. Galu's going to be the first one to go down, but look at this HP on this Umbreon still going in. So surprising. Wants to get just help with some points. Maybe it could have been a retreat there. Unite coming out from the Scizor. So they're probably going to be able to chase down Toast here. Not going to be the best Pokemon at escaping. They really, really focused for Kamai on taking that tier 1 goal zone. It was their goal. They got it, but they sure paid a pretty heavy price for it.
Yeah, they lost a little bit of experience. Absol probably gains one extra level from that exchange, but I don't know. In terms of how hard it's going to be to score in some of these goal zones, I mean, you have Mewtwo Y, who does that AoE damage off of their auto attacks. You got Mamoswine, whose passive is going to help you defend these goals. Scoring might become a pretty difficult task in some of these situations. So I think Komai thinking, hey, now or never in some of these situations. Not to mention, now Regieleki's going to be threatening tier 2s instead of just tier 1s from this point forward.
Confirmation as well that it's going to be Fly from Gatlu. I feel like I didn't see that yet. Maybe I just missed it. But
he was a fletchling for 3 minutes.
For 90% of the game. Here we go, halfway through. And somehow Gatlu almost tied for highest levels in the game. A great way to catch up. But again, as a roaming player, definitely you have to know exactly when you can find the EXP that you've been missing or where you can find some extra. And that's exactly what he's been doing. But bottom, Reggie is going to be the next one to spawn. We got pretty solid I guess presence from both teams. I'm not sure exactly what's going on up top up there. Maybe they're just pre-positioning, trying to get that 40 points in from the Scizor, but at the bottom, they're going to be fighting.
Yeah, that Crustle will have to use its Unite move. Gets a pretty big, bulky shield, and it's going to allow Gek to kind of outlast in that situation. Yeah, there will be a full focus on the Regieleki. Gem de Poulet will not have the chance to even contest. No goal zone to kind of play off of, and already losing their main defender, their main tank, is going to make this a really difficult spot to be. They're going to try to quickly rotate towards that top side, but that will also be contested as Gatlu and Gekko Kami already laying in a bit of hurt. But wow, what a Unite move from Guitar to take out that talent.
that Unite from Scizor is such a strong move. I mean, obviously we see it a lot from Scyther in a pretty relatively similar way, but when you're a Scizor and you have so much sustain, and it really kind of gives you that extra bonus to be able to avoid some moves and just to get more presence in a fight, you can turn a fight that was maybe relatively close to very much your favor. So I love seeing Scizor, to be honest. It's a very cool Pokemon just in general. I do want to point out, though, that I think it was really smart that Kamai did focus on the Regieleki on bottom, because they put so much focus on taking down the tier 1 on bottom earlier. So I feel like if you got to commit, you're got to just commit. You know, you can't go halfway. That was their goal. Unfortunately, they didn't get any points, and they're kind of sitting relatively close still in both levels and points and kind of everything.
Yeah, this match feels kind of at parity. Obviously, Traffy, the lone level 12 in the lobby on this Absol, is going to be a big powerhouse, and they're going to be dumping in a lot of points. Great Mewtwo Unite move to slow them for a second, but that won't be too long. That is 50 points into a very weak goal zone. Huge score lead for Xemlu Palais now. You see Gatlu actually trying to maybe change that around, but Ratsu just defending that tier 1. And they're really difficult to play around. Komai Esport playing a solid macro game, but Xemlu Palais sneaking a big one past them.
That's pretty tough. Honestly, too, the level on the Absol, you mentioned that earlier, I think it's going to be huge, because I feel like the Absol is going to really need to be one of the answers, especially to Gek. I mean, can just melt defenders. They're going to be fighting right now. Maybe, no, just attempt a little bit of a push, and they're going to realize that it's time to turn around. Kamai, I feel like they've been going and testing the waters a lot, but they haven't really made very much headway in the match for, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, been kind of a passive state right now, and losing that tier 2 is even just like more insult to injury right now. But so far, they haven't been giving up a lot of knockouts either. Gatlu's been doing a better job on this Talonflame of not going down and just playing it kind of safe, at least playing for vision. As Regieleki will be burned down so quickly, I don't think Xemlu Palais will even have a chance to try to out-contest. That makes sense. Only at half HP. We got Mammo, Scizor, and everybody inside. Spirit Shackle's going to become just shy, but it will be a Desu on the Mewtwo X that will find the last hit secure. I think a couple of last hit Mega Mewtwo so far in today's broadcast. Guitar is able to just out-brawl, even stuck inside a Mean Look 1v4. Unite move keeping it up still. The Mamoswine going to be gifting that buddy barrier, and together Guitar and MS are going to be holding on to this fight for a little bit longer. Komai finally take down the raid boss Scizor, adding Mamoswine to that tally. Narami not going to be able to outlast through that side strike, and that is 2 Pokemon down on both sides as we have hit the final stretch.
And I think speedsters for both sides were kind of checking to see whether or not they could pick off one more Pokemon. Neither was able to. Gatlu does have the ability to score in a huge Hundo Burger right here with that buff, and they should be able to get it. Not sure if they're going to be punished, but that is going to throw Kamai back into the lead. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Gatlu should be able to escape. Of course, Fly is such a great escape move. Not going to completely disengage, though. They are trying to build up for whatever they need. Maybe this is a Gatlu back cap option. Desu's holding a very far forward angle. They know that they have the lead off of that Hundo Burger. Maybe they're just gonna, I don't know, play a little bit more of a patient game, but it's still so close. It's scary.
I think as long as Komai has eyes on Traffy's Absol, you're not worried about the burn on Groudon. That is going to be one of the only Pokemon that will be able to just absolutely devastate the HP bar. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a slow burn. Talonflame going to land on 3, gets a lot of cooldown reduction, but now is going to be chased down by that Side Strike. Wish healing right back up, and it's Toast to start this fight off with taking down the main support. Blissey not able to use that Bliss assistance, so an amazing shutdown from Toast right at the start of this fight.
Great little dodge right there. Scizor staying alive just barely. Ratsu though super low, and another snipe. Toast doing an amazing job of controlling this match. 70 more points, or maybe, I don't know, 40 more points from Komai. Nobody able to score on their side. An attempt to get a few more. Narami is going to land those in with only 26 seconds left. This is going to be very tough to turn things around, as they're still trying to score. They first got to defend, and then they've got to run all the way to the other side, and that's not looking super likely to me at all.
Yeah, just a perfect macro decision by Komai Esports. You know you have the lead. Narami scoring kind of micro scores into that home goal zone. As long as you got vision of where they're trying to stop you, you know they're not trying to attack you. So fantastic work from Komai Esports. That Groudon will remain on the map, and they will finish this series in a 2-0 fashion. What a start from Komai. What a bounce back after their day number 1.
Honestly, too, I really want to talk about that when we go to quick set for us. Sorry, I'm back at casting. Get a little quick set. But I really want to talk about how genius it was the way that they played at the Groudon after they got the back cap from Gatlu, because that was a position that we've seen so many teams in where you've stolen back the lead, but you haven't stolen the lead back by that much. And to have the confidence to say, we're not going to engage, we're not going to be too aggressive, we're not going to try to take down the main objective. We are simply going to hold our positions, make sure that we have vision on you, and then try to race you for the back caps if we do see that actually happening. And then it worked perfectly for them. They got a few more points in, they got a pick, and they just made sure that they were in control of the situation. That's something that takes, I think, a lot of experience. And certainly, Kamai, the experience on this team is ridiculous as far as tournaments and players.
Yeah, just a great read of the game state too, right? You still have a tier 1, so even if Jamlu Palais attempts a back cap onto that goal zone, it's very easily defendable for Komai Esport when you have a Pokemon like Decidueye, who's already in the center. They need to take 2 steps downwards and they're in arrow range, right? So very easy to stop any target, especially Spirit Shackle, what can pierce. But these objectives felt like where Komai was kind of focusing most of their game plan. We were even kind of criticizing this team for a little bit about having kind of a stale mid game due to their just insane priority on the Regieleki, but in the end, it does have, I think that Blissey getting knocked out right at the start of this fight just really spelled the end of this team fight. With Scizor, it does have incredible outlasting potential. It gets a whole lot better when Blissey is redirecting about half of that damage towards themselves and, of course, amplifying the rest. But it is going to be toast. You are player of the game. One of my favorite players in the entire region, holding down that central area. Komai Esport running the Muscle Band, Float Stone, and then Excel Bracer. Of course, that Float Stone giving you just a little bit more movement while aiming and charging those Spirit Shackles and constantly getting into that maximum long reach passive range of Decidueye.
And truly an MVP too. I mean, you were talking specifically about how a lot of the strategy is about enabling a big attacker like the Decidueye with the double defender. And really, I think a lot of the early game was not based around that, just because they were kind of just playing for experience. But we really truly got to see that in that final, I would say 2.5 minutes of the game, which is why, honestly, if we look at the stats here, it's maybe not like the most wild, like 3 KOs, but it was all ones, or they were all ones that mattered a lot in those final moments. And I mean, great usage of as well the Unite move to be able to kind of space out with the knock a little bit in that fight. They're just a space control concept of Kamai as a team was very, very smart, and their draft, I think, was very, very good. And despite the fact that they didn't maybe do the best yesterday, I still see them as one of the top runners, which is why I think I mistakenly said that I thought that they were higher on your tier list.
That's all right. I still got him pretty high. Don't you worry. This team looking pretty great. You see this heat map kind of interesting, right? Because Toast taking that first central area rotation, most of that orange and green section in the middle was just off of 1. As soon as they got to that Decidueye evolution, that ended up being Gatlu's territory. Also, their first KO of the game at 9:15 into the match. Like, Toast for running an Excel Bracer, maybe getting a little punished for that greed in the item pill. Not getting any stacks towards it. Obviously, they did get a few assists. They got 9 assists, so Cell Bracer are going to be stacking up at least a little throughout that match. But yeah, not getting the old double Cell Bracer stack until 9:15.
Oof. Yeah, but again, the KOs mattered a lot, right? Obviously, the fact that the first KO was 9:15 means that they were all within those final moments that were very, very important. Obviously, we got to see it was on one on the Mewtwo, one on the Blissey, and that Blissey was really needed. A lot of Pokemon on the other side that have sustain, but only so much. They need a little bit more to basically be invincible, and they were just not able to get that. So really great stuff altogether. I think Kamai played that really smart. Unfortunately, the comp, which I actually thought was really creative from the other side, just didn't quite I think work out in just that final fight. So love to see more from them, liking what they're doing, but Kamai looking great.
Yeah, they are looking awesome. Now at 1-1 so far. I think a much more score that reflects where we all kind of thought they would end up happening in these power rankings and things like that. But folks, we got an exciting one for you coming up next. We got BH3 Esport, number 1 on my vibe check versus Avalanche. So this is going to be a really fun one. I hope you all stick around. We're going to jump to a very short break. And when we come back, more EU action.
Oh, we're back. There we go. Back to me again. Oh. Wait, give me a moment because look, I've come out of the tall grass. I'm getting a little bit lost here. All right, we can't see what I'm doing, but hey, we are here with another update. I know that was a short one. Did you miss me? I don't know. But anyway, Game 3, it's all been concluded between DreamHack and Tuesday Esports. And I've got to say, I had a little bit of deja vu. It was very similar to the first match where very similar patterns in terms of both sides being really close up until that Regieleki mark, where DreamHack really put their foot down and used a good old Regieleki push to turn the tides. They ended up securing the victory 2-1. But since then, we have also begun the other match, Peru Unite up against Force Gaming. And Force Gaming really putting the force into action here and being able to take down Peru Unite for their first game. So this one is still underway. I'll be sure to come back out of the tall grass to let you all know how that one ends up panning out. But for now, we're going to throw it back to Spraggles and Doob to continue the EU regional matches.
All right, thank you very much, Kellosaurus. Welcome back, Doob Snacks. Man, Peru Force. I'm actually jealous that Kello is watching that game right now. That sounds unbelievably exciting. We have a really cool one coming up, however, for EU, because we have a team right now that is undefeated, looking to keep that going. I'm talking about BH3 Esport. This team is climbing up the charts, and they are burning up Zoink's power rankings as we speak.
Yeah, and Zoinks wanted to make crystal clear to us before he left and let us take this match on that BH3 is currently number 1 in the vibes-based ranking and Avalanche number 8. Yeah. So can Resu, Cesaro, Kranix, Utah, and Megu hold on to that top spot? Or is Avalanche finally going to get the vibes up? Rank number 7, so he lied to me. He lied to me as I'm getting exposed immediately.
No. He didn't lie to you. This is, just so we're clear, on broadcast, we don't show Zoink's power rankings for the team's rankings.
I thought that's what we should do, right?
Well, look, I wouldn't.
They are the most like referenced thing. Okay, well, good thing he's not here. I'm trying to look. You know what?
We can actually see his screen.
On his power rankings, we can see his screen. Avalanche is number 7.
No way. Let me pull this up. You know what, guys? Pull up Zoink's screen right now.
Yeah, pull up Zoink's screen.
We can see it. Zoom in. Can we enhance?
Number 7.
Enhance.
What an absolute liar. This is a coup on the Spraggle Snacks cast of BH3 Avalanche right now. I want to apologize to Avalanche right now, and I was led astray. 1v7. Here we go. Let's get into it.
You know, this is one of those moments, right? I mean, we're still at the start of the season, so there's a lot to figure out. Obviously, we have an undefeated team. They look incredible. We saw them on broadcast yesterday, look amazing. They took down Peps, if I'm not mistaken, earlier today. Another team that we look at as the top team. But this is a shot to upset, right? This is the David and Goliath. This is the chance to really make a name for yourself out here. Someone's got to be Gambit, and it could be Avalanche right now.
Yeah, it was mentioned by Chef and Zoinks specifically that the EU region seems to be the one that's most at parity from 1 to 8, and thusly makes it one of the more exciting regions to watch because of that inter-region competition being the closest to balanced amongst all of the regions. So that in and of itself is what drives excitement here, because it really feels like any one of these teams has a chance against any other one if EU's history holds true.
Yeah, no question, right? And there always is that really interesting, fire beating grass, grass beating water, water beating fire that you do see with some of these regions, right? For some reason, the two best teams are very close, but there's another team that's maybe like looked at as a 4th or 5th spot, but they're really good against one of the top teams. We're going to see if that happens here in this game. Obviously, Avalanche with a lot to prove, and BH3 wants to stay at the top of the pack.
Yeah, with 5 weekends to go here in our league, closing the door on the first one and being on top of the pile is without a doubt where you want to be. the good news is the way this league is set up is no matter what your results are in the first weekend, there is plenty of time to adjust and really find your stride and finish strong. So anyone that is currently down is certainly not out, and that's important to keep in mind as we work through the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, and it's also going to be interesting to see. I think the thing that's going to be the tale of what teams are the best in the league is going to be how well these teams start to adapt to the shifts in the meta. And with the frequency of patches that we have in Unite, usually like one every, sometimes it's been like about 3 weeks. We kind of have like a big one, and then every like a couple weeks later we have like a little update to that and a little update to that. I think the big thing with this league is going to be noticing how these teams move with the patches. How do they handle when the speedster meta pops up? How do they handle when Darkrai becomes something that is a must ban every single game, and on and on?
Exactly. And not only is it how are they going to adjust, but how are they going to learn to attack it in clever ways? Because you don't have to crack the code. You just have to figure it out for a short stint of time, right? Because it's not a major tournament. It's a weekend in which you battle. Just solving it for one short weekend, maybe having the best strategy going in, is really going to provide dividends, because by the time the rest of the teams catch up, you're already on to the next week and the next patch.
Taking a look here, Doob Snacks, while we're waiting for our teams to get ready, we've got our top Pokemon by encounter rate. This is either picked or banned. As you can see, Mega Mewtwo X at the top of the pile, right there with Mega Gyarados. 52 encounters for the both of them. Oh, wow. I didn't even notice Blastoise. All three of them are in 52 of the games this weekend. Vaporeon just shy at 51. I guess there's no need to nerf it. It's not as good as the other three.
Yeah, it's just definitely not as good as the other three. Taking a look here, you mentioned your Mount Rushmore. Has that changed from yesterday into today? And based on the information we're looking at here, of course, that Mount Rushmore is the 3 Pokemon that Spraggles would anticipate being the most banned.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect, again, Mega Gyarados, I think, is just the best thing walking around in the game. You have to have someone who plays it, but once this thing gets online, it has a few mechanics in its kit that I think are just fundamentally unfair. And spoiler alert, it is getting balanced next week as well. You have Vaporeon that I think is just disgusting. Even after it's been nerfed, I think this thing is unbelievably broken. Spoiler alert, it is getting nerfed next week. Mega Lucario, on the other hand, is a really interesting one. I think this thing is great, and I think a huge reason this sits so high for ban rate is just because pro players who have been playing this game since day one have the mechanics of Lucario embedded in their brain. There is just that like neural pathway is open every time they charge a power-up punch or something. So I do think a lot of the reason Mega Lucario is banned is not only because it's so dang good, but because their players have such an incredible comfort with this pick.
That's a great call out. And you want to talk about the Blastoise high encounter rate, but comparatively a pretty low ban rate, just sitting at 38% compared to the things to its left there, meaning that if it's not banned, because it rarely is, it is being selected somewhere in our draft. And from what you and I have seen, it's usually in those first 1 through 3 picks.
Yeah, it's interesting as you look at our ban rate here. Blastoise, Mewtwo, and Mega Mewtwo X and Mega Mewtwo Y, all three of them, if they don't get banned, are basically being picked every game. As like that's literally the exact bottom 3 there that we saw. Now those are our top 3 pick rate. When they're not banned, you snatch them up every time. Mewtwo, Blastoise, Mewtwo, followed by Psyduck, Blaziken, and Umbreon.
Psyduck is a bit of a surprise to me. I feel like you and I haven't seen it too much, but it's something that I would expect to see more and more. I think it has such good utility in both support and like pseudo tank role, just the spacing it provide with its surf. I mean, I believe it's an incredibly strong Pokemon, and I think it's going to get gassed up a little bit. You mentioned in that patch coming down the pike here.
It is, as we head into game number 1 between BH3 Esport and Avalanche. Heading into our draft here, obviously we're starting Kyogre for our map. The bans are going to be Leafeon, Suicune, Inteleon, finally Vaporeon from Avalanche. BH3 is going to have the final ban for their side of Mega Lucario. And then BH3, after this next ban, will be getting our first pick here. And man, you know, there are a few squads to watch in EU. Not surprising that one with, you know, so many great players, Kranix, Rezu, Saz, and of course, Yutao and Megu look this good.
No, you're exactly right. And with Mega Mewtwo Y being banned there, we've got a lot of those power picks we were just talking about available here for these two teams. And without delay, Mega Gyarados is taken by BH3.
Yeah, now the question is, do we just quickly grab Mewtwo X and Blastoise here? I mean, it's definitely possible that they just pick up these next two extremely powerful Pokemon, but we'll see. You also could be counter picking your opponents, right? Which I do think is extremely important, but no, they go for kind of what we thought was going to happen there, Blastoise and Mewtwo X.
Yeah, both incredible picks. Like I said, from the panels we just saw, I mean, it's following the story of the numbers that we've seen so far. Psyduck as well being selected in Blaziken. I mean, this is exactly what we just looked at, right?
I think they're looking at the graphics.
They gotta be.
I think they
are cheating.
Guys, can we give a game loss to, let's do Dignitas.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take care of Dig here, but specifically just Chris Heroes. Let's go ahead and get him fired.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. They're on it. They're on it right now. As we have Zoroark and Eldegoss being locked in for Avalanche. Interesting calls here. I mean, a lot of teams are choosing to play Zoroark without Comfey recently. I think a huge reason, of course, being the EXP change in the game. Now you have essentially become a little bit of an experienced leech for your high-level carry Pokemon. However, we did see some teams, I believe it was NA, right, that brought Comfey out a few times.
No, you're exactly right. I like this Espeon Hover here. It's just a Pokemon that I think has been underrepresented in comparison to all the other ones we've seen. BH3 kind of going with a little bit more of a support angle, but I said Psyduck could be a pseudo tank, and it looks like that's where it's going to be for BH3 here, as Joksu goes ahead and locks down Espeon to round out Avalanche's draft.
I gotta say, I also love Espeon, but when I look at the other side, Rezu on Latias, essentially slotting this into the attacker role, right? They've got those special attack specs, a drive lens. I think this Pokemon is great because it does have incredible support in its kit with both Mist Ball and Dragon Shear. But man, just being able to deal so much damage as well, it does make it that hybrid support attacker, which can easily slot into that bottom path role.
Without a doubt, and that's the flexibility of the BH3 draft, right? They got their power pick right off the start with that Mega Gyarados, and everything else fills. There we go. We're back on camera. I was standing up to stretch my legs. If you said something to me, man, I did not hear it. There you go. Man. Did you hear it, Spriggle?
Yeah, I knew we were coming back. I couldn't wait to see what was about to happen.
Perfect.
I'm excited about it because I think there's a reality where they didn't cut back given that you were standing up, but I'm glad they did, actually. I'm glad they followed through with it.
Yeah, you know, egg on my face. Go ahead and turn your volume up in my ears, please. Can't hear you at all. Cannot hear you at all as we proceed. That is much better, thank you. You know, just a crisp sit down, I think would work wonders here for us. Cowboy, go ahead and say the thing.
We are getting ready for our next game here, but it looks like we have a quick pause as our teams need to make sure that they can reconnect into this match. While we do take a second here for this pause, I do think it's a good time to kind of set the table once again, reminding everyone BH3 is currently undefeated in the league, so they're looking like the top squad. Avalanche is ranked number 7 and ranked number 7 on Zoink's power rankings. Zoinks did initially lie off broadcast and say they were ranked 8. I'm not calling him a liar, but what is someone that lies if they're not that? I don't know what to say.
Well,
I won't call someone a liar, but I'll point out lies.
What do you call somebody that lies? And please put some numbers to that. Thank you.
Yeah, can we get stats on that in the chat? If we could figure out what is that, and on Twitch too. Shout out to everybody on Twitch and YouTube watching along. What do you call somebody that lies? Just casually lies all the time. Let me know in the chat. We'll see if they can figure it out. But what I'll never do is call someone a liar. I'll simply tell everyone what happened and heavily imply my opinion, and I think that's fair.
That's more than fair. What else can they realistically expect from us at this point in time, especially when we are getting fed preposterously wrong information, as we often are. Okay, not too sure what's going on with our game, but let's talk about our draft here. Again, just on the power level of the selections we've seen, I really, really like where BH3 is. I think they got some very strong choices going through the entire thing. So on the other side here, I believe we're jumping right back into the draft, and we'll see if everything kind of shakes out the same way.
Yeah,
I believe it should.
No, the word we got from the production was there actually was a mispick somewhere here. It's possible it was all the way down near the bottom for our Espeon. We're going to find out as they kind of move through this draft here. BH3 starting off with Mega Gyarados. Over to Avalanche, they're going Blastoise, and I'm guessing Mewtwo X. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, you can't deny the strength of those first two picks with Blastoise and Mega Mewtwo X, as discussed. But this Psyduck, that's where my excitement comes from. I believe this Pokemon should be seen a lot more than it is. Despite, showing up on our graphic that it is being selected, I actually thought that number, the encounter rate percentage, was going to be higher.
And our final pick over here to Avalanche. So it wasn't the Espeon. Let's see what the final pick is that maybe got kind of screwed up there.
Shame on us for getting excited over Espeon.
Oh, no, it looks like, Espeon's there. It looks like it's Decidueye.
So what was the misstep? I'm having trouble recalling.
Yeah, they didn't have Decidueye. What did they have instead? It was higher on the list. It was one higher. Now I'm blanking on what it was in their comp. It was
absolutely impossible business from us out here.
Yeah, what was it? Now I wish I had Zoinks. I can't believe I called him a liar.
For those of you in the chat here, if you can remember what that was, go ahead and let us know. Let the pros know what is going on out here. But I mean, Decidueye has.
Oh, you know what? It was Zoroark. I remember it was Zoroark because I was talking about Zoroark not having a Comfey. I made a whole point about it, and it wasn't even something they picked. The caster curse strikes again.
That is something. I mean, I know the caster curse exists across all casters of all games, but I feel like you and I uniquely get hit with it often. It's way crazy. More than we deserve.
If I said tomorrow was Monday, in 5 minutes there'd be an announcement. They're like, for the first time ever, we're doing Tuesday. I swear. It always happens. We are cursed, and uniquely, it's not even that we're wrong. We've never actually been wrong. We've simply been cursed a lot.
Yeah, that's at some point in time we slighted a witch that put just the worst curse on us. Say the thing. Let's get into it.
Here we go, BH3 Esport, your purple team, Avalanche, your orange team, as we are getting ready here for game number 1 between these two squads. As a reminder, BH3 undefeated in EU. Avalanche has not won a set yet. This could be a huge upset moment for them, as we see the Hoopa just making their way across this center, trying to take away some of this experience. And I gotta say, Doomstacks, I love to watch an invade.
I do too, and they have that light bulb on. You said it used to be the best. Now it's just niche, but this is the niche role that it fills right here, and Sazero is called out immediately and bullied out by a Gossifleur. I've mentioned that one of the best A-pressers, and it really feels like Avalanche has adjusted well to the potential invade and really kind of kept it at bay.
Here we go up to the top path. We already have ourselves the Combuskin trying to make a fight happen. In fact, just peeling away some of that wild Pokemon XP using the Blaze Kick right there. Utah, this is just a very powerful move that Combuskin can make at level 5. You can dash in with your first attack and then pull them back, which you're seeing right there, making sure all that experience goes over to your side. But here comes a sneaky Espeon to the top path, and we've got 4 pushing from Avalanche.
Yeah, a nice little pop surprise here. The Combuskin goes for a reposition, but I mean, in the face of 4, they just have to grab a couple berries and see what they can do on the counterpunch here. Oni's gonna fade back. That berry is still hiding in the bush, and actually the portal from the Hoopa goes down, and they're gonna leave that berry sitting there, which might be good for a later fight.
And here we go, Megu in the bottom path on this Psyduck, looking pretty good. Able to get that. Blastoise not able to evolve there. They are playing the Bubble Beam Psyduck, which I actually do really like, especially if you have a strong team for some A-pressing on your side. You can get some big stuns with the Beam.
And we're seeing the beam getting laced in very, very well there. Espeon pulls up, putting some good damage down. Gyarados trying to cut off that pressure, as now the rest of BH3, they just have to run away. Too many players from Avalanche have shown up here.
Yeah, and here we go, moving up towards the center. We have Regidrago on the map. We're going to see if either team really wants to put pressure on it. Eldegoss could be A-pressing it right now. We have the Decidueye ready in the tall grass. In case they want to start this, big secure tools on the side of Avalanche, and they are moving forward for it right now. They're in great position. Just need to set up the arrow, set up the Psy Shocks, and wow, that was a scary, weird one.
Yeah, with all the secure tools in the world, they made that look very, very anxious. Now they're looking to fight here. We do have the Mewtwo gone Mega. We'll see if they decide to pivot and turn around. They're playing it kind of slow. Only 4 players for Avalanche up here, and it looks like 4 for BH3 as well. The Gyarados going downstairs.
Yeah, Blaziken in the tall grass. They found it there with the Pollen Puff. Looking for the Regieleki. Again, the secure tools are amazing on the side of Avalanche, but BH3 trying to get right in their face and make sure that can't happen. Right back to base through the hyperspace hole, and that is Utah full HP here on Blaze.
And that's going to be important for that secure, as Regieleki has leashed and gained some of its HP back. BH3 looking to put the squeeze on Avalanche. They've got the secure tools, but they might be a little nervous here despite that lead. They're finally able to ring that Spirit Shackle true, unlike on the Regidrago, and put a little bit more of a convincing stamp on that secure.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Avalanche, right? That felt like even though the fight, big time Spirit Shackle gets Blaziken, and that's what you want to see out of that Decidueye. Nice double KO. They continue to put damage down. The goal zone being disabled right there also means it's really scary to try to defend after Regieleki has crashed. They use that to their advantage. Avalanche now up 120-4. BH3 in some trouble right here. And you know, they don't have a ton of great tools to get to this Decidueye. We've got Gyarados, which can definitely make its way there. Blaziken can kind of, punch its way across a battlefield trying to make their way to Decidueye. But if you can't get in on this thing, those Spirit Shackles are just going to rip through your squad.
Without a doubt. Now that Gyarados does have their Unite move ready to go, and that's what I'd be hunting for, is that Decidueye. As Gyarados loses half of its HP, Surf, didn't it reset? Yes, the Gyarados is able to go through. Hydro Typhoon kicks up just in time, and knocked out is the Hoopa. Blaziken coming back towards the pad, gonna create separation so Megu can escape as the Psyduck, and Gyarados goes Mega into the back line and doesn't get their prime target. Decidueye full HP after that scrap and getting the knockout. Psyduck uses the Sai-Yai, kicking off their headaches, but it looks like we're full on the ibuprofen on the side of Avalanche. They're not affected by it at all.
Man, look at those Spirit Shackles. Just like the entirety of the HP bar already chunked away. This Decidueye is looking fantastic. Level 11, picking up big KOs, and managed to push back the Gyarados that tried to dive in and get it. And if that Gyarados is not able to get Decidueye, if they can keep it at range, this is going to be extremely difficult for BH3 to deal with.
It really is. Looking like Avalanche just has to give up that tier 1 pad. Eldegoss comes in, knock, arrow is there, and that's just creating space. Good little flank here as they split push onto the Decidueye to get them away from that T1 pad, but now the reinforcements have arrived. Blastoise, Espeon stepping up, and they're gonna go ahead and put a nice little Surf into the Blaziken and bully them away.
You know, I gotta say, I loved seeing that play from Rezu on the Latias. Missed ball right on top of that Decidueye Unite move. What a beautiful play, right? You know, Decidueye there's no way it can move, so you have a perfect bullseye for your missed ball, and you just reduce all the damage output from that Decidueye Unite. That was really great.
Yeah, well planned out, well thought, and well done. It gets them out of dodge. Cotton Cloud Crash takes to the skies. They can't separate, stun, or heal anyone with that. Now the Mewtwo has to work on this Regieleki that's marching on their own with the big pivot downstairs. Psyduck being on the backside, Surf split, and now we have the Mewtwo Unite coming out, but doesn't really stun anybody as the pressure continues. Espeon and Decidueye are here for the smoke, the long-range warriors for the side of Avalanche. Nice little knockout on the Latias before it can reset.
And here we go. Spirit Shackle finds the Blaziken once again. Registeel now being worked on by the side of Avalanche. The secured tools are ready, but can they stop a Blaziken? Here comes the Shackle, and they're too early.
That was way too early. And although Ani has been true on the Spirit Shackles in these fights, they need to find their mark on these objectives.
You know, I will say, unfortunately, the Espeon has not been nailing as many shots as the Decidueye. It's great to have both those options available, but it's tough. You've got to get a little closer with the Espeon, and they've just barely been missing some of these big shots. However, if they can land that combination of a Psyshock and a Spirit Shackle, some of these Pokemon are going to immediately have to retreat.
Without a doubt. This Blastoise, I mean, they've been on that tier 1 pad in the bottom path all game long. I'm sure they'd love to go explore the Theosky Ruins a little bit. Nice Spirit Shackle, good damage on Latias. I thought that Surf was going to be straight into the action, but they decided to peel back for a moment.
You see, it's funny watching this Decidueye on Spirit Shackle. They're aiming it as if it's Snipe Shot a little bit, where you kind of have to not, send it to your opponents right away so they don't know you're aiming a Snipe Shot. They're kind of 360 no-scoping some of these Shackles, which is fun to watch. Nice score in the top path, brings them 192, 148. This puts BH3 ahead right here, and the Spirit Shackles are just going to put them in a great spot to start this fight. They are behind, but if they can get a couple of these shots, just like Inteleon landing a Snipe Shot, they're in a great position to take a huge fight and a win. Mewtwo is Mega'd right now. Unfortunately, it looks like that is not going to be too useful unless they can get a fight right here, right now.
They got to get the separation. They've isolated the Latias, and now they're gone. Huge catch here. Psyduck is trying to follow through. We've got the mark on them as all of Avalanche goes back towards the middle. 10 seconds left on Latias. Huge catch. Forces out the Mega Gyarados Unite move. They're trying to get the Decidueye. They can't. Cotton Cloud Crash to give a quick stun. Espeon Unite catches them. The knock arrow is out. That's a huge knockout with the Mewtwo follow-up. Now the Psyduck kicks off another headache, and they're scampering around. They're trying to get back. The Hydro Pump is there. The portal's down. Psyduck's going to catch a reset back into the middle. We are now rings unbound, and the whole squad is going to get pulled through. But the Mega Gyarados is still off the table. Another clutch knockout here. Blaziken goes down. Surf separation is there. Avalanche is looking very solid here. 2 players down, however. The rings are still unbound. Who's got the high octane? And it is nothing but Avalanche. And now the snow, which makes 90 to 99% of an avalanche, is starting to fall on the heads of BH3.
Amazing stuff here. However, Decidueye goes down, not able to score. They are still behind, 258, 248. They do have a Kyogre shield, or Kyogre buff, I should say, but they gave one up to BH3, who's waddling right forward for a score. Eldegoss going to try to stop this here. Espeon lands. Espeon, after that heroic play inside of the Gyarados fight, scores in the bottom path for Avalanche. Can Mega score? The points to win!
Mega, he just eked it out! He just snuck it out! They didn't get enough points in!
Oh my gosh, so close. What an insane play with Hoopa onto that tier 2. The score line.
Yep,
BH3.
Man, Megu making the difference on the duck. Well done, a hundo burger right at the finish line, Cowboy.
What an insane finish from BH3. I mean, Avalanche's game to lose for sure after that beautiful pick onto Gyarados in that pit. I mean, they just sussed out exactly where Gyarados must be moving around. We could see Zoink's power rankings once more right there. The empty chair, I think that's really I don't know a lot about symbolism, but that's something. Okay, that's something.
That is something. Avalanche, I mean, they were putting together a very solid game here. This might have been the early stages of it. This is where they took over right here. This was a really strong moment for them. A great Oni stepping up with a Spirit Shackle knockout, knock arrow, and then they closed this goal zone out, limiting the strength of that Hoopa.
Yeah, and here we have that beautiful surf into the wall right there, the surf hydro pump, picking up a KO. We had that mist ball that I loved onto Decidueye. You know, just perfectly set up to make sure they couldn't output a ton of damage. But really, this match came down to a few of the final moments here. Registeel goes over to the side of BH3. And we have them getting set up for Kyogre. We didn't see it right there, but there was just a real heads up play from Espeon. Jaksu, they recognized Gyarados must be around here somewhere, hit it with a big stun, started this. We now have the secure. You think it's going to be Decidueye, but it gets low enough for Blastoise to get it with the Hydro Pump. 3 buffs for Avalanche right there in the pit, and Megu right here just able to make it happen because Saz came back and stood on the goal zone. Perfect.
It came back through, stood in the goal zone, but don't forget the Phantom Force knock on the Espeon to stun its attacks as well. To really, because the pattern was back and forth to try and just press it down, but just that Phantom Force stun push was a difference maker. And give it to Megu. Those 100 points were definitely the thing that tipped the scales and put them over the finish line for game 1.
I mean, beautiful stuff from Megu, but Saz played that perfectly, coming back onto that goal zone. I don't know if they would have been able to do that without all of the support for the support. An absolutely beautiful play there from BH3 puts them up 1 game in a close one. I mean, we joke a lot about Zoink's power ranking, and for good reason, but we joke a lot about Zoink's power ranking. Avalanche did not look like one of the bottom teams in the region to me from that game 1.
No, I mean, it felt incredibly close. Just a hair of a misstep, maybe. But it's hard to knock that game. I mean, that was down to the wire. It doesn't get much closer than that. Of course, BH3 Esport able to get away with it with some last-second scoring heroics. But if that was just game 1, I'm really excited to see game 2, and I hope to see something just as close as this.
Yeah, me too. I feel like their Decidueye, by the way, on Avalanche was just absolutely on point. They played a great game. Both squads had a really strong game right there, but we're seeing a reason that BH3 is undefeated. It's not just getting that objective, it's some of the decisions you make with it. You had Decidueye sort of walk down towards this tier 2 and get absolutely dove on by the entirety of what BH3 had available there. That transfers a buff over to the side of BH3 and opens up an opportunity for them to win. That may have been one of those moments that Decidueye just needs to peel back for a second so you can reset and make a different decision as a squad.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. You feel almost like you're under the gun when you secure Kyogre because of that timer that goes onto the pads. But it's almost more important to make sure you maintain your buffs and you have a coalesce scoring push when your team is actually ready. So we have selected Groudon as the map here. Avalanche, I believe, will be in that first pick position. And we'll see where they end up.
Yep, Avalanche first pick, Groudon as the map selection here. Exciting game number 1. I really can't wait for game number 2. Obviously, when Avalanche has first pick, they get to make some different ban decisions, but a lot of the usual suspects hanging out in our bans. Finally, we're heading over to Avalanche for that first pick. A few powerful Pokemon available. Blastoise, it was their first pick last time when they went 1-2, and they go for it again. Now BH3 looking for their 1-2 combination. Do we steal something away from the side of Avalanche? Do we pick some of our powerful picks from game 1? It looks like they really love Blaziken, and they're going to go for it.
Yeah, Blaziken in the early slot there. We'll see what the next follow-up pick is. But there are some great options still. Going to Snorlax is a bit of a surprise to me. Psyduck was still there. geez, I mean, there's just so many good Pokemon left. This is actually one of the most unique bands we've seen. I mean, you have Umbreon that seems to have been on the chopping block quite a bit, also still in the mix right now.
And we have Miraidon picked up. I do feel like Miraidon generally will have more value probably than the Espeon, even though the Espeon did have some big moments in that game. Eldegoss taken for the side of Avalanche. EU loves their Eldegoss, and I'm a believer. I think they're right. They are correct. This is a great Pokemon. It really has never been bad. We're looking at our next picks here. I can't confidently say that Zoroark and Comfey until we get into game, because the second I do, it will be remade.
Without a doubt. Karake gonna see where they end up and what they want to drag to the top path. And we've got a Glaceon Hover as well, a Pokemon you have highlighted, I have talked about. And that Icicle Spear version of it just has so much shred. And when you see a true Zoroark Comfey on the other side, having the ability to Icicle Spear them down as soon as they go in with that sure hit is a great way to kind of cut off the nonsense that is Zoroark Comfey.
Ooh, we're seeing a little Zarina action here as our final pick from BH3. And yeah, Comfey, a really interesting Pokemon at this point in the meta. I'm not happy to hear that it's getting a little bit of a buff next week, but I am happy with how it's performing right now, which is it still does annoying, horrible Comfey things, and it empowers something like Zoroark to dash across the entire map with a supporter attached to its hip. However, it is going to essentially steal some of the experience to anyone it is attached to, becoming much more of a liability for whatever character has this equipped when it comes to farming and getting all of your levels, which I think is actually a great way to balance something like Comfey. Good thing we're buffing it.
On to the game, my friend. Avalanche has chosen some good tools to contend with. I love this Zarina pick out of BH3 though as well. A Pokemon that I really enjoy watching, and it's another one of those ones that like it never really feels bad, and then it's almost like, why did we forget about this Pokemon? Why isn't it showing up as much as it is? Because when it does step on the map, it seems to have a pretty darn good impact. So if BH3 is expending their gutter pick for it, I'd love to see it find some value here.
There are a few Pokemon like that. It's always funny when a team picks Absol and then it absolutely just starts ripping through things. You go, oh yeah, remember Absol? Isn't that thing insane? As we head into game number 2, Avalanche, your purple team, BH3 Esport, your orange team, BH3 with the perfect record so far in their season, Avalanche with whatever the opposite of a perfect record is for their season, but man, they looked good in game 1 as they are scrapping in the top path already.
Yeah, and using a slow smoke out of the gate here just to try and insulate Kranix. Is it Kranix or is it Utah? It's Kranix. Thank you. On that.
Kranix.
On Torchic. Yeah, appreciate it. There you are. Save it.
No problem. Got it. Kranix now looking to see if they can secure some of this XP. They're so close, and they do actually get it. They are trying to press them down as they're walking away. Some experience in the middle. Utah now going to see if they can get these Natus real quick before they make a fight. Megu also hanging out in the center. We're going to see if they decide to rotate back down to the bottom, and they do.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for a heavy rotation, trying to collapse on the head of that Miraidon there and make an impact in the bottom path. Birds have populated in the top path, though, and still just a Torchic with the Comfey as Utah looks like they got some volume of those birds and immediately going to ransack the top path here and try to provide some surprise.
Yeah, and they were not able to make it fast enough. They do hop onto that Comfey, and they're taken down. What a massive karate chop for the KO.
Huge knockout here, and that's exactly what Avalanche was looking for. BH3 tried to catch him by surprise. They knew what the trap that was being laid for them was. They hopped right over it and flipped the script.
You know, the nice thing about this Glaceon here in this situation is, once again, even if Zoroark wants to run away, this thing will track you down with its spears if that is the build it's playing. I actually didn't get to see the build. I think it was Icicle Spear, right? Am I right about that?
I can't confirm if you're right or wrong because I didn't see it either, but we're going to see it in a moment. It's Icy Wind. We're wrong again. Throw us off a bridge.
Let's go. Wrong again. Let's go. We're wrong again. Perfect. Icy Wind. Still a good build, but not what I thought it was.
Especially when you're looking down to the face of a Zoroark, I would think you'd want that auto tracking heavy damage, just kind of shred, to help you in situations where that is happening to you.
Ooh, Utah deciding whether or not they're going to head back in right here. No, they waited for the Comfey, brought them back after they got their dash. Beautiful play there from Utah.
Yeah, very well done. You know what would have sorted that whole situation out for you? Some Icicle Spears, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know what? If you would have had the Icicle Spears, you wouldn't have got to hop around in a fun way.
Yep. Can't hop around. Can't knock out the most powerful thing on the map because I chose the Icy Wind moveset. And now they're just easily scoring 30 points. I mean, what are we doing here?
They are scoring in the top path at will, but it looks like the bottom path Avalanche was taking a huge advantage, grabbing Reggie's Seal so they can continue to win down here. Nice big KO for the Glaceon as well. They are pushing towards this goal zone. They do miss right there, unfortunately. They get powered up by quite a bit if they can hit with that second move, but they did unfortunately miss their combination right there. Walking right into a Unite move is the Machamp.
Zoroark Unite move used essentially just to get out of dodge with that mobility. They are going to be successful here as the Comfey is going to keep them topped off on HP using that magical leaf from the Comfey. That's what those little pink leaf ticks that you're seeing under the wild Pokemon are.
And we're going to see them move towards this top path right here. They have they have Regieleki walking towards this goal zone. They could just let it in, but it looks like Blaziken is able to score first. They were able to score, and that means Regieleki is walking towards the tier 2 of Avalanche. This is now something that they have to deal with.
Exactly. It's on the doorstep here. Kranix looks like they're going to let it go, and maybe Utah going for a flank with Saz, the Comfey in tow. Megu pivoting back to pad, heavy slam there, right into the berry, double stomp, surf separation, push them off the pad. Now it's a 4v3. We'll see where it goes. The glacial stage is set. We're pushing forward. Let's see what kind of show this Avalanche squad can put on. The fully powered charge beam doesn't hit a soul, and BH3 is back on their side of the map in safety.
You know, we didn't get to see why Regieleki walked in the top path. We cut away right before. I don't know if it's they just walked away from it. It might have accidentally been submissioned into the goal zone. I could be wrong, but it looked like that's what happened in that moment. And now we have Zoroark looking to sneak a score in the top path. Machamp kind of sussed out that they were there to do that.
Yeah, this Machamp needs to get further along than where they are right now. I mean, the level lead is firmly in the hands of BH3. And now this is Arena carrying the Comfey as they work through this Registeel. They have the overheat secure, and of course the stomps to help secure as well. So BH3 has a real opportunity. Miraidon using that Meteor Storm, crash landing on the heads of BH3. Is it going to meet up Hydro Typhoon for 3? Right into the back. Comfey's picked up by Zarina. Now Blastoise is on the backside. They join the fray with a Hydro Pump. Don't get credit because the Machamp does, who's looking for their next target. And now it's Utah trying to take over. Low on HP is the Blastoise. Back to the Pokemon Center is that same Blastoise, as that score is kept at bay with the Thunder and Charge Beam. And now Megu's trying to get up into the face of this Miraidon to body block so they can close the goal zone. And finally, they are successful.
It was a really beautiful defense there from the Miraidon on the side of Avalanche. It was very nice. They were not able to stop them from scoring, obviously, but they weren't committing enough resources to do that. They just stalled them for a very long time and forced it to be scored with the lesser point holding Pokemon, which was the Comfey on the side of BH3. However, that being said, things are going really well for BH3 right now. Freeze Dry does hit in the tall grass right there. We have a Comfey Unite move, maybe just recognizing this is the last time they're going to be able to use it. They thought a fight was possibly happening, and now we have Zoroark moving towards this tier 2 goal zone, looking to possibly sneak a score while Regieleki moves towards the top path.
Yeah, and now they're going to collapse on top of the head of the Blastoise. Good coordination. Heavy Slam can't quite get the Blastoise popped up so Utah can get the knockout. And now Avalanche is, unfortunately, but I guess pun intended, forced to turtle up with their Blastoise and the rest of their Pokemon to try and insulate these goal zones, because now BH3 Esport is up by a bajillion. Utah getting out of this feels like criminal behavior, and fortunately they don't. Good knockout there just to keep Utah at bay.
Yeah, that's a great knockout, obviously. You do kind of give Utah the benefit of helping reset their KO timer a little bit, but you would love to take that experience for yourself, which they did. Glaceon now getting a little closer to the carry on the other side. They are level 12. We have a level 13 for the Zoroark. Unfortunately, for Avalanche, their Machamp is only 11 here, which is really not what you want heading into this final fight. You are looking to have a level 13 Machamp at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because you're using them to submission Pokemon and set up knockouts for your team. It's really hard to get in the mix if you're under leveled. Clicking over to 12 here, going for a target. No, Magical Leaf down. Heavy Slam flank by Megu. Big yawn onto the Blastoise. They surf back. They're almost able to separate the Zarina Comfey from the rest of the team.
Boy, I gotta say, level-wise, this does not look great for Avalanche. I mean, the Blastoise is only level 10 right here. Rezu level 13 on the Zarina. They're being very aggressive with this fight, but the Comfey is allowing them to do this, as well as the Queenly Majesty that Zarina has charged up, whether it gives them a shield or some recovery on its moves. They can see each other. The question is, who wants to move in for a fight? Zoroark also hiding, waiting for their opportunity, moving through the tall grass. Rezu moving forward here. Blastoise in some trouble, but doesn't eat the overheat.
Right into the back line. Wow, tons of Unite moves. Zarina pops up the Rhydon, who used the springboard over for the save. That's going to save them. Whether it's luck or skill, I don't know. Eldegoss does go down, but the Rhydon's still standing. At least gives Avalanche a chance. Hydro Typhoon does kick up. Zarina's down. Utah has picked up the Comfey. Now it's their turn to go to work. A lot of characters still standing here. They pop their Unite move. The Thunder Chase. They can't knock out the Miraidon. They have to go back towards them. They finally seal the deal on them. Surf into the wall. Pinned against the wall. Hydro Pump. Megu's trying to provide the support. Another surf straight at him. And that's going to be enough to get them the knockout. They just absolutely feign attack through them as Megu is waiting for the next opportunity to stomp.
And now we can see we have Machamp here. They finally do hit their 13. That's a level 15 Zoroark, however, with a Comfey on it. We see Avalanche is respawning. Blastoise will be back in 8 seconds. We are looking for a massive score in this home goal zone. That is going to be 200 points with only 35 seconds left, and the rip is on.
The poor Miraidon just jumped right over the 200 burgers going in. The Meteors are on Groudon. Overheat is charged up. Bang, secured by BH3 Esports while they're counter scoring. They're taking complete advantage of the kerfuffle that is happening in the middle of the map, and Avalanche can't keep up as they are 10 Jack, Queen, King, Ace.
Wow, I mean, game 1 was close, but game 3 has BH3 absolutely dominating. They're posing in the center of the map as if they just won a tournament, but let's be real, they just cemented themselves as the only undefeated team with the best record in EU.
What a game. Comfey Zoroark still alive and kicking, my friend, and I can't imagine it's going away when it gets buffed. You gotta be ready to contend with that. And Oni, I would have loved to see the Icicle Spears in this game. I think it would have been a real difference maker for him.
You know, they had some moments for sure, and I do think Icy Wind is like a very good build as well. I also think Icicle Spear suffers from the same thing Liquidation does, which is it's not a cool build. And if you win with it, you won with the sure hit moveset. So I've noticed a lot of pros love to play Icy Wind, and they don't play Icicle Spear as much. Shame on them. Shame on Zoinks.
Shame. As BH3 was really just, it felt like in control the whole game. A lot of decent work, a lot of moments of positivity for Avalanche. And to be quite honest, going against the top team of the pack here in EU, I think they put up a formidable performance, especially in that first game.
Yeah, I agree. I thought they looked pretty great in game one. That was a very fun moment for our Maridon player right there, where they were caught but standing on the jump pad and end up heading over the wall. Nice situation for them. Unfortunately for Avalanche here, even if they were to get this, that really sneaky score from Utah set up a situation where I don't even think they could have won regardless.
Yeah, I mean, that poor Maridon get on the jump pad. They kind of lived by the jump pad and ended up dying by the jump pad. They sprungboard straight over Utah, and Saz scoring 200 points at home. And unsurprisingly here, Utah carrying the mantle of the player of the game with 66K damage, 10 knockouts, and a boatload of points that we watched go in.
Yeah, great plays.
I completely lost you, Cowboy. I don't know if you're still around or if it's me that's disconnecting, but let's go ahead and get to our next screen here and talk about the statistics. See if we can identify anything in. A big difference between game one and game two to me has been the Eldegoss performance. That healing rate went down considerably, not the percentage heals of the heals, but the actual raw number of the heals right there. So I see, I don't know, Zoinks is saying, doing something in front of his camera. I'm getting a lot of attention everywhere here as we press forward. Comfe, 51,000 damage healed. Well done on the side of BH3. Of course, they were always on Utah or Resu, able to get them across to the finish line. Show me the score line. There we go. Bang. In control almost the entire time here was BH3. And once they really started climbing that lead at the 4-minute mark, they brought it all the way to the finish line. I don't know if you're going to throw me back on screen or what you're going to do from here or what you'd like me to do as the Cowboy is gone. I'm going to stop talking so you can repeat what you said again so I'm not caught like I was last time. We'll throw from the graphics to break, which means I'll see you all later. Peace out. Stay fresh, cheese bags.
Ooh, look, I've come out of the tall grass again. It's me again, Kello, back here with more updates from the off-broadcast matches. Hope you're all having a fantastic day so far watching our regional leagues, but I'm here to wrap up what happened between Force Gaming and Peru. Peru obviously having a lot of eyes on them right now, considering they are the world champions, and with one down against Force Gaming, they really had their backs up against the wall. Quite literally, going into this match, Force Gaming came in with a pincer move. They had the lead 214 currently to 152. And I guess really, truly living up to their name, putting the Force to Peru and catching them out with, what do you know, a good old slow beam from Slowbro right here. Catching out that Mewtwo. So, as we continue on fourth, I'm getting my words mixed up here. Force Gaming having that lead, they decide to retreat on out and, well, make Peru sweat knowing that they had the numbers advantage. However, the action doesn't stop. This whole final stretch, I was clenching onto my seat because if there was one way to describe it, it's like a pendulum swinging, right? You think it's going one way, but then it ends up swinging back the other way. You'd think that it isn't going to end up swinging back, but hold up. We have some retreats. Inteleon goes back to home base. The other two are here still trying to fight their way back into Peru Unite's just battle zone right now. And once again, Force Gaming, pendulum swinging back the other way. Peru Unite still manages to hold on out. But one thing I want to note here that we don't actually see on screen currently is up here on the minimap. Shifu has just spawned on in with 4 of the other members of Peru Unite here, keeping these other members of Force Gaming preoccupied. Shifu decided to bolt for the skies up in that top path with only 50 seconds remaining. This is their last-ditch effort to try and make a move. And you can even see here, they only have their 35 points on hand. As we go up, they managed to get that dunk in. And if we look at the scoreboard now, it's 222 points to 214. Once again, the pendulum swinging in the favor of Peru Unite. But when you think, okay, maybe Peru Unite is going to be able to take this game and send it to a game 3, Force Gaming have seen they are under pressure. They're going to start the Kyogre. They've got to go for a rip. But once again, pulling out all of the stops from everywhere, we can see on the mini-map, Vaporeon has decided to go in for a back cap of their own, while the rest of these members are preoccupied in that central area. So, as I said, it was just, my heart was beating. It was absolutely intense. It was so hard to keep up with, and with a good old rip and flip, and, you know, trusting that luck goes your way, Force Gaming, with that back cap from that Vaporeon, not needing the Kyogre, still managed to go and take that win and defeat the world champions, current world champions, 2-0. So it was such an intense fight. But anyways, after that, we've all caught our breath. We are now heading into our next off-stream game. We have Infamous Gaming up against Stamina Esports. Currently, that is underway, 1 apiece, and we're actually going to throw it over to Zoinks and Chef to go and feature this final match and see where they're up to and how this all pans out. So, boys, take it away. I need to catch my breath.
From, of course, you hiding in the tall grass. Thank you for revealing yourself and telling us about these amazing matches that are going on. I can't believe it. We had the number 2 power ranked team upsetting and beating the number 1 power ranked team. By the way, there's a lot being said about my power rankings while I was away, but even away from this chair, actually, I find it interesting that as the person who writes the power rankings up there, I tend to talk about them the least. Interesting.
I will say you are very, very lucky that at this moment, Thieves and Access Regulars are both not at their computers, because there would certainly be lots of messages about particularly Force and Peru. But well, yes. I'm actually really sad we didn't get a chance to watch that. And again, shout outs to all the community streams that are streaming all of the off-stream matches because I'm literally jealous that I didn't get to see that go to game 3 into scores in the final moment. So those two look like powerhouses, but I do believe we have another match. I'm not sure if it started quite yet, or a little bonus match. Oh, is that a change? Is that a change we're seeing?
I'll do it.
Do it on vibes. He can't hear me. He can no longer hear me. All right, here we go. Everybody officially commentating the change. Goes with the erase. Doesn't get the full erase on number 2, but uses the P of the Peru to get back over that line. And Force going up to the number 1 spot. Big changes here. Bob, we're going to need that on replay. That's going to be the moment of today.
First change of the day, I will say. I think EU actually kind of standing around to what we thought it was so far, but despite my 7 and 8 numbers getting a little bit mixed up, a small mistake, I would call it, not lies, as was accused, of course. But we're all right, folks. We are going to be jumping into game number 3 of Infamous Gaming and Stamina Esports. We got EU cleaned up so quick, we're actually jumping and get you some extra Latin America games. And I gotta admit, I am stoked because this is going to be such a fun game number 3, Chef.
It's so wild to me seeing, of course, your power rankings, your 5 power rankings, and seeing Stamina relatively low on the charts. But that's because they're still high on the chart. It's just that that's how Latam is, you know. I mean, this is a team that we've seen do extremely well for a long time. Players that we've known for a long time. And Infamous, on the other hand, honestly, I maybe had less expectations from them overall, but they've been showing up as well. Obviously, you know, still not quite dominating, but nobody's really dominating there except for now, I guess, Force.
Yeah, exactly. Force on top. Infamous looking to get some of their first wins if they can find them. And already forcing this to a game number 3 is really interesting. Like you were mentioning, I think the results maybe not what we expected out of these two teams, but I would consider these two kind of middle of the pack. Now, of course, that comes with a caveat. This pack is remarkably talented when it comes to LATAM, right? So very, very close contest between a lot of these teams. We're going to get into some of these draft picks. I think Vaporeon making it through a lot of Latin America drafts, which is a bit surprising to me. I believe it was Force Gaming getting a lot of the Vaporeon picks and now Stamina, but a bit of a surprise there. But either way, we're on to Kyogre again. So I think this is all 3 maps in a row being Kyogre chosen for this set.
That's something I expected to see kind of a lot in general, but I've been surprised at how much we've been seeing a lot of Rayquaza and Groudon, but we are going to see, like you said, a lot of Kyogre. Specifically, I feel like the LATAM meta for a lot of things is a little different, but pretty clear. For example, I think a lot of the defensive options have been being taken out in a lot of these games. Some of the more powerhouse damage dealers have been going through. I mean, Mewtwo hasn't really been banned in either, really any region all that much, but we are seeing it a lot from them. We've been seeing a lot of Lucario, not as many bans I feel like of that. Maybe I'm misremembering, but they feel like they have their styles down and they're just kind of ready to go with it.
I totally agree. We're going to see if Infamous Gaming can lock down this style, the double melee being their main damage core, and then, of course, the consistent damage out of Mewtwo, while even throwing in the X attack, just to really lean all in on that. When you kind of combine an Alcremie with that Mewtwo, it's sort of shades of Helping Hand Blissey. When you have this auto attack kind of enhancer support, which will be really interesting, almost like an Enchanter if we were thinking of other games and like how they would be build style. But on the other side, in terms of consistent damage and not really auto attack focus, but just straight up long range damage focus, to be Hitman's Miraidon. I think this is going to be a really threatening presence. There's very few threats I think that can make it all the way back to this Miraidon easily. Even Mimikyu is going to have to try to work its way around a Psyduck and a Vaporeon, both Pokemon that are very happy to tank some of those Shadow Sneaks and some of those long range dashes.
And some pretty good control as well to be able to kind of stop the enemy team from getting into a good position to deal with Hitman, I think. One Pokemon or player that I really want to talk about is I got a chance to watch a really great Stamina match off broadcast yesterday, and Anysus and Mufasa in particular, those two were doing great. But Anysus in particular on this Zacian is a pick that, while it's not an unpopular pick by any means, it is maybe not quite as picked as some of the highest encounter rates that we've seen. And Anysus has been doing so well on the Zacian. It is amazing looking. I mean, obviously we've seen a ton of that Pokemon in competitive over over a million years of this game. It's secure. It can be really good. It can really control team fights. It can its mobility is quite good. So the way that NESS has been playing it has been very, very impressive to me, and I'm glad to see it for this last match.
It's music to my ears, Wonder Chef. Last year in our awards season, we had a award not for Rookie of the Year any longer, but for Breakout Player of the Year, and NESS was my vote for that one. I think they were so phenomenal. Such a great performance at the World Championships as well, with a top 4 finish, and I can't wait to see what they look like later down the road in this regional league. But let's get into game number 3, Wonder Chef. Infamous Gaming on your purple side, Stamina Esports on your orange side.
And particularly interesting to see a center Zacian, I feel. Not something that I've seen recently. Maybe I just haven't been up with the meta. I'm not hip with the kids' new meta, but still Pokemon Union. Usually that doesn't need that experience quite as much, but the map presence is going to be amazing.
Oh, yeah, of course. If it's got this level 5, these enhanced attacks with the Aeos energy that's going to be holding, it'll be very scary to see already. I don't know if Mimikyu knows they're going to be there. Look at that Metal Claw burst damage. The K opener actually going to be awarded to Mewtwo X, as Mufasa's going to pick that one up, but obviously a clean assist from NESS. The bounce back though from Infamous, they do get the knockout with the Roomba.
And we didn't really talk about it, but there is almost no experience needed on the side of Stamina Esports. I mean, they have one Pokemon that evolves, and it's an Eevee, so it barely needs to evolve. And a little bit more, mostly with the Mammoth on the other side, but this early game is going to be very scary, I think, for Stamina, and already they've proven that. There are some pretty strong early game threats on the other side. Obviously, Lucario is going to be a really good example. The Mewtwo's always going to be strong, and we do already see the Ice Fang, which can pick up some KOs, not in that a particular moment, but I'm scared for Infamous for a few moments until they maybe catch up to some power spikes.
Yeah, but look at how well Stamina's playing around this early game. They got the Mega Evolve Mewtwo X on the rotate down towards the bottom side. They read where Infamous is trying to go. Perfect prediction, and what a good shutdown. And you were mentioning that Zacian heading into the central area, right? That is going to continue pretty frequently. This Mewtwo X, very self-sufficient with its early game in path right now, in the current state it's in. That'll allow NESS just to pick up so much central area Pokemon, not only leveling up, but also just keeping that Aeos amount of points it has on it really high at any given time.
Right, yeah. At first I thought maybe they were going to be switching out with somebody after they took the first cycle and they were going to get strong early 5, and then I looked at their team and I was like, nobody needs that experience, so they can just do whatever they want with it. And they are playing pretty mobile, pretty aggressive. We've seen some rotates around already. Not a huge point game so far, but a pretty good amount of fighting, considering the fact we're only still at the 7-minute 30 mark. We do need to see the Vaporeon get maybe a little bit higher. It hasn't really been able to do all that much quite yet, but we are starting to hit this spot where actually both teams are relatively evenly split before this first objectives.
Yeah, Infamous Gaming's been doing a pretty good job of letting the punches kind of roll off of them a little bit. They might lose one Pokemon, but they're being pretty safe otherwise, defending around those goal zones, not allowing Stamina Esports to have too much space to work. I think the biggest thing is with that early advantage Stamina had, they got a pretty free Regidrago. Kira will be able to make it back towards that goal zone. I saw that Shadow Sneak fading, but I guess Mimikyu not wanting to chase down, and that will be another objective going in the favor of Stamina Esports. Regirock secured, Regieleki in contest, but only Kira and this Miraidon here to try to steal it away.
Not the most amazing secure from either side here. Could go down to like a weird attempt to steal. Okay, it just ends up being Mewtwo. I think you were talking about how many final hits we've seen from Mewtwo's today, or this last weekend. Is for whatever reason, it just keeps happening. Nice double KO streak, though. This Mimikyu going for a triple, and I'm not sure if they got it, but there's another target for them right here. Maybe he's taking that in return, but look at that sustain. They're going to have to back up, and Mimikyu's starting to look like a powerhouse pick here.
Yeah, I think Mufasa really hoping that their Mega Evolution would have enough damage to proc there when they pulled the Mimikyu into the tall grass. They do get it now, but their HP bar already halfway depleted. Can't even hang around the Aqua Ring of Kira's Vaporeon to try to get some heals. Instead, they just got to peel back. Infamous Gaming with a really well-measured attack. Gohan going in a little deep right now with this Alcremie. They do get punished, but that will be just Mufasa's tail end of the Mega Evolution to earn that knockout.
Just gonna be hanging around, getting a little bit of life back, going for another rotate, but that was a little bit of a scary situation, and honestly Infamous did a really good job of kind of taking an advantage there. They don't have the advantage in levels, but they're able to score quite a bit. Taking down that gold zone is huge. The only gold zone down so far, a relatively low scoring game. There's some points in kind of every goal zone, but not enough to really break anything. No huge dunks, and looks like we might be seeing a rotate up to a little bit more of like a solid team fight. I feel like we are probably going to see a lot of fighting from both of these comps. Neither of them have have super late game power spikes. So we've kind of seen them already kind of hit the spot I feel like they want to. Objectives, obviously, now as they're staggered, especially, going to be huge.
Yeah, I guess maybe the Mega Lucario and the Zacian, the double dogs, might end up being those like late game focuses for both these teams. But you're right, not like the traditional hyperscalers on either side. Mammoth's only going to lose about half his HP, but that's why you got a Pokemon like Alcremie. Can actually put out a tremendous amount of heals, especially in a coordinated setting. Good work from Kira, taking that Shadow Sneak, making it really difficult for Mimikyu, and a couple of infinite Cyberns to really open up this team fight. Mamoswine has to retreat to that Alcremie, hide around the cake. That max HP going up, but it ain't enough as Miraidon finds a way to knock out that Mimikyu. Knockouts flying in both ways as the Mewtwo goes down for stamina, but Infamous has been pushed all the way back to their tier 1, and he's sus. He's got room to work.
Oh, everybody's got room to work, and I mean, honestly, room is the name of the game. All right, so you're gonna have to back out. You do not have any HP. The healing is good on the Alcremie, but I mean, okay, actually, hold on, they're doing quite a bit of damage. Looks like Kira may be giving up that life for a little bit more time. Is that Regirock? Ooh, almost stolen. Honestly, there was a chance if that auto had gone towards the Regirock, that might have taken it. This fight's gonna continue though, as they don't really have all that much more to fight for. Just an Altaria, but still, they want every single bit. This is such a close match. The only thing that's a pretty significant advantage, I would say, is the level on Stamina Esports. It feels like Infamous Gaming, they've got to find a little bit more experience. And the big thing is, if you look at the minimap, there are so many wild Pokemon dots on the side of Stamina. So they can go back, continue to build that lead if they want to. Not as many on the side of Infamous. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult. And I think, honestly, what we saw in that last team fight, I'm kind of worried will be shades of what will happen in the final one. They had a lot of sustained Unite moves, right? They got the Mamoswine to get a huge shield, the Alcremie to heal up the entire team, but Stamina Esports still finding ways to burst through, and that is highway robbery. A Bubble Beam being the major tool to get it done, as Psyduck stealing away that Reggie Alecki as it pushes towards this tier 1. It will land, and now it's the Stamina Esports to pull ahead in yet another way in this game number 3, as they currently hold that level lead, looking to maybe even increase that points lead.
I feel like this is a really great way of Stamina being able to really find the moments that they know are going to give them huge leads and take advantage of it, because before the previous top objective fight, I felt like it was really close, and now after these, I don't know, this 45 seconds of the two of them, I feel like this is a significant lead for Stamina Esports. I mean, look at that level gap now. It's like 2 to 3 levels across the board. They've taken out both tier 1 gold zones on the other side. They have so much space to work with, and you were talking about it earlier in the fight. I was about to start talking about it, but the fight continued. But space is such an important deal for Stamina Esports. They have a great way of building space for particularly Hitman on this Miraidon, and the Miraidon spacing for Hitman is so good, and that's why a lot of these fights they've not been able to really engage the way they want to, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of talking about in the draft screen. If Psyduck and Vaporeon do their job, Hitman will be so free and clear to put in consistent damage from the outside. And yeah, well called out, Chef. They're doing it perfectly right now. So they got to keep eyes on that Mimikyu, of course. And if they have space, they also have room to retreat away from the Alcremie. But that's a big pull. Kira taken away. Is Vaporeon going to have to use its Unite move to get that big burst of shield? But it will be the defender getting taken down the other direction. Alcremie Unite is already out, trying to heal them up in that corridor. And Isus goes in pretty deep, has to use the Unite move for Unstoppable just to escape, but that's the Mimikyu getting a return KO. Very impressive counterpunch, and now Alcremie is going to do its job, heal up the squad as quickly as they can so they can take this refight quickly when everybody's already expended Unite moves.
Mufasa getting pretty low, and that's the only thing about the Vaporeon going down is that they don't have that sustain. It looks like Infamous is going to take advantage of it, try to burn this down, try to flip the Kyogre. They know there's not that much time left, and it looks like the final will go to Miraidon. Hitman manages to steal that away. We were talking about that being really the cornerstone of this team, and that Miraidon pick has been amazing. Turning it around, a few more KOs, a few more scores, a few members of Infamous are on the other side, but they don't really have anything in pockets, especially compared to what's being scored from Stamina right now. This one looks like it's going to be all closed up, and wow, that is a great performance. Look at that right there, Hitman and the 2 cutest bodyguards of all time.
Yeah, Oh my word. I mean, Hitman the Heartbreaker with that charge beam, are you like the empowered charge beam? It deals obviously crazy amounts of damage, but it is consistent and trackable damage. Like, I'm honestly kind of shocked that Stamina Esports was able to get that last hit on Kyogre, but with 30 seconds remaining, the route to victory for Infamous Gaming has been shut down, and Stamina Esports are going to be increasing their series score in our league to 2-1, and Infamous Gaming, despite some impressive performances in these games, are going to fall to a very frustrating 0-2 season record so far.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's always one of those funny things where you're like, oh yeah, they're 0-2, but it was close every time, you know. The closest 0-2 of all time. They did. This is a great showing from them. I mean, obviously this is game 3 as well. We didn't get a chance to see game 1 and 2 live, but the fact they brought it to a game 3 here and brought it to a pretty, I would say, pretty favorable position at the end until that, of course, steal happened. Right. It's very, very impressive. I don't think that they are anybody to count out at all, despite being 0-2.
Yeah, absolutely not. And depending on the personalities of this Infamous Gaming squad, this might be good or bad news, but they're going to get a chance for redemption almost immediately. Wonder Chef, we just caught the tail end of this match because this was our off-stream Latin America match that we're going to be covering Infamous first, according to the schedule. So after we kind of go through our end of game, we're going to be like giving Infamous a little bit of time, and they're going to be jumping right back into the thick of it. So Infamous Gaming going to be looking for a very quick bounce back to kind of regain a little bit in today's tournament.
Well, I mean, hopefully they shouldn't feel all that bad about the way that went, because they did fight back from like a tough spot into a winning spot into just an unfortunate situation. One thing that I will say about the way that this match ended is these are very like brawling heavy teams, but there wasn't really the most amazing secure on either side, which is we saw that actually come into play. I feel every single objective, right? We saw B2 auto, I think, take an objective. I'm not sure if it was an auto. We saw a side duck get the objective. We saw the charging get an objective. Going to be like the true attempts to secure in every single situation could have really changed the way that this match went for Infamous Gaming, but they decided that I think they just want to win the fights, which is again totally viable strategy. Obviously it's one of those things where you're like, well, you know, that could have worked in this situation, but if that's not your plan, then don't commit to it, obviously. So interesting to see both teams kind of commit to relatively similar, just like fighting strategies, not great secure, and kind of went down to, I don't want to say a flip, but you know, it went down to an unsure situation.
Yeah. One of my favorite moments, by the way, Infamous Gaming kind of actually favoring these close quarter moments, because you got that Mega Lucario with a huge close combat. You can play around Gohan's Alcremie Unite move. But this is where things get dangerous. Yeah, I cannot believe Mega Lucario was not securing there. There's nobody in front of a power-up punch availability. I mean, truly, Hitman counting their lucky stars, I think, with that charge beam. Either way, it's going to be on the back of some impressive performances from the defender player in Kira. On this, Vaporeon is going to get the MVP award for game number 3, Aqua Ring and Muddy Water. That more support-focused set, not to mention Buddy Barrier. Loving that comeback of that item a little bit. Taking 101,000 damage and recovering 91,000 damage. Like, truly, that is Vaporeon numbers, folks.
I really have to point out how strong of a target they were in that final fight as well. I mean, they were the first one that got jumped on, and like you mentioned, they had to use the Unite to survive, but it did a great job, of course, bringing them back up. And then we had to see Aramis use their Unite move, their Mimikyu Unite move on Vaporeon, which is obviously not the target that you ever really want to have to use that on. But even after using that, we still saw Kira up and healthy. So, they got KO Rad for that. They got KO for that. But they came back so fast that they just didn't have time to take advantage of it, which left all the damage dealers left the flip. So yeah, really, really great way to be the bodyguard there, and of course heal the whole team at the same time.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job. I'm actually kind of curious of some of these individual timing stats. Their first score, was a minute into the game. I was curious. I know sometimes when these evolutions that have a tougher early game, notably Umbreon and Vaporeon, the two defender types, kind of hit their power spike at level 6, can have a tough time getting some early stacks in if you are running these stacking items. But Kira still able to get it just over a minute into the game. I think they're feeling fine getting their special attack specs up to that. And yeah.
What is this first KO timing? I'm sorry, I have to point out. I'm not sure how that works, but it might have happened. It might have been like the game was over and then the KO happened right after.
Muddy Water was like on its way to get a KO. I mean,
yeah, like legitimately. This may be the first 10:01 first KO stat that we ever have on broadcast. We need to see the end of that one. But yeah, great stuff.
That is so funny. Awesome. Okay. Well, yeah, really incredible stuff for Kira. Going down 6 times in this matchup. You got to remember they're running this Vaporeon and Psyduck. They are going to be into the action in the front lines. And that's also just a letter of how close this matchup was until kind of like 3/4 of the way through the game when Stamina found a way to really pull ahead.
Yeah, and of course, you getting KO'd as like a support type Pokemon is never all that impactful, right? Exactly like I was just saying, the fact that they were the one that went down first and the only person that went down, they were back into the fight pretty quickly. So it was all pretty like fine to give up those KOs. That's something that I think a lot of really good teams do, and a lot of maybe worse players don't realize how valuable that can be, or maybe I wouldn't say worse, but a lot of newer players.
Yeah, it's a complex role, these defenders and sports, and the key players like Kira really know how to master it well. Well, I hope y'all really enjoyed that one, because we're going to have something very similar. Up next, we are going to have Infamous Gaming versus 2Z Esports. This is going to be a really fun one, everybody. I hope you're ready. We're going to jump to a very short break, allow Infamous to gather their breath, and when we come back, yet another Latam match.
Welcome back. We got our little extra match out of the way. It was a great preview, though, because, of course, we are now going to see the team play once again. So that's going to be Infamous going up against 2Z. Infamous coming off of a very close loss in that Game 3 set that we just saw. Now they're going to have to prove to us how strong their resolve is in the face of a loss.
Oh, yeah, that is a really tough thing, but that is going to be something we're going to see frequently in these regional leagues. I mean, the schedule, you're not playing as many games as you would maybe if you were playing in a tournament every single weekend, but it still can be kind of unrelenting. You're playing the best of the best day in and day out. So we'll see how they can do. Infamous game in a very impressive squad. They're going up against 2Z Esports, who are currently 1-1. I think you and I were talking about that. Are 1-1 on the season so far. Doris, Mass, Kenneth, Malzo, and Leozin. Such an impressive squad. Matsy, of course, of that Age of Flame stardom of Worlds this last year.
Oh yeah, that was one of my favorite matches I've ever casted for sure. Was that big upset over at Worlds. But I mean, these players are amazing, and honestly, I feel like it's so silly to say it, but I'm almost surprised that they're 1-1. But the field is just so strong, and I mean, even the field just amongst the top Brazilian teams right now is ridiculously strong, as we saw from LAIC, and we've continued to see from this league exactly over the past 2 days. So they are still one of my teams absolutely to look at for potentially, making it out, getting to Worlds. In fact, Mazo, we talked about it, has been at Worlds every single year, right? For Pokemon Unite. So not a lot of other players that can say that. I'm actually not sure who else can say that, but there's got to be others. So very impressive thing to see, and I'm excited to be able to watch them on stream as well.
Yeah. I mean, pretty quick little roster change at the end of last year to ensure that record stayed perfect, right? But
made it.
Mazo's still there, and Mazo's at Worlds. Okay, it means it's a World Championship, so I'm always excited for that. But yeah, I'm excited to see what this 2Z squad is going to kind of end up at throughout the first couple days of competition. I know we talked about the format a little bit in the explainer video at the top of the broadcast, but these teams are going to play everybody else in their league twice throughout the season. So these squads that you match up against, that I would say Infamous and 2Z, a lot of people would consider them to be very close in scale, become maybe the most important matches out of your season. If you take a loss to the team that's a top rated team in the league, maybe that was expected. You beat a team that was near the bottom of the rankings. Okay, we also just really relied on that win anyways. It's these make or break matches that become really interesting to me. Infamous in that same boat against 2Z here.
Right, and with the way that the format works, of course, again, is that we are going to be playing out those matches, and then the bottom 3 teams out of each region will not advance to the final bracket, which means the top 5 teams do advance. And really, that's not the most harsh cutoff of all time. And I think a lot of teams pretty obviously are going to have like a little bit worse of an early season than some of the other teams, but probably a much better late season, and some of the other teams probably a better early season and then a little bit of a worse late season, as this is a pretty long league altogether. So really, the only thing that matters is that you make it into that final bracket, so that your current strength of team is what you get to represent. And so these early matches where the teams, like you said, are very close to each other, I think they do mean a ton, because even if you're losing a decent amount relatively early on, you just need to not be in the bottom 3, and you can be 5th seed out of your region and win and get to Worlds. Like it easily could happen with what we've seen.
Yeah, and then the flip side of that coin is if your team does extremely well and you clinch that first place in the regular season, you've already earned one of those spots to the World Championships. I feel like the playoff format for this year is really interesting. It's something that we've seen in a couple of Eastern regions in the past, but essentially we will be seeding these teams out of the top 5 through first. Well, first will be starting in the finals. So we'll already have one of those World Championship spots locked up for them, and then everybody else competing for that second one. So yeah, this season performance, if you can clinch that top spot, you got to be feeling amazing. And I really like that we're rewarding that impressive play throughout a season-long event.
That being said, though, for Latin America, that is a tough call. I could not tell you who I think will be in the top 5. There's no clear bottom 3 for me. Okay, all right. Well, your list has never been wrong. I mean, it's not like Latin list changed today, but give us a look. Who's in your current bottom 3 at the moment?
Oh, interesting. So far in the bottom 3 of Stamina, Infamous, and DreamX, which is kind of an interesting one. They might flip around a little bit, especially with Stamina beating CACM yesterday, but at the end of our broadcast was a bit of a shock to me. So I might honestly need to switch up the middle a little bit as well. But so far in the early game performances, this is around where I think we're ending up in the power rankings. Reminder though, this is just what I think the teams into their current strength is. This is not a prediction of where we will end up at the end of the season. I'll make a different prediction for that later. But for the time being, Jeff, let's get into our first draft. Infamous Gaming have had a chance to rest up and focus up for their second match in a row. Tuesday Esports are going to be leading this thing off of the first pick, though, with Suicune and Leafeon being their bands so far.
Some pretty classic bands on the other side as well. We got to see some pretty strong play from the oh my god, what I'm having one of those moments where the Vaporeon, oh my gosh, we did see some pretty strong Vaporeon moments to literally win the game against Infamous in that previous set. So I do like the fact that they're like, no, we just dealt with that, we're not dealing with that again immediately. And Dodrio, interesting band.
Yeah, I mean, a hard call out towards a few of the players on Infamous, it seems. I mean, I know Aramis has got some incredible Pokemon in their back pocket, but maybe the Dodrio is included. I honestly thought maybe the Mimikyu would be considered to be a ban. Matzy is going to pick up this Scyther Scizor, though. It's been a bit of a debate of which Pokemon it will end up evolving to, but I think in Latam, we're primarily going to be seeing the Scyther. Very happy to be wrong about that, though. Infamous Gaming, to grab that ever-present Blastoise encounter rate of 95%. Are you kidding me?
That's I mean, all these things, the rest of these encounter rates are going to be pretty high here. We get the Mewtwo, we get the Mega Lucario, of course. We are going to see that Hoopa, and I know that the other casters were talking a little bit about Hoopa and how it's looked really good, but for some reason it just hasn't been winning the matches. And I do definitely see that. I think support pick right now is one of the most flexible of across the board.
We got the flip side of the coin. You got a 95% Blastoise and a 2% Empoleon. So Zinza is going to be picking up this Pokemon, a really fun one. Obviously, I think the most common pick that we're seeing from it is that Aqua Jet Hydro Cannon. It gives you the melee options with your strong special attack auto attacks, the special defense shred of Aqua Jet, and then it gives you a great ranged option in that Hydro Cannon. Also love it in combination with a Pokemon like Blastoise and Mewtwo. Again, that Aqua Jet special defense shred is really nice for those two Pokemon to capitalize off of as well.
Another very low encounter rate that we're seeing on the other side is the Mr. Mime, which again has not been completely not present in this event so far. I believe it was one. There was one on broadcast yesterday, I think. Maybe there was two.
At least one or two.
Yeah, but just a few, and an interesting pick to see as well. One thing that I'll point out relatively quickly is that I feel like the team on Infamous's side has might take a little bit of time, I guess, to hit power spikes. I mean, three level Pokemon. That's going to take a little bit of time, and it's a pretty scary early pressure potentially from Tuesday Esports.
Completely agree. In the case of Tinsa, though, at least you have Piplup with its absurdly powerful early game secure. But other than that, like, this is going to be quite difficult. I completely agree. And when you're stuck in that Prinplup stage, it can be a little difficult as well. Shout out to Tuesday Esports on some of these item builds, though, Wonder Chef. They saw that special attack damage I was talking about, and they readied up. Mazo and Ampharos both equipping that assault vest. It's surprising for me to see a Pokemon like Mega Lucario, which already forfeits one of its item slots for that Mega Stone, is actually going to be dropping a damage item to go for a bit more bulk and add that assault vest. So this does make a little sense. Obviously, Mega Lucario does have a different passive than the standard Lucario, who normally has Steadfast, which gives it that little bit of shielding, a little bit more bulk in the early game. Lucario does give that up. Mega Lucario does give that up. So adding the Assault Vest will give it a bit more security in the early game, hopefully letting it tank maybe a Hydro Pump from a Blastoise or something like that early on.
One of my big questions is, what are we going to see from Matzy again? Sorry, I don't know if I pronounce that, but what are they going to be particularly targeting? Obviously, if we are going to see it as the Scyther, which is what I expect, you can kind of play it as almost like a range damage dealer. Not really, but you don't have to like full commit. It's not like playing something like an Absol where it's like you're always going to be 100% into the back line. And there are some pretty nice, big, juicy, not super mobile targets that you can kind of try to poke down until you get their perfect moment to go in. But aside from that, it doesn't feel like maybe it's got the best targets to kind of be there. So I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the targets are too bad.
They're not bad. They're not bad, for sure.
But no, I agree with you. It is a weird one where you could kind of go either direction. I think Energy Amplifier is just sort of the signature to me. If like, oh, we're going in like as frequently as we can, kind of thing. We'll have to see. I'm curious if they have a backup of almost an escape rope, if you will, in Leosin if they go Trick Koopa. It's going to be kind of what I think would be a fun build in this situation. Mega Lucario, power up punching in, and then having an immediate retreat option would be nice. If it's not Mega, of course. If it's Mega, it just wants to stay there in close combat anyways. But having a Scyther diving in and having an escape rope could be really interesting. However, normally when we see the Trick Koopa, you obviously have the damage dealers that can work with it. I'd say lately we've actually seen a lot of defenders getting a lot of priority to utilize that Trick Recall. Pokemon like Mamoswine or even Trevenant, who can like forward press a lot with all of their abilities, and then while they look at the cooldowns, if they're in a little too deep, can kind of play off that trick. So we'll see what ends up happening. By the way, Rudy, we're going to be jumping into the game very, very soon. We just did have a player drop into the game. We're going to get them back in. We're going to be starting up this game. Shouldn't be too long at all. That's Tuesday Esports Comp. Infamous Gaming, Wonder Chef, you were saying you were feeling a little bit worried about how that late game scaling is going to look. Any ideas on how you think Infamous is going to try to get over that hump? How are they going to, make it through that early game?
Well, it's not like they're completely defenseless early game. Like you were saying, I mean, Piplup is not only one of the cutest Pokemon, but also quite good. The Mewtwo and the Psyduck both are going to be super, super key to that. And I feel like usually when we see, well, actually, I guess one of the bigger questions is where exactly are we going to see everybody sent? We've seen some slightly flexible options before, but Center Path, we could see the Blaziken. It does look like it probably will be the Blaziken as we're now getting into the game. So see versus Infamous. I was going to say, if you play a little bit safe, you actually can get a pretty good safe path by using the Flame Kick up top to kind of steal away some of the wild Pokemon, but that's not exactly what we're going to see.
Yeah, Tinta just needs to stack up on that special attack specs probably. So getting a little bit closer in range to get those goal scores will be great, but a tough look so far. Mazospit doing a whole lot of damage the other way. Also, I just got to mention, watching the little Piplup and Torchic minimap icons walking into the central just reminds me of Red Rescue Team. So shout out to Mystery Dungeon. Really making me happy with that initial walkout. Gohan playing this one aggressive to try to give Tinta a little bit of room for those last hit secures, but it's Gohan, the one that will likely be going down. Massey, get with the K opener.
Ooh, yeah, already doing quite a bit of damage. So much pressure happening. Wow, going all the way in. Ooh, barely doesn't quite hit that double wing beat. Mazo, in the meantime, just taking some farm, just be able to, to use the space quite well, which is what you want to see. And so far, I mean, not a bunch of huge KOs. Whoever's going to get the last hits here is going to be pretty important. And I'm not sure exactly who that went to, but it looks like the levels are pretty good for Tuzi. And there we go. A nice return KO. I mean, that's a huge target for Infamous to get.
Yeah, I like this double rotation up. This is one of those ways you can kind of circumvent this early game. Just throw everybody at that path, which will have the Pokemon who are going to kind of suffer in the early moments. So we send everybody up to try to assist this Piplup and this Torchic. So now we got the Combuskin and that Prinplup evolution. Good looks, and Euro's able to really leverage that Mega Evolved Mega Mewtwo Y to great effect.
Yeah, I mean, you asked how I thought that Infamous was going to deal with the early game, and I guess they just win it. I guess they just KO the two highest EXP Pokemon on the other side and just roll with it. So, yeah, of course, that was what I was going to say before I was rudely interrupted. Gohan going to go down right there. Matsy now not afraid to continue going in. Still a level 7, still highest in the game, but I think really they wanted to be severely winning in this early game, and right now they're only just kind of staying on par.
Yeah, well, they certainly got the damage, though, to take down some of these major objectives. Are going with the Sword Dance Scyther, by the way, so these big bursts of damage are going to be happening very, very frequently. And we do have confirmation that Leosin is going with the Portal Hoopa. So could be leveraging into that early game a little bit. Fast rotates between the goal zones, have a chance at maybe knocking out both Reggie objectives as they spawn here in about 20 seconds. But Antharos has caught themselves in a tough situation. Really thankful for that Assault Vest and naturally high special defense stat of Mr. Mime right now.
It's been working, quite well for allowing them to just kind of hold down the bottom by themselves, right? I mean, that's exactly what they've been doing. We haven't seen them up until we've gone down here to say hello. Looks like this objective will probably not be able to be contested, but at least they haven't, it feels like there's been really too much scoring going on into that goal zone. They actually just stopped, I think, a pretty big score. Psyduck going to get the first amount of damage onto that goal zone. Regieleki on bottom, going to Infamous Gaming, and up top, we got to see Tuzi take instead the top Reggie.
I really like that call by Infamous Gaming for that just immediate rip onto that Regieleki, and then you send one Pokemon just trying to slow Antharos down on that tier 1. It gives you enough room to be able to knock out the objective, and you knew that Tuzi Esports was going to be rotating quickly. And there is one of many of these green illusion dives we're going to be seeing of Matzi on this Sicer with a 3 KO streak already. This Pokemon just a perfect tank buster and such an incredible assassin with that Unite move.
Another big thing that I maybe didn't talk about as much as far as the usefulness of Scyther is that, like I said, Scyther can be a little bit more pokey than some of the other assassin type characters, a lot of the other speedsters, and there's no true sustain, on Infamous Gaming. Like, they don't have a true healer on their side, so you can eventually maybe pick them down. There's a pretty solid amount of poke. I mean, just Hoopa existing is a little decent amount of poke, and then the Espeon as well. So they might have a plan where they just say, hey, you got to deal with us. You don't have that much range. We can match you 1-for-1. We can full heal with our Hoopa, and then eventually you're going to have to make a move from like 75-50% HP.
Yeah, it's a good point, Chef, especially because you are running that consistent Future Sight stored power combination with Espeon and not really leaning into that more mid-range sniper level of Espeon. They're subtracting that burst damage in favor of more consistent poke, which I think is a really good call so far. Nice call out by Antharos with that mime wall right into the tall grass. Calls out the Empoleon, who's got to make their way out of range, who has already taken about half of their HP bar. They do have that Unite move, though, the Sovereign Slide, ready to go at any given moment.
Great name for the Unite move.
Yeah, banger.
Weird, I know. We need to do a tier list on who has the best Unite move names. I feel like maybe somebody's done that, but there's some great ones out there. But we'll see which ones we actually see. Right now, a pretty weird spot to be fighting in. We're seeing a lot of fighting in this kind of southwest area of the, I was about to call it the Rayquaza pit, but that is 3 objectives too far in the past. But in the center area, it's Regieleki, though, is being focused pretty heavily by Tuzi, and it does look like Infamous is going to send a couple of members up to take the top Reggie instead.
Yeah, kind of shocked by that. Infamous Gaming, they don't have the level lead, but they do have a lot of Pokemon that needed that level 9 evolution and get some pretty powerful Unite moves with it. So I was kind of surprised to not see Infamous going for a big push to utilize those Unites, but they do need to catch up on experience, and one of the best ways to do that is taking that top side, in this case of the map, the Reg Ice. So team-wide EXP and that healing effect might be nice for a team that does not have a traditional healer on the roster.
Or they could simply take Kyogre. It's really that simple, Zoinks. Whoa, using the Unite. Really, really late timing to use that Unite. I thought maybe they were going to be using that to push in the Regieleki, but instead they're just using it for a goal zone push. They are down a little bit on points, but not a lot of members, I think, going in to try and support this push. In fact, 2 of them going down immediately, and the third one almost certainly falling behind. Okay, you're going to use the eject button, but I mean, that's still, maybe it was not the plan, the way that was executed. This goal zone almost certainly going down, 1 HP left on it.
Yeah, I don't mind it. They had a lot of Unite moves to use, and they wanted to make sure they got a team fight out before we kind of head to that 2-minute mark. They forced one on the bot side, trying to take Infamous by surprise a little bit. But with Mega Lucario on one side of the fight and the Scyther on the other, I just don't think they had the burst coordination to actually take down some of these targets. Now that Infamous is getting to some of these major power spikes, Tinta almost at level 12, Aramis already at that point in the game, Mega Mewtwo wide trailing behind a little bit, but not by much, and they're actually out-leveling their counterpart in the Espeon. So Infamous Gaming have done a great job of wrestling this level lead, if not in their favor, at least back to parity.
Yeah, and for clarity, I did like that decision. I just thought maybe it was something that was going to happen earlier. Maybe they didn't have the Unite available for Hoopa. I wasn't really paying attention to that, but I thought maybe they would Hoopa Unite before the Regieleki went down, and then everybody would come down, but they kind of straggling, I guess. They didn't quite go in all at the same time, but it doesn't matter. Well, actually, we're going to pause as we're almost at the final stretch. Only an 80-point difference, and we honestly have a pretty close game still.
Yeah, we do. This is anybody's game at this point in time. I think that early game that maybe we thought Infamous would struggle with, they did a decent job of trying to counterpunch with some effective top path pushes. They've caught up in those levels, and now it does feel like we are heading into a very even scoreline. Tuesday Esports, though, in the aforementioned scoreline, I think are doing a little bit better with some very nice goals on breaks earlier on in this game. They changed up their focus kind of midway through that match to try to focus on that Reggie Alecki with that tier 2 push, but a little bit behind the 8 ball on that one. Infamous Gaming just kind of finding a way back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing a pretty good job of holding on all together. Like I said, I expected they were going to really not have a chance at the very early game. Well, not have a chance, but it's going to be very difficult. They relatively won that. They had to catch back up a few times. Another pause, unfortunately. But as you can see here in the levels, they are pretty much on par. Now, the big question for me is how this last fight is going to play out. I do feel like we do not have enough of a points lead, probably, that either of the teams is going to feel super confident to just kind of sit around and wait and make the other one like kind of come to them. Obviously, you can by poking, which is going to be a really big advantage for the side of Tuesday. But yeah. I feel like now the fact that we see a really strong Blaziken is going to be a really key kind of thing to play around, obviously, in any sort of big objective fight. But we haven't seen them play around the Blaziken yet in any of these kind of small skirmishes. Yeah,
they've been doing a lot of split pushing. We haven't seen effectively full 5-on-5 fights. Yeah. It feels like outside of that, maybe that first push onto that top side goal zone of the entire game. So we'll see how that plays out. If I'm Infamous Gaming, yeah, you're right. I want to leverage that Blaziken for that objective secure. Maybe even more so to that point, the Blast Twist Unite move, not for securing the objective, but ensuring that nobody else is going to be within range or have the ability to secure. You got a lot of great tools to play around the Kyogre pit, but I think the first problem you're going to have to solve is how do you weather the storm of Baby Mazo and Matzi just charging down with a mega evolved Lucario and a Scyther that will, with Energy Amplifier, almost certainly have its Unite move available at any given moment. It doesn't matter how tanky you are. Those two Pokemon are incredible at bursting even the most offensive of targets. So it'll be a challenge if Tuesday decides to kind of all in towards one specific team might, but it might be difficult with Infamous Gaming having this kind of split push strategy throughout the game. I don't know if they're going to group up and really allow Tuesday to have that juicy of a target.
One thing, though, I feel like the damage is definitely high enough on Infamous that if Tuesday is kind of out of position, I feel like Infamous could really take advantage of it and maybe just try to burn down Kyogre, honestly, and maybe just try to get that buff even for the fight. I mean, I know, like I said, it was simply that simple, but the buff would help their team out a lot, and obviously they could just win buff it potentially. It's not going to be quite as strong as for something like Rayquaza, obviously, but if they get to that point and they can try to even win it off of a flip, it's not going to be as guaranteed of a win.
Yeah, that is true. Whole lot of options we got in front of us, but 30 seconds until that final stretch actually begins, Wonder Chef. We're gonna have both objectives available on the map. Currently, we got Tuesday Esports ripping that Reggie Alecki on the bottom side. Yet another threat, as Infamous Gaming is currently holding on to this points lead. Tuesday Esports maybe trying to look for a way, and look at this, where they're map rotating. 15 seconds until the Kyogre spawns, and they do not want to give Infamous Gaming early positioning. Reggie Alecki is gonna land on that bottom tier 2, though.
Oh, interesting. They just let it in. Felt like they could have defended, but they really want the position themselves, and maybe they don't want to let the other team try and burn it down. There's quite a bit of damage just in this game in general. You've got to be in position. You got to be ready. Nobody's standing directly next to Kyogre, though. This is my first Kyogre match, by the way, that I got to cast. How wild is that? But oh my goodness, already going in. The Mime is going to use the Unite, and they kind of pulled out this Blastoise. Great eject button in, is going to catch 3 members. The follow-up from Empoleon, and they're all split, but already the Espeon going down, Scyther going down, all the damage going down, everybody on Tuesday going down, only 1 member left getting chased down, and wow, what a counter engage, just taking them apart one by one.
Yeah, I think Espeon being knocked out before they can even pop that Psychic Solaire, maybe an option they can do to try to slow down that Empoleon, but they immediately just get deleted. I mean, Seamus with this Blastoise Unite move, tossing it in immediately to try to shut down this crazy dive. They get pulled in. Anthara's just kind of worried about that initial future side. I think they dropped the Mr. Mime Unite move extremely early, and then Infamous Gaming just goes, oh, they have 1 less defensive Unite move. Perfect. This is actually going to be the opportune time to send in our attack. So Kyogre buffs up plenty, scores to follow. Infamous Gaming going to be racking up this score lead and starting this series off 1-0.
I'm telling you, no team in this region is not scary, not absolutely terrifying. That was a great play. I mean, I got to point out as well, too, it was really interesting because we got to see kind of like a one-for-one situation where we saw immediately the Mr. Mime maybe get almost attempted to be picked off, and then they used their Unite to try and counter, but there wasn't as much of a follow-up. And then immediately we see Blastoise from Infamous's side get, a little bit close to try to pick it off, but it instead ejects buttons in with the Unite, and there was just an immediate follow-up. Tinta standing there still on the Empoleon. That follow-up from the Empoleon was amazing. We don't see nearly as much Empoleon nowadays as we used to, and I mean, obviously back then it wasn't even really competitive, so seeing a great play like that from Empoleon, awesome.
Yeah, it was sick. I mean, that's just one of those great Unite moves. Some of these all-rounders, they have really long distance Unite moves, and it's perfect. You can start on one side of the team fight and join the battle on the other. So Infamous Gaming, we talked a little bit, Chef, about can they bounce back or not, and this is a great way to start momentum in your favor. 0-2 on the season, but starting off this series 1-0 so far with just a fantastic team fight win. A close match throughout, honestly. I think we were talking a lot about how it would be one-sided a little bit throughout portions of this match, but it's held extremely close by Infamous and Tuesday. But in the end, Infamous finding a great team fight win to pull them ahead.
I am really impressed, honestly, still by everything that I've seen from Infamous, despite the fact that they are 0-2, just in all of the fights that we've seen so far today. But it's definitely, certainly this set is not over. Of course, that was only game number 1. Tuesday has an opportunity to come back, and clearly they've done some research. I love the fact that we got to see that Dodrio ban early on, which obviously we didn't get to talk about it after because that's kind of the end of that. But I am curious what they're going to do now that they're seeing a few more interesting picks. The Empoleon, obviously, another one of those Pokemon that, especially in the current meta, you do not have the opportunity to ban. That was the great double engage. Oh, such a beautiful play.
The Hydro Pump right after its Unite just makes Espeon not able to move for what felt like 30 seconds. Like Hydro Typhoon, it lands into a Blastoise Hydro Pump, and Empoleon goes right for it with that dive. That is that's criminal. But hey, great target priority. You already got one. You already got the Mr. Mime down. Take out the other Unite move that's great at defending in that Psychic Solaire. So just great macro call by Infamous Gaming, and Aramis being kind of the silent carry on this Blaziken. 5 knockouts total, only getting knocked out themselves 2 times in this match, dealing 37,000 damage. But how about 285 points scored for this Blaziken?
Very nice. Yeah, I mean, honestly, MVP to me is kind of everybody. That was just a really strong team effort to me from Infamous.
Ooh, you got to pick one.
Oh no, there's no participation awards here. Not in Zoinks' Pokemon Unite. No, I mean, if I had to choose one, I could. So there we go. That's it. I choose the easy outs. But no, they just did their coordination in that last team fight. Whoever's the shot caller. Okay, I don't know who the shot caller is. Yeah. I would love to know. That's my MVP. There we go. That's the easy.
I love that. I'm so in on that. I believe it's Gohan. If memory serves, I believe their Psyduck player Gohan is the one who's making a lot of the shot calls mid game. And I think they did a pretty fantastic job.
Yeah, whoever started calling at the end right there was great. We can see some of the stats from the other side as well. We did see Matzi with quite a bit of damage altogether on that site there. That was an interesting pick that I was curious how it was going to work out. And I mean, it didn't look bad by any means. No. Found a lot of great targets, but it really all came down to obviously that final moment where it felt like Tuesday's whole plan just wasn't able to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, you get kind of your main tank taken out early, and things get real concerning after that. I think so. Yeah, I was actually really impressed with Matzi on this site there. I don't want that to change, because in game number 2, by the way, we are going to be going to a repeat of the map. So Kyogre will be our main objective at the end of the game again, and it will be Tuesday Esports repeating on that first pick. So they will be going right back to where we just played. Blaziken there. This is the one Pokemon that it does make me sad that we don't have the Unite moves used stat anymore. It is just ridiculous when it is on Blaziken. It's like 400 or whatever. As after level 8, you just get a billion of them. But either way, Blaziken, for being a Path Pokemon, getting 1,500 experience per minute. Oh no, and I'm sorry, they weren't. They were actually playing in the central area off the start. So that was what you were talking about earlier. So 1,500 experience, still quite a bit for that central area Pokemon. Aramis just really trying to level up as quickly as they can, seeing as they're playing that late game focus composition.
Yeah, although they did start in the center, there was a pretty good amount of shifting and a lot of rotating. So it was an interesting overall strategy. But getting that early EXP did seem to help them a lot, help them control some other paths, and they were able to steal away. I mean, they got those first KOs as well, including a fight with with the Blaziken in it. It wasn't Blaziken quite yet. It's a Pokemon that you will never talk about how ugly you think they are. But altogether, I did like that strategy, and obviously it paid off in the end. It didn't really come down to it, but the fact that they had a strong Secure on their team as well, that was at a great power spike, great power level. That forced maybe some more aggression just from like a mental standpoint.
Yeah, we talked a lot about it in those unfortunate bosses that, like, I think their Secure is fantastic. Like, they got the Blastoise to defend it. Empoleon's got some great Secure moves, like Hydro Cannon does a whole lot of damage. And then you got Overheat for Blaziken. Like, you have so many options to ensure this Kyogre goes in your favor, but it didn't even have to come down to it. Just a really excellent, honestly, like a punishing of a 2Z mistake, and Infamous Gaming reaps the rewards.
Yeah, just again, a great way that they were able to jump into that moment. But we'll see what the changes are into the next game. And it's also one of those weird games that's always really hard to say like what you want to change, because arguably, and not a tough argument, 2Z could have won that. They were ahead at a good amount of points in that, but they made a mistake. So I think it's really tough from like a team design standpoint, a draft choice standpoint, because you're like, do we just draft the same things because it felt right, but then also now they can adapt to something that felt right for us? I don't know, it's kind of weird.
It is weird. 2Z also feeling a little uncomfortable with it, I think, Wonder Chef, as they are switching up their ban strategy quite a bit, adding Leafeon and the Scyther that they had just picked. So it looks like Mewtwo X, I believe. Yes, Mewtwo X will be banned by Infamous Gaming, leaving 2Z Esports with likely a first pick of that Mewtwo Y, depending. The Mega Lucario, also a pretty common choice for players in this region, so we could see that as the first pick. But now Aramaki gonna pick up the lone Mewtwo that is available.
Not a huge surprise. Every region that we've seen has been picking up Mewtwo so often. It's just so solid. There's almost no situation where two of those main key Pokemon that helped them win that game.
Yeah, Mazo with some interesting hovers so far. Let's keep an eye on what Mazo's going to end up picking in these final slots. Buzzwole, I think, is one of their best picks that they've played. I know their favorite pick is Cinderace, but I don't know if we're going to see top path Cinderace in this game. But we will see, potentially. Sebus and Aramis just on iconic picks. This Blastoise actually out encountering either of the Mewtwo's, which I think is just says a lot about the state of that Pokemon. But Yuru is going to pick up the Miraidon, and Gohan going to go with Clefable. Very interesting. Okay. So Matsy gonna go onto their iconic Zeraora, and Mazo gonna pick up the non-mega evolving Gyarados.
Both of those picks very surprising to me. Now, of course, Matsy for normal toes. Okay, I don't know if I like that one. I think we could think of something better. Let's brainstorm it. But I will say Matsy, for anybody who didn't see, made the play of maybe the entire tournament. That was my vote for the award season. In their match at Worlds, pulling off some huge pulls with that kind of unique, I don't even want to call it mechanic, but it's like a feature of Zeraora.
Don't call it a bug. Zeraora players will never forgive you. But yeah, of course, the final boosted attack of while you're using Discharge will pull towards the center of it, but you do have movement abilities with Zeraora as well, so you can change where you're located, meaning that the pull is nasty. Kind of crazy for me to see a Zacian go this late in the draft, specifically Mazo not picking either that or Buzzwole or something. Like, I gotta say, we have seen some success of Gyarados, normal dose, until we get a better term, of course. We've seen some success from it, specifically on Citadel Gaming. I know Fui, during the open qualifiers, was having a tournament on that Pokemon, was making it look just as good as Mega Gyarados. So I think we are most likely going to be seeing that moveset that Mega Gyarados is locked into in that Waterfall Dragon Breath yet again. But Mazo, yeah, going really defensive items again, actually adding the Rocky Helmet into the rotation this time. So Rocky Helmet and the Assault Vest just for a whole lot of bulk, as well as Potion Dose, Potion Normal Dose.
This is like tank Gyarados right now.
Yeah.
Really interesting, but I do like that a lot. I almost wonder if we might see like a different build out of them, like sort of trying to like initiate a little bit more. We'll end up seeing, though. It's pretty interesting. We haven't seen a normal Gyarados, I feel, for quite a while. We're going to see the Center Zeraora as well, so that is definitely going to be, once again, Metsy's style of probably a lot of early aggression, trying to find those ganks.
I think one Pokemon that I'm going to have my eye on, maybe a little bit later, as we don't see it on the minimap, but I do know Antharos does have the Float Stone equipped to their Snorlax, so likely having a chance to have some invade potential. And okay, interesting. Gohan going to be trying to punish this strategy of Magikarps leaving these early Bunnelbees. They do take one of them, so that's a whole lot of effort gauge that Mazo was hoping to pick up later on in the match, and Gohan gets an early evolution. Gohan doing their homework.
That was a great call, too, because honestly, if there's somebody else up there helping the Magikarp, you could end up getting KO'd and giving that Magikarp a lot of effort gauge towards their evolution. And at that point, maybe they don't mind as much that you gave away the EXP, especially if you're giving it away to a Clefable. But there was nobody to help them, and they knew that, and they knew they weren't going to get KO'd. They knew they were going to survive, and this is now a huge swing.
Yeah, his experience changes, the effort gauge mechanics. There's a lot at play when you were playing this Gyarados or Mega Gyarados, respectively. So now Mazo has no wild Pokemon to charge up, flop around, splash, flail, whatever they can do to slow down these three offensive Pokemon for Infamous Gaming.
One, but again, very nice. Good aggressiveness, though. Good attempts to stop that from happening. I do like that a lot. And seeing a really aggressive Clefable kind of playing on its own is pretty funny, but it just doesn't have that much of a threat. Oh, it's going to take a lot of damage now from the recently evolved Gyarados. Normal Gyarados actually putting in quite a bit of damage here.
Yeah, neither player caring about the supports, by the way. Both jumping to the other side to knock out the support and just forgiving whatever was going to happen to their own. But that is a bit of a trade, so we will see where the battle heads on the top side in a bit. But Reggie Draco has spawned, and Matsy, oh, here we go, big pull, hammer off one, taken all the way into the tall grass of the central area. At Electric type, finding its competitive advantage against the other Electric type.
I feel like it's not a super hot take to say that Matsy is probably the best at actually executing that I've ever seen of any Zeraora player, which, to be fair, I've seen like 3 Zeraora players that are actually good players try it, and if they have like a pretty high success rate, but Matsy I've never seen actually make it, so that's very impressive. Wow, again, Mazo's doing so much more damage than I expect.
I can't believe Tinta got that Reggie Drago, though. That was ridiculous. Yeah. Like, Tinta understood and say, hey, I have half a hit point. I am going to try to take this objective. Either the Gyarados knocks me out or the Reggie Drago knocks me out. But either way, I'm going down, but I'm making sure my team gets a tiny bit of EXP, and Mazo was denied a score speed buff. I like that.
Yeah, Mazo, though, burning it down faster than I thought in general. And this is going to be a solo take on this Regieleki on bottom. Up top, looks like we're going to be getting to a fight pretty soon. This Regieleki going uncontested. Armor's just going to continue to farm, but they're going to be pushing out this tier 1 goal zone. Tuzi going for some aggression. Mazo already on that goal zone, already even behind it. This is going to be, of course, just Waterfall, the normal expend that we expected. Maxzy's going to do a ton of damage, of course, just kind of being around everybody. A perfect counter maybe to this Clefable. Maybe that was the strategy. Nobody really going down, though. I mean, that is a lot of healing, obviously, from the Clefable. Finally, it's Snorlax getting the first KO of that fight, and we're gonna see the overheat being pushed back just a little bit. Only one person getting hit by that, and they're gonna go down as Snorlax. But now Matsy's so incredibly low. The healing's good on both sides, but finally, maybe we're gonna see this goal zone go down as Tuzi slowly taking KO after KO.
Incredible tenacity from Tuzi Esports to hang out on that fight. I mean, Infamous Gaming was doing a great job of defending. I think Sebas, a player that I really want to shout out on this Blastoise, was lighting up some perfect surfs and bought enough time to allow, I believe it's Armis on that Blaziken, time to rotate back and join the defense. So give them a fighting chance. But that entire time, Tuzi Esports kind of has to fight like a fight and a half worth of a battle, and they make it work. So really impressive stuff. And now they've essentially cleared the way, sans Gohan, to put in a fantastic overdunk onto this top tier 1.
Oh, if they can find it, though, now that's a little bit of a problem. This is going to be a tough duo to take down. I mean, the potential self-sustain of Blaziken can be really high in the right situation. Then on top of the healing, they're going to continue to fight for it, though. Nearly everybody on the map coming over here. Huge Hydro Typhoon is going to connect on a bunch of members, but unfortunately, for the side of Infamous Gaming, they just don't have the damage to be able to counter, even if they are outside of that range. Another great pull. And this is just looking better and better for Tuzi in this fight. I mean, this goal zone is going down eventually. Missed the pull. I'm a fool now. I can call that one out for sure. But finally, after what feels like 2 full minutes of fighting in this goal zone, is going down.
Yeah, I feel bad for complimenting Tuzi's tenacity before they did it again. Maybe I should say it now. Now their tenacity I will reward after doing it 2 fights in a row on that tier 1. But the first one, they soften up that goal zone, leaving it at 1, setting it up for a massive overdunk right after with 40 points in. Regieleki is at about half HP, but Aramis kind of reading the tea leaves, seeing that there is a few too many Pokemon from Tuzi Esports in the area, does not have a chance to jump into the mix, but it will be another last-second secure Patinta on this Zacian, a Pokemon that is truly incredible at securing objectives, especially when you add Metal Claw to the mix. Usually it was just its Unite move that you would consider to be one of its most powerful secure options in its kit, but Metal Claw also fantastic at doing so. So great work from Infamous Gaming, diving in, taking in Regidrago earlier, and now swiping away a Regieleki. Despite all that, though, Tuzi Esports able to break both tier 1s.
Tuzi's game plan really come into effect now. I mean, the fact that, like you said, they just took both tier 1s, and they feel like they've been really confident in the fights at both of them. It's looking great. We still got a little bit of time left, a little bit of a stabilization time, and a big plus for Infamous Gaming is that they had a ton of points to begin with. So you'd think that after losing 2 goal zones in a row, you'd be down by a lot of points. They're only down by 74 points, which is not a huge amount. I mean, that's 1 big dunk in the 2-minute mark. They're still getting a bunch of buffs as well. They're getting experience, so it's not over yet, but we've got to find Infamous maybe finding like 1 pick, 1 KO, or at least just disengaging and trying to play safe.
Yeah, I like this kind of soft fight from Tuzi Esports so far, not really committing a ton, trying to bait out a Unite move if they can, but now they're just going to go all in. Big dive. Maxi going to drop the Zeraora Unite move, but they get shut down mid-animation. The Zacian picking up the KO. We do have the Mega Mewtwo finding a way to KO the Blaziken, make it 2 as the Blastoise also falls, and this is a bloodthirsty support. Leozen going to take down that Miraidon. No Zeraora pull this time around, just the Eldegock.
It has nothing stronger in this game. The strongest attacker ever conceived. But honestly, that's pretty good. It's going to build a lot of space for these next objectives that are spawning, and both of them are threatened to being taken both by Tuzi. I mean, look at 2 up top, 2 people down on bottom. It's going to be a little bit more of a question to see whether or not they're going to take that basement Regieleki, but they can. And the fact that they managed to get that funny little KO right there meant that they had to back up. They had to wait for some space. There's also a lot of great forward pre-positioning from Tuzi. So honestly, that funny little moment did lead to a whole lot. But one thing to point out here is we do see an attempt from Gyarados maybe to get a little bit of a flank. And look how far forward Osmo is.
Yeah, they're going to take this fight right now. They already got the Unite moves back for the entire squad. They only had to spend the 1. Zeraora, the massive pull. Eldegoss to counter that Blastoise Unite move. Perfect timing. And that's already 4 members down. Zacian hiding in the tall grass. Not the one you think, though. It's going to be rotating up. Can they steal yet another objective? Heavy Slam knockup. Block pushes them away. And no, they cannot do it. Zeraora discharge. Going to take that super effective damage and knock out the Kyogre.
Honestly, that was kind of close to getting that steal. I'm not gonna lie, that was a little bit close. I mean, Tuzi is a team where all their damage hits everything around them, kind of, or at least their main damage. I mean, just some teams comps are like that. So realistically, they didn't have an option but to try and get that. It was a little bit scary, a little bit shaky. But wow, what a game from Tuzi! After losing game number 1, this comp looked amazing. And honestly, I gotta say, the normal Gyarados, biggest surprise for me. Normally, I feel like everybody would always say like, oh, Zeraora, the biggest surprise. Normal Gyarados was looking at least as strong as some of the Mega Gyarados that we've been seeing, in my opinion, here.
Totally agree. Yeah, a little less reliant on the Unite move potentially, and just having some fantastic engages with that Waterfall Dragon Breath. It was looking so strong. Still a minute left on this clock, and we might see a couple of Kyogre buffs flip the other way, as Infamous Gaming is dealing out a ton of damage right outside of their home goal zone. With Tuzi Esports trying to do as best of a job as they can about just killing killing time. Now, they want this clock to dissipate as much as possible. They don't want Infamous Gaming to have the opportunity to run to the other side of the map with these buffs, the micro scores for the Snorlax, and a few members of 2Z Esports on the retreat.
At this point, it's probably a little bit too late regardless. Just they're going to need so many points. But I do have to say, once again, great stuff. I want to talk a little bit more about the comp. Like I said, they were able to put together a comp that did a lot of damage to kind of everybody. And I think a lot of that was maybe based around the fact that they did see that it was going to be a little bit more tanky. They were going to get the Clefable. They were a team that also were forced to engage. And so they were going to take the fights exactly in the way that they wanted. They were able to steal out a lot of kind of first picks in a lot of these fights, depending on who was able to be in the position to get those first picks, and it just worked out really, really well. So 2Z still absolutely in this set with I would say, a considerably more dominant game once we saw that actually, kind of pop off.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. I think your final point that you were talking about in those team comps, I think is one of the coolest ones about this last matchup. The 2Z was just taking fights on their terms in this game. Like, I think that mistake we were talking about in that final fight in game number 1 was just like a very un-2Z like. You know what I mean? They were kind of jumping in this fight. Infamous Gaming are the ones that were setting the pace, especially in those final moments. This time, it felt like every time 2Z was showing up, they were the ones kicking off the fight. So maybe a change in shot calling, or just maybe a wake-up call to how aggression is going to favor them in this matchup. One of my favorites, by the way. They don't KO each other here, by the way. They're like, hey, our supports are gone. Just chill. Let's go mourn our supports on the goal zones. And then, this was the unrelenting tier 2 push that felt like maybe 15 fights in a row. I don't know. It was up there.
It was 15, 20, something like that, just a normal. But yeah, there was honestly so much healing and self-sustain on both sides here. Some of these Pokemon can stay in these fights that long without a healer, but then of course both had some pretty strong dedicated healing as well. So that was just in the nature of this match. And I did like the drafts in general. I do have to say one thing that I'm going to point out that's maybe not about this match, but one thing that I really thought about during this match is I think that despite the fact that we've got some really strong Pokemon in it, I think the meta is awesome right now. I feel like we get a chance to showcase like that support play won the game, or that defender play won the game, or that attacker play won the game, or that like assassin play won the game. Like every single role has a spot in the game right now, which is really cool. And I think that was really apparent in this game where we saw every single member basically of 2Z make a huge play.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a fun one. Sorry, I'm kind of cackling at Mazo's absurd numbers. Yeah, no Mega Evolution necessary here, folks, as Baby Mazo puts up 122,000 damage in this game, takes about 61,000 damage. Felt like all of that was from Gohan's Clefable at the start of the game. Maybe most importantly, for being a Magikarp, does not get knocked out once in this match.
And may I note too, by the way, that's 122,000 damage with 2 full defensive items, right? I mean, actually, I don't know. Does Rocky Helmet damage add to your damage stat? Okay. I actually didn't know if it added to your damage stat or it was just like a return. But okay, regardless, it's a defensive item. Okay, it's not an item that you normally choose to deal extra damage like an attacker. So this is still really impressive altogether, but I mean there was just so much brawling. I mean it's funny, we're in an era where a build like this is pretty awesome.
Right. Yeah, gonna be a high damage game no matter what when you got a Clefable and a Blastoise on the other side, right? I think Zeraora also breaking the 6-digit mark with 101,000 damage in this game. But Baby Mazo, top damage on this big fish. 728 points. The final score for 2Z Esports, holding Infamous Gaming to just 131. Very impressive bounce back and setting us up, Wonder Chef, for a very exciting game number 3.
And it's ridiculous. 8-0-14 with 122,000 damage is a ridiculous stat line. But the fact that it's such a ridiculous stat line that we just keep talking about, I keep talking about it, is really important. And I honestly think it's going to be really important for maybe a lot of the matches in the future, because I don't feel like I've seen nearly almost any teams talking about or like really showing off normal Gyarados. And now for game number 3, that's going to be a threat that we're really going to have to see Infamous think about, because they obviously have a lot of priority on dealing with the Mega Gyarados, as a lot of teams currently do right now, but maybe their strategy is we'll just make sure it's banned out. We haven't practiced against this Gyarados in the current meta, and it looked, they had some really good calls at the start, right? Obviously, we're talking about the Clefable aggression. I think that was really, really well played, but even that didn't stop Mazo from being an absolute monster.
Yeah, it is kind of strange. I mean, if I was to draft up a Pokemon that I want to really punish Magikarp in the early game, I think Zacian in the path is what I'd be looking for. But unfortunately, not the results they were looking for. We'll see what Infamous Gaming decides to do in game number 3. The first decision they made is actually kind of interesting, though, Wonderchef. We are going to be playing on the Groudon map going into game number 3, which I actually think would have been Tuzi's choice, and it will be the first pick for Infamous Gaming. So Infamous Gaming going to be rotating to the first pick side of our draft screen, and Tuzi Esports electing for Groudon going into this next game.
Ooh, okay, interesting. We have been seeing just so much Kyogre. Not that I think there's too huge of a difference, but it's interesting to see how things are going to happen around that final fight in particular. And Mewtwo X banned very quickly, the Suicune banned very quickly, but nothing so far as changes from based on, I should say, what we've seen in the past 2 games.
Yeah, we'll see if that Scyther is the final Tuzi ban again. You know what I mean? I think Matzy is really happy to be playing the Zeraora. I think their Scyther was great. They had a nice KO streak of 3 in the early game, but I don't know if we'll go to it again. It is going to be left up and available, as is Mewtwo Y. So we'll see where Infamous Gaming goes with it. I don't know if they've had the chance to play the Mega Mewtwo Y as of yet. I could be wrong about that again, or one I'm already forgetting. But Yuru is going to pick it up, so Mega Mewtwo Y off the board.
And I do want to point out the Blastoise ban. I think it's a really good ban. Infamous has been doing really well with Blastoise in almost every game that I've seen them get Blastoise. And it's also something that doesn't seem like Tuzi has been prioritizing quite as much. They've been going through some other strategies, so I do think it's a nice little flex at the end. But Psyduck is the first pick. They're going Defender Supporter as their first 2 picks from Tuzi. I actually like that quite a bit. I mean, this has been really decided, I think, by a lot of these big tanky defenders, especially with these 2 teams fighting so much.
I do like it a lot. I'm a bit surprised to not see the Eldegoss in this situation. I think Eldegoss has just been so fantastic this entire weekend. And oh my word, you were talking about it. It is going to be a stolen normal dose. Wild. And again, I will change if someone says a better name.
All right, that's fine. I can't think of anything. I've actually been thinking about it. I couldn't figure it out. Interesting to see. No Eldegoss. But also we've seen both these teams really, I don't know, change how they want to use their healers, I think. Sometimes they want to use them more aggressive, sometimes they want to use them more defensively. Obviously, the Eldegoss play, like you said, that we've seen has been great. Also, that is an unbelievably late Mega Lucario pick. I feel like I'm very surprised that we're seeing it 7 picks into the draft.
It's because the meta shifted. It's because normal Gyarados is the priority now.
I believe it's called normal dose.
Thank you so much. Yes. Okay, and there it is. The Scyther, if it is left up, will be picked up. And I honestly think maybe the least surprising Zeraora selection of all time is Matzy will be picking up that Pokemon. So Baby Malzo going to be on this Mega Lucario. If it has a early game that you can kind of punish, it will be tough to do so with Tinta on that Gyarados in that Magikarp stage. So Malzo maybe not going to punish the Gyarados back the other way super hard, but will have a chance to get really early and frequent stacks on that attack weight.
Okay, this could be the worst take of all time, but I do think this would be an awesome game for Trick Hoopa. I think Trick Hoopa would pop off here, so I do hope we get a chance to see that. And also, I do feel like, either one works here because, of course, the team's bulky. They're going to get some great resets. I think that would help out a lot as well, especially, too, if you want to prevent somebody from maybe being stolen from the other team by Matzy's Zeraora. You know, you could be like, all right, I'm going to trick you, and you can come back if you'd like to, if, they decide to pull you over there.
There is a few kind of like soft counters to portals, right? Like Snorlax has always been talked about one of the best Pokemon at shutting down the hyperspace hole with that vertical knockup of Heavy Slam. I feel Leozen is really on it with the Psychics from Psyduck, which I trust them. I trust they could be. That could be another option. And then, of course, the real niche case of Matzy pulling people out of the portals, which with the way they're playing, maybe it's not that niche. I guess it could be happening in this game number 3. But let's get into it, Wonderchef. Infamous Gaming, Tuzi Esports tied at 1 apiece.
I reckon there's a world where you could also just not do the full pull and just use the actual just small pull on the actual auto and just stand outside of it. I'm not sure. I have not seen enough Zeraora because they're like 2 Zeraora players and they're amazing, and obviously the Pokemon's good, but just one of those things you haven't really thought about. But yeah, we will see what builds they end up going. Big game for both these teams. I mean, Infamous, they really do deserve a win at this point. I will say it. I'm not saying that I think they should win this, but they deserve a win with how they've been playing.
All right. Yeah, They've had some pretty nice games, especially that game number 1, having some good moments going in their favor. But I don't know, that 2Z Esports game in game number 2 was just so lights out. I'm pretty impressed as well. So let's see how this one goes in for game number 3. Got 3 players rotating to the top side for both sides, 2-on-2. Down at the bottom, we're actually going to make it 4, as that Espeon is going to roam all the way to the top and try to catch that Scyther out of the central area.
Yeah, a lot of potential big fights going to happen up here up top. And basically, I feel like wherever Matsy's going to go, that's where the fight's going to be. And we get a chance now to see as well what 2Z wants to do against the Magikarp, right? Obviously, there's a lot of pressure on their own Magikarp. Didn't really matter all that much. So it seemed like we haven't had a chance to look at top to that too much, but 2Z's probably not doing that much against the Magikarp. There hasn't been a lot of aggression up there. Obviously, they fought for the experience, but that's been a big attempt to gank, go super deep. And they're just saying, hey, you know what? You evolve. We're going to do our other stuff and just farm our XP.
Yeah, just a bit more of a late game focus, I think, is kind of the intent at the moment. Dida does find the evolution. Is going to be that Dragon Breath. I have to imagine we're going Waterfall as well. So we are going to be going with the standard Gyarados build for the moment. It's a little astonished to stun. I almost thought that was a Psyduck Psychic. I'm getting my small circles from supports confused.
All the small circles. There's a lot of small circles in this game. If I'm being honest, the Kyogre buff, I lose track of it a lot. That's my wish for the devs. I mean, one of my wishes for the devs is that they make that a little bit clearer, but I mean, that's a me problem. Regidrago getting burned down. Nice little spacing there. Snorlax getting a triple, I think, heavy slam and making sure that nobody's going to be able to steal that away. Matsy going to continue, and they just jumped over that tall grass into no target. Maybe they expected there was going to be a pull with that, but regardless, doesn't matter. Yeah. Did a great job in that fight, and they're going to continue the aggression.
Yeah, they did awesome. Everything but securing the Regidrago, which Scyther was able to pick up. Like, this is crazy. Infamous Gaming is getting some wild steals on some of these objectives. Oh, nice stun by Seabus to set up 2 perfect targets for Aramis with that foul play. They're going to keep putting in damage into the Snorlax. That is a resting Snorlax in the moment. Very difficult. Foul play pulls them out, and the side strike from the Mega Mewtwo Y will get the KO. Ridiculous work from this Umbreon in this early game. Fantastic. And Infamous Gaming gonna really get paid for it. Get their pockets up a little bit on this goal zone.
And there's a little bit of an invade as well in Infamous's center area, being slightly defended by Gohan, but Mazo's really low. Gohan could win this fight. I'm not putting it out of there since it finally come in for the support, but it looked like Mazo was there for quite a while. So I'm curious how much experience they actually managed to steal away. They are sitting at level 7, pretty even levels altogether. And I was going to mention this before that happened, but Psyshock, which is the opposite of what we saw the last time we saw an Espeon, coming out as maybe some secure, maybe just some poke, but whereas I love Psyshock. I'm a huge Psyshock fan.
Yeah, it's fantastic. A great burst of damage at that mid-range. Ooh, Psyduck getting pulled back again. This Umbreon just a menace to be dealing with. Scyther gets out of a pretty dangerous situation, actually, and we'll see if that damage reduction for the headache is enough. Yeah, so that Psy Strike not going to get that KO. Psyduck making it back to their goal zone.
The Psyduck is invincible, I think, when it's rocking that. That is wild that didn't KO. I would have bet money on that, but I don't have any money to bet anyway. Mazo getting very low, attempting to be protected by the invincible Psyduck. Unfortunately, you're the only one that's invincible. Big aggression, though, from Infamous Gaming. They want to push this lead. 2KO streak here from Aramis. 2KO streak as well from U2Y. They have wiped out nearly the entire enemy team. The scoreline is 275-0 from a dominant game from 2Z. This is looking, I don't know, like a completely different set of teams, a different set, a different everything.
Yeah, Infamous Gaming just looks really locked in. There was a moment just a moment ago where Matsy set up a pretty nice pull in the Mega Mewtwo Y, and they just immediately Unite move for Infinite Cyber to Unstoppable and get themselves out of the pull. I was like, okay, no, that was clean. We are setting up some really nice options for Infamous Gaming to just kind of not get shut down by Tuzi's clever tricks, if you will. Right now, Tuzi is set up on this topside objective. Infamous Gaming not far behind, though, as Seabus trying to pull away on Tharos consistently, making sure that Snorlax is not available. And you just saw it. Umbreon utilizing that trick Phantom Force combination is able to go in, pull, and then immediately get to the back line.
There's still going to be, still aggression. That's going to be actually a pretty big KO. It does seem like the Hoopa has been, I mean, something they're really depending on, especially for this point. I think they still got that Unite. They would have loved to have used it here, but unfortunately, that's a big first pick. Regirock is getting slightly burned just by extra damage, and on the bottom, we got the Secure just barely. A lot of Unites coming out, but I mean, Tuesday, they're in relative control of this situation.
Yeah, they get that Regirock buff. I think Matsy's Unite move at first was kind of canceled by some kind of stun, but they had it right back immediately after. But either way, they're back and ready to go. They got their Regirock buff. It might do them a few favors in trying to defend this goal zone, but even a defense buff does not matter when you got a Hoopa Unite move and a Scyther Green Illusion dive knocking on your front door. So that will be a tier 1 shattered. Infamous Gaming gonna climb this score lead even higher. This is starting to get just unwinnable as we're headed towards that 2-minute mark. Of course, everything can change in that final stretch, but right now, Infamous Gaming locking down quite a few win conditions for themselves.
I didn't even see Regirock win in the home base. That's tough. They could have built that lead more and more if they decided that they wanted to go forward. But like you said, this is a near unwinnable position. You have to do so much to come back from this at the 2-minute mark because obviously you need to not only probably take the main objective, but you need to make sure that nobody on the other team counter scores. And then nice pull, by the way, from Matsy. They are going to try to get some points in as well. They're still at 0. They're going to pick up 1 KO at least. It's going to be a first score. No, not the first score of the game. Just kidding. The score was just barely early canceled as everything's getting popped. And honestly, this is starting to get scary. We're starting to be at a spot where resources will be needed for the 2-minute mark. Finally, some points in.
Yeah, I think Gohan accidentally getting wheel diffed there a little bit. Did not have the target priority on the Mega Lucario. It doesn't matter though. In the end, it will be a big score for Tuesday Esports, not only with the overdunk, but also getting Mazo some very important stacks on that attack weight.
Looks like there's some time to try and get these final objectives. I'm not sure how much of a commitment they're going to make. Obviously, everybody's going bottom. So, and also, I mean, imagine if you get this and you push it in, this could be literally a Zapdos win. And they are going to full commit to this. They're going to get the first KO onto that Snorlax, immediately a 5v4. This Regirock might be more important at this point than the other objectives. They are going to take it. But now the question is, what do you do with it? You could really leave multiple members bottom. And the moment that you see Tuesday try to score anywhere, you just say, okay, we're sending you with that Regirock. You could move up. You could try to burn down this Groudon yourself. You could try to find a pick. But right now, they're just going to pre-position in center.
Yeah, a lot of times we see actually Hoopa roam towards that home goal zone to actually apply that big old portal down at the end when Regirock does land. But it'll land. Tuesday Esports understanding that their only win condition in this game is a Groudon win plus a team fight after it, probably. Matsy taking a ton of damage. Umbreon Unite to steal just that shield from Zero Aura immediately. Mega Mewtwo does stun multiple targets and sets up that Gyarados to get the engage. But Matsy actually going to strike first and get the KO. Aramis not done yet, though, as this Scyther finds a way to KO Baby Mazo, and Matsy is living on basically just this shield. Mega Mewtwo is hunting that Zero Aura, and for the time being, Infamous Gaming take a few, only lose the Gyarados in the process.
This is actually a little bit scary. That is a lot of resources spent on the side of Infamous Gaming. I mean, all the resources except for one Unite from Gyarados are available. That's a huge Unite. It's coming back right now. We might see it just even to engage and stop the attempt to take this Groudon, but I mean, hey, a KO is going to stop it as well. Matsy over on the left side is kind of the only one right now with the damage to try and burn this down. Can they get this secure? No, it's going to be Infamous Gaming. It is actually, in fact, going to be that Gyarados. Normal dose, diff. Normal dose looking amazing right now.
Yeah, 2 for 2 so far in this series. That is ridiculous. It's going to be dumping in a ton of points. Aramis has a Groudon buff, will obviously increase their scoring speed, but they might actually look to try to KO this Espeon if given the chance. Infamous Gaming, what a bounce back after a tough loss in a Game 3 in the previous one, going to win a Game 3 against Tuesday Esports. What an amazing matchup for them.
Yeah, and I mean, normally I feel like these great matches are very, very close, and this set was close, but there were 2 games that were really dominated by one of these teams, you know, one and then the other, and I think that both of those games were great showings from those teams, so I really love this set, despite the fact that even the individual games weren't particularly close. So great stuff from both of them, and honestly, this is going to be tough for you, buddy, because your power rankings based on vibes are just impossible for Latam, and I think that's the truth.
The vibes are shifting. The vibes are shifting. Yeah, it is tough. It's tough to deal with for me, but hey, congratulations to Infamous Gaming for kind of resetting their own vibes. Shout out. Okay, I don't know if we're actually getting stats for this one or not, but we have an MVP award going to Ceebus, and that is my vote. I think that Umbreon was so fantastic in that game. So many foul play setups. And how about 15 assists on that Umbreon in total? I think that is just ridiculous work. Amazing job from Infamous Gaming. A lot of great setups and just great capitalization. But like Tuesday Esports just didn't really have the answer. And yeah, you're right, Wonder Chef. Normal dose is the diff.
That's really wild. I feel like that's something that if we were on day one, I would say tomorrow we might see a lot more, but we're kind of late in day two now. Not late, but you know, we're partway through. So I'm curious what exactly we are going to see. If we're going to see any more of it, or maybe in a couple weeks we'll see a lot more, but we will certainly have to see teams think about it for the immediate future, because both these teams doing a great job of showing how strong that actually is. But once again, I want to point out exactly what I was saying earlier. Every role is really good right now, and I think that's awesome. I've really enjoyed watching that.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that was such a pretty Mewtwo Unite, by the way. The stacking of the multiple targets was just so perfect that there was no escape out of the Cyburn, so those stuns were going to happen. That hyperspace stun at the maximum distance, great shot from Gohan. Like, Tuesday Esports just really had nowhere to run. They tried to multiple times, but unfortunately, nowhere to run. Incredible work, and there it is. Ceebus with the MVP award. 38,000 damage done, 63,000 damage taken. But my favorite stat on that list is 15 assists throughout that game. Wild work.
Yeah, it is wild work, but great job altogether from that team. I'm so interested to see how Infamous continues to do throughout the league. Like I said, they deserve to win at a point. All these teams are good. That's the problem. Can we just invite every single team in Latam to Worlds? Are we allowed to do that? Do we have that power?
We're not. Surely someone can, but I think they said we're not allowed to do that anymore.
We can't do anything. They don't give us, they don't even, I don't think they even pay us. 100,000 damage, by the way, on Euro, on that Mewtwo Y. Kind of a silent damage dealer. I mean, had some really amazing moments, obviously, but maybe wasn't as visible, except for the fact that we can see all that damage, like all three of the other damage dealers combined.
Yeah, exactly. And how about this shutout until the 7-minute mark or so for Infamous Gaming. Tuesday Esports really only finally getting a big push onto that bottom tier 1, kind of on the back of like a really nice Mega Lucario work by Baby Mazo, but still in the end coming a bit shy. Infamous Gaming Ceebus, you can see they're spending almost the majority of their time on the bottom side of the map. Very rarely going to be rotating to mid or top with this Umbreon, wanting to make sure that they empower that Mega Mewtwo Y as best as they can. Getting their first knockout, one of 2 of the game at 9 minutes and 13 seconds, but the first assist, I'm sure that came early and often.
Now, one of the reasons I think why the score was shut down for so long is the fact that Ceebus was down there on that bottom path defending for so long, and this Pokemon is so good at defending those goal zones, even if they're alone. One stat that I'd love to see, I don't know if we have it, but we got to talk to Icarus about it, is scores interrupted. I wonder if that's a stat that's tracked at all, because that would be really, is it really? I would love to see that at some point.
Umbreon does well, Miraidon does crazy. On that stat. One of the best performing Pokemon at that particular role. I mean, just Charge Beam hitting multiple targets off the goal zones does really well, but Ceebus doing a great job of it too, like you mentioned. Those foul plays really well timed to stop scores at any given moment. Very impressed with this player in Infamous Gaming, back on the board in a major way. They got to feel happy with at least having 1 W on the first weekend of games.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's such a good opportunity to come back. This is a very long league. We're still early on, and still everything that Infamous showed was really amazing. I mean, Tuesday as well, they've been looking really, really strong. They're going to be as well now, I believe, tied up at 1 and 2 as their record after the first weekend, which a little low from what I expect from Tuesday, but again, you literally cannot expect anything from anybody in this Latam region. They are just truly so incredibly good. And I mean, Tuesday could win, Infamous could win. You never know at this point.
Yeah, I know. Who knows what ends up happening? All that matters right now, Wonder Chef, is you got to lock in to that top 5 position. We'll see what happens, though. We got more Latam action coming up very soon. We're going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, more regional leagues.
Oh, Well, I guess it's me again. It's that time for another off-stream broadcast. I guess I'll just come out of the tall grass then. No, just taking a little nap. No, I'm joking. Honestly, it's so hard to take a nap considering how intense these games have been today. But we did have our off-stream broadcast match from the NA region, IX Gaming versus Evil Geniuses. And, well, let me show you what ended up happening. Right, the thing is, between these two teams, it was actually pretty neck and neck for pretty much the whole match up until the Kyogre fight. But Evil Geniuses, they did end up having a dunk come in and end up taking the lead, really putting IX Gaming's back against the wall. But with the power of friendship and, of course, a Horror Revive, they were able to bring back their teammates. However, IX Gaming, they pretty much just shredded the Kyogre right under their noses and took that for themselves. And, well, you'd think, does the action stop here? Well, no, it doesn't. Because while Blastoise managed to go and get a dunk themselves, up in the top path, you actually had Leafeon and Mewtwo take back the lead again and really, once again, put IX Gaming's back against the walls. And if there's anything to make note, I think, from watching these matches off stream, it's really just the power of defenders at the moment. Not only for that defense, but just being those playmakers in the game. And, well, one player I really wanted to highlight during this match is Breezy. Those surfs on those Blastoise, but even the Hydro Typhoons to knock out multiple players was insane. And here, this is why I said it was pretty much neck and neck between these two teams right up until the end. And I guess same could be said for the second match as well. 230 points to 204 as we have 30 seconds remaining. Once again, Evil Geniuses, they're just pushed to the brink by IX Gaming, but they ended up coming out on top and went and defended and were able to take him out and make a split push, winning that one, taking us, well, to a game 3. Now, I'm gonna actually rewind this one because I want to show you folks this one. We're actually gonna play this one in slow-mo here. So at the moment, we can't actually see the Blastoise on stream. And this is what I'm saying. We're in reverse right now. Oh, there we go. Now we're going forward. Let's go. Really being the playmakers and coming up from behind to catch IX. And even with minimal HP, they were playing with fire, trying to make a move for Evil Geniuses here so they can hold on to their lead. But unfortunately, while two of those members did end up getting depleted, IX Gaming took this as an opportunity to come in and take this fight. That way they can go and shred down the Rayquaza themselves. But I've really got to say, in terms of these two teams, the perseverance, the determination, and once again, just the power of friendship of coming together to really just put on an absolute amazing showing of these games. So if you didn't end up watching it a while, I know that doesn't really encapsulate the whole thing, but if you did on one of our community streams, shout out to them for showcasing these matches to the community. Gotta appreciate them. It has just been intense on broadcast here and off broadcast. And you know what? If there's anything, this really just makes me appreciate Pokemon Unite. So yes, been having a lot of fun lurking in here in the top grass, but the fun doesn't end here because we are going to go send it to our favorite mustachio bros, Spraggles and Dupe Snacks. Take it away, guys. I'm going back into the tall grass. Bye.
Thank you so much, Kello, for that recap. Looking at that last game, I think you and I saw the same thing there, Dupes. It looks like the names were switched on game 3, and that was actually EG that took the win there in that final fight. That's what it looked like to me. But what a great series between these two. I mean, IX had an amazing start to their season yesterday, 2-0, right? And now they went up against one of the best in the region. Zoinks says they're the number 1, and they take them to a game number 3. So really impressive stuff. I would love to get just confirmation of that when we get a chance, but it looks like EG won the best of 3 right there. Let's go ahead and start moving forward though, because we've got a little more LATAM before we head over to North America today, Dupe Stacks.
Yeah, I have to say the way we're doing our caster rotations is a bit of a bummer for us selfishly, because we have only gotten to cast one LATAM game each day, and it's one of the most exciting exciting regions to cast because of how often these teams just literally fight within the Thea Sky Ruins. Taking a look at CACM, Texas, Don Lux, Frank, Reggie, and Angela right here. Names that you know, and a team that has qualified for Worlds multiple times and always seems to be right on the verge of a major breakthrough. We'll see if they can use this league format to really propel themselves forward, despite having a fairly rough day one.
Yeah, pretty rough day one. We're going to see what it looks like for them right now in day two, right? They're obviously an incredible team with how well they did at LAIC. And now we have Entity 7 looking to make their record even better. They're 1-1 right now, but they want to get out of the kind of middle of the road of the pack here in Latam and establish themselves as one of the top teams as we're heading straight into draft. Entity 7 is going to be your first pick right here. CACM is getting their final ban right now. They're considering a few options and they are going to go with Suicune. So Mewtwo's, Blastoise, things like that are available.
Yes, they are. And you got to think that Gengar is a heavily targeted ban there. Rarely will it find itself on the chopping block in a normal situation. I picked Ploop, which is a very fun name to say, selecting Mega Mewtwo X for Entity 7 to kick this thing off.
Yeah, and here we go. Reggie locking in. What we're going to see the swap for Don Lux. Don Lux is going to grab the Miraidon, Blastoise. Of course, these are, common, powerful picks. Miraidon seen in 54% of our matches. No shocker to see Blastoise and Mewtwo. Mewtwo, unbelievably strong. As I mentioned, I think earlier on the broadcast, got a few nerfs coming up because this thing is just so dang good. Entity 7 locking in their defender support core now. Snorlax, Eldegoss. Eldegoss? All right, I'm fired. Eldegoss, their stocks need to be going up. This thing is great.
It is really good. Unlike the Hoopa that's had floundering, or we'll say middling results, Eldegoss has really seemed to shine in every single match we've seen it. Going Hoopa into Buzzwole, another Pokemon that kind of has that forget me factor to it. We're always surprised when we see it pop in, and are always surprised when it happens to do well, despite that that's kind of always been its history in the game. One I want to point out is Entity 7 bookending their draft with both Megas seems crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty nuts, right, to get both of the Mewtwo's here. And Reggie grabbing Zacian. Never a bad pick, it seems like. We got two Reggies on the side. We got Reggie 591 and Reggie 195. Couple of Reggies.
Yeah, just to keep us honest. Just to keep us honest, we're already having enough trouble as is saying things like Eldegoss. Might as well have a couple players with slightly different numbered names in the mix to make sure that we're really driving the point home of how insufficient we are.
I think, unfortunately, I'm just going to have to say Buzzwole. I'll say Buzzwole. I'll say Zacian. When there are two Reggies, I don't think I can handle it. When a Reggie spawns in the top and bottom path, I'm already overwhelmed.
I agree completely. So now we'll have four Reggies. Well, now Reggie Drago, 5 Reggies potentially on the map at once. Very exciting for us. I'm sure it's going to be easy to keep track for you at home. Quick look at these drafts. Who do you think has the advantage here? We've got a little bit more of a traditional type setup out of CACM, and Entity 7 has a lot of strength coming through.
Yeah, when I look at Entity 7, what kind of sticks out to me, obviously, is the bird. If Dodrio can manage to get ahead early and sort of punish the central area of CACM, I think they're going to do extremely well. However, the final fight out of CACM just feels like an easier one for their crew. I mean, Hoopa could be sending their team back through the portal, resetting them. Zacian's got great rip, Miraidon incredible damage, and then Blastoise just the tankiest thing in the world right now. But I do think Dodrio is going to be the difference maker as we head into game number 1. Entity 7, your purple team. CACM, aka Reggie Esports, your orange team.
We already see the Gossifleur babysitting our Dodrio in the central area, making sure that we don't have any invade shenanigans, but Texas is going straight to the top path with that Hoopa. No invade today. It's going to allow to put good pressure by CACM, and as we know, Buzzwole getting to level 5 is critical to really start snowballing that character.
Yeah, extremely important, right? That early power spike on Buzz at 5 is massive. If they are able to get it, it is going to be devastating. Dodrio and Zacian now running to the top path to assist in this fight. Any experience that can go the way of CACM will be huge.
Here's Zacian on that note to see if they can help out, push an advantage here. Miraidon's finding that Dodrio. Roju gonna have to roll back up top as we are having a strong CACM presence for these 850 birds. Straight into the backline is the Zacian. Tons of pressure. Good follow-up by CACM. Quality knockout there. They're gonna keep going. The Gospel are picking up a berry to see if they can stymie the tide of points going in, and they are unsuccessful here. Nice recall by Zacian, and they're gonna get back in the flow.
Yeah, I mean, a good recall by Zacian to just head right back into it, right back into their central area. And then at the same time, Buzzwole just able to stack in the top path. Huge win there for CACM. And things didn't look too terrible down here in the bottom path even. Dodrio level 6 right now, so they are keeping up with the side of CACM, but so was the Buzzwole just in the top path. Great stuff to start for our orange side.
Yeah, I mean, great 4-player rotation by CACM. War Turtle stuck in the bottom path by themselves. Didn't give up too much of a problem. Didn't give too much up to Entity 7, even though they were just holding it down by themselves. Nice little pull there by Mewtwo-X, and that's going to be sufficient enough for a knockout as we have the quick rotation up, and they're going to try to collapse. Zacian doing a ton of damage. Heavy Slam is there to create separation, but a lot of pressure for CACM. Miraidon providing that charge beam cover. Zacian is low, goes right back into the action, and they get knocked out. The berry is plucked by the Magician, but the Zacian is nowhere near to take it. Now we have 2 full HP characters looking at that resource.
Yeah, a nice fight there from Entity 7, right? They were able to put a lot of pressure on CACM, and they really only lost their support because of it, picking up big KOs on the other side. Dodrio now cruising at level 8, but so is the Buzzwole that they let get strong early. Reggie in the top path, now resetting their HP in a great spot.
Yeah, a lot of good experience going to CACM there without losing a character. That's a win in my book, and I'm sure it's one in theirs as well. Another good portal down. Not enough to get through it, though. However, good damage by Entity 7. Focus fire down on the Hoopa to knock them out. Regieleki getting worked on. Thunder is there. Heavy Slam secure by Entity 7, putting up the block, and they're retreating like thieves in the night after getting away with that robbery.
And they absolutely did. Their team also working on the bottom objective. I mean, what a perfect steal for the side of Entity 7 right there. Beautiful stuff as CACM probably pretty annoyed and now a little bit on the back foot after they just lost 2 objectives. Don't worry, you lost 2 Reggies. You still got 2 on your team. Hey-oh.
Hey-oh, he did it. Let's go. I believe Reggie Drago, we haven't seen much focused there. However, I believe it has been taken off the map as that middle pip is not moving. And we're just watching this Mewtwo farm up here as the scrap has broken out in the middle over the Swablu and Altaria.
Now we see Roju heading back into their central area, grabbing all of the experience that they possibly can for their side. Dodrio just so incredibly mobile, tri-attack into a boosted, jump kicks bouncing off of these wild Pokemon, using the boosteds to help reset their cooldowns. It's a thing of beauty when a Dodrio is really working for a squad, and some of these top players play it to perfection.
Yeah, I want to see it get in the mix, though. It's kind of been farming up as CACM looks to push in this top tier 1 3v2. Mega Mewtwo using their Unite move. They're blinking through is with the Hoopa portal. The rest of CACM, are they going to come back through? No. They decide to slow walk it back up path. And meanwhile, Dodrio closing out that T1 top.
Yeah, not an incredibly powerful break, which is what you'd expect from Dodrio. They're not really known for, you know, breaking goal zones with incredible overcaps. They can't really do that unless the goal zone is defenseless, but putting a lot of pressure on our opponents here. Hoopa bringing the team down and pushing Entity 7 back.
Nice little block, though, to isolate Blastoise. Despite the Hydro Typhoon, not a lot of value is able to be gained quite yet. It's going to open the door for CACM to push. That's where we're going to look. Buzzwole with the Swole Slam going in, and now they're sitting on the opponent's path. Charge Beam through, but it's the knockouts that are coming from Entity 7. The portal is there. One person is able to catch the reset. We're going to see if they can drag themselves back through. Surfing to safety is that Blastoise, of course, but they're still eyeing down 3 players, and they are gone, and so is the goal zone.
Another goal taken by Entity 7, extremely aggressive. And I said it before this match, I really do think the way this works for Entity 7 is going to be how well things go for Dodrio. Right now, they are absolutely cruising all over this map. Tons of pressure on their opponents, making their way into their central area, while at the same time farming their own wild Pokemon on their side. Level 12 right now, heading towards level 13 as quickly as they can. 4 minutes left in the match, so they will absolutely be a level 13 here before Kyogre hits the map. Regidrago now being ripped apart by CACM. They don't want to get this stolen away. Hydro Typhoon, and did Blastoise? Okay. Okay, it was not stolen by Blastoise. It was taken by the Zacian.
Yeah, when the Blastoise did the Hydro Typhoon, it was a bit early, and I was afraid that little Snorlax was going to be able to just step up and B-press it down and get themselves secure that way. Zacian cleaning it up and ensuring that CACM doesn't fall victim to another robbery in the middle of this game.
Yeah, Dodrio now at level 13 means every time it dashes in with this combination of Tri-Attack and a boosted, it's just really going to chunk down sides of CACM. You can see that, how close they are to Zacian going down. They do pick up 1 KO already. Regieleki getting very low. Dodrio secures with the boosted. Moving back in, looking for a jump kick. Not able to make it happen, and it looks like CACM not going to take that portal back because they know that's a portal right to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, but great portal indeed. I mean, that kept 4 players from getting knocked out there. So while they lost the fight, they lost the Regieleki, they did not lose themselves in the sauce, and they're able to get back on a nice portal from a Hoopa, and that's the impact that a good Hoopa can have.
Dodrio actually allowing Mewtwo to take all of this experience here. They're leaving the red buff right now for Mewtwo. They're saying, look, we've got enough buffs right now. I keep taking them from our opponents. You can have this one, as we're possibly looking for an early fight here before Kyogre. 20 seconds now, Doobsnack. So you can say CACM's looking for a catch right here, but they probably are trying to catch the wrong Pokemon. That's a Snorlax.
Nice snore. Oh, that was a nice little surf back because of the heavy slam from the Snorlax engage that you called out. Portal is down. We're going to get a quick reset. 5 seconds till Kyogre.
Now these teams are just looking for their moment. Entity 7 in complete control here, 274 to 37. They just need to make sure they don't make a big mistake. And look, they're looking for Dawnlux right away. In trouble, they go down. And now CACM doesn't even get to pounce on this fight.
No, they have to just hang out and literally wait until the 10-second timer ticks down. Meanwhile, Dodrio can stress the map. We got a little fight, though. Snorlax pinned against the wall. We're going to get some Buzzwole Swole Slam into the block Snorlax, and it kind of looks like we're chipping away at Kyogre to see if we can force CACM to enter battle.
Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to trick them into moving in, thinking they're taking Kyogre. They don't need it or want it. Snorlax starting with the heavy slam block, the side strike, and it looks like CACM is going to once again have to reposition here. Blastoise getting very deep right now.
Yeah, maybe making the call here, getting into the middle. Rings are unbound. We're going for the stove right after the Meteor Storm is in the middle. Dodrio rushes to the middle. We got a Hydro Typhoon about to pop off. Kyogre is getting so low coming through. It's going to be on the verge, and it's taken by CACM, but they lose 3 players in the exchange. 3 players down on Entity 7, and now it's a scramble to score. They've got all the T1s open. Bang, that's a Hundo Burger. Bang, they're going to get another Hundo Burger, but guess what, Cowboy? They're still losing by 101 Dalmatians worth of points.
Yeah, they're going to need to score more points here, and it looks like Entity 7 is well aware of this. They knew they were going for a full flip because there wasn't a lot they can do. They need more points in their pockets, and they need to get to these goal zones quickly. We're going to find out if Entity 7 can shut this down. Huge catch here by the Dodrio. Reggie is in trouble. They move to the top path looking for a score. They get 56, but again, it's not enough. They need that Cruella DeVille number. 16 still won't do it.
They need a little bit more. They're down by 7. Now they're up by 11. Does Entity 7 know they've just had the script flipped on them? No, they're fighting it out, and right now it's CACM in control. I think they're going to eat this thing out with a nice little Kyogre play, and some cheeky scores, and now it's a no-doubter.
Wow, what a final moment there for CACM. They split Blastoise, Zacian, didn't have enough points in their pocket. They need to go back, find other Eos energy on the ground. But after they were able to do that, brought Buzzwole up to the top path for an additional Hundo Burger right there. 338, 469. CACM, I mean, honestly, they should be counting their lucky stars. They just went for a full flip and tried to pray at the end of this match. Their prayers were answered today.
Yeah, I mean, Zacian stepping up and kind of doing what it used to do when it was first released in the days of yore, and just a big time secure out of that Zacian, the best secure tool, in my opinion, that they have on their team. So, I mean, credit to them for stepping up and securing that thing for the squad and giving them the chance. Entity 7, great catches in that final Kyogre fight, but unfortunately, CACM making the correct call, using the Blastoise to surf all the way in, cause chaos, and open up the opportunity for a flip.
Yeah, and they did. I mean, what a great play by CACM. And you have to say, look, Entity 7 was winning this match, but one of the differences I think that separates some of the best teams out there from some of the rest of the teams out there are recognizing your win conditions and playing to them. And they recognized, we saw it many times in this Kyogre fight, they couldn't move in, they couldn't fight, they needed to wait for these Pokemon to reset, and they said, we can't beat them. We have to flip right here. We have to win this flip. Maybe we got a shot for it. Maybe we don't. I mean, that Zacian truly walking up just with the Unite move charged all the way from the tall grass, walking straight into the pit and getting the secure. Big win.
I mean, I have to highlight again the Blastoise play to kick this thing off for CACM and opening the door here as one of the Reggies, one of the 5 that we've discussed so far, getting credit for player of the game, 48k damage, 4 knockouts, but really they're getting the shine. Why, Cowboy? Because they secured the Kyogre and gave CACM a chance.
Yeah, everything came down to this Kyogre flip. They had to go for it right there. It was the right call. They went for it. They had, without question, better secure tools than what's on the side of Entity 7, right? When you've got that Zacian Unite move, that's a legitimate, crazy good secure tool. Entity 7 doesn't really have something like that, right? They were looking for KOs in the pit, and they tried to take down as many as they could. It just wasn't enough.
No, you're exactly right. They did get some quality KOs, but I, again, want to highlight Gansito with the surf in and hydro pump into the middle, really kicking off the fight and repositioning where everybody was, because CACM was trying to bully, was getting bullied, by Entity 7 out of the Kyogre pit, but that surf deep into the territory, right into the middle of the pit, starting everything off, and it opened up the door for the rest of CACM to pour through. Start to flip, but then we saw a well-timed Hydro Typhoon, and you mentioned the Zacian just walking up. Well, it got to do that because of a nice surf by Gansito back out, clearing the remaining members of Entity 7 from the middle, so they couldn't go for the secure. So ultimately, this tank player on this phenomenal Pokemon of Blastoise did a great job giving an opportunity to the team.
Yeah, totally agree. Blastoise moves in. They recognize they need to start the fight as the defender. It wants to draw as much attention as possible. If all the moves can hit the Blastoise, if a lot of damage can be moved towards that instead of some of the squishier Pokemon on the side of CACM, they may be able to make this rip and flip work. And then you just see the Zacian just kind of making their way out of the tall grass, giant sword ready to go, and they get the secure.
Incredibly well done. The heat map, a bit unsurprising based on how the majority of this game went. Really felt like CACM was on a bit of a back foot there most of the time, which led Reggie to have to kind of live in their own central area, taking only cheeky fights here and there. So that heat map is a bit unsurprising given the texture of the game and how it went. But last minute heroics with Reggie giving the team a chance is all they needed for game 1.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, they looked great there near the end. I always love it when a team is pushing their win condition. I think it's what you need to do. Sometimes you'll see teams almost paralyzed in moments like this where they just are not able to actually go for a victory. We've seen like some great teams throughout the years just kind of wait so long that their opponents actually come back and find a way to win. So I love to see it when a team, goes for the W and takes it. Also, I don't know if I mentioned this a little earlier. I wanted to confirm that it was Evil Geniuses that won in that best of 3, which is what it looked like. It was EG that won earlier in North America. So they took down IX 2-1.
Very nice. Thank you for the update there. Our bands, Gengar, Mega Lucario, Scizor, Scyther, Mega Gyarados, Vaporeon, and Mega Mewtwo X. As Entity 7 is going to get the first pick here in Game 2, and this time we're moving to the Groudon map.
All right, here we go. Changing up the maps. Groudon obviously has a much different texture near the center around the final fight. It's more open, so Pokemon like Dodrio are not able to, dive in and catch people off guard as easily. Less places to hide also means your auto attackers do a little bit better here, right? Like something like Cinderace is going to do a bit better on Groudon than something like a Gardevoir that could check a bush just using its moves. So this will be interesting here to see if the teams switch up their compositions at all.
Well, they have already. Suicune is in the mix, and that is a Pokemon that I am a particular fan of and love it in this pseudo support role. But we also saw it do pretty darn well in the attacker slot yesterday with the off moveset, which is completely, was it Ice Skull Shard and Surf?
Oh no, yeah, Surf and dang, why do it's like one of the moves, Ice Shard?
Is it Ice Shard? It's a big crystal that kind of just ice crystal that materializes. We should know this, but we don't. Cool for us.
The funny thing is I played this build probably 8,000 times this season because it just got buffed and you want to mess around with it, and it's Icy Wind.
That seems like a trick.
They tricked us.
Roshu going on to this Dodrio again, which I thought had solid value, was stressing the map in a nice way. I liked how they were using it to score near the end to provide a unique look to CACM, and it really helped keep them out of the central area. Having the Blastoise, wait, am I seeing this right? It's not banned, not picked?
Wow.
Okay. And now we're finding out where that 5% of that encounter rate is missing, and the reason it's not perfect for moments like this. I am shocked because it was incredible last game.
Well, it just feels like it's hard to not have this thing, right? It's so dang good. It's such a playmaker all the time. But, it looks like Entity 7 loved their Snorlax, and I got to agree, their Snorlax was pretty dang incredible in game number 1, set up a lot of huge plays. So if they want to keep that going, I get it. And Crustle, it won Worlds. Let's be fair. It's still a legitimate great tank. Blastoise, nowhere to be found here in game 2.
Is the potential thought that Crustle can limit Dodrio a little bit, open up the opportunity to trap it somewhere, as opposed to the Blastoise, which is more surf to create separation, that type of approach? I guess I can see it in theory, but man, Blastoise just looks so good. I'd have a tough time coming off of it if I was Gensito there.
I agree. I think Blastoise feels incredible, but Crustle, they're a different, beast a little bit. Crustle's got that rock tomb, and then you X's her into it. So you've got a little bit of a push, but you move it right into a stun, followed by the stun of your Unite move. And we're going to see how they want to play this as we head into our second game here. CACM is going to be your orange team. They are up 1 game against Entity 7, your purple team. CACM pulling out a very wild win at the end of game number 1, a game that Entity 7 dominated really from top to bottom, except for, I guess the last part of bottom.
Yeah, except for that very last portion of the whole darn thing. I do like this Suicune selection, high priority from CACM to get it on their squad. I'm just a general fan of Suicune to begin with. It feels incredibly powerful to me. Its Unite move has been touched a little bit, but I still find it to be incredibly strong in the face of any team when you get into that team fight scenario.
Yeah, I agreed 100%. We've got some great Pokemon on the side of CACM that are just so dang difficult to fight. You got a Suicune and you got a Crustle together. They could just, they could stun lock an enemy forever, which is going to be really interesting to see.
Yep, it can stun lock some of these slower targets together, but I really need to see Gensito step up with this Crustle to validate the choice over a Blastoise. they have to be able to trap this Dodrio in with the Rock Tomb and let the Mimikyu get in there and get to work. So CACM, clever choice in the face of a Dodrio selection, but now you have to execute.
Yeah, and Dodrio, even with a lot of tools to stop it, it's still hard to shut this thing down. It's just so incredibly mobile, and it shows up all over the place on the map. We can see right here, Dodrio sitting at level 6, highest level on the side of CACM, still level 5. Mimikyu, however, heading in their central area, going to try to catch up pretty fast.
Yep, they kind of just a heartbeat behind the Dodrio of hitting their level 6, so they're keeping decent pace here. It's really going to come down to where they head to at the 7-minute mark and who comes ahead in that scrap. Entity 7 was able to secure, if you recall, both the basement and top path Reggies for themselves, despite really CACM kind of having presence at both.
Interestingly enough here, they peel off Reggie Drago to move towards the Suicune from the side of CACM, rather pick up the KO before you have to try to secure this here. We're going to see if anyone's going for the big secure, and they do. It's the Suicune that picks it up, so they were right to want to take that down, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, I agree. Good team-wide experience going to help the Mimikyu keep pace with the Dodrio. Miraidon's getting low. However, they're able to execute, quite literally, that Mewtwo and keep the Miraidon standing, which is critical in this moment.
And now we have Roju looking for a fight here, getting caught by the Shadow Sneak. Mimikyu comes in, massive catch. Oh my gosh, what a catch.
I mean, it was huge, and that's a tough target to hit. You know, Shadow Sneak is tough enough as it is, but to hit a Dodrio is something special, and that was a perfectly executed Shadow Sneak and conversion to a knockout as well. Well done.
Yeah, I think the second they saw, you throw your shadow sneaks through a lot of this tall grass and some of these stone outcroppings, your range gets pretty crazy. And the second they saw they hit Dodrio, they thought, wow, we just struck gold. Move right now. Let's pick up a huge KO. And they do. Heading down to our bottom path here, we now have an opportunity for Blaziken to do Blaziken things at this Regieleki. We'll see if they are ready for the secure.
Yeah, they got to put enough damage on it right now. CACM controlling around the Regieleki. Snorlax just looking for their way in here. It's going to have to be a heavy slam. And we are playing Whirlpool Ice Beam out of the Suicune, so we're going to be going with a lot of CC approach there, not going with the Surf Icy Wind that you and I had such a tough time recalling. As the block goes up just in time to prevent the Snorlax from being frozen. Shadow Sneak on Eldegoss. Is there going to be a follow-up? Yes! And the Rock Tomb is there to create separation. A great clever use. Nice heavy slam though. Regieleki's on the doorstep. Charge Beam putting a ton of damage on that Blaziken, and it's still the Snorlax holding down the fort as the Mimikyu just expends their Unite move to keep themselves standing. Another good heavy slam, but now Regieleki has hit, which means CACM can get some easy points in and really make the scores there. The score there.
Yeah, CACM having a great game number 2 so far, and a lot of it is due to the combination of this Mimikyu and Suicune. They catch him just a little bit, and they hit a Shadow Sneak, and all of a sudden it is lights out for Entity 7 as they are pushing hard right now, taking their opportunity for a big fight. They know Mimikyu is not here yet. They take down Suicune, crash onto this goal zone. They're looking to break, and they do. They're going to be up now 158-121. Mimikyu deciding not to go in and fight there. Too many members of Entity 7.
Dodrio's just a bit behind on levels here, but that is the first step to catching up. We do have a Shadow Sneak on the Snorlax. Here comes the Dodrio looking for a flank, maybe on the Miraidon. Heavy slam, pops up the Mimikyu, but Dodrio can't convert. Crustle's holding down the fort. Right back into it is the Mimikyu on the Dodrio. We just saw the Mewtwo unite, the Sideburn come down, and now all of a sudden CACM is scoring again.
Great scores here too. I mean, they could have got an extra 5, but still incredible scoring in that goal zone there by their squad. And truly, with Mimikyu and this Dodrio, if they hit the Shadow Sneak, it is on sight. They are going in and they are swinging on this bird. And I think it's the right call, you know? You hit that little fear on Dodrio, you mess with the sprint gauge, you just start to destroy that thing as quickly as you can. It's a problem. They need to deal with it. Regieleki already very low. The Miraidon Unite move, but of course, it's the overheat from Blaziken.
Yeah, at least they're using that Pokemon for what it's on the team for, which is the secure overheat. Absolutely unmovable when it steps up. Okay, Rock Tomb, Whirlpool, no freeze, a little bit of a freeze, but no follow-up there. I want to point out, I love how Gensito, and I think it's Reggie on the Mimikyu, are moving right now. When that Mimikyu hits the Shadow Sneak, it actually, you see the Shadow Sneak hit, and then a communication to the Crustle to lay down a Rock Tomb to isolate the target. And that's why we saw on the last tier 1 push downstairs that big separation and allowed Mimikyu to go in real deep. Bang, there's that Ice Age that I like to call it, right into the middle on the Reggie Drago, but still secured by the Blaziken. Dodrio Unite is on there right into the back line looking for the Miraidon. The Rock Tomb traps it, is still able to get the Miraidon down, and now out of dodge is the Dodrio. So you might have all the tools in your tool belt, but if you don't build it right, you ain't gonna get a good result.
And not only is it out of dodge, it's all the way to the opponent's tier 2 goal zone. A play that Dodrio can reliably make. Even if they go down in this moment, it's very likely they would be able to score all of their points, given that their scoring is broken up into threes right there. Snorlax recognizing they're probably not jumping in, but if they do, they're just going to eat a block and break my shield a little bit. Obviously, Mimikyu wants to hit the Shadow Sneak on the Dodrio. They would love to hit it on the Mewtwo Y as well.
Okay, we have a freeze down. Pollen Puff comes in to top off the Blaziken. They're going to be okay to fight. We've got a 5v4 right now. Dodrio isn't quite in the mix yet. Heavy Slam onto the Registeel. We're moving forward. Heavy Slam again. Isolated is the Crustle. 2 players pinned against the wall with that X speed. Great move. Dodrio sweeps in for the double knockout. Blaziken gets the Mimikyu, actually. Now Registeel is leashing, and Entity 7 has to feel good about how that went down.
Yeah, great fight for them. They weren't able to get the objective, but they're positioned really well around this. They could take a weighted flip right here and just go for it, given the Mimikyu is down. And it looks like they are starting it, but they're also moving in, Doob Snacks.
Moving in, the Meteors are crash landing, and it's the Suicune that goes down first. We have a Power Nap in the middle, Heavy Slam, and bang, the Zacian is gone. And all of a sudden, we're sitting here, and CACM is getting bullied out of the central area again. Roju uses their Unite move to get to the back. Mimikyu traps them in their own Unite move. Nice little catch here, back into the middle. CACM has an opportunity. Let's see what they're going to do with it. Crustle's trying to facilitate something. Rock Tomb is there and splits the team from everything else on the map. Groudon is starting to get pressured a little bit. Heavy Slam back through for protection. Take a deep breath. We got to, oh no, I was going to say we got to do it again, but they're doing it immediately. Straight into the back line. Blaziken wants to smoke. They take a ton of damage. Block is there for the secure. Suicune Unite does get the Blaziken down. And now if CACM wants an opportunity, it could be right here.
Dodrio back into the mix, and they are going to be looking for a KO right here. This match is so incredibly close. We have the Snorlax with the block. Shadow Sneak goes wide. Dodrio looking to move in right now on some of the squishier targets in the back. It's being ripped down right now, Doob Snacks, and we have the Mimikyu move forward. They're looking for the Miraidon, but Dodrio's in trouble, and they go down. Groudon is being chipped up. It looks like it's going to be set up for CACM, but Blaziken running back to the center. The Charge Beam. Blaze can't make it in too late, but it's secured. Who grabbed it? Who was able to get it?
CACM. Zacian again. CACM on the razor's edge. Just enough time bought. I thought Entity 7 had a real chance. The Blaziken was off respawn. We could see it on the minimap racing towards the middle, but it was just a fraction too late. And another great secure out of the Zacian to really put an exclamation point on CACM's W.
Well, let me tell you, CACM has got to be loving the plays out of Zacian today, because they saved 2 games in a row. That one, of course, a lot closer than game 1. That was a brawl at Groudon. Yeah. That was exciting, back and forth the whole time. I mean, I think the fight went the entirety of 2 minutes straight, which was really fun. Just wave after wave of Pokemon. Very Zap Brannigan as things kept getting KO'd and moving back in. Well, there you go. CACM taking a 2-0 victory here to start.
Let's watch this replay, which was, like you said, like fight forever is what was going on here. Typically, I get to take a deep breath and say, let's do it again as the teams kind of rally themselves up. But no, these teams don't stop. Everybody in Latam wants to smoke right now.
The Latam games are so good, dude.
They are, man. They're awesome.
These teams are so good, but also it really does feel like the energy here is just, I will not stop fighting. I'm a better player than you. I'm going to prove it. I'm going back in. I'm looking for another KO, and I love it.
Oh, me too. I mean, I love that play right there. Just the classic heavy slam block, X speed, pin him against the wall, get a couple knockouts. And now we essentially have a 2-minute long fight for Groudon here.
This was such a huge moment. They were looking to finish off Donlux's Miraidon, but what a save from the Mimikyu. Dodrio going down with that big of a timer was brutal. Blaziken now on 22 seconds. Here's when Dodrio comes back in, but it just couldn't make enough happen. Groudon getting extremely low right here. And we have actually the Zacian moving up around the top of the pit. Metal Claw's over, has almost no HP, and it looks like, I didn't even see what it got it with. It might have been a basic.
I think it was a basic. Metal Claw over the wall. It had already used its Unite move. It might have just pressed it down. Whatever
Sometimes
it takes, brother. Button. Whatever it takes.
And our player of the game, they're giving it up to the Crustle. Yeah, huge plays, no question. There were some massive Crustle plays right there throughout this match. Ganzito with our MVP, and CACM game 1, scary for them. Game 2, scary for everybody, but exciting. Exciting for me. I loved it.
A lot of like on the other side from the other team. They were just going straight after it. It almost reminded me of the Rock'em Sock'em robots where just the fists just keep going. It was hilarious. I love watching Latam games.
Yeah, they're great. I mean, these are great teams too. Entity 7 and CACM like really put on a show in both of these. Had either match gone the other way, you would not be shocked. And that's when you know how evenly matched these teams are for sure.
Another just race to the finish, another great secure. I mean, man, I might have to make a request here to the Pokemon Company that we have one of these weekend days just be all Latam, because that would be so much fun, dude. I can't get over how good these games are. You want to talk about parity from top to bottom? I thought it was EU. I was kind of in the same page with Zoinks on that one, but man, I think if it's not EU, it's got to be Latam, because these games feel exciting.
Yeah, they're so hyped. They're so exciting. Taking a look at the Crustals heat map there. Obviously, it started in the bottom path. It dominated a bit there, but you could see its presence in the central area for those Regidrago fights. Also, of course, for Groudon. No surprise to see it there.
Without a doubt. Oh, man. So from here, we've got more action. And again, we might have to at least do something, Cowboy. I want to start casting a couple more Latam games selfishly here. So we'll see what we can do. We'll see if we can use that cane and reach out onto the stage and yank Zoinks off of it and maybe get us a couple more Latam, as he is shaking his hands and doing inappropriate hand gestures into his camera while we are on broadcast right now. I would say put him on screen, but I don't want any nefarious business going out to the innocent eyes of those out there. And he has no clue he's on camera right now. Does he? No, he does not. Amazing brain crunch.
He didn't know.
No, I think this is a break. I don't know, Sprinkles. You closed the door on this one because I did it alone last time.
We are going to break. Dang, I'm good.
Where's your coin? Passing it along.
Break. Goodbye.
Just kidding. I still had it.
Guys, I'm free. The tall grass has relinquished me finally. I am out in the open, ready to explore the air, but welcome back to the Pokemon Unite regional leagues. We have just seen some fantastic matches from the Latam region, but in the meantime, off stream, we have moved over to NA and all of that. So I want to recap this next match that we ended up having off stream, Citadel Gaming going up against Aftermath Esports. Now, I have really got to give it up to Aftermath Esports here. They actually had the lead for the majority of this match and were doing quite well. But as we know, when there is a Kyogre, there's always a way to make a comeback. And unfortunately, right under Aftermath's nose, is Citadel Gaming ripped that Kyogre from that top side, stealing away their victory there. So with those Kyogre shields, and even though Talonflame did end up making that last-ditch effort to dunk in 100 points into their home base, with 4 other members currently down, they could just not stop those dunks in. Now, this second match here, take a look at the scoreboard currently. It is 100, well, I paused it like a second too late, but it was 168 to 168 68. It was even, but with Aftermath securing that Reggie Alecki there we go, we had the rewind, and yes, but Reggie Alecki ended up crashing, meaning that Aftermath Esports, well, they had the lead once again, but this wasn't going to stop Citadel Gaming's effort. They ended up going and getting a dunk in within that last minute as well, and ended up going and taking this fight, but with the power of Mega Gyarados coming in and just being able to chomp down Aftermath Esports, 4 of the members ended up getting knocked out. They take the Groudon for themselves, and I suppose the rest is history there. So in terms of Aftermath Esports, some great games from them, a lot to learn. I feel like they definitely proved themselves in these ones and matched up Citadel Gaming, giving these results. But yeah, Citadel Gaming ended up taking that one 2-0. So we're going to end up sending it back over to Zoinks and Chef to go and finish up these matches for the days with you. But I don't know, I might actually go hide in the tall grass again. Bye, folks.
Zoinks, can you imagine what it would be like to not be able to cast 2 Latam matches in one tournament? Can you
Imagine one Latam game? Ha!
That would be terrible. That would, I don't even know why you'd show up to work, but thank you, Kello, for that. I'm glad to see that. Citadel Gaming, one of the team that I'm certainly looking forward to seeing the most. But we're here with an incredible team, the only undefeated team in Latam at the moment, which is going to be Force. You can see Lel, Soto, Kalik, Falb, and Angel. Lel, always my number 1 coolest player, I think, in the league.
Oh yeah, a ton of swagger on that roster, but Lel doing a lot of the carry work there. But on the other side, we got Dream Max Esports. So we got a Brazil versus Brazil matchup this time, Wonder Chef. Be a very fun one. A lot of really impressive players on this squad. I think kind of led by that Kadazera player on Dream Max. So they're going to be in that first pick position when we head, of course, to our first locked-in map of the day, Kyogre.
Yeah, and I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain that a lot of these players have played with each other on teams. Brazil's had some pretty big shakeups over the past several, I don't know, seasons, but a lot of the players have played together. So I love seeing the kind of inter-regional battles. And wow, we got a 0% ban rate Dragonite.
Yeah, add it to the list. Force Gaming do not want DreamMax to have one of their staple picks, one of the Pokemon they have been able to find success with in some of these matches, taken away. DreamMax Esports, though, doing something similar, taking away that Scyther, which I think has been fantastic for Force Gaming, and just such a prominent Pokemon. And wow, okay, I feel like this doesn't happen as frequently as maybe you would expect. Both Mega Mewtwo's being banned does mean one other major Mega, well, actually 2 other major Mega Evolution Pokemon are going to be available, though.
Yeah, I don't know how many times they've actually both been banned. I don't know if I've seen that on broadcast yet. It's very difficult to decide to ban both of them because they kind of, fill similar roles. But this is a Pokemon that if it's not banned, it's almost certainly going to be seen, except for in that last set, and that is going to be the Blastoise.
Oh, yeah, Blastoise on one side, but take a look, Vaporeon Mega Gyarados, like that is a disgusting back-to-back pick that is allowed to happen. That is wild stuff. I'm curious if DreamMax Esports wants to pick up something like the Mega Lucario to kind of contend, even though you already have the Blastoise, could be played in that defender role, has been being played in that top side, but no, we are going to grab that Mega Lucario. So likely a little bit more of a defender-oriented Blastoise with Mega Lucario hanging out on the top side.
And backed up by the Inteleon, which is something that we saw a lot yesterday and a whole lot less today, I feel like. There has been some, but altogether, it's in a great spot. A lot of the really long-range attackers are. Obviously, we saw a lot of Decidueye, which I think can take a relatively similar spot, but we saw the Liquidate earlier. We could see that as well, and another interesting attacker choice.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Alolan Raichu. This felt like really popular about a patch ago. I know during the open qualifiers for a lot of these leagues, Alolan Raichu was one of the most powerful Pokemon. Could slot into that attacker role or into that central area. I'm kind of curious where Force Gaming is going to want to go, Fall being the traditional central area player, but we'll see what Angel Team decides to lock in. Should be standard Lucario. Very interesting. A bit of an early game focus maybe into Pokemon like that Blastoise and Inteleon that can be exposed a bit on that early game side. Also, shoring up one of your weaknesses potentially while having a Mega Gyarados on your squad.
Certainly a very interesting draft, specifically from Force Gaming, and with the way they've been cooking, I trusted them fully, but it's just very particularly interesting. I think that especially right around when Mega Lucario came out, I saw a lot of Mega Lucario and then Lucario's on the other side as an attempt. Didn't really work out all that well, so we'll see if it ends up working out for them. But I do in fact like that draft a lot. It's just a lot of Pokemon that I'm really interested to see kind of where they're going to go with it. Like you said, the Alolan Raichu is particularly interesting to me. I feel like it's probably commonly accepted to be in a spot where it's like, it's good, but there's so many good picks right now that a lot of times you just have something to pick up over it. So I'm curious what particular interaction or like what comfort decision made them choose that in that exact moment, especially with an Inteleon on the other side.
Yeah, Fulb is hard to track in some of those situations, you know? Like at LAIC, it was kind of the only player picking the Empoleon. And one of my favorite moments actually was, I think it was Soph was interviewing him and said, hey, what's up with the Empoleon? He said, I think it's really good. I'm shocked no one else is picking it. Which I thought was one of my favorite interview answers. But Fulb does tend to, you know, find new paths through metagames pretty often. So it could be a case of that. It could be a case like you're mentioning, a hard read that I'm not quite seeing right now. I'm mostly curious to see where this Alolan Raichu is actually going to go in terms of moveset. We have seen both be pretty strong and honestly kind of some weird combinations of moves every now and even going with Stored Power and not grabbing the Psychic and just going Stored Power and the Thunderbolt for a little bit of burst damage sometimes. So I'm curious what we'll see. Sometimes we see that full-on Electro Ball Thunderbolt set for a bit more of those landmine situations. Fulb's got a lot of options available for them. But yeah, Blissey on the other side who can kind of tank those mines a lot of the times and then bail right back. So yeah, we have to see. I personally like the Stored Power. That little boosted auto attack of Alolan Raichu hitting multiple targets when they group up together is so extremely strong. And we might see that kind of punish this like Blissey and Blastoise grouping up together as a squad.
Yeah, the Blastoise, I would have to assume, kind of has set the stage for how Force decided to draft, right? Because with like we were talking about, the draft allowed a lot of like big power picks through, and they kind of had to see which ones were going to be the first ones chosen on the other side. So DreamHack decided to go first, that Blastoise immediately first pick, which obviously makes sense. But Blastoise is a Pokemon that, while it's really good at kind of everything, there are certainly ways to somewhat play around it, or at least to be like ready for what it's trying to do. Right. Sure. And so maybe that's what they're going for. But honestly, pretty balanced teams. Curious to see how it comes out. And we are going to see that Raichu in the center area.
All right, let's get into it, Chef. A battle of Brazil and currently a battle of Lucario. So the top side, Klux will unfortunately miss their Meteor Mash, which allows Dew Games to get back to the gold zone, but that might not be safe enough. It's going to have to take both Citrus Berries as Mimikyu is still working on that central area. Taking the bot side, blue buff, and now moving up towards the red one.
Season 1 ranked is what I'm looking at right now. I had a deja vu moment from many years ago, but it is quite funny to see that once again, especially in a game with technically no duplicates. But we are going to see both the center area Pokemon coming up, trying to, well, they do get caught out. Didn't realize that maybe Fulb was in that tall grass as well. Maybe Kello's hiding in there as the third person. Just a lot of people in tall grass today, although I guess she did get free. But, oh, Fulb getting a little bit close, a little bit scary. I like this little bits of aggression as it just builds some space in the back, looking that evolution before we got the Sun response.
Yeah, we're seeing this Stored Power already have an impact. Does not have access to that second move quite yet, but already it's a lot of firepower to work with as push DreamHack all the way back to their goal zone. You can see Kalux is actually having a slight level lead, albeit tiny, over top of Mega Lucario, and Zoo Games getting that last hit secure and a bit better of a position. But take a look at this, Wonder Chef, an invade, and not to mention they've been holding Lucky down extremely low on levels. This is not super surprising, seeing as it is the defender option rather than a damage carry Blastoise, but this triple invade from Force Gaming working out very well for them.
What an annoying double invade. Before the triple invade happened, the old Raichu plus the Eldegoss, that's just a really annoying combo to deal with, especially with the fact they didn't really have range, right? I mean, it's Mimikyu that's mainly trying to defend that center area. So that worked out extremely well. Force definitely going to have a little bit of an advantage after that. Looks like they are pushing the top path as well as Lel with this damage dealing Eldegoss. He is trying to solo down this Regidrago. Honestly, burning it down kind of fast.
So funny to me too, the Regidrago Regidrago until now wasn't even stopping. It's like, you're not doing enough damage for me to warrant to actually stop my rotation. I'm going to keep on moving. Fob will finally show up, knock out that Regidrago, get some team-wide EXP, and Force Gaming will hold on to that lead. Yeah, oh, nice push by Two Games, though, to try to set something up. But this E-Speed Lucario, now we're really doing a throwback, gets a KO onto the Mimikyu.
That's awesome. I love Extreme Speed. I think everybody does, right? I mean, it's one of the most fun things to watch in the game, and I'm very excited to see why it's been picked. I mean, it will be able to get through a few members of the team, but they could be pretty split up. So I don't feel like there's like a pretty obvious reason why we're seeing it. Could be pretty good at diving. Maybe if they're trying to catch the Inteleon.
Yeah, personally, I think it's just that you've kind of given your central area just a very consistent but not burst damage dealer in the Alolan Raichu, and now your Lucario and Mega Gyarados can just play the role of sweepers. Yeah, no longer do you really need the Lucario to play big objective secure. You could just focus on huge team fights. Two Games, though, on the other hand, does have that power-up punch. Even before the Mega Evolution, it is mighty and is going to take down that Lucario. Calyx just focusing a lot on getting their stacks. They should be fully stacked up now at this point, though, and Force Gaming feeling very good about their board position. Regieleki sent down the lane, knocked out. However, their level lead is looking fantastic, and their points lead looking even better.
A little bit of a battle down on bottom, but it doesn't seem like they're really committing to it all that much. In the meantime, though, we can see that a lot of members... Oh, well, that was a really unfortunate reset, actually, because I was going to say a lot of members of DreamHack are going down bottom. If they had realized that could have been a reset, they could have brushed in there and definitely tried to steal it, but I think they just assumed it was going to be taken down in that time, which it should have been.
Hey, that's tactical by Angel Xena, all right? Yep. We tactfully not knocking out the Regirock to burn even more time. That's what I see. We do have that bottom goal zone left at 2, so prime for a massive overdunk, as if Force Gaming needed to look for an even bigger score lead. But at the moment, just kind of shut it down. In the middle part of the map, though, Kanu finding a little bit of ways to get experience, desperately looking for that Mimikyu Unite move, and is chasing it at 9.5 now, has the opportunity to grab any single target, and they're going to dive onto that Lucario, who just Unite moves past him.
That was interesting. There was an opportunity to break down there. We actually just saw the pit from the observers. Oh, wow, that is kind of greedy. They were waiting and giving opportunity for the Mega Gyarados to get the break instead. In the meantime, obviously, there's a fight happening over here in the center area. I just thought it was a really interesting tactical choice, like we just said. 4 points in finally for DreamHack, but they're trying to get aggressive. I kind of like that. You got to try to steal something back, right? But Force Gaming is just a little too strong.
Yeah, right now they are just so far ahead of DreamHack Esports. I was hesitant to bring it up in case I was going to be wrong, of course, but I do want to remind everybody this is currently my personal power ranked number 8 team versus the number 1 team. So Force Gaming really living up to that title that I bequeathed to them yesterday. Actually, today they got the upgrade. But so far looking so good. They're hitting out that Regieleki. DreamHack Esports currently kind of forcing a fight on the bottom side, but Force Gaming with a great counterpunch.
Yeah, there's definitely a fight happening bottom right now before the actual objective happens, and it looks like it was cleaned up a little bit. Actually, it was literally a 1-for-1 trade. Yeah. I do love the little spinning, not spinning, the like surfing Vaporeon. I think Vaporeon's animations and poses are hilarious. I haven't had a chance to cast it that much, but it is so funny. Its actual pose in the license, so funny. It just stares at you.
Yeah, yeah, it has menacing intent for sure. But yeah, I do love the flip turn animation as well. It's also such a powerful move in game. I think Soto has actually been one of my favorite players out of all 3 regional leagues to bring this Pokemon. They're one of the only players who've had the opportunity since it's been banned so frequently. Yeah. However, I think when they're employing it, they're playing this muddy water flip turn build exceptionally well, doing a great job of setting up their teammates in a lot of fantastic ways. 2 games on this Mega Lucario, doing a little bit better in terms of levels now. Wonderchef now sitting at level 11. Ooh, Inteleon going down to the bot side is going to hurt. Lel with a sneaky back cap of 40 as that Reggie on the bot side fight starts kicking off. As Angel's on the top, Ukadu trying to do some damage to this Regirock to really enable these squads to go after it.
This is something that I feel DreamHack really wants to be able to steal for a little bit more experience before they go into the final stretch. They are going to lose a Pokemon for it, unfortunately. Not really having any secure, but they are okay. They managed to take that. That's pretty nice. Not a lot of opposition. In the meantime, unfortunately for them, there's big scoring up top. You can see that again up in the pip. So the 280 point lead. Maybe they can steal back some of it right here. 3 members now coming back down to defend from Force Gaming for this tier 1 goal zone. They're not going to give that up easily. Not a single point scored. They are pushing them all the way back. 45 seconds though until the final stretch. So we'll see if there's one more push, maybe some sort of back cap attempt. That's something we've been seeing a lot from Force Gaming. Just anything, or maybe they just pre-position and wait. They've got a huge lead.
Yeah, I know it feels counterintuitive to say this, but I don't think DreamHack is going to be too upset about that last fight, right? You do get the Regirock. Kadu plays that Mimikyu extremely well, knocks out the Lucario first with a well-timed Shadow Sneak, which takes away the objective secure option, and then immediately jumps onto the Regirock with another Shadow Sneak after getting the reset. So really impressive Mimikyu mechanics there. You're getting a couple of knockouts. Again, you're still so far behind, so there's a lot of work to be done, but still, that team fight kind of went as well as it could have with this level deficit and points deficit the way it is.
We need to see some sort of big pick here, right? If we can find like a huge Shadow Sneak or maybe a great initiation from this Blastoise, I think there's still certainly a chance, but they've got to make it really happen, and they're really open up here on top. They're pretty spread out, going for a back cap that might be assigned to initiate. They stopped the back cap, went all the way through. That's actually a little bit unbelievable, but the Hydro Typhoon, great eject button, get a catch, I believe, 4 members of Force Gaming. Not sure if there's enough of a follow-up as this fight has begun to be a little bit split. A very low fall, might have to retreat, but Liquidation is going to be very, very hard to get away from. Kyogre taking no damage at the moment as they're splitting up.
Okay, Lel had an amazing Unite move, but actually gets shut down. The Mimikyu having a perfect Shadow Sneak into that backline, so now it's going to become an extremely close. No way! The Mega Gyarados waterfall across the wall is going to steal and heartbreak, take away that Kyogre. A KO streak of for the Quadra for Angel Z. What a time to come alive in this match. Force Gaming with a strong lead and have a scary situation in that final stretch, but what a closer from that Mega Gyarados.
I am so used to now seeing Mega Lucario that I was looking at that ending and I was like, why are they not charging up Power Up Punch? I was like, why are they not charging up Power Punch? And then I realized, wait a minute, this is not Mega Lucario and they don't have Power Up Punch. But wow, what a fight. That was split up so strangely, and that really works to the advantage of Force Gaming for sure. I mean, that was a maniacally good eject button into Hydro Typhoon coming out of DreamHack. That was beautiful. That was like, you put that in your highlight like clip, so you tweet that for sure. Unfortunately, there was just no follow-up, and Force Gaming, they have the comp to make a split fight like that work so incredibly well that just became so chaotic.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the Mimikyu was right there. It just wasn't enough because Lel's Eldegoss Unite move just countered it so well. You know what I mean? Like, you see that Blastoise starting the animation, you click the button. You get up and airborne, so you're ready to land whenever everybody else gets knocked up. So the HP restoration works out really, really well. Mimikyu can't get the knockout on the initial jump, has to try to use its Unite move to follow up, and in the end, it's going to be Force Gaming with maybe the most dominant game we have seen out of any of these Latam leagues so far, or league matches so far, rather. 943 over top of DreamHack's 27.
You know, the points were dominant, but I don't feel like that was that dominant. I mean, it was really? Definitely one-sided. It was one-sided, okay, but there was certainly a chance to final fight. I feel like there was some other game today that was maybe a little bit more dominant, but it was certainly, once again, a great showing from Force. There's a reason why they're currently the only undefeated team, looking to be 3-0 at the end of today. And altogether, I don't think we didn't have any 3-0s in Europe. Am I correct on that? Or did BH3 3-0?
I believe BH3 is the lone 3-0. I don't think Peps is that way anymore now.
Right,
after their matchup today. Right, of course. So, yeah, I think BH3 holding down the 3-0 and Force Gaming looking to catch up. They're not done yet, though, Wonderchef, of course. Only one game so far. Yeah, look at that. That Hydro Typhoon, 4 Pokemon, and Lel with that Eldegoss Unite move. Just that, unfortunately, the Pollen Puff going into the wall and not onto the Alolan Raichu hurts a little bit, but still, it was okay. I think that was a bit of a foregone conclusion. And this is that final moment. Mega Gyarados coming over the wall in the face of 3 enemy members, a Liquidation Inteleon, a Mega Lucario, and a Mimikyu, all doing damage to the Kyogre. And the Mega Gyarados, our player of the game, Pokemon of the game, is going to be taking it for Force Gaming. 82,000 damage done, and a Mega Gyarados, again, not going down a single time.
Yeah, that's a very impressive, but also almost expected at this point. If you're seeing these great Gyarados now, Mega or normal players, they are doing such a good job of surviving, especially in that early game. They know their exact limits, and it's also wild to say that this was not a first pick side for Force Gaming. DreamHack got the first pick, but then of the Mega Gyarados ended up going over to the other side just because they did prioritize that Blastoise so much. Again, not saying it's wrong or that weird, because obviously Blastoise has been right up there as well, one of the highest picks, but seeing how strong it could be and how well it did, especially in that final fight, it's like, what do you even do? There's so many good picks right now.
I know. yeah, I think we probably add Vaporeon or Mega Gyarados into the ban rotation if we are DreamMax Esports. I think that's got to be step number one, but you're right. There's only so many options you got to try to make it work here. Obviously, you are going to have your choice of first or second pick. Looking at what I'm seeing from production, it looks like DreamMax chose to have the pick side choice and did go with first pick, and with Force Gaming's choice of map, they're going to be choosing Groudon.
Okay. Little Groudon play from Latin America so far in this tournament. So far, I don't think they've ever chosen Rayquaza on a broadcast match that I know of.
I don't even know if I think EU's the only off-broadcast Rayquaza choosers, if I remember correctly.
I think I actually think TI Gang did, maybe.
Oh, okay.
And then
them in NA as well.
I
All right.
think okay. I could be wrong. I don't know. Somebody check me on that. But there's obviously a lot of matches happening this weekend. Regardless, they're staying pretty solid with their map choices. And once again, I don't think that the Groudon versus Kyogre is like that huge of a difference. I think it's a little bit more once we do end up seeing the Rayquaza, if we end up seeing it. So I do like that they have their choices, and we'll see if they make any big changes. But I think the draft choices are going to be the overall bigger choices. And what you were saying, I think it's really difficult because, you could ban Gyarados, but maybe they just choose an old Gyarados, or they choose a Mewtwo that you didn't ban instead. And so it's really hard to avoid that. But I do really think that the Vaporeon in particular is something that is not as easy to replace, right? And it's been doing so much work when it does get through the bans. So I feel like there's got to be some more focus on that.
I love that you pointed that out, because I think the Vaporeon does a lot for the team-wide thing, but I think it also really supports the fact that was a bottom path Mega Gyarados as well, which we do not see very often. Magikarp already has a tough enough time getting some of these last hits on the wild Pokemon. When it has to deal with a ranged opponent, that becomes even more difficult. But if you got Vaporeon down there giving you support, that is a powerhouse evolution to kind of give you some backup. But let's go into our draft screen. So far, we're looking at the same bands, if I remember correctly. I don't know if Miraidon was finding its way in there, but the Dragonite, obviously the repeat, Mega Mewtwo Y banned again, Scyther banned again.
Yeah, I can't remember with them right on either, but overall similar concepts at the very least. Suicune getting banned. So then now we get to see if Force is going to ban one more option. Ooh, okay, interesting. So they're going to go with the Vaporeon ban themselves.
Okay, so basically they're saying, hey, you can pick that Blastoise first pick again if you want, but we get Mega Mewtwo and Mega Gyarados if you do that, right? And that is essentially, I think, what we are looking at. And currently, DreamHack will be hovering that. Could be the call out. Maybe you don't want two all-rounders of that fashion, but they played it last time with Mega Gyarados and standard Lucario.
Mega Gyarados, I like that a lot, actually. I think that's really good. Unfortunately, I almost feel like I would prefer to be, I'm certainly and probably totally wrong with this. I almost prefer to be second pick here, because there are so many good picks for second pick that you can't get rid of them all. But Inteleon as a high prio is pretty surprising to me. That is going to give away the Mewtwo to DreamHack if they want it.
Yeah, that is shocking to me, actually. I'm not going to lie. I'm shocked that Force Gaming is not bringing out either the Mega Lucario or the Mega Mewtwo X, but we are going to go with Blastoise and that Inteleon. So kind of some hard call-outs towards DreamHack's players saying, all right, we've seen you play this. We've seen you play this. We're like going to ban your Dragonite. We're going to pick your Inteleon and really try to make DreamHack a little more uncomfortable with some of these selections. However, you are giving them whole lot of mega evolving Pokemon. So maybe something to think about, as Force Gaming have yet to pick a mega evolution, as Kylux will lock in the Blaziken and Lel returning to, I think, the Eldegoss. So that's good.
Yeah, Eldegoss has been so solid. It's been kind of not as flashy, of course, as some of the other supports. But I mean, obviously, I guess some of the Unites that the Eldegosses have been using have been extremely flashy, but it has been doing so well, exactly where it needs to be, doing exactly what it needs to do across this entire tournament so far. Entire 2 days, and we are going to see that Mimikyu once again. I do like Mimikyu. I think there's some great targets for Mimikyu, but interesting, we see now for the second time today, I believe, Mega Charizard.
Yeah, Mega Charizard X. This is the second time. We've also seen Falb play this before. One of the only players bringing out this Mega Charizard X. I mean, really exciting to see this Pokemon into the fray. Obviously, just the threshold for damage to this Pokemon feels basically uncapped with how much this thing is doing in the late game. The only thing is, I feel like Kadu's got to be very excited about this Mimikyu game. Very few very, very tanky Pokemon on the other side that can kind of absorb the Shadow Sneaks and limit Kadu's impact on the game. Blastoise, obviously the lone exception. Otherwise, I think Mimikyu's feeling pretty good about their opportunities into the other side. Plus, you have Mimikyu Unite, which is not exactly a hard counter to the Mega Charizard inside of its Unite move, but it's a bit of a soft one.
Yeah, I'm curious what the Charizard goal here is. And again, this is a match where they really gave away some really strong power picks on the side of Force. And clearly that was intentional, right? They weren't like, oh, we accidentally gave them, this Pokemon. We're just only leading our league. So then going to a very, very late, obviously, literally the last pick in the draft of that Mega Charizard is really interesting. I wonder if there's some sort of like matchup concept that they have where they're like, okay, Mega Charizard does really well against Mega Gyarados, and we're gonna trick them into picking Mega Gyarados and then letting us have this counter pick. So I mean, the only way to tell is to see, right? I mean, yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, time to limit test. I think I'm not gonna lie. If I was to make a prediction, I think it might be Force Game and feeling pretty confident about their game state right now is the potential. But we'll have Falb heading into the central area, and of course Kalux on this Blaziken headed into the top side. Angels in this time on the Inteleon will be rotating towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, that's gonna be Force in the orange team, and the purple team being Dream Max. I'm thinking it's going to be a little bit more of a slow game, maybe from, well, never mind. Immediately KO with, of course, the highest damage dealer in the entire game, and that is going to be Lel's Eldegoss.
Yeah, we're going to see that. Yeah, the first knockout, we'll see what happens after that. But anyway, we'll get a score. There it is. All right, that's kind of what I was expecting to happen. But all right, don't worry, everybody. We will get back into that game as soon as we have recovered our Lucario player. That happens, we will be jumping back into game. Yeah, so far, I think Force Gaming's draft, like we were talking about, is kind of interesting. However, we'll see where the matchups lie. I personally think Force Gaming's just like, hey, we can win this. Let's pick things that just win more. You know what I mean? There's certain Pokemon that are like, hey, if we're in the lead and we get the snowball rolling, there's nothing that can stop us. And that feels like a Mega Charizard X pick to me.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a Mega Charizard X pick to me as well, but also with the Pokemon on the other side, it feels like that's hard to say that that's the pick for me in that situation. But like, I mean, obviously, I'm not a pro player by any means. I'm barely a player, but I would maybe have considered like something like trying to target out their Mega Gyarados early. I know that strategy hasn't really worked very well recently, but if you feel like you're that far, I think, ahead of another team, something we've seen from a lot of pro teams is get the lead early and then never let them recover and continue to snowball. And especially if you're giving them a Magikarp early on, even if that Magikarp turns into one of the scariest, if not the scariest Pokemon in the game a few minutes in, maybe you take those first 2 minutes, try to turn into 3 minutes, trying to get them a little bit far behind. I don't know, but they clearly didn't feel the need to do that. That was just another concept that I had. And I mean, the Charizard won pretty convincingly last time we saw it, right?
Yeah, it did. Especially the one where Fall was playing it too. That was an extremely strong showing. Honestly, I think it could be a little more telling of just how Fall plays this game. We were kind of gassing up their Pokemon pool a little bit earlier today about how they like to play a lot of interesting things. But one thing that's kind of absent, for at least from play history of Fall, is a lot of assassins. They love playing kind of standard brawly all-rounders or ranged attackers. They don't have too many speedsters, at least in terms of what are being most frequently picked for them. So could be we got to try out a lot of options that do work and find what works for us in this game.
Oh no, this is starting to look quite good for Force up here, up top, at least for the meantime. Lucario will be finally running back, but we got some scoring, and hey, look at this. Lel continuing to go and be aggressive, be annoying, and I say that in the most complimentary way possible. Literally just talking about how much I like Lel, but Lel's playstyle as well is just always so good. And look at this, nearly uncontested, taking a lot here in this center area.
And this time all alone, right? I think last time we saw Lel here, there were with 3 two other teammates at that point. And wow, Eldegoss not even needed on that top side as the Drizzile will pick up a nice KO as Angelsine takes one of those. That will be the Escavalier taken. So Lel will have 2 colored circles below them as they rotate back to the middle of the map to try to go and support their Combuskin ally.
Well, Force had to give their hard carry to both the enemy buffs, right? I mean, it just makes sense.
Yeah.
There we go, coming in for the gank. Their hard carry, doing a great job, Lel. Oh my goodness, this is looking really good. Now they can go try to fight Regidrago. Is that going to break the gold zone? No, not quite enough. They're maybe going to leave that up, but definitely getting stacks in there.
And not for nothing is running the Cotton Spore Eldegoss, right? That little area of effect will have an explosion and a knock-up effect at the end of the animation, and it's already setting up for a lot of major moments. Salto will get the evolution of Blastoise at level 7, and this goal zone has taken a beating already in terms of scoring. Force Gaming off to a great start, a lot of stacks for their team, and they're just winning all over the map. The top side's been going their favor, bot side's been going their favor. DreamHack's really struggling to find a foothold in this game.
This is really tough. They've also just had to let Blaziken sit up top alone, and that's just going to give them so much experience. Now, look, they're rotating up to deal with that, maybe take top objective, but now bottom's going to break this goal zone, and their top goal zone's already almost broken, and the basement Reggie's going, and Falb is just all the way on the other side of the map. This is looking pretty tough. Interesting thing, though, we do have the Gyarados in the right side center area, trying to steal back a little bit of experience, and that's maybe the best kind of aggressive move that they've got going on. I mean, that's a pretty decent amount of points in that tier 1, at least. They're not giving up or anything.
No, there's a couple silver linings for sure. It is unfortunate that Blaziken was able to 1v3 and take the Regice. I don't want to take that away from Kylix. That was pretty impressive. But in the end, DreamHack's pretty happy to get in some of these scores. Obviously, making up ground. Lucario very likely having some kind of stacking item is going to feel better about having some of these scores. Mimikyu, Kadu does a great job taking down Lel so that Eldegoss is down and gets out for free. He'll be currently chasing down this Gyarados and is going to, the Inteleon, and is going to immediately Unite move. Does find the Charizard as the backup of the Mega Gyarados, and that will be a second KO. DreamHack's looking for a foothold. Looks like they're already finding it.
All right, certainly fighting from the back foot, but yeah, more than finding a foothold at this point. They're going to nearly even up points, I think, off of this push. Maybe that was a little bit of an exaggeration, but they got a great overdunk there. They're within, shooting distance of the points here. Yeah. And an attempt to invade once again, trying to hold on to this early lead as we're already level 10 here. Oh, just taking one objective, that's all. Oh, I don't know if you're going to be able to defend this, but good attempt.
Yeah, I like how Luke's knows that they're in that tall grass, just throws in the focus plus. Say, hey, I know you're there. All right, just come out. I'm not falling for it this time. And has a good call out play with that focus blast, forces them out of the tall grass. So Force Gaming maybe gave up a little bit on that bottom side, but does take a red buff for the Troubles. Full in the back line. All that cooldowns come back up. Immediately Mega evolves. And this is looking like an absolute Force Gaming win. 3 Pokemon down already. Force Gaming's HP bar's looking relatively untouched so far in this team fight as they absolutely destroy that tier 1 on top and even dunk a little bit in tier 2 on the top side.
Yeah, that was a little bit of again, like a win more moment, and you have to really know, I think, as a good team or a good player, how greedy you can get, and they knew they could get greedier. Like I was saying, I didn't think that they could stop the 11 points that Kylix had in pocket, I guess, when they walked past that tier 1, but they chose not to score. They chose to wait for the entire team to get there, get a bigger overdunk, and just continue to hold on to the lead as much as possible. So really optimizing everything, getting the Regieleki as well, though. DreamHack's maybe can try to push this in, get some points back.
Yeah. Hey, great call from DreamHack's, though. They know that Force Gaming have basically no Unite moves to work with after that push on the top side. Regieleki's going to be basically free if they at least send 3 players towards it. So great call. Force Gaming, obviously, and for the rest of that time, had to be in their own central area, knocking out wild Pokemon, earning these Unite moves back. And wow, they do catch a roaming Blaziken, and the Mimikyu finds the backline, forces out this Eldegoss Unite move. So if Force Gaming was looking for like a 330 kind of fight situation, they will not have that support Unite move to work with at all.
Wow, manages to pick up both KOs too. I mean, okay, that was a very aggressive Unite just to maybe try and help get that score going on. A few members now jumping back in from Force Gaming, but already I think so many KOs and some points in from DreamHack's. They've got to be pretty happy with how that's going. Again, they were behind slightly, still behind slightly on level. So all of these fights, if you're just trading, they are going to get the bigger advantage for that. And they've nearly evened up the score. They've gotten quite close again, even with scoring on both sides. So from a tough early spot, they're doing great. Minute and 10 seconds left to the final stretch. And looks like Force Gaming wants to steal away a little bit more EXP and points.
Yeah, they've done a great job of it so far. Why stop now? You know what I mean? But I like what DreamHack has been doing in that last couple of fights so far. If you're going down, you go down swinging some big haymakers to try to turn the tempo a little bit. They've done a great job rectifying the score lead that they were having to deal with Force Gaming being so far ahead. Levels still in the favor of Force Gaming, but not terrible at the moment. That is a Trevenant caught out. No Unite move to kind of save them, but it's all right. They got the Lucario back up, and Kadu jumping into that backline. This Mimikyu resetting these Shadow Sneaks, just devastating. 45 points in, massive overdunk, and little by little, DreamHack crawling back into this matchup.
Maybe a little bit more than a little by little. Renjarok, though, attempting to take it, and of course it's Lel's gonna steal it away, and they're gonna get a lot off. It's like at least 1 KO, certainly 2, 3, a little bit tough just because I think of who is running away here. Pretty high mobility Pokemon, but they are split up, and that's going to be a little bit tough. Now Gyarados is going to have to come back in and find positioning for the center area, but they do manage to find Games, and oh no, it's 2 members down now on DreamHack with 5 seconds till the spawn. Oh, and the Unite's coming out from the Mewtwo. We finally get to see how this is going to work out. The tree burning as trees do. Everybody's popping everything. Damage already going down onto Groudon from Force. They've got the secure. They just want to burn it down. Who's close? Mimikyu's the only chance to take it, but can they get it? No, it's going to be Inteleon.
Shout out to Soto for absolute master chess level positioning on their Blastoise. Stands we basically found the Mimikyu on the other side of the wall and just strafed to make sure that Shadow Sneak could not go all the way to Kyogre. Just stood in the way, absorbed the Shadow Sneak with that Blastoise, and made it so that the only hope for DreamHack Esports to come back in this game had no avenue or any way to do so. Such impressive work. The fight was already going in the favor of Force Gaming, but I really do just like that really small technical play from Force Gaming so far.
I love when good defender players are just preemptively body blocking blind shots, whether it be like Mimikyu Shadow Sneaks or whether it be Inteleon snipe shots, or I feel like there's one that I'm missing that we used to see more and I can't think of what it is, but I love that. I think it is so cool to see that level of smart play, and that's exactly what happened, like you said. But wow, I feel like honestly it was a great comeback from DreamHack, but they let that top fight turn into a string of final fights that just were them losing one, losing another. And speaking of a string, we've got a little bit of a
on the line.
Yep, exactly.
All right, Force Gaming, 30 seconds left on the clock. You're going to be celebrated. They're going to recall and defend those goal zones, I think, as DreamHack have set up for a push towards that tier 1. But either way, what a great look for this team in week number 1 of the Latin America Regional League. A dominant showing, and they will be only 2 teams so far in our league at that flawless record. I suppose the North America has yet to complete their day 2, so there will likely be some others added to that list. But either way, such a great showcase of this team. Can't wait to watch them in more regional leagues. Can't wait to watch this team at the Asia Champions League.
Yes, I'm so excited. I'm really excited to see them play against a lot of the teams from Asia that they don't get to fight nearly as much. That's going to be so exciting. I do want to as well give some shout outs to DreamHack. Again, Force is unbelievably good. Force could potentially be the best team in all 3 of our leagues right now. Wow. It's possible. It's a possibility. I'm not saying it's for sure. But the fact that DreamHack is, on your list, 8th, and they fought back really well this game. They fought back from a very unfortunate start to being very close in points and levels against literally one of the best teams in the world easily. And unfortunately, they weren't able to close it out. I think a little bit of that was just a little bit of how they executed that final top fight. But the fact that literally the maybe bottom of this group is this good against potentially the best of all the groups, unbelievably close. I'm going to keep saying that about Latam. I love watching this region. I agree with what Doomsnack said, I think it was, that we need to get a broadcast that is just all Latam one of these weeks.
Yeah, that would be kind of fun if we had 1 week each time was just a specific region. We did all the games. That would be a good time too. But either way, so fun to see these squads battle. I do like the flavor of Latam having, the 3 individual regions have come together for this one. And this is actually, I think, one of the biggest moments, right? The Mega Lucario gets knocked out just a moment ago before they can use their Unite move. Trevenant gets their Unite move off, hits 4 or 5 targets, and that's Soto, body block of the Shadow Sneak. Thought that was so impressive. Bliss Assistance gets in range, but gotta just just shy of being able to knock out that Groudon. Impressive stuff. Angel gonna take that MVP with 12 knockouts on this Liquidation Inteleon and 88,000, almost 89,000 damage done.
Liquidation really showing its strength recently, I feel. Still, we're seeing both types of Inteleon, but I like when both builds, I guess, are relatively good for different things, and it really did its job. So great to see that. Great to see a little bit of a more interesting comp altogether. And we talked about it before, the Mega Charizard X, one of the more interesting picks, but look at that, 91,000 damage, which, I guess is about the same as the rest of everybody on that team, but it certainly worked out well, is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, honestly, pretty good distribution with Blaziken, Mega Charizard X, and Angel's being like 1% of the overall damage away from each other so far throughout the entire team. That's
pretty high from Eldegoss too.
Oh yeah. Lel choosing that Cotton Spore damage, having a lot more knockups and a lot more offensive impact on the game. Also making it tough for Dustbomb and Do Games to really get involved in some of these fights when every 6 seconds or so you're getting a knockup from the Eldegoss. Very difficult to deal with. Not to mention those boosted autos slowing you down. Just a lot of complexities in that matchup. Angel though, more of a simple game plan. Hit with Liquidation, do lots of damage, and boy oh boy do they do their job well.
Oh yeah, also just the information of the Unite is always so good. I feel like it's something like the Unite usage just in general from Inteleon. I feel like we don't get to talk about it as much, even though it's pretty obviously extremely good, but it can change fights in ways that a lot of other Unites can't really. And it changes how it really approaches damage. I don't know, it's all quite cool to see. I'm glad that this Pokemon has been good most of the time since it's been in the game.
Yeah, I totally agree. Inteleon feels like one of those evergreen picks, and interesting to see the Liquidation move really having not a breakout tournament, but a great tournament, and both the Snipe Shot and the Liquidation moveset seeing some play. That's pretty exciting. Force Gaming, just in general, a super exciting team to watch. I think really solidifying their spot at the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, for sure. One of the teams to look at without a doubt. Of course, after LAIC, we knew that, but after this weekend, we will know that even more, I guess. I don't know if you can know something more than you already know it. Is there levels of knowing? But I feel like my level of knowing that Force Gaming is a force to be reckoned with has leveled up for sure.
I love that. And now, production, I don't know if we got it, but I would love to see the Latin America League regional standings now that we have just finished up our coverage on Latam today. After this, we'll be transitioning to North America, and there it is. Force Gaming at 3-0. Stamina and Peru tied at 2-1. A whole lot of 1-2s after that, though, Wonder Chef. So if you're looking for the argument for parity, I think it's right here on our screen.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like somebody should have been 3-0 in this group. Maybe I was 0-3. Maybe I'm wrong. Is this really all 1-2s and 2-1s?
So. Yeah.
That is wild. But yeah, even all the 1-2s, it's funny because most of the teams are tied at 1-2. Literally the bottom 5 teams are tied at 1 and 2. That is unbelievable. But we can just look at the top. Obviously, we just talked about Force, Stamina right below them, and Peru right below them. The only teams coming out with a positive record because this is just such a ridiculously difficult group. I did just see you look over your shoulder at a specific whiteboard.
I'm concerned about where I got Stamina right now. They definitely need to climb the ranks a little bit. I think I will have to make during the break. Maybe I'll make some adjustments. We'll see how the vibes are feeling out here at the end of day 2. But thank you all for joining us in the coverage through EU and Latin America. We're going to be covering North America very, very soon. I cannot wait. We got a few off-stream matches that happened. I'm sure Kello's going to give us the update from the tall grass or maybe off the map, wherever they're hiding. But after that, we're going to get into our main broadcast games for North America. So we're going to jump to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. One more region to go.
And welcome back, folks, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series Regional Leagues. It is Calosaurus here, reporting from the tall grass. No, really, I'm just in my room with a bunch of plushies. But we are now 2/3 of the way done with EU now wrapped up, Latam now wrapped up, and NA, well, their off-stream broadcasts have been amazing. I'm about to show you our last game that we had off-stream with Extinction going up against, as Chef likes to say, Digroot. Or I feel like I didn't end up getting the accent there. But honestly, this match was absolutely insane. Currently, we have Extinction with the lead at 225 to 109. But I have to watch. Wait, let me go back. I was too busy yapping. All right, we're gonna go back because we need to watch this in slow motion. With the engage, we have Trainer on the Yushifu that ends up diving on in. There's two, here we go. Tech, I'm not the best with tech, okay? But no, we're here. We have the two Gyaradoses on the map, one on either side. But we have them going in for the engage there. Mega Lucario also ends up coming on out themselves while they're just brawling it on out. But there is a really exciting moment that I really want to show with these Gyaradoses. So we have Gyarados number 1, which is Machizel. Gyarados number 2, which is Toon. They end up diving under the water at the same time, but where they end up popping up is in the same direction. So you can see Gyarados number 1 there popping up and stunning 3 members of Extinction. But as soon as Toon on the other Gyarados pops on up, they actually end up getting locked down by a slow beam. Right, hopefully this works, right there. Now, I want you folks to watch Toon's HP bar right now because I'm just very, very much surprised at what went down. And I've got to say, I think I watched this about 50 times in order to make sense of it. But even with the slow beam, they ended up surviving. HP bars are low, they are still left standing. And I think this just demonstrates the Mega Gyarados edge. Once it gets into that Mega Gyarados form, getting that additional defense and special defense buff, but then also being able to get the shields from that waterfall allowed Toon to end up surviving and the rest of Dignitas as well to go and knock out the rest of Extinction. And with, one member soon to be only left on Extinction, Dignitas that ended up taking that opportunity to go and take the Kyogre. And we know once that Kyogre is gone, sometimes it's just so hard to stop him, and they ended up taking game 1. But as we head on into game number 2, Root Dig did end up going into this one with a pretty commanding fashion, having this lead at 441 to 11 points. And Extinction, there was not really much that they could do up against Root Dignitas once their opportunity of that Kyogre is gone and being knocked out. There's not really any way to come back. So otherwise, GG well played, Root Dig, because that was just some absolute insane plays from them during that match. But you know what? NA might be finished off stream, so shout outs to all those community streams who did end up going and featuring those matches. I definitely recommend going and watching them because they were insane, either on Still Agent Kyle's channel. But we're gonna go get started with the rest of NA. So that is me for now. I'll be back later, but take it away, Doob and Spraggles.
Calosaurus from the tall grass. Yeah. We told her we could do sound effects and she just straight ignored us and started like we didn't even say it. Hi, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yee to the ha. Joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. We are here in North America for some very exciting games today. This one's going to be an interesting one, Doob Snacks. It is the battle of kind of the bottom of the barrel in some ways right now. Two teams that are 0-2. The great thing about this is one of these teams is going to walk away having made their record a lot better, and both of these squads, to be fair, have run into great teams. We're taking a look at Lunex right here. They are 0-2, but they ran into Evil Geniuses and Root Dig.
Yeah, again, who are the only two teams in NA that finished 2-0 yesterday. So Lunex Gaming definitely squaring up against the top of the pile here. TI Gang looking for their first win as well. A team that played through the league last chance qualifiers were able to eke themselves into this league position. Now, what are they going to do with that opportunity? And you have to think just this matchup between two teams that are somewhere in the middle of the pack here in NA, middle to bottom, I suppose. This could be a difference maker and the trajectory for the rest of the year.
Absolutely, right. And what I do want to make clear when I see teams like this square off is we really are going to find out exactly where they sit at, right? Unfortunately, one of these squads is going to walk away having lost all of their sets so far. But North America, unlike some of our other regions, really does feel like a few teams are crushing it and other teams are struggling. We could end today, in fact, with 3 teams with a perfect record, depending on how things go a little bit later. But we are here now. Lunex versus T-Gang. Is it T-Gang? T-I Gang? What is it?
I don't know. We're just gonna need a phonics lesson on that one, I think.
Can we get phonics from the chat?
Let's just get hooked on it, you know? Just get hooked on it.
I'm considering getting hooked on phonics. Yeah, I'm considering that. Celestial grabbing Leafeon as a first pick. There was Blastoise available. There was Mewtwo X available, but they want the power of the Leafeon, that early game pressure.
Yeah, you can really see the difference between regional flavors here, as now we're getting first pick Leafeon, whereas I don't think any other region would have sniffed this Pokemon this early in the draft. Now we have Vaporeon and a Scizor Scyther, which means the Blastoise is back on the docket here and can be selected in this opportunity. Mega Mewtwo X, something that was either first picked or banned, now finding its way here into this, the 4th and 5th picks.
Wow, I mean, look how great that is for Lunex. They got Leafeon, which they clearly wanted, and they walk away with Blastoise and Mewtwo. Incredible. However, I mean, for T-Gang, they have this Vaporeon, which is an extremely strong Pokemon. It's definitely one of your first picks for sure.
It is. I wonder if the Scizor Scyther is something they could have gotten later, especially because Celestial opened with Leafeon, and Double Speedster feels a little bizarre, especially for the NA flavors that we're looking at. Tie-Dye quickly gets to the Duck, and Lumiere maybe looking for base model Gyarados.
Oh yeah, that stock Gyarados, you drive it right off the lot. It's still pretty good, but it doesn't have like a really nice spoiler or anything like that. Not a cool muffler. It's not loud enough going down the street. I like
no whistle tips. No whistle tips on that.
None of that. No light under, you know, you can see like the lights right under the car. It's just not, it's street legal. which is good. It's making it into a lot of matches because it's street legal, but sometimes you need something with a little NOS behind it, you know? However, it's banned out.
It's a classic sedan. Clash rounding this thing up with Snorlax, AWO. I'm going to go AWO. I'm going to go AWO. I don't know what I'm going to go with. Mr. Mime rounding this thing off. A bizarre gutter pick, but again, we've seen some pretty stellar Mr. Mime play already this weekend.
Yeah, Mime feels like it's been great. Last pick over to Lunex was that Psyduck. Psyduck just seems like it's having a weekend. Every time I'm seeing Ender on it as well from Root Dig, we're seeing huge plays from this Pokemon. A lot of power picks on both sides, but it does feel like, to me, grabbing Mewtwo X and Blastoise as your second and third pick on your side for Lunex is pretty incredible.
I agree. If we're just, again, doing the eye test, Lunex Gaming, I think, definitely got the better of this draft, in my personal opinion. But you have to think on the side of TI Gang that maybe they just lean to a bunch of preferential picks. As you mentioned yesterday, sometimes you just go with something you're most comfortable with and you play it at such a high level, it kind of closes the gap between the natural power of the Pokemon and then the combination of the skill of the individual with a least used Pokemon with experience. So TI Gang looks like that's the direction that they're going in with their selection, and we'll see if those can marry up for them here in game one, because they certainly don't want to be 0-3 on the weekend.
Yeah, no question, right? Both of these teams have a ton to prove here, and we're going to see what it looks like as we get ready for this game. I think you called it great. I mean, sometimes you're just leaning into something sort of comfortable. Also, they got great picks on both sides, right? You don't have Leafeon, but you have Scyther. It's very, very similar. You've got extremely fast clear through that central area, so I can't wait to see how these teams put the pressure on their opponents. And yeah, I feel bad because one of these squads is going to walk away 0-3 for the weekend, and that's rough.
It is rough. Their destiny is in their hands, though, right now. How do you think the draft went? I kind of voted for Lunex Gaming having the advantage, again, based on their pretty much their first three picks, and that Gutter Psyduck were really the standouts to me. But Spraggles, where do you think this one lands?
I'm 100% with you. I also like the draft of Lunex a lot better. It feels like they got more power picks, but you got to give it up to grabbing Vaporeon. When you can make it through a draft and get Vaporeon, that's incredible. This thing is one of the hardest things to deal with in the entire game. You just can't seem to take it down no matter what. If it's running the flip turn build, and if it's running Aqua Ring, it's just keeping your team around forever. So I love Vaporeon, but I do think grabbing back-to-back Blastoise, Mewtwo as a first pick team where you're also grabbing a Pokemon you want right away, great. Lunex crushed it.
Yeah, and the first pick, I mean, they put a heavy investment into that Leafeon, don't forget.
And here we go. Our first game between Lunex Gaming and T-Gang. Here we are. Lunex Gaming, your purple team. T-Gang, your orange team. As we have that Leafeon moving quickly through the central area, we're going to see how fast they're going to make something happen. However, Snorlax making their way across the map, looking for a little bit of an invade, seeing if they can take something away from Leafeon. Leafeon, depending on how they evolve, might not even notice the Snorlax, but no, they are making their way down to the blue buff.
Yeah, I mean, there is very few Pokemon that can invade as well as Snorlax can, and Clash is getting sussed out as the Psyduck and Squirtle collapse on top of them right now, allowing Celestial to get into path with the Leafeon very quickly. And we're just going to A-press this thing down, and Snorlax looks like they might make it out.
Something you're going to have to notice that even though they put a lot of pressure on that Snorlax, they don't get a KO, and all the while, Magikarp is by themselves in that top path, not able to make a ton happen, as we do have Scyther ripping through that experience there. Luniere trying to build up that effort gauge, but actually it's pretty built up. They must have been brawling on that goal zone for a while.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to make some magic happen here. Quick little engage. They'd like to get Mr. Mime knockout, and they do. The Leafeon Celestial getting credit for that, allowing them to push the pace here on the experience. The numbers I want you to watch are the level of the Leafeon and the level of the Scyther, because that's going to be a difference maker in this one.
It is going to be a difference maker, but you know, that assist on Magikarp right there is huge. They already have Gyarados. You would love to get it even earlier, but they obviously didn't have that opportunity. But this is a great timing for Gary. They also were able to get a stack of their attack weight. They're feeling pretty good on the side of Lunex Gaming, even though T-Gang has scored more.
That's true. I mean, in the face of, being left alone was the Magikarp, right? You called it out. Pretty impressive that they're able to get it even that quickly. Now we're looking to fight. Nice little wall there by the Mew, the light screen, able to put damage on Celestial. Now we're just kind of taking a deep breath. Nice Vaporeon engage right underneath. The dual wing beat isn't there. They actually prioritize the Regidrago, and they are able to secure that team-wide experience.
Yeah, I mean, Vaporeon just coming in like a wrecking ball. Very Miley Cyrus-esque and absolutely devastating them. The flip turn, the muddy water, setting up a perfect timing for T-Gang to get that secure. Leafeon will have the Unite move before this Scyther, but we're going to have to see if it's going to be worthwhile if they can move in with it before one of these objectives. 20 seconds now until this bottom right. Huge solar beam. Wow. Leafeon
Two
down.
players down instantly here. And I mean, you called it right. Vaporeon's Pokedex entry does say the Miley Cyrus Pokemon. It's right there in the text, just like hitting a wall is in Talonflame's Unite move text. You just have to know these things, and Poke nerds are definitely familiar.
Yeah, I'm sure all the Pokey nerds out there are nerding out over my knowledge of that. It's true that this Pokemon was based upon Miley Cyrus.
Factual information, don't even need to look it up. Regirock getting eviscerated. Stepping in is the Leafeon. No, secured by the Mew, and the fight continues. Leafeon's down, Psyduck's down, and TI Gang is doing a great job in these fights. Nice wall by the Mew to cut off the Gyarados for just a moment. It's a KO streak of 3 for the Scyther, and you want to talk about a level differential. Scyther level 10, Leafeon level 8, and those are the numbers that matter to me right now in the texture of this game.
Look at this here from TI Gang, just making their way into the center, taking all of the experience that they can away from the side of Lunex. Lunex in trouble right here. Obviously, you're playing Leafeon, so you have that big time early advantage. But just like you called out, Scyther now 2 levels ahead, getting some wild Pokemon KOs, going to show up to another fight with the Unite move very soon.
How is Lunex going to adjust here is going to be the question. Another great barrier from the Mr. Mime, cutting off the presence of Lunex Gaming, allowing TI Gang to get some of that Swablu and Altaria experience. Regieleki already getting worked on, going for a flank. Mewtwo Unite is out, and they're going to use that to engage. Emerald 2 step into the back line. It doesn't even matter. 2 players down. Leafeon is low. They're pinned against the wall and blasted in the grill. They go down as well. TI Gang is finding themselves on the positive end of every single one of these engagements.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from TI Gang. They're absolutely crushing it right now. Gyarados not able to make a lot happen there. Maybe if they were the mega version, but again, we're just looking at the Camry of Gyaradoses right here, and it couldn't get much done in that fight. After the Unite move, it just really couldn't keep up with the Scyther. It just peeled away from it, and now Scyther is back to getting their experience. Going to show up to another fight with a big-time Unite.
Man, TI Gang is really impressing me this draft so far. 5 minutes, 15 seconds in, and they look in complete control. They break the goal zone. Block is out. Psyduck does take care of Mr. Mime. Is the rest of the team going to be able to get out? Is that a flail block? Snorlax, I believe it is. Power nap in the middle of 2. Tons of damage going in. Snorlax finally goes down, and Lunex Gaming finally with an opportunity to score some points.
Yeah, making something happen there, right? 100 points to 248. But while this has been going on, Scyther just continuing to get their experience. Now level 13 on the side of TI Gang. They are trying to fight here at this tier 2 goal zone. It ain't gonna happen. Leafeon goes down. Easy Reggie steal for TI Gang.
Man, I'm loving this Mr. Mime play right now. I mean, you cannot understate what AWO's doing on Mr. Slime right now. Just absolutely moving out here on Lunex Gaming.
This is great for TI Gang. I mean, they're having such a strong start to this series here. Of course, it's exactly where they want to be right now. As I mentioned, both teams 0-2, both teams with a lot to prove. You don't want to walk away from this weekend looking like a team that's at the bottom of the pack right here. And I also, Bunny here on this Vaporeon, setting up so many moments, dude.
Yep, now it's an opportunity to get the KO back. Emerald 2-step is great experience from Celestial. They get a prime target. Now Bunny's in trouble. The rest of the TI Gang is looking to step up, and if I were them, I would just retreat because it is day late, dollar short to get into that relevant battle there.
Wow, Lunex right there with a huge swing of fortune for them. Using a Unite move with an extremely low cooldown like Leafeon, they will have it back for Kyogre, and they pick up a KO on the highest level Pokemon on the map. Great stuff from them. A huge catch like that at Kyogre, and they could be winning this thing.
Yeah, just like that. The Leafeon has met parity with the Scyther, and that 2-level lead has withered away to none. How are they going to close out these next 40 seconds into the final fight is what's going to matter to me.
You can see we already have TI Gang positioning around Kyogre. We have multiple members of Lunex also trying to find positioning using the tall grass, pushing this Mime a little bit. I think they recognize that with the Scyther dealing with Regieleki, they are not afraid of taking a fight right here. TI Gang does not want to engage right now. We're going to have to see. Ooh, what a confusion. Catches 2 there in the tall grass. They might end up resetting. And yes, IMAX the Blastoise does reset. Oblivion moving in with the Mewtwo, but peeling back after the teleport play.
Yeah, they got that pull, but no follow-up. More to just scare TI Gang. 2 minutes, Kyogre's on the map. Let's shake it out.
And here we go, Lunex. It's time for you to make a big play. You had one earlier, but to be fair, you caught the Scyther with what they were doing, and you're the ones who need to make the play here. IMAX just chipping at Kyogre, seeing if we can try to bait TI Gang into a fight here. The Mr. Mime hanging out that top goal zone, and they might be onto something because we could have Leafeon rotating up there, trying to make things a little more equal. They grab Vaporeon, Muddy Waters back. No fight yet, just chipping in with Solar Beam. They are not committing to anything as of yet, Dubesnacks. Both of these teams don't want to be the team to make a mistake, and to be fair to TI Gang, they don't need to make the play.
No, exactly. Nice little block creates separation. I don't know if that's going to be our engagement just yet.
No, it doesn't look like it. We have Scyther possibly looking for it. They hit the Swords Dance, but they're just waiting, and they have the luxury of time here, Lunex. I mean, they obviously can make something happen. Blastoise chasing in the back lane, but no, Scyther moves in for a KO. Oblivion Unite moves back the other way.
Now, they're down. The Scyther's down. Hydro Typhoon kicks up. The Mew is in the fog, and they're going to see if they can find more targets. 2 players down, and it's TI Gang getting stressed. Showtime into the back line. Doesn't do enough damage. Blastoise is on a razor's edge. Finally, they're knocked out. 3 players down for TI Gang, and Kyogre hasn't been touched yet. AWO pinned against the wall. The Psyduck is going to take care of their fellow Psychic type as Lunex Gaming converges on Kyogre. Half HP, but that Mew is lurking, and Mew is phenomenal at securing. 2 Pokemon back up. If the Mew can secure here, TI Gang is going to get a bunch of these Kyogre shields. They're going in for the play. The boosted auto is lined up. Electro Ball is way too late, but it's secured by the Mr. Mime. Are you kidding me? AWO, the legend from bell to bell here for TI Gang.
Hey, whoa, what a play there from the Mime. I mean, we saw it. To be fair, I was stressed for Lunex. They were ripping that objective, but they have a Mew on one side and a Confusion Mime on the other. This was tough, but with 3 down, it was probably the only play they could take in that moment. They were just too far behind on score. Even 100 points wouldn't catch them up. Unfortunately for Lunex, not able to make it happen. TI Gang taking game number 1.
I question here, Spraggles. We're waiting a long time to make these decisions when these teams are down so late. I mean, you and I have already cast a couple games where the team down by multiple hundreds or at least 100+ points are not moving fast enough into the pit at the last boss and making a decision fast enough. So even if they do take it, they don't have enough time to score. And if they don't take it, they don't have enough time to rip shields and grab the buffs and push back the other way. So really, they're kind of falling down to the double-edged sword, the 6th man to these teams, which is the timer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were just, at that point, it was a bit of a war of attrition, right? They just needed to wait for the match to end. So Lunex had to find their moment. They went for it. I think it was probably the best play they could possibly make. But yeah, trying to out-secure 2 Pokemon with incredible burst potential is really tough to do.
Incredibly difficult. Huge final fight. Oblivion takes to the skies, uses that Mewtwo Unite move. Hydro Typhoon is good. And then we have the Showtime coming back in. AWO looking for opportunity. Bang. They're straight into the mix here. But it's the Snorlax Vaporeon Scyther down quickly. Lunex Gaming sees their opportunity and they're going for the rip as AWO is just hanging out. Wall is there, posted up, boink, gets it done without any contest. Nobody even in the way of AW right there.
That was great. Great mind plays all game too. Looked incredible. I'm seeing from production, it says T. Is this I gang? A gang? No, you can't say yep. I said it 2 different ways. You can't respond with yep. They are TA gang.
No, I'm not doing that. Sorry.
I refuse. But is that what it is?
No, there's no way.
TI. Oh, like the rapper T.I. That's
I was saying it right then.
Okay, we got it. Is that how you... They literally put emojis in the chat. A cup of tea and an eyeball. All right, thank you. Now we know. Now I can call them T-Gang.
I feel like I was calling them TI gang. I have no idea what I was doing, to be honest. But AW, really the hero, the whole game, to be honest. And things were a lot closer that maybe this score graph leads you to believe as how that final fight went. But with the Mew in tow, and of course the legend AW in the mix, the Mr. Mime, Mr. Slime, Mr. Crime, whatever you want to call him, gets it done for TI gang. And they find themselves in pole position here to be the first team out of these two teams to not be 0-3.
Yeah, it's great. It would be great for them, right? I mean, the games have been pretty impressive. I know that they played tough squads. Lunex have played tough squads. I think Lunex just got behind early there, which both teams had a Pokemon that was positioned to do that, right? One team was playing Leafeon, one team was playing Scyther. The entire strategy for both of those Pokemon are get ahead early because you farm faster than anything else. You get so much experience. As soon as you get ahead and hit your Unite move, you punish your opponents every time you see them a lower level. You keep using that advantage to stay further and further ahead. TI gang were able to execute that pretty dang well. Unfortunately for Lunex, they couldn't make it happen the same way with Leafeon, even though Leafeon does power spike a bit faster than Scyther.
No, that's a great point. But to help facilitate that was the Snorlax invade, right? Like it went across, it tried to slow things down. It pulled a Pokemon from the top path and the bottom path to try and bully it out. They didn't get the knockout on the Snorlax, and just that small amount of time that the Scyther needed to meet that speed parity or meet the speed of the Leafeon was bought, and then it was off to the races. And if it had never gotten caught, if the Scyther never got caught in the middle of the game or like 2/3 of the way through the game, then I think that final fight goes way differently.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do think that was really sharp sending the Snorlax in there. They're totally right? They're trying to move in there and slow Leafeon down so much so that at least Scyther and Leafeon are going to meet each other at about the same level, and Leafeon doesn't get to exert any extra pressure on their team. And they ended up getting their Unite move on Scyther, if I'm remembering right, like even slightly before Leafeon hit their power spike at 8 because they had a great fight in the bottom path. So things just going very well for TI and for TI gang. But I mean, TI's crushing it too.
Not only like TI the rapper, TI the calculator, TI gang.
Oh yeah, Texas Instruments, they're doing great as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, we wouldn't know because, we have all our stocks, bonds, and financial support into the abacus industry, apparently. But Texas Instruments, if they ever got into the abacus game, TI Instruments, we've got your back. Well, TI Instruments, not called TI Instruments. That's not what it's called.
Texas Instruments, baby.
It's not called that. I've never had to concern myself with knowing what it's actually called because I use an abacus. So
of course, genius. It's the best way to do it. As we're getting ready for our next game right here, it looks like it's going to be Lunex's first pick, and the map is Rayquaza. We are having a Ray game.
Okay, grip, rip, and flip. That's what I see when that selection is made. So Lunex lost. They chose the side, I suppose, because TI gang, I believe this is something they've pulled out of their leaflet before, and that is a Ray map to really keep things volatile and interesting.
With this league format, you're looking to not only win, but you're trying to build a fan base. And what better way to do that than to pick Rayquaza map and just go for a flip and rip? Everyone's favorite and most respected strategy in all of Unite.
definitely the most respected strategy. Nobody will deny that statement of fact right there. Mega Lucario, Mega Gyarados, both on the chopping block immediately out of the gate, and unsurprisingly.
Yeah, let's see here. Next ban's going to be the Snorlax. Very targeted ban, it feels like. Mimikyu on the other side. Finally, we've got Sableye. Oh, they're worried about maybe a crazy Sableye score comp play or something like that. I did hear that TI Gang ran score comp the other day. So
it's probably like if Sableye is available, they kind of go that route. I mean, Lunex Gaming did ban the Sableye in game 1 as well, so there's definitely a targeted battle plan there with that Sableye. So many strong characters left. Yeah,
let's see what they want to go with. I mean, Vaporeon did feel like a big difference maker, but instead, oh no, what? Oh, yeah, oh. All right, what are they gonna pick?
Yeah. Yeah.
There it is.
Miley Cyrus finds her way into the game yet again. TI Gang, how will they respond?
Yeah, welcome back, Miley. And here we go. TI Gang. Gonna see what they want to bring out. I don't know if we're gonna be seeing any type of score comp shenanigans. We do have the Leafeon, so clearly Lunex wanted to not only play that, but also take that away from TI Gang. Next
Blastoise is still an option. Mega Mewtwo X still an option.
Yeah, it looks like they had a pretty good round with Mega Mewtwo X too. I could definitely see them picking it up. And they're not too worried about another defender being chosen necessarily. They like the Duck. Ooh, this would be an interesting pick to steal away Mime, right? But no, we're going Talonflame and we're going Umbreon. Really interesting choices.
Yeah, now Blastoise still in the mix here. Might not even find its way into our game right now, as we've got Pyro is covering Scissor Scyther and Clash on the Goodra. No way we go with Goodra, right?
I would love it if we did, but I don't think it's happening. No, it's Zacian and Scissor or Scyther being picked up here. Final couple of picks. We've got Eldegoss, we've got Blaziken, and our last pick to the side of TI Gang. I mean, if it's Goodra, I'll love you. I'll love you for at least the rest of the day. I'll be the TI Gang #1 supporter.
And just TI Gang or TI Gang, Texas Instruments, and TI the Rapper?
I could be convinced to go either way. As we have Alchemy picked up, I love Alchemy. I think Alchemy is great. Such a strong support right now. We do have the Talon on the side of Lunex, a Pokemon that's had some great moments, but also some rough moments. A couple of teams, I think it was Snow earlier, that player made it look pretty dang fantastic, but Talon I don't think has been crushing it this weekend, at least in a lot of the on-stream games I've seen. Very fast squad here from TI Gang, like Leafeon and possibly Scyther. That is extremely quick crew.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, when you put the premium on Umbreon, Vaporeon, they're definitely going to have to get into the mix and intercept those two Pokemon before they can get to the targets that they're really looking to pounce on. So eyes up for those two players specifically. Again, Umbreon and Vaporeon. Muddy Water has definitely been the ticket this weekend. I don't see that changing. Umbreon, however, we've seen a bunch of different things, right? We've seen like foul play, Snarl. We haven't seen Mean Look though, and this might be an opportunity to break that out.
Well, I mean, if you have Mean Look, it's the exact range of something like a Brave Bird or a Fly. So you're guaranteeing that you're crashing down and doing insane damage. We definitely could see Mean Look as an option, like a Mean Look Wish that is going to set up some big plays for their team. But yeah, I'm not sure which one we're going to see as we get ready for our next game right here. Obviously, Lunex, they've got their backs against the ropes right now. They are one game down, and one of these two teams, unfortunately, is going to walk away from the weekend 0-3, and that's a pretty stressful place to be in. You do not want to be one of the lowest ranked teams in your region leaving week one. Of course, as we've talked about, Doob Snacks, we are in this league format for a while here. We're going to be coming back watching these teams over and over again, but it would be great to have a strong start.
Without a doubt. 0-3, not where you want to be, of course. Now, taking a look at what these teams are putting together, I have to, apologize a little bit to TI Gang. We looked at the drafts and we thought for sure Lunex Gaming had the advantage just from the draft screen, but the execution from TI Gang definitely shone brightly in that game one with their unique picks, and they do have some pretty clever selections again in this game. The double speedster possibility with the Scyther if they do elect to go Scyther rather than Scizor. So I like that they're kind of playing their own game and they're strategically executing on their own game plan as well.
Yeah, 100%. Last game, it really just felt like which one of these crazy fast Pokemon can get online first and start winning this thing. Now in this game, they've got both of them on the side of TI Gang, who's going to be your orange team. Lunex Gaming, your purple team. They are down one game right now and one game away from possibly being 0-3 in our league.
That is not good. That is the maximum amount of losses you can take in one of these weekends, and that's not what you want to do here. Bunny having some pretty high level plays out of the Vaporeon in game one, gonna have to do it with the Crustler this go around.
We got IMAX here trying to score in the bottom path, possibly stack up this Umbreon. Leafeon in a little bit of trouble right here, but they do make it out just barely away from Oblivion and IMAX in this bottom path. Only EXP share we're seeing on the map, it looks like, in the hands of Bunny.
Finally, the double berries to the Leafeon. They got to feel a sigh of relief there, because getting knocked out that early is not a setup for success. AW now playing the Zacian instead of the Mr. Mime, of course, going straight into the action and gets themselves sent straight to the Pokemon Center for thinking they could contend.
Yeah, nice little play here by Lunex, and they're going to continue this push. However, they're going to run right into a Scyther. They're going to need to be very careful. Dual Wing Beat looks like it missed, and look at the confidence there from Oblivion moving forward on the Vaporeon, getting a score. However, in the bottom path here, it looks like things are going pretty well for Lunex Gaming. Only one Pokemon to fight them off.
Yeah, a bit of a babysitting job by the Leafeon here. Normally we see Leafeons just kind of all over the map looking to see where they can provide value, but here they're stuck in the bottom path. Rock Tomb is there, Muddy Water is out, and now the Leafeon is trying to prevent these scores from going in, but they find themselves to be unsuccessful.
And we can see Muddy Water and a Snarl there, just making it so Leafeon cannot chase down that Vaporeon for a KO. Trying to hit their level 6. Center of the map here, we see the Scyther. They're looking for a bit of a fight right now. Umbreon going to go ahead and push them back. It is the foul play Snarl Umbreon.
We have the disgusting Combuskin into the middle here. Can they get a knockout on this Ashi with the support of 4 other players? Nope, it's the Talonflame Celestial that's going to take care of that. And I believe that was a Brave Bird, right? My eyes did not deceive me.
Your eyes do not deceive you. That was a Brave Bird. It was also a reposition with an eject button right at the end of it. Scyther in some trouble, just getting ripped apart here by Talonflame. Huge KOs for the bird.
Well done. Zacian tries to step up with the Metal Claw there and get a bunch of experience. Decent levels of support, and it is enough with Alcremie there in the pocket to get that knockout back the other way. Combuskin tries to drag back to the pad that wild Pokemon, unsuccessful as it goes to TI Gang.
It was a super unfortunate moment there for Talon. I think they just misclicked their Brave Bird kind of into the ground, into nothing, and then decided to aerial ace into this objective, into all the Pokemon, the wild Pokemon, and just get ripped apart by Zacian. What a unfortunate way for that to all end.
Yeah, not exactly how you draw it up if you were to rinse and repeat that entire scenario. Regieleki marching towards TI Gang. Now that we know how to say it, I have a lot of confidence. Flame Sweep, no wall, but also no opposing characters in sight either. The cake has been built on top of the pad, and the Alcremie is quickly dealt with. Scyther pops their Unite move, looking to make themselves a factor here, but no, they are summarily defeated, and now it's Lunex Gaming looking to push a little bit further.
And now we have Lunex scoring on their tier 2. Nice big 30 points right there. Talonflame using Bravebird to escape. And yeah, you gotta say, Alchemy, when they become the big cake trying to heal up the whole team, boy, is that a target with a bullseye on it for that Bravebird. And that's exactly what they did in that last fight.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. I mean, otherwise you're just kind of keeping the Alchemy active and healing and allowing everybody else. So that just becomes your new target priority, and it makes it pretty easy. Sussed out quickly, half HP gone, ripping through them, cut off by the Zacian. Good support by Vaporeon though, which at least allows Talonflame to get out of dodge. Nice Bravebird, tries to predict where the Crustler's going, but their X is into the wall. Emerald two-step and a flame sweep back towards the pad. An overheat doesn't get anybody down, but now we have a 4v4 breaking out in the bottom path. Scyther pops their Unite move, trying to find a target. We had a Razor Leaf up to the top path too, but it's Lunex Gaming that finds themselves getting beat down here.
Yeah, Lunex Gaming in some trouble right now. Every member of their squad dispatched one by one. The Bravebird hits the entire team. The Alchemy Unite move with an insane save right there. Wow, that could have been a team wipe.
That was a 4-player Bravebird. Bang, goes in. You feel some confidence there, and that's exactly the type of plays you want out of Clash. Your support player who was on the Snorlax last game pops, gets the big cake baked for the rest of the team.
You gotta say, you know, that Bravebird was amazing. 2 levels higher, of course, on Talonflame. If it's 13 and it hits the whole team like that, the damage reduction from Bravebird Plus, it does not go down in that moment, and that is very scary for TI Gang.
Without a doubt, Rock Tomb is there as finally the Crustle Bunny gets given up here, and the Talonflame gets a knockout back. Putting some points in, they're looking for a tactful overcap as they have the Bravebird fly in. Plus 40 from the Blaziken is going to give them the score lead, and despite that score lead, the level lead belongs to TI Gang.
And TI Gang with a beautiful score in the top path right there. 50 into that low goal zone after the Alchemy scored. And then you have Lunex just looking for a possible fight here. We could be looking to use some Unite moves before we run out of opportunities before Rayquaza. Vaporeon using its Unite, fighting 2 right here. Talonflame looking for a moment. They find it. Huge KO onto the Scyther.
That's a massive KO here. 2 players down for TI Gang. Lunex Gaming is looking to potentially siege that T2. They decide to reassess and back off of that and just take the central area wild farm from TI.
Yeah, there's so much experience on their side of the map too. They can just peel away from this, farm a little bit, farm a lot of bit, get some levels, show up to this big fight, land a Bravebird on multiple opponents and win the whole thing. But look at this right here, ripping through them. Expert precision. What a Bravebird that was, landing on 2.
Yeah, and able to use the Bravebird to get out of dodge, not giving up the knockout back to the Leafeon there is what's critical. And now Celestial is the biggest thing on the map at level 14, and they are in great shape.
And when those Bravebirds hit, I talked about this earlier, but it can't be overstated. Bravebird Plus will give damage reduction for each opponent you hit up to 3 times. So hitting 2 right there, they are getting a 50% damage reduction against them. Just a crazy, crazy catch.
No, you're exactly right. And they're looking for a quick rip here on the bottom objective, as the top one doesn't even seem to be in the interest of TI Gang regardless. Regirock is going to go down, and that's a decent buff to carry into this final fight.
Yes, it is, as it's possible that TI Gang was looking for a flip at some point. However, Talonflame goes in. It looks like they're caught right now in trouble. Needs the flame sweep out. Here come the Unite moves.
And the Alchemy is up. Here steps in the Zacian. Bravebird back into the middle. It's 2 players down instantly. Alchemy just down on the side of TI Gang. Leafeon is getting chased. Celestial with a ton of HP. They're going to try and get a knockout on the Crustle, and they are successful, going straight for the Hundo Burger score, as everything has fallen apart here for TI Gang as Pyro easily chased by IMAX. Oblivion grabs a speed berry, and they're going to be on the chase too. Right back into the middle is Celestial. Bravebird to close the distance, but right now it just feels like Lunex Gaming is hunting TI Gang.
Yeah, this is a little scary for the Talonflame here, but it looks like they're okay. Scyther coming back into the pit right here. TI Gang is pretty aware that they're going to need to go for Ray at some point or try to take a big KO. IMAX very low here on the side of Lunex, and they are moving in. Vaporeon with a massive muddy water, and they are chasing it out. Can they get Oblivion? They don't.
They're going to need TI Gang to pivot here. We still have a big Zacian Unite that they can use to deal a ton of damage. But here we go. We're right into the middle. And that Unite move was easily expended for no real value. 3 players down. Lunex Gaming is putting an exclamation point on this one.
Wow, what a great round from Lunex here. 2 players looking to score in the bottom path. We have the Scyther just being chased down here by the Vaporeon and Eldegoss. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to make anything happen. 484 now to 234. Zacian with the rip, 30 seconds left, but here comes TI Gang trying to make sure that that does not happen. And Doob's next. It looks like we're going to be heading to a game number 3.
Sure is. This Brave Bird Talonflame got ahead, stayed ahead, and made themselves a difference for Lunex Gaming. And TI Gang gonna have to go back to the drawing board because whatever they put together in game 1 was completely absent here in game 2.
Talon just absolutely dominating this match. I mean, incredible stuff here. Nice little KO right there. Just that one you just go in for. You just take that one at the end. You remind him, hey, I'll get you next time.
Although the ill-timed cutoff of me talking, I didn't necessarily mean that last KO, but I meant if you're selecting Talonflame to use this Brave Bird build, this is the game you need to study right here. Incredibly well done by Celestial on that Pokemon to really take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, you look for those moments right there. I talked about it, just like a bit of a bullseye crashing onto the Alchemy. You know you're going to get the hit. You know you can get the aerial ace and the reset with it. Pretty perfect as they start their lead here. This is a moment where they hit 4, it looks like, or was it 5 with their Brave Bird right there? Just incredible. Luckily, they had that Alchemy Unite move, though.
Bang, another great engagement by Celestial, able to get a knockout. Now they're just priming up their next target, hanging out. This is when Lunex Gaming takes a look, backs off, and Celestial sticks around just a hair longer because they think they can get 2, and they were correct. They do.
Yeah, beautiful play right there. A crash landing on 2. This was a scary moment in this fight, right? The Umbreon Unite move was actually pretty huge, making it so that Alchemy Shield started getting drained in that moment. Talonflame close to going down, but doesn't quite get taken out. And from there, it was just, continuously winning fights for the side of Lunex. They won that one, and they just continued to pick off members of TI Gang.
Exactly right. Rayquaza is getting low, but it doesn't really matter here in that one because it was all Lunex Gaming all the time, and Luniere getting the tip of the cap. But I don't know how we don't have Celestial up here on this screen because with 12 knockouts, they were certainly the MVP.
Yeah, MVP, obviously Luniere made some good plays. There was the point where they peeled off and scored. They have 196 points, so there's definitely some value there. But if we do look at our screen, yeah, Celestial with 12 knockouts did feel like a huge factor in this game. If we look towards the other side, Scyther doing okay with 6, but Pyro on the Leafeon only managing to get, I think it was 2 KOs, which is not ideal for your speedster.
No, not at all where you want to be. Celestial 115,000 damage there. And a little bit of an unsung hero was Tie-Dye. Celestial 12 knockouts, Tie-Dye 12 assists. This Eldegoss was doing a great job being in the background, supporting the team as needed, but not stealing any shine away from the Talonflame.
Definitely. This felt like a real close contest between these two squads. Lunex won, TI Gang won. Game 1 felt a little different for Lunex, but man, Talonflame having some huge moments throughout this. Obviously, we have Blaziken's heat map being shown here, hanging out in the top path, winning some big fights there.
Yeah, unsurprising. Again, we tend to see the heat maps of these characters reflect a little bit where their business is dealt, which means where they start the game is typically where they stay for a majority of it, and Lunier no exception here. And I know I was gassing up the Talonflame, but that is not to say that there wasn't value brought to the table by Lunier here, of course, in their scores. 45,000 points of damage, nothing to scoff at here, but 4 knockouts, 7 assists. They were definitely in the flow of this game.
Oh yeah, they were a part of so many big moments, right? They also had the big root, which is exciting to see, making sure that they have a ton of HP recovery. Blaziken has a lot of HP recovery in its kit already with its Blaze ability, so they're just trying to enhance that with big root, which is a pretty fun choice here. All tied up, Lunex, TI gang, we're getting ready for game number 3. Again, one of these teams is going to be feeling great after this. The other one walking away 0-3 to start the entire league.
I was on mute that entire time, ladies and gentlemen, but I promise you I said some very intelligent things. Let's talk about these regional standings, shall we, Spraggles?
Oh my God, I'm so glad. I was like, did I lose Doom Snacks? I'm just waiting for your mouth to stop moving so I could jump in, because I didn't know if you were on mute. I didn't know if I had lost you. Now you guys can see the panic in my eyes. I'm like, uh-oh, what are we doing here? No, don't take it away.
Put it back up. Put it back up.
Bring it back. We're actually going to do our jobs. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. We want to see it. We want to see the standings. There they are. All right. Evil Geniuses, 3-0. Root Dig, 3-0. Citadel Gaming has an opportunity to go 3-0 as well, as they're going to square off against IX later today. The rest of North America, 0-2, 0-2, 0-2, 0-2. Aftermath having a tough start and losing another one here today. TI Gang and Lunex, they're facing off right now. And Extinction 0-2 currently.
It's really the tale of two cities here for North America. All wins, no wins, and then IX Gaming smack dab in the middle. Something I wanted to point out at the start of this day, that's exactly what it was. You were either X and O or O and X, and there was nobody splitting anything in our first day of competition. Day 2, IX Gaming is the only team to hold that mantle, and Lunex Gaming or TI Gang hopes to at least lock in one more victory for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to find out exactly how Charles Dickens this season will continue to be. Will it be the best of teams and the worst of teams, or will things start to change? Well, it will for one of these squads, as Lunex Gaming and TI Gang are all tied up here heading to Game 3, and they need some wins here, Doob Snacks.
They sure do. Now, one Charles I don't respect is Charles Entertainment Cheese, and I will fight you in the ball pit. Let's get into it. Lunex Gaming, TI Gang, Game 3. One of them is going to be 0-3 at the end of this one, and neither of these teams want to carry that water.
Yeah, it just doesn't look great, you know, walking out of the weekend like that. Even if you ran into a lot of great squads, even if there was a ton of tough competition, which there are in all of our regions for these leagues, but you want to walk away with a W here. Lunex with the first pick, they are going to take the Vaporeon. Not a real shocker for me.
No, it's looked good in the hands of every player that's touched it so far. TI Gang may be switching things up here, as both Mewtwo's are currently available to be selected, but we are going straight for this Scissor Scyther and a Mega Mewtwo. Why?
Yeah, interesting choice here. Obviously, the Scyther was massive for them in Game 1. Mewtwo YE, just extremely good. I'm not surprised to see a pick like this, but there are a ton of power picks still on the table. Lunex, it looks like they could be locking in 2 more defenders here. See how they want to play it. They go support and defender. So no Blastoise, however, they're bringing Eldegoss and Umbreon.
Eldegoss has been good. I don't know if it's better than Blastoise Mega Mewtwo X good, but Lunex Gaming believes it is. Tie-Dye, a phenomenal support player, so I'll leave it up to them to put the proof in the pudding with that selection. Where is Lunex Gaming going to go to round this thing out? And we are looking at a Pawmot, my friend. And what is Oblivion going to throw into the mix here?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. What is this last pick going to be for Lunex? And it is going to be the Empoleon over to TI Gang. And I got to say, even without this final pick, not having any idea what it is, this is disgustingly scary. Mewtwo X and Y, Blastoise, Scyther, and Psyduck. That is a really, really scary squad.
Yeah, but when you have Vaporeon, you have a chance to win. We've seen it every single game so far. It is not a bad look. And with Oblivion picking up that Vaporeon, we are not going for a support style Vaporeon. We are about that action. IMAX and Tie-Dye are anchoring this team as the support core. Everybody else is going to be scrapping up front and trying to battle.
I'm excited to see Pawmot. I'm excited to see Empoleon and Pawmot. I mean, these are Pokemon that definitely had their moment in the game, but competitive-wise, we really didn't get to see them. You know, they were kind of added in the off-season a bit, and when they were at their most broken, if you will, they weren't being played in tournaments. Now, it feels like they're really solid, but I'm really curious, you know? I'm curious to see what they look like here in this game. They're definitely not what I think of when I think of some of the top choices in the meta right now, but they do brawl for extended periods of time. Both of them have great recovery in their kit, so we're going to see if that's what Lunex is trying to do here in Game 3.
Yeah, and I mean, when you are brawling in a confined space, you know, just speaking as the supporter Tie-Dye here, it makes your Pollen Puffs a little better, right? It makes your Cotton Cloud Crash, that big Unite move, you know, falling from the sky, doing that big kind of CC to the opposing team, but most importantly, healing yours. Maybe it's just to facilitate that, and I think Tie-Dye is going to have some prime targets. Here we go, Game 3.
Yeah, Game 3, Lunex Gaming, your purple team, TI Gang, your orange team, as we are getting ready for one of these teams to walk away not 0-3. They're going to have a win on their record, and you want that. You want the wind in your sails.
You want to. They're trying to get that Vaporeon stack in, and Oblivion is successful, taking a bunch of damage. Half of their HP pool is just absolutely gone, and peeling back is the Umbreon there. I believe that's IMAX going to just try and buy some time, and Oblivion gets out.
Yeah, Oblivion able to peel away from that. IMAX going to try to steal as much of that as they possibly can. Oblivion here almost level 4. IMAX looking to see if they can take anything away from the side of TI Gang, but it's really tough with that Psyduck there as support for Mewtwo.
It absolutely is. IMAX Umbreon stepping up, going to evolve quickly, and moving into the middle is the Pawmot. Getting some good experience and able to dodge out of the way of the Scyther.
And here we go. They're going to move in. Supercell Slam looking to start this fight. They go in trying to secure some of that. Oblivion, the Vaporeons, made it to the top path. They're going to push forward right here, seeing if they want to make their way to this goal zone. The Supercell Slam is charged up, but they do go for the Scyther.
That's a great target. Dual Wing Beat, though. Tons of damage. Finds their mark. Celestial's chase and knocked out, allowing the Squirtle to evolve. So although a very aggressive posture by Lunex, they don't get the target they want and end up getting knocked out themselves.
Yeah, tough one, right, for Lunex Gaming. I mean, it felt like a tough fight in general, but they went for it. They tried to move in. They did hit with the Supercell Slam, but it just wasn't enough. And the recovery in Pawmot's kit did not keep them around through that fight at all. Great win for TI Gang.
Very well done. Gonna keep leveling up. Here is TI Gang. Already level 6.25 here is AWO, and getting to that Blastoise this quickly is a victory in my mind if you're TI Gang. And on top of that, they get the Regidrago, all that experience for the team, and you have to think the TI Gang is really off to the races in this one and taking a lead.
Yeah, they feel great, right? I mean, this is what their Scyther did in Game 1, and we have an opportunity to see it once again in Game number 3 here. Pawmot jumping in, not able to hit anyone, but possibly moving in for a fight. Looking to score here. Vaporeon is able to score, but Pawmot has to run. The Supercell Slam allows them to charge a shield, try to get out of there. Oblivion in trouble, IMAX in trouble, but they split, and it looks like everyone actually makes it home.
So slippery all those two evolutions running next to each other. Umbreon and Vaporeon making it out there is a huge win for Lunex. And now they're looking to score. TI Gang doing a good job. I'm actually pretty impressed how they didn't over pursue to try and get those knockouts, stayed calm, stayed in the path, and now they're going to have the positional advantage on Regice.
Yeah, now they're just going to rip through this, give themselves some more team-wide XP. It doesn't look like Lunex is going to try to contest IMAX down there for a possible foul play snarl, but no, they are not able to get that secure. TI Gang now moving towards this goal zone. They could look for it, and they do. Experience between these two goals. Do they keep the goal or not? And it looks like they're going to break with the 35. And here we go. Nice big catch onto the Mewtwo here. Mewtwo goes down, and Psyduck now in the back line. They're chasing it down. Palmont moving forward again. The Supercell Slam. Vaporeon up into the air. Scyther now moving in for a fight. And yes, Scyther pushes them back.
What a huge dual wing beat right into the guts of Lunex Gaming's push. Incredibly well done, well sought out. I mean, TI Gang, you have to think this started for them not over pursuing the evolutions to try and get cheeky KOs. They closed out that goal zone, allowed them to turtle up onto their own side's T1 and get quality knockouts despite a nice catch by Lunex.
You know, this is tough for the side of Lunex here. I mean, the Palmot is pretty under-leveled when it comes to this Scyther. Scyther's about to be 11 here. We'll see if Palmot can try to keep up with it, but this Scyther just keeps going further and further, keeps gaining more and more XP. Luckily, Palmot on pace. They are 10 now, so hopefully you can keep up with this crazy speedster Pokemon, and your shields get big enough, you get powerful enough to weather the storm in some of these big fights. They move back in. Celestial looking for a fight. Huge Mewtwo Unite, Hydro Typhoon, and there they go.
I was just about to call out, if it wasn't just shown right there, those back-to-back Psyburns, infinite Psyburns, especially with how condensed Lunex Gaming has to fight because of all these melee fighters going one into Hydro Typhoon, into another, into a Surf, into a Hydro Pump. Like, that is just a CC chain that allows this Scyther to clean everybody up, and I am loving what TI Gang has put together.
That was so brutal. I mean, just so difficult for Lunex to really do anything in that moment. Level 10 still on the Palmot here, as we have level 10 on every Pokemon and more on the side of TI Gang, ripping through this Regice. It will be going down, and now we have another buff for the side of TI Gang as Lunex is looking to push.
They're looking to push. They see that the Blastoise is gone, which means their their tank can't get done, and they're just going to give up this goal zone pretty comfortably. Now, they just don't want to give up more. TI Gang takes a deep breath, 231 to 93. Sure, it costs you a goal zone, but you at least feel pretty good where you stand right now.
Yeah, you're feeling pretty good. You're back in it a little bit. You got a nice KO. Level-wise, things are extremely even for both of these squads currently as they're moving forward towards the Psyduck here in the back line.
Palma going to the back line as well, putting tons of damage down. Psyduck's trying to find their way out. Scyther Unite finds the Palma quickly, and Polion is down as well. Surf reposition, Hydro Pump pushes, and now Scyther's on the chase. No, they decide to give it up and get the easy one. That's IMAX the Umbreon running in the Flux Zone. And it just seems like every time Lunex tries to engage, TI Gang is more than happy to oblige.
It feels like they have such a massive trump card in that Hydro Typhoon, right? They all jump in, dive the whole squad. Well, Palmot and Polion, you're trying to be next to us. So if you're trying to be next to us, we're sending you into the sky with this Hydro Typhoon from Blastoise. Not to mention all of the other crowd control effects that they have on the side of TI Gang.
I mean, we haven't even touched on Psyduck, right? The Psy-II Unite move, the Headache Pop, and Bubble Beam is what we're working with here. I mean, TI Gang has made it impossible for these melee fighters to stand their ground.
Yeah, it does feel like it's really hard when you have something like Psyduck, you know, that can use that Unite move. You have something like Blastoise. Palmot does feel like when it jumps in with Supercell Slam, it is making a commitment. It is going in. It's really not coming out of that fight until either the enemies are all down or it is down. Nice score on the tier 2, going to bring them to 299 as we have Lunex positioned aggressively around this Regirock. This could be a great buff for our brawlers. If they're able to survive a little bit and continue to restore HP, it's going to be tough for TI Gang. but they've had some great fights.
Yeah, but they have to use this buff before they lose it, right? Use it or lose it. And they can't just hang around like they did in game 1 and run out of time and let the clock be the most oppressive thing they have to work against.
And Lunex right now needs to make a play. TI Gang, just like game 1, feeling pretty good. They're up right now. Flip turn moves in. Muddy Water moves in, but Blastoise is just going to peel away. They are now tapping Kyogre. Blastoise moves in. Palmot jumps in as well.
Unfortunately, Unite moves tons of damage. Mewtwo's go down. Wow, what an engagement. The missed surf by the Blastoise facilitates an opportunity for Lunex. Mega Mewtwo finally uses their Unite move, and the Palmot finally goes down. Surf back the other way, and it's just these couple players looking to scrap. Scyther does reset. They know they're far ahead, but they get another knockout. 3 players for TI Gang, now 2 as the respawning Mewtwo's about to come back. The rip is about to start, my friend.
This is the difficult part, right? Dupes next. I mean, they just don't have secure once again from TI Gang, but they don't go for the secure. They go for the bodies. They're looking for Scyther, the Sai pushing them out right now. Palmot running back to the fight. Kyogre at half HP.
Oh, Palmot cutting off the Scyther in the top left corner of your screen and getting a clutch knockout. The Blastoise is sitting there. Kyogre's down to 25% HP. Here comes TI Gang. Who's going to secure? It's the Palmot. Now the race to score is on, and the defense needs to begin. Peeling back as that Mega Mewtwo-Y. Psyduck is there as well. We've got a Hundo Burger going into the top path and a counter score happening in the bottom. Right into the mix is the Palmot. They're looking to fight. Pushed away from the pad by the Blastoise. Good move. Now, all of a sudden, TI Gang is losing. 30 seconds left, and they need to get more points in. They need to gather Eos energy. They need to travel the map. A single Mewtwo on the other side is going to try and get it done. 20 seconds left. Hydro Typhoon. 2 players down on TI Gang, and it looks like Lunex Gaming is going to be able to put a button on this one, my friend. Holy smokes, dude.
With only 10 seconds left and not enough Eos energy in the world for Mewtwo on the other side, Lunex continues to put points in that home goal zone. A huge fight, some great scoring in the bottom path, expertly using their less than full pocketed Umbreon right into a full Hundo Burger. The main goal zone then was all for Lunex Gaming. Wow, what a fight around this final moment. And you got to assume, to an extent, I think that buff might have been the difference maker. Just a few moments where members of Lunex don't go down and their Pokemon's kit, like Palmot, Empoleon, so focused around recovery, they're able to stay in this fight and win a huge, huge game 3.
I think the signal for me to go was that Supercell Slam as soon as the Blastoise surfed into the middle of the pit. It was like that's exactly what Celestial was waiting for. The surfing Blastoise went by, maybe getting a little too anxious was AWO, a rare misstep in this match by them, and it opened up the door with no opposition for that Supercell Slam to go in and do tons of damage. And you saw it forced out the disjointedness of the Unite moves. They couldn't do the Hydro Typhoon into the double Mewtwo Unite. All of that came to shambles, and you see where the Blastoise is, completely out of range, getting dusted in the backside. And the facilitation has happened. Lunex Gaming with a great fight.
Yeah, I mean, no question also, Psyduck going down before it could use that team-wide Unite just feels really rough for TI Gang as well, doesn't it? I mean, had Psyduck been able to pop the Unite just like right as that fight started, I wonder if Lunex could have output enough damage, but I guess we'll never know, as they were able to take Psyduck down and win the match. Player of the game, Oblivion, our MVP on the Vaporeon. Yeah, this thing is crazy. It's just so dang good.
It's incredibly strong. I'm not even, I don't know, dude. I kind of think TI Gang had this one really, really well sussed out and just kind of missed it. Just absolutely duffed it there at the end, unfortunately. Oblivion getting the nod here. Every team that's had Vaporeon has been able to win in this matchup. So that is probably worth considering moving forward. As Lunex Gaming 1-2 now on the weekend. TI Gang 0-3.
And you can really say, you know, both of these squads walking away here, not with the absolute best record. And I kind of, tongue-in-cheek, talked about this being a battle of the bottom of the barrel because their records were both 0-2. But dang, these squads were close, and both of these teams legitimate contenders.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this game is going to impact the Zoinks power rankings here. So maybe when he comes back up with the NA for the next NA match, he can break that down for us. Oblivion really all over the map here as we see the heat map presented. A lot of bottom path action, and of course, sitting right in the middle as well, looking for a fight. And man, Muddy Water flip turn is just so good, isn't it?
It's amazing. That shield is unbelievable. Muddy Water is just so powerful too. And you can see Oblivion's build here, focusing exclusively on increasing their special attack and making sure that they are doing more and more damage. Of course, with a lot of Pokemon like this, when you're increasing special attack, you're also increasing things that scale off special attack, which could be something like a flip turn shield as well.
Very well done. Well fought. I mean, we wanted to see something cool out of the Pawmot, and I think they at least executed the best strategy they could, found themselves into a beneficial position. Man, I can't overstate how important it was that AWO for some reason committed to the Surf, because that completely removed them from the equation. Now the Hydro Typhoon can't hit a prime target. Perfect slam into the back line, and it just caused chaos. And there was no composure on the side of TI gang there to be able to react, because we talked about how strong all of their Unite moves work in tandem to a team that's trying to scrap in a confined space and in your face. But when you voluntarily split yourself up so you can't execute that battle plan, well, then it becomes pretty darn easy. And on top of that, like you called out, that Regirock buff, difference maker. And I'm so glad they made a move while they had it, instead of doing the middle school dance thing and each sticking on their side of the pit for a minute without really executing on anything.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, they had to make a play. They do. They catch their opponent slightly off guard, and they take a big win there. We are going to take ourselves a short break, and we will be back in just a moment with more Pokemon Unite action here in North America. Do not go anywhere.
Don't go there.
Don't do it.
Don't go.
of our North America Pokemon Unite Regional League. My name is Zoinks, joined by Wonder Chef, and we are getting close to the end of our coverage for day number 2 and week number 1. Next matchup we got is going to be Team Extinction versus Team Aftermath. Another case of two teams looking to rectify their early records and end this first week on a high note.
And this is a really interesting set of two teams, I think, to play against each other. So, of course, this is the first time that we've run this format all together. We're going to have new teams, we're going to have old teams, but we're going to see these teams for a long time, and that is guaranteed. Now, of course, we can start with Extinction. That is a team that essentially together has been playing for a long time, right? I mean, like some core of that has been playing together for almost every season, right? You were there back before me, so yeah, one of the longest of all times. And then now Aftermath, a team that's very new, the newest team in the league, and they have an opportunity, a unique opportunity, I think, to grow considerably more than the rest of the field, because they're here. They get to fight against some of the best teams in the entire world, hands down. But it's all about what they take out of it. So we did get to see a little bit of them yesterday, and I'm curious to see what they learned out of that match.
Yeah, me too. Let's see if Aftermath can have a bit of a bounce back. Extinction looking for that same one. However, we talked a lot about it in Lunex's case, right? Where they had to, their two opponents they had so far to create that 0-2 record were Rootdig and Evil Geniuses. A really tough lineup. That was the exact same thing for Extinction. Had the exact same lineup of opponents. So pretty tough. They still ended up number 3 on my vibe check power rankings. There's a little bit of just history backing them up there, as well as just how I thought their game plans were actually working out on the battlefield. One of the things I think is pretty exciting about this Extinction squad that we might get to see a little bit was brought to us in a Kellosaurus wild encounter, when she was talking to us a little bit about Trainer picking up the Urshifu, you know, a player who's kind of picking up the defender support role a little bit for this team in cases, but sometimes, you know, when you want Trainer to play a damage role, they're available. And it's been pretty fun to see them slotting into that. So we'll see a little bit of flexibility there. So far from Aftermath, like you mentioned, a newer roster. We haven't seen too much of like the compositions and the strategies they'll bring to the table. So we'll see if we see something new or more similar to what we saw in day number 1.
Yeah, day number 1, there were certainly, if we can look, like thinking back and try to remember, there were some issues with like getting enough experience during the match. So certainly it's something they've looked back at. But before that, of course, we got to look at draft. And like I said, this is going to be literally one of the most veteran teams that we have versus the newest team that we have. And Extinction, I mean, these names, a few of them a little bit newer, right? Like I think Metallic is only like 2 seasons old now, which is crazy because originally Metallic was kind of like the rookie. But I mean, these players we've been seeing forever, and of course I love all these players. I'm a big fan of this team in general. Like you said, 0-2 unfortunately, but not an indication of where they will end up for sure.
Of course, long season. We're getting to the end of 1/5 of the season, if that puts anything into perspective for people when we're watching these matches. But so far, the banning strategy for Extinction, I'd say pretty interesting. Banning away that Scyther and that Blaziken, not wanting to go up to it. I kind of was curious if Extinction would have a ban strategy focused towards Lakoding, specifically on the other side, and banning Blaziken and Mega Lucario, I think, are two pretty clear bans focused on the top class player of Aftermath Esports.
So pretty great band so far from the side of Aftermath Esports as well. And of course, I should mention, of course, for people who aren't as familiar with the team, Eggnoob and Lakoding, not new players to us at all. It's the other 3. So those are going to be veteran players as well. But the Hoopa ban is very interesting. Not a pick that we see banned all that often, but obviously a powerful support in the meta.
Yeah, listen, if you play a lot of North America high ladder, I think you're kind of finished being on the business end of a Rex Hoopa. You know what I mean? Enough is enough. Sometimes you just got to use your ban phase on it. So Extinction, with that Mega Gyarados available, will be warranting their first pick towards it. Aftermath Esports is going to pick up this ever-present Blastoise, now up to 92% on the encounter rate, but it is off the top spot. Mega Gyarados going to be outpacing it now at 95 encounter rate.
Ooh, I think it was at 95 before Blastoise, and I think we got one game without it, and it lowered it maybe. But I do have to say I like this strategy of going with the support first pick from Aftermath Esports. I feel like if you are going second pick, you ban out a support, you force them to not pick a support first pick, then you kind of have to go to support to make that work. But wow, double Mewtwo. We're going to get the entire alphabet in here. We've got a few more Mewtwo's to get in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, please, no Mewtwo Z. So Mega Mewtwo Y, Mega Mewtwo X will be locked in by Meadow and August, respectively. Extinction, really no surprises, I think, at any point in this draft. If Rex doesn't have access to Hoopa, well, if the meta's right, it's going to be Blissey. But otherwise, it has been this Psyduck. And I swear, it was ever since EUIC dropped those incredible Psyduck crewneck sweaters is when Rex picked up this Pokemon permanently. He bought one of those sweaters and said, the style is too elite. I am keeping this sweater on all the time for every game day, and I'm going to be playing this Psyduck. And I think it's a great choice. He's fantastic on it. But Bora on this Armor, we've been seeing this all weekend. Coding going to go to the Sarah Ledge, though. We got the Charcadet bros on opposite sides.
That's cool. We rarely have ever had them against each other. I do think these Pokemon are still very, very cool. And we've seen them both a few times over the course. Wait, no, I swear we saw maybe not. I could have sworn we saw them both. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was an off stream. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe my memory's just bad. But regardless, yeah. Well, it has a 0% encounter rate right now. It isn't on the list. So maybe I just misremembered. But regardless, I think that this is, well, of course, from Extinction, this is a pretty, I think, solid draft altogether. I don't think it's too weird. It's something we'd expect from them. A lot of comfort picks from all of them. I would say the Armarouge from Boreach is a little less common, but still good.
Yeah, and it's good in their hands too. I trust Bora when they pick up these power picks. Boreach throughout their history of competitive play, kind of starting around 2 years ago, around the same time that Chisel was really coming up, was known for some iconic picks. There were some words thrown around like Gengar one trick, T-Tar one trick, but those rumors have been dispelled. I think Bora's doing a great job filling into the attacker role, playing a lot of Pokemon in that role, but Armarouge most recently, but they have a great Miraidon, a great Inteleon, so it's been cool to see that diversity of picks. But we're gonna get into it. Let's get into it. Game number 1, Extinction on your purple side, Aftermath Esports on your orange side. Both of these teams looking to pick up their first match win of the North America Regional League.
And one of them will, guaranteed. Also, was it 2 years ago that they started playing, or was that almost 3 years ago now? I kind of feel like it's been a lot of time. I don't know. Time is completely fake. But we are going to see this one Charcadet in the center area for Aftermath Esports. Extinction is going to be sending a Mimikyu there. And so that means that we're going to see some pretty heavy aggression. We'll see if the Mimikyu ends up going up top to support this poor little Magikarp that is just trying to do its best. See if it can help it get in an evolution. And oh no, there's not even a Magikarp up top anymore.
Yeah, I mean, good job for August putting that pressure on with the Mega Mewtwo, despite those Rocky Helmet procs hitting it back quite a bit. It's a lot of damage for the Mega Mewtwo to deal with, but Mega Mewtwo X doing just fine at the moment. Trainer LGC will pick up that Umbreon evolution. Still waiting on that level 6 power spike, but at least having the evolution will give you access to that very powerful Umbreon passive. Won't be as worried about getting the little Mewtwo micro stuns all the time.
Yeah, nice little stat boost as well. They're going to score a little bit. 4 members up top for Extinction. And at the moment, we do see the center area Pokemon in the literal center of the map from Aftermath, maybe moving up to try and assist a little bit. They will maybe catch this Magikarp. No, the vision was received from Extinction first. They're going to be invading Metallic, going very aggressive, seeing there's still something up in center off that first respawn, assisted here by Rex. And this is a very annoying combo to deal with. They will be able to steal. They will be able to get a KO, and maybe even one more, as Eggnoob is going to have to fight in this center. And hey, as soon as you take this, you can maybe just wait around and the center spawns will happen as well.
Yeah, Eggnoob looking to just try to push the enemy Pokemon as far away as they can. If you buy more time, it means there's less time for everybody else to head back to their own central or head back to pass. So good timing there from Eggnoob. Coding in a tough spot, lost a lot of their own experience of their wild Pokemon in their central area. Looks to try to make it up in the enemy central, but good rotation by Extinction to punish that as well. Rex just an absolute menace with these serves. I know Psyduck's got a headache. I know I should feel bad for him, but when Rex is, doing the damage they are with a headache, it's really tough to have empathy.
All right, now this is extremely confusing. So I see Meadow is one of our players on a Mewtwo, and then it was August on the other Mewtwo, but I don't know which Mewtwo is which Mewtwo.
August is Mewtwo, make a Mewtwo X, if that
X.
helps.
Okay, so yeah, it was X up top, it was Y down below. Can we please get the Eevee icon profile thing?
We have a tiny Y above the level is what we got, but
Yeah, I know. It's so hard to see. It's tiny, baby. I can't even read names. Come on. You can't expect my vision to be that good.
Yeah. No, hey, you're telling me. You and I both, though. Blind as a bat. But all right, right now we got Mimikyu laying down that Trick Room. Reminder, that Trick Room going to reduce that damage of the Side Strike a little bit as Meadow's trying to play out some damage. They do with that Mega Evolution. You see those big explosions of all of those auto attacks from Meadow, actually forcing Extinction out. Regieleki is brought pretty low, but Metallicas find their way back in, but it's still secured by Lakoding Sairlash. Great secure on that Regieleki.
Yeah, this is actually looking quite good for Aftermath, to be honest. They're doing, especially from what we saw from them yesterday, this is looking very, very good. And honestly, again, for players that are newer to being this competitive, I think something like the Mewtwo's is doing a really good job because they're able to really focus on their positioning and their rotations, and not as much about something super intricate because the Mewtwo's, I would say they're relatively simple, at least as far as doing the mechanical skill for them. And they've been doing a great job. I mean, August has gotten a few KOs up here, really doing a great job of farming as well. We can see, obviously, it's coding, it's level 9, I believe, but some level 8s to match the level 8s on Extinction and level 7s, it's looking quite good.
Yeah, they're keeping parity in the scoreline, at least a little bit behind the 8 ball in levels, but not too bad. I mean, the support is out-leveling Psyduck, so just you got a little bit of pieces of this matchup are actually going in your favor. You got that Regieleki at the bottom side. This Registeel might be a tougher ask, a bit slow in the rotation, whereas Extinction is already dealing damage to that main objective. You got a lot of Pokemon at level 8, so no Unite moves to have access to quite yet. Extinction, not the case. They might be looking for a big push to use these Unite moves, and that's right, starting off with a Play With Me right on top of that Mega Mewtwo X.
I like this a lot, and that they were ready, exactly like you said, to just use what they could before the enemy had an answer for it. We are going to see one KO, another one of the Mewtwo's picking one of those up, but this is a huge push from Extinction, and oh my goodness, another one of the Mewtwo's going down. 40 points is going to be a nice 21-point overdunk. They could have gone a little bit better math if there was one less point on that Umbreon, but it would have broken it to the exact 0. They actually walked up and they're like, you can see
we all know Trainer thought about doing it,
Yeah.
Just for the bit, honestly. Oh, wow, that chase down. Those big boosts, or those big auto attacks after the Dragon Breath for that Mega Gyarados, kind of honing in and locking onto their opponents, allows much people to chase that Sairlash, even past the Phantom Force and all the way back to their home goal zone, as Extinction really try to apply the pressure all over the map. You see the picture, they're not going to throw Regieleki. They're taking that enemy central experience. And Machisel, look at a dunk, almost 40 points in this tier 2, and they'll get it. August not able to rotate in time.
Yeah, that definitely could have been a stop, but this just points lead is not still insignificant. I mean, it's not too significant is what I should say. It is just definitely significant. This Regieleki, you might honestly just be okay with letting that go into the tier 1. It's going to let you get a little bit more experience. The overdunk will not be that huge, and you do get less points the more damage you do Regieleki, so optimally, I guess you deal 50% of its life and let it overdunk less, but that might be exactly what they're doing, and that is what they're doing, so not a huge break, and they're going to be happy with that, but there's still a lot of aggression from Extinction going in with a huge Unite from Machisel, and definitely wants to clean up the rest of this squad, looking like there's a pretty high chance that they will do so.
Yeah, Machisel put in the work in terms of damage. I gotta admit, I don't love the decision to not knock out that Regieleki. All of a sudden, you don't have a goal zone to kind of rally to. Extinction's able to take that team fight with only spending 1 or 2 Unite moves, so a bit of a misstep in my opinion, but Extinction, just great punish. They've been doing a great job of keeping that offense. I think we were calling out, it was a very even game up until around halfway through this matchup, where now it feels like momentum favoring Extinction at the moment.
I don't think that's the worst call in the world. I mean, it is going to give them more experience. I think the biggest thing is they needed to retreat for sure before it happened, because as soon as that happened, you're getting chased down. Machisel's been chasing literally to home goal zone. But hopefully they can get a little bit more kind of reverse EXP now that that's spawning. The points lead is already pretty big, but at least it's not a little bit bigger, because certainly at some point they would have won a fight and gotten a huge overdunk, but right now they've got to fight for something. Regice getting very, very low, and they're actually just getting completely spaced out. Rex doing a good job job of just making sure that they're annoying, making sure they have vision on everybody, making sure they don't get to that objective. And we'll see if they can do the same now for the Reggie on bottom.
Yep, good classic Psyduck work. Plus, Psyduck needed its Unite move back anyway, so one of the easiest ways for supports to do that, especially with the experience changes when you don't want to be last hitting a lot of the wild Pokemon anymore, is sometimes getting yourself knocked out. Regieleki taking some early damage, though Trick Room is going to fade as Metallic actually rotates up to join the top side of this team fight. Hydro Typhoon going to clear a little of space. Sarah's Unite move is going to take the Regieleki. This is a huge expenditure, though, from Aftermath Esports. A couple of Mega Evolutions as well. Mewtwo Unite moves right down for the sky. Eldegoss Unite move from Eggnoob is going to keep up the Blastoise, but only the Blastoise, as Aftermath Esports invest a ton of Unites and are only going to have an Eldegoss left, as we are 8 seconds away from the final stretch.
I feel like there's a decent chance that they're just going to burn this. They've got vision. Once again, Rex playing a great positioning. You can see on the minimap, seeing exactly who's close enough or not. This is the time to get the steal. Auto? No, it's not gonna, oh my God,
Unite! Oh my word! The Mega Mewtwo Unite is going to secure the Kyogre for Aftermath Esports with 4 members of Extinction hanging out around that Kyogre. That means that there are 4 targeting modules of the Infinite Cyburn aimed right next to Kyogre. The burst damage is enough to steal it. What timing? Problem is, Aftermath Esports still have a lot of points to make up. Extinction holding onto the defense as tightly as they can. 1 Pokemon on bottom side. Everybody else, they got vision on the top side of the map.
I like the fact that they retreated and are trying to build up their final push here. Trainer getting pretty far forward. That's actually relatively scary. He's going to be able to escape, but pretty low to try and help defend, especially with the, well, no, the debuff of the Kyogre is going to disappear. So they've got some time. Big push, though, into the counter, the other base, the other home goal zone, as we see 40 points attempted from the Chisel. Should be defended. Great job. A lot of points going in. They are only, what, 95 points away.
Yeah, Extinction does still have the lead. No one rotating down towards that tier 2 on the bottom side yet, but there's a lot of time on this clock, and this Kyogre buff is going to allow Aftermath to hang out in the enemy central a lot longer than they would have otherwise. So far, no one has stolen the Kyogre buff as far as I can tell. If Gyarados did, it already lost it by getting KO'd with the Sarah near their own goal zone last time. Aftermath Esports has 30 seconds, and they are still trailing. They gotta make space. Rex using the Unite move of the Psyduck to Sai-Yai and defend this goal. Mewtwo Unite for the stuns. We're trying to score 60 points in for Sarah 5-13. They got the lead. Extinction are trailing, and there's only 15 seconds left.
There's no way they make it anywhere in time. That was a beautiful Hydro Typhoon that enabled that score. Didn't even enable the KOs, but it was just enough. And I think clearly this is a much leveled up Aftermath from yesterday, as they're taking game number 1 by 5 points.
Unreal close finish. A Infinite Cyber Mewtwo Unite to steal Kyogre translates into very patient, solid end game play from Aftermath Esports. They're able to get some great scores in, a coordinated push where they don't lose a single member with that Kyogre buff, and are able to take down Machisels, make a Gyarados while defending their home goal zone. Really spectacular stuff at the end of this one. Obviously, Extinction with an amazing lead in this late game, but Aftermath turning it all around in the final stretch.
Okay, just for the record, it was slightly more than 5 points. They scored 1 more time at the end, but regardless, it was less than 20 points difference. Wow, yeah, that was an incredible game, actually. So that was a beautiful steal. I will say the Mewtwo gameplay has been really, really good across the board. I mean, from the very start, first early quick KO to stealing the, stealing the Kyogre, of course. I gotta remember which objective we're playing every single map, to, of course, just enabling a lot of the KOs at the end. This was just looking really, really good. Also, some amazing Hydro Typhoons. Not just that last one on the goal zone, but there was another huge Hydro Typhoon that we saw. Actually, that one right there. Thank you, Buzzer Bob on replay. But that one was, even though they didn't win the fight, that Hydro Typhoon was amazing. That was like a 4-person Hydro Typhoon. They just weren't strong enough to follow it up. But great stuff from Aftermath. Like I said, 100,000% stronger than we saw yesterday. There's the steal. Look at that. Look at all those red circles on the ground.
Oh, and you see Metallic actually in that last moment focusing on the Eldegoss, actually trying to Unite move them to stop them from being able to steal away the Kyogre. That means you have 1 less Pokemon attacking that Kyogre. Mewtwo just has another opportunity to take it. Lakota is going to earn your player of the game, I think, mostly on the foundation of 218 points scored. That final stretch needing a lot of room to come back in this game, but if they do it, 2 knockouts, going down 5 times in this game, but does do 51,000 damage on this Sairledge, a Pokemon that we see, well, barely at all, seeing as it has a under 1% encounter rate in today's tournament.
Yeah, I think there was actually a potential strategy for this team, which I didn't really get a chance to talk about. But if you go in and Theory lands one big Hydro Typhoon and then everybody else instantly hits their Unite button all at once, that enemy team is just gone, right? I wonder if that was part of their strategy. I mean, I feel like Hydro Typhoon into the Unite from Sairledge is a pretty common combo because it locks them down. It forces them to get out of that first one, and then they can't get out of the second one. But I think that maybe was a little bit of that strategy. It ended up working kind of in a weird way where it instead took Kyogre, but I like it, and it was solid. Obviously, they won.
Yeah, it could be combo centric, like you're saying, which I think probably was a solid part of the strategy that Aftermath was building. I think it also is just great team fight Unite moves all around, right? Like, even if you're not using them at the exact same time, all the Unite moves on the side of Aftermath Esports are very team oriented. Multiple guns from multiple Pokemon. Sairledge loves to hit multiple targets, and then Eldegoss, just one of the best team fight Unite moves in the entire game. So very impressive stuff. You can see Lakota here on the heat map having to spend a lot of time in their own central area, just kind of reflective of how tough the early game was for, or early to mid game was for Aftermath Esports, picking up a lot of that EXP, but still ended up averaging around 1470 experience per minute on the higher side of things. So impressive stuff from Lakota to really bring this one back. And I gotta say, I think them knocking out Machisel in the 1v1 on that home goal zone was so important to closing out this matchup, because if you lose that 1v1, all of a sudden Machisel is able to just keep on rapid scoring, and with a game that was as close as it was, that could have been devastating.
That would have easily been it, because not only that, I mean, once they KO'd Machisel was out for like 30 seconds. They were back with like 7 seconds left in the game, so they weren't able to defend in any of the meaningful, I guess, defense attempts. And then on top of that, Lakota ran all the way back up and helped with that final fight and maybe got one of the last scores in. So all together, just an absolute beautiful play at the end, and an incredibly close game that was really just stolen away from Extinction. Certainly they cannot let that happen again, and they will be very cognizant of that potentially happening. But we always think about the Mewtwo steal, like how it could work like that. That was perfect timing.
Well, and it's tough when there's 2 of them, right? Because only one of the Mewtwo's had their Unite move left. Another Mewtwo had to use it early on in that team fight to try to escape when Extinction kind of forced a fight around 210, and they expended a lot of Unite moves that were Aftermath. I think it was a really well executed fight. It was just the other Mewtwo was coming off spawn and did have their Unite move ready to go. So just wild time. I think it was Mega Mewtwo Y pulling that one off. So very impressive stuff from Aftermath with a team that's, trying to get some respect on their name, especially after the performance in day number 1. I think they're looking a lot better in day number 2. Kella was talking a bit about them in some of their off-stream matches. They actually had some pretty close ones against Citadel Gaming, a team that is so far flawless in our tournament. So Aftermath really pushing some of these teams to their limit, and in this case, getting a game win against Extinction.
Yeah, and again, Extinction is a really strong team. I mean, currently, you can see them at 3 behind Zoinks right now in the vibes, and there's a good reason for that. I mean, formerly many members of Nemesis, I think they were still actually under the name Nemesis before they were picked up by Extinction, and a bunch of great players, a bunch of great guys. I always expect them to do well in every single tournament, and this is no exception. I mean, even if they do end up going 0-3 today, I don't expect that they will have a bad record by the end of the season. But to be able to pull that off, especially clutch moments, I feel like clutch is something you can't practice. Clutch is something that only really grows with time, right? It grows with experience, and all the players on Extinction have that level of experience. Some of them on Aftermath do, but the fact that everybody was able to clutch together, I think the shot calling was just really good, and the nerves were able to stay together, and it's something that you just cannot recreate.
Whoever made the call to back so far up after the Kyogre was taken down was a genius, because otherwise Extinction goes, all right, they took Kyogre, we have 5 up, they have 2 Pokemon still left on their side of things, let's just steal their buffs, right? But that opportunity, not as easy to get when a lot of these Pokemon are coming off spawn, so they're already back in their own central, and the Mega Mewtwo who gets it just immediately peels back and joins up with the rest of the team for a coordinated push. So, a really tough spot. Mega Mewtwo, one of the only Pokemon that can secure Kyogre from basically the spawn room, could do it from the spawn room if they timed it well enough. And it works out really well in their favor. So if Extinction is going to change anything in the draft going into this next game, have to imagine it'll be something about the Mewtwo's.
Which, honestly, I don't think it matters what happened in that last match. If we were just going into any match, I would probably say you should probably deal with the Mewtwo somehow, or at least one of the Mewtwo somehow. But that's just from what we've been seeing all of today from every single team, but especially after what happened, because like I was saying, the Mewtwo's were doing quite well even in Path all the way through the game, basically, which, again, it's quite a strong Pokemon right now. Does look like we're back on the Kyogre map, so no big change there, and it's time to see what Extinction chooses as far as their counter picks in draft.
Yeah, we're going to have a very similar draft setup, right? It's going back to Kyogre map, and I believe it was Extinction chose the first pick. So basically an identical situation that we were headed into in game number 1. We'll see if the draft ends up being the same. Aftermath Esports going to stick with their bans. Extinction so far going to stick with their own. Aftermath hovering the Blastoise ban right now. I would be pretty shocked seeing how strong it was for them, but Extinction could be looking to steal that one away with one of their picks. So maybe Aftermath looking to change it up. Nope, we're going to rotate to Vaporeon. Glad I spent so much time talking about Blastoise.
It's kind of like a small Blastoise, I mean, basically. Yeah.
A cuter, more menacing POV Blastoise.
It is. I love that face and that pose that it's making so much. I cannot explain how much I love its like aura. It's amazing. But a ban for the Lucario EX, which it's not something we saw. Okay, both the big EXs that are not the Mewtwo's banned out, but the Mewtwo's still both available.
Ooh, yeah, we'll see if maybe Extinction wants to take it. You could absolutely commit a pick here to the Mega Mewtwo X, especially if Mega Gyarados is not being chosen right now. But yeah, Blastoise, another integral part to the Aftermath Esports squad in that last game. Extinction still happy about this theft, I think.
Every time that I see Metallic highlighting anything, it starts on Delmise, and I always want to see it, but unfortunately we don't get a chance to. All right, are we gonna immediately pick the double Mewtwo's? Are we gonna start with one Mewtwo, go with something else? Ooh. Okay, the Umbreon. I like that, but still not locked in for the other pick. Oh, okay. Wow. Neither of the Mewtwo's being taken. They're instead gonna go for a little bit more of their support tank line.
I don't mind taking Eldegoss right off the top. I actually think that's a really smart pick. I think that could be something that Rex tries to rotate into. We have seen so much side deck from them. We've seen a lot of Hoopa from them too, and Hoopa now is available out of the ban phase as they have elected to go with Mega Gyarados this time around. So it looks like Extinction might be looking to pick up those Pokemon. Yeah, Mega Mewtwo X and Blastoise on your roster. I think you're feeling pretty good in terms of win rate Pokemon on the weekend so far.
Once again, alongside of Mewtwo, I am wondering if there's a chance that we're going to see Trick Hoopa, but anything works. Again, Hoopa just kind of gets to choose whatever it wants, and it's going to have a lot of value. Right. We'll see on the other side. We are going to, okay, the Dumas was once again highlighted. We're never going to see it. I just think it's a cool Pokemon. We are going to see the Mewtwo, though, picked up. Mewtwo versus Mewtwo battle. This time it's only going to be one on the side of Aftermath, but the normal Gyarados, which we've seen do so well this just today, basically. So I think it's a great choice.
Yeah, it will be picked up. Metallic hovering that Urshifu right now. Now, a reminder, we could see Trainer switch up to the Urshifu at some point in this match. Borreach going to return to the Armarouge. A bit of a quieter Armarouge game in that last game. Obviously, there's a lot of action happening in the top path in so many of these matches that we're seeing a lot of stuff go down there. Eggnoob currently hovering at Tyranitar. However, they're likely going to be getting the Eldegoss at this point in time, so they're mostly picking for Lacoding at this given moment. Mega Lucario is banned. Standard Lucario is available. Sarelich still available, and pretty sure that Pokemon's not available.
I think so as well. I think there's probably, I think there may be a chance that was an attempt to be Charizard X, and unfortunately they just clicked wrong, but we will see what it ended up being, which I don't think would be like the worst choice in the world either. That'd be kind of a cool choice, but I guess we can at least look at Extinction's roster, right? Because we know that one's going to be right for sure. We know the other four, and honestly, the other four for Aftermath is solid. We'll see what the last one actually truly is supposed to be. But what do you think about the Armarouge? Because we did get a chance to see the Armarouge before. Did you feel like it had got the mileage that they wanted it to?
Yeah, I was talking a little bit about that in the draft screen. I don't know. It was tough. We were watching the top path so much. You know what I mean? So we don't get to see too much of the armors, but around those objectives on the bottom side, it felt like it was pretty consistently going in the favor of Aftermath Esports towards the Regielekis, right? You had Lakoti picking up multiple secures on that Sarah ledge, Blastoise making it so any other melee Pokemon didn't really have a chance to steal. I think, yeah, Armarouge maybe coming up a little bit shy on its impact in the bottom side, despite having a nice matchup in a Mewtwo Y. I think that is one of your favorite things about picking the Armarouge. You're taking consistent, light special attack damage. That's fantastic for Armarouge. You're essentially just charging up that Pokemon. Yeah, we're gonna have a quick pause. We might be looking at a reorder of the draft. Not too sure what's gonna be going on that end, everybody. We're gonna have a slight pause before we get back into this matchup. But yeah, I'm surprised Border's going toward it so consistently. But hey, if they're feeling confident in this pick to pick it after a loss, I mean, sure, like Boris, stick with it then.
Yeah, like you said, it's kind of hard to see what was going down on bottom, but most of what was happening that maybe was, I mean, like, for example, all the Mewtwo KOs that we saw were up top. So, or there was a lot of stuff, fights that happened kind of in weird places, like different, I don't know, center areas that we just didn't get a chance to really see much Armarouge, which is weird because obviously there was quite a bit of fighting in that game, but just didn't feel like it really came into its own for whatever reason. Maybe it was positioning, maybe it was just however Unites happened, but we'll see if it ends up being a little bit stronger. And hopefully this is just a game remake. Luckily that last pick with the Mewtwo, or sorry, the Charizard Y luckily it was the last pick, so hopefully they can just fix whatever that one was. But do you think that Charizard X, if that is the pick for that final spot, would make sense right there? We've seen it as the final pick from a few teams in LATAM, but it's weird. It's weird it's not being picked a little bit more maybe, but it looks really good.
Personally, I think it just totally depends on how comfortable the coding is on that Pokemon. There's a few Pokemon I think that are just so player dependent, and I think Mega Charizard X is that. I mean, we saw that in spades at LAIC. Like, just the difference of the power level of Mega Charizard X depending on player to player, how comfortable they are on that Pokemon. Mega Charizard X has fallen out of the like huge popularity it had for a while in terms of the rank ladder, so there is a good chance that a lot of these players have much more hours on this Pokemon and many more battles under their belt, so it could be a consistent pick. I liked the Sarah Ledge from Lakoting. I thought it was solid, but yeah, maybe the Mega Charizard X could be just another big end game team fight unite move that says we click this big button, we have a huge impact in the game.
Yeah. The I kind of felt like while Lakoting got some pretty good mileage out of the Sarah Ledge, I felt like the biggest win was that 1v1 that you were mentioning, which is actually kind of surprising that they were able to win that 1v1. Unfortunately, we weren't able to watch it because there was such a big fight going on over on the west side. But I feel like that maybe wasn't the mileage that Lakoting wanted out of the Pokemon. I do feel like a lot of the time you do choose that for the Unite move because it can be truly a game winner, which I mean, I guess could be the same for Charizard X, if that's the call. I mean, obviously, it could literally be anything that we're going to see in that spot. So I'm just making some pure guesses, but I'm trying to remember what the roster was for the rest of it, though. I do know we're going to get the Mewtwo versus Mewtwo. Do you think we're going to see them in the same path, or
I doubt it? I think Mega Mewtwo Y will be hanging out on the bottom side. I think Mega Mewtwo X will be roaming up towards the top side of that map, most likely. I do like Metallic bringing up this Mimikyu again. I thought that was a pretty fantastic part of their game, despite maybe a small mistake on target priority around the Kyogre at the last second. But either way, I do like a Trick Room Mimikyu into a Mega Mewtwo Y. That Side Strike is really annoying to deal with, but if you cast down that Trick Room, you can reduce the damage incoming to you just a little bit at the very minimum. It just plays really well into some of these more ranged-oriented Pokemon. When it comes to more melee-type Pokemon, it might be tougher, and maybe that is what we're seeing kind of that Mega Charizard X have value for in terms of impact, is that one-on-one versus Mimikyu. I think that could be a nice lineup for that Pokemon. If you can burst that thing down before it can get away or land any of its combos, you're going to feel a lot better about your chances in an overall team fight if the Mimikyu is erased immediately.
Yeah, and both, of course, Pokemon having those kind of target out one Pokemon, try to take them down very quickly type Unite moves. And of course, all those moves have weird interactions against each other. And to be honest, sometimes I get them mixed up, which interaction works against which other one. So I'm going to pretend that I know all of them, but I certainly am not going to say any of them confidently. But
the slow beam, seismic slam, play with me of it all is kind of our version of rock, paper, scissors. Yeah.
Yes. plus a few more. But yeah, I do like that. They can target out some really big targets. Also, I think that obviously now that they're down to one Mewtwo, it's going to be a little bit less important. But being able to spread out, especially seeing how much Aftermath wanted Extinction to kind of group up and hit them with the big unites. I mean, maybe they got to be a little bit more cognizant of that. They did manage to land a few, even though they didn't really make all that much of a difference in the end. The comp's not quite the same, but once you see a strategy like that, it's hard to just say, okay, well, they're not going to try anything like that again. Obviously, you always want the other team to kind of group up and hit them with your big unites, but it's just something that's going to be in the back of their mind now.
Yeah. Personally, I think we do have a little bit more aggression going to be coming out from Extinction in this next one. I think if there was any mistake to listen, losing that Kyogre there is tough. I'm not going to paint it another way, but I do think that's a smaller mistake. I think maybe the bigger one is kind of that final moment where you don't steal any of the Kyogre buffs back the other way. Maybe a bit of hesitancy or just not enough room to make that attack work. I think if we see anything change, it might be Extinction just having a super far aggressive side. By the way, we do have an update. The Charizard Y will be replaced with Ceruledge, which was the intended pick. Since it was the last pick, there was no information gone at the inopportune times or anything like that. So we're headed right back into game. Extinction with their backs against the wall against underdog Aftermath Esports with a 1-0 lead.
Aren't you glad that I made you talk about Charizard X for 30 minutes in between that? But I guess,
I didn't even think about that.
But no, I mean, Extinction really has to fight for their life right now. They've got to make sure that Aftermath does not take this win, at least not easily. They do not want to go 0-3 over the course of this, especially on 0-2, as I believe that's going to affect some tiebreakers.
Yeah, that's a scary spot. Meadow doing a lot of damage with that X attack Mewtwo Y. I mean, just at any stage of this game, you got to be worried about it. And I got to correct myself, Chef. I was calling that these Mega Mewtwo's would probably end up being an opposite pass. That is not the case. It will be working together against each other, both with the support in their pocket.
I mean, I would not have guessed that we are going to see the Magikarp in the center area. That was not what I expected. It's exact mirrors. This is not confusing to look at all. Can we get some evolutions as well in this? And some Pikachus, maybe, the Alolan Raichu and Pikachu. Let's just make it as confusing as possible. But I personally have not seen a whole lot of center area Magikarps, you can say. Okay. I was going to ask you if that was something that I was just missing, but they're doing it.
No, Magikarp, not the fastest clear in the world of that central area.
That's a good way to put that.
And August doesn't even have a full effort gauge. This is a really unfortunate position to be in. They're going to have to find just a little piece of experience, maybe even a score potentially, to take that one away. Other interesting Pokemon and player combinations, by the way. We do have Metallic picking up the Blue Shifu, the Water Bear, the Rapid Strike Urshifu. Kind of interesting. I mean, obviously, Trainer has made a name for themselves on this Pokemon, but Metallic, no Urshifu slouch either. And they're playing, they've learned from the best. So excited to see how they're going to implement this Pokemon in these team fights.
I love watching Blue Shifu, but I do worry that the secure on the side of Extinction might be a little bit low. And I mean, especially after just getting an objective stolen from them, that's got to feel bad. So we'll see if there's any chance that Aftermath can kind of go for the two-peat on that. But right now, it's a lot slower of a game. I mean, Extinction certainly has scored a lot more points in the early game than they did last time. It's not a huge lead, but, it's 47 or whatever. And not a lot of KOs up top either, which I think did happen a little bit more in that last game.
Yeah, I agree. Also, we were laughing about me talking about Charizard X so much in that boss. How about me talking about Mimikyu for 20 minutes and it's not even in the game? Absolutely forgot about that one. That's also on me. Anyway, Chisel taking a ton of damage from that side strike, but does have the portal to work with. We'll be returning to the battle, but it will be a 2-on-4 as Aftermath Esports have had a pretty solid rotate to the top side. An attempt at body blocking that side strike will fall short. Both Pokemon taking damage, but they are able to rally back to that gold zone heal up, and the hyperspace will bring in some reinforcements.
4 members on both sides trying to take out this Regirock. Final hit gonna go to the Urshifu, not the one that we usually see getting the secure, but that works out. It's still in your I don't know, it's in your genes, I guess, as an Urshifu. You don't need the actual secure. They are gonna back up. I do like the fact they didn't try to overcommit to defend that. And are we gonna get an overdunk yet? Pretty decent overdunk, 20, not I would say they're around the middle, but hey, if you're in that position, that is good. Now they're gonna be continuing the aggression over trying to steal anything in that center area, and we got one Excelgor at least, but also some enemy Pokemon.
Machisel wanted that knockout so bad. Infinite Cyber, Future Sight, everything in the combination, everything in the tank to try to take it out. Metallic also utilizing that Unite movement again. Extinction in one of those situations where they have Unite moves and their opponents do not. Use it while you got it. You might be able to earn a second round by the time Aftermath Esports hits their power spike. So big moves for Extinction, breaking its tier 1, taking an objective, and really starting off with a strong lead in this game number 2.
Heavy positioning around this bottom Reggie, but nobody really going for it, which is pretty interesting. They're sitting around the early Reggie, like he's not meaning all that much. Okay, nice. Big KO here from Machisel. Flashbacks to calling everyone Machisel, but that's going to give them all the XP in this top path. It was the only person defending it, and that's going to be an early level 10, relatively early level 10. It's a lot of XP on all the sides of Extinction.
So I love Rex throwing down that portal on that top tier 1 goal zone. It's like, are we rotating to top, but also not going down towards bottom either? Rex will finally take the highway this time and go help out and see if Extinction can get a forward push. They do push Agnew away from that goal zone. Again, not a gigantic break, but Extinction, if they're in this early lead, early positioning, I don't think they're too worried about giving up that EXP. They would rather rack up this lead, and since they're so privy to invades, they're going to open up a lot of routes into that enemy central area now, where Aftermath might not have vision of them any longer.
Especially when you have your tier 1s and Hoopa against two not like a team that has no tier 1s. I was about to say 2 not tier 1s, whatever that means. Oh, the Regieleki actually going in. That's really nice. We'll see if they score in the middle of this fight, but a huge Hydro Typhoon once again. The Mewtwo Unite coming out, but actually both Mewtwo Unites coming out, I believe, in the middle of the fight. 13 seconds left on Regieleki. 3 members still trying to defend from Aftermath, and honestly, they're doing a pretty good job getting a lot of damage. They weren't able to stop enough score to break this goal zone. Only 1 breakable goal zone left for Aftermath. That is a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, Machisel will finally fall. Gonna hand over some comeback experience, but how good has trainer LGC been on this Blastoise? Ooh, nice combo with that armor cannon and the Surf Blastoise. Psy-Kaboom gonna chase it down and gets the KO. Max range from that Armorer's Unite move. We're talking about Boar reach speed a little bit quieter in that game number 1. How about in game number 2, able to chase down that Mega Mewtwo Y with a fantastic Unite shot?
That is the scariest looking move to be aimed at you, because it's this big, slow moving circle. You're like, no, and it just chases you.
It's also the prettiest way to get knocked out in this entire game, by the way, with this Fiesta Hollowware.
Yes, with the Hollowware.
Incredible, bouquet of flowers happens after you go down. It's a tough look, but either way, great shot from Bora.
That way. That thing used to be so hard to actually aim, but everybody from Aftermath now retreating a little bit into their own center area. They're just trying to make sure that this invade doesn't really fully happen. I do like the fact that Aftermath, when they're in pressure situations, they're not afraid to take some time and regroup. Their patience has been really impressive. And you mentioned it. I think that's a big reason why they won that last game, is that they didn't get too eager to score once they managed to pull off that steal. They didn't get too aggressive. They didn't overcommit. And they, in fact, I think forced Extinction to overcommit just a little bit, and maybe not expecting they were going to back up quite so much. But right now, you do have to take some action, I would say, as Extinction pretty freely is going to be taking this base for Regieleki. No big threat, except for the fact that it's a Zapdos running towards your home goal zone.
Oh, Lakoting just trying to chase down this armor. It's going to use its Unite move. Lakoting will absolutely be able to earn their Unite move back before that final stretch. Hoping to maybe just catch out Rex a little bit out of position on this Hoopa, but failing to do so. So Lakoting has to retreat. Aftermath Esports having to stop that Regieleki. There's one thing you do not want to do against a Hoopa composition, is let that Regieleki land in your home goal zone. So they're going to clear that one away. Extinction took Regieleki a moment ago. Looks like they're setting up to take the top triple Regi on the top side of the map, and that will go down so quickly with Urshifu and Blastoise and Armorish.
Now, one thing to always be aware of when you have a Hoopa on the other side and this much of a lead is that the Hoopa could potentially sneak around and unite behind to counter score no matter what happens in this situation. Now, they are kind of sitting in center, getting ready to fight, and maybe not going to commit to this. Trainer doing a ton of damage, even though they're kind of 1v3ing here.
Yeah, Regice buff going to give him a bit of a hand to regain some of that HP, and also just have a convenient portals to be able to take. So Trader just forcing Aftermath Esports out of opportune positioning. That bottom L bush, a very contestable spot for these teams to try to take in these team fights. But look at, there's Metallic with a big push.
Oh, a great surf in. We're going to force a really early unite there out of Egg Noob, and that's really going to be a disengage, actually. Oh, they're going back in the unite coming out from the Serral Edge, and then the big Mewtwo unite, but that's only going to be one person down, and that is the Serral Edge. 5v4, they're chasing it down, only 3 members left, and they're all split up from Aftermath Esports. That's going to be a double KO streak for Machisel. Gonna barely getting that score before Egg Noob get back and land. This one looks like it is not going to be a steal away. I mean, hey, there's still a chance. I guess you could steal it, but no more. No Mewtwo Unite available this time. And honestly, at this point, I think you don't even attempt it if you're Extinction.
Yeah, I think there might still be a Kyogre, but I don't think there's enough points on the battlefield to rally this one back. But right now, Extinction just making sure they're holding down this lead. In that final fight, my favorite combo by far is the Chisel's Mega Mewtwo Unite timed perfectly with Borureach's Armor Cannon Stun. It was picture perfect. I guarantee Bora was like, I got 2, and Machisel hits the Unite move. Just means they are trapped for so long. It allows that Mega Mewtwo X just to get engaged in these team fights that push so many targets away. Umbreon able to take all of that Blastoise shielding they get from Hydro Typhoon, or gets 50% of it. Pretty nice spot, but Rex with that gigantic Hoopa stun is throwing us off the map. What a great play.
Honestly, not a terrible fight from Aftermath, although it's definitely a little bit too late at this point, which is why they just split off and tried to try scoring, I guess. Maybe they just want to get some points in. But altogether, it was a little bit too late for that to actually happen. The engagement was okay, though. You know, I think they traded 1 for 1. They were able to outlast that Hydro Typhoon. But altogether, Extinction making sure that they took no risks, not allowing game 1 to repeat. And honestly, I think of the draft was really strong from Extinction, mostly in the fact that they were able to take away a lot of what looked like some pretty comfortable picks from Aftermath.
Yeah, I think they did a great job in the draft screen. I like some of those adaptations. I know I talked so much about Mimikyu in that pause, but I really did like the Rapid Strike Urshifu from Metallic in that last game. And also, I think Borureach stepping up in a major way on that armor. So good stuff from Extinction, like the Mega Mewtwo X. Honestly, the whole damage core, big fan. So great work in this next game, shutting down Aftermath, holding them to 6 points and 6 points alone in this game number 2. Closest thing I think we've got to a shutout so far in any of these Unite Championship Series leagues.
I will say, though, Aftermath was certainly ready to make a comeback, if that makes sense. If we are going to get to a clip, which I'm sure we will at some point, that's a little bit later in the game, you can see they actually were still building up Eos energy in pockets and ready for a team fight. So theoretically, if there was more time and they were able to go for it and push, you know, you were saying there's just not enough energy on the map to be able to make that comeback, but they kind of had enough. If they were able to get like a full team wipe, and that's a pretty nice thing to be able to prepare before you attempt to come back. Obviously, it didn't happen, but I think that their patience and really they're keeping like a level head, I guess is what I should say. They've been doing a really good job of that.
Yeah, that is good news. Hopefully they can try to carry that and try to find some other kind of advantages going into game number 3, because if Aftermath had a whole lot of momentum in that game number 1, I think Extinction did a great job of stifling a lot of that in this game number 2. I mean, what a dominant scoreline finish, but Chisel gonna earn that player of the game on the Mega Mewtwo X. Only 57,000 damage done in total, but 7 knockouts, only getting KO'd themselves twice, and actually involved with 3 assists in this one as well. So very impressive stuff from Machisel on this Mega Mewtwo X.
Right, it was just in the right place at the right time, and of course was just able to steal that Pokemon away from Aftermath, and that was really one of their most successful. I believe that was the one that August was playing before, right, where they were getting a whole lot of mileage up in that top path. So I mean, that's always my favorite way of getting rid of an opponent's Pokemon, is not banning it but stealing it. I love seeing that, especially because you're kind of saying like, hey, I can do that too, and now you can't do it. And this was a great way of showing that. I mean, not a very high damage game in general, as you can see, so technically leading the entire game in damage, doing a great job.
Yeah. Ooh, take a look at that. That 6 points that Aftermath was able to put together was so early on in the game, but it was the only score that would stand for the entirety of this match. Extinction just having a great time defending their goal zones and putting the pressure the opposite way. Almost 300 points before we even hit our final stretch. Great score line. But Chisel's heat map, yeah, honestly, just almost entirely in the top side of the map. Very few rotations for this player. If they were going anywhere, it looks like they were going into the enemy central.
That's always, I think, a great feeling for top path players. Like if they ever get to just be like, you guys deal with the rest of the team. I'm just going to sit up here. I think that is the happiest that any Top Path player has ever been. You know, they're just in their zone. They are happy. They are relaxed. They are just farming. They are just leveling out of their mind. They show up to the first fights like nine minutes into the game and they're like, hey guys, what's up? I'm level 15, you know, like let me win the game for us real quick. And so Chisel, obviously the fact that you can see he was just hanging out up there the entire game, that's a lot of free experience.
Yes, yeah, but Chisel looking pretty big the entire time. Put together around 1189 experience per minute. Not the most, but since you're only getting around 7 KOs, it is challenging to get a ton of your EXP up when you're not having as many team fights. You can actually see they were only involved in like 11 team battles. I think pretty frequently we've seen if teams are having more fights during the game, end up being around that 15 mark. So a little bit lower in this entire match, but you can see since it was so one-sided, it is going to tend to be that way when Aftermath is having to spend a lot of the time farming and Extinction having the chance to kind of roam across the rest of the map. So impressive stuff. We're going to be going into game number 3. I'm curious if Aftermath are going to be choosing that first pick position. It would be their first chance to do so in this match leading up to this point, because I believe Extinction had the first choice and then Aftermath would at this point won the first map, obviously, so they weren't given that opportunity to choose. I'm curious what will be going down in game number 3 and see if we see a little bit more adaptation in the draft screen, because I felt like it was mostly from Extinction in terms of adaptation for that game number 3. Aftermath sticking to some of the same things and maybe stealing a couple of picks if they could early, like the Umbreon. I'm curious though if we see a big change.
Yeah, and I think that Extinction doesn't really get all that much to work off of as far as like changing their draft one more time out of that last game, which is pretty good for Aftermath, because whatever Extinction had, it just worked. So like, how do you improve upon something that already is working? It's very, very difficult to think that next level ahead. But Aftermath, they have so much to work off of where they're like, okay, well, you know, this particular path where we did not fight against it well, this one, like we could have done a little bit better, but maybe we needed like more support from our center area Pokemon. And so their adaptation is certainly going to be big. Also, not sure what I thought about that center Gyarados. Maybe not quite as fast as I would have liked to have seen it evolve. Maybe they go somebody who is a little bit more aggressive or needs the experience a little bit more. And so maybe just with that change alone, things could change up.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if we see anything like that, it's usually probably got a partner headed in with it into the central area, like something like an Eldegoss or something. But seeing that poor Magikarp try to clear pretty quickly felt like a tough one. But hey, maybe we'll see another adaptation going into this third game, because Aftermath pushing Extinction to a third game based on the vibes-based power rankings. This is already a pretty huge upset. So I'm curious to see how this one is going to close out. It looks like Extinction really found a way to rally back and lock down some of their strategies in this match, but they got to keep their heads on a swivel. This one is going to come down to a single game of Pokemon Unite, Chef.
It is, and nobody wants to go home 0-3 after the first weekend. This is certainly one of those spots too where somebody could pull out something pretty wild, and in fact something that I think that's a little bit I don't know, off kilter that I would love to see is I would actually love to see Extinction maybe go for an invade in this game, because a few times now the center area presence, I would say, of Aftermath has been a little bit like low. They do a lot of big rotates out and they kind of sit in the pads for a little bit, or they don't really have anybody protecting their center area Pokemon, and that can be something that can really throw you off balance, which again, I mean, Extinction, they know how that works, you know, they've been there a million times. They know how that pacing can help them, and certainly I think this would be a good time to do it, is just test the waters and say, hey, let's see if we can just throw them off balance at the start of this third game and run away with it.
I like that. I like that. You were talking about the central area defense, maybe an offense. We saw Lakoting attempt a couple of steals early on. Maybe we see a mix up with there, but interesting. We are going to see a Groudon map. So if I was to make a guess, I'm assuming Aftermath actually decided to choose map rather than choose side in this next game. And Groudon is selected, and Extinction going to be that first pick. Obviously, I don't have that guaranteed, but either way, that's the vibes I'm going with right now. And Extinction are going to stick with these bands, the Scyther, Blaziken, and the Mega Lucario. Aftermath going to return to that Hoopa band.
They picked those bands so fast. They were very confident in that. Let's see if we see a relatively similar draft as well. I feel like there's a chance. Okay, we are going to see Mitch will immediately pick that Mega Gyarados that works so well. Maybe not going to go in the center area. Now, here's where the questions are, right? Aftermath, what do you prioritize? I would love to see the Cramorant prioritized.
That would be crazy.
That would be crazy. Okay, I like this once again. A very early pick from Egg Noob onto the support, and then Blastoise that's just been amazing. But now, what does Extinction do? Do we see one of the Mewtwo's stolen away? Because there are no bans for them.
Honestly, you could grab both Mewtwo's right here and feel pretty awesome about your situation. You'd probably be paying your Mega Mewtwo X in more of a defender, tanky style role if you do so. But how about neither, Wonder Chef? And maybe actually on a platter, sending over X and Y to the other side. All right, Extinction, maybe not wise to the tricks of game number 1 of Aftermath. And Extinction, maybe hoping this will be a lesson in 2 parts.
This is a very similar draft to game number 1. Now, there is an opportunity for it to be pretty different. I think Vorreach is still on this Armarouge. That's going to work.
Yeah.
But if we see Cerulege at the end
so far.
Yes. Yeah. We would just need that, and then the coding on the Cerulege, like I said, it would be the same. But all right, we are going to see the Urshifu, which did look quite good. But we also have an opportunity to change. Don't choose the Meowth. I don't believe that's also allowed. We don't need any more picks that are not in the tournament yet. All right, what's the weird pick? I feel like we're going to see something weird. I feel like we're going to see something we haven't seen yet. Okay.
Interesting. Okay, Latios is going to be the selection for Lacoding. So we are going to have some attacker-based firepower. So most of you don't have that Mimikyu on the other side. Assassins are a little bit lower in frequency. Of course, Rapid Strike Urshifu might still fit that bill, but more of a brawler rather than that like last hit monster. You know what I mean? So Latios might find a little more value. Still, this is going to be a tough matchup. They got a lot of great Unite moves though in the end game, and Latios just applying that Dragon Shear to Pokemon like Mega Mewtwo Y and Mega Mewtwo X, that's gonna feel fantastic.
I would have, I think this is a really cool pick. I also, now that I'm thinking about it, would not have minded one of the snipers, because there's a lot of mid-range coming out from Extinction, and they have no true heals. So I don't know, they could kind of poke them down. And honestly, they still could. There's range on every single Pokemon on their team. They're just gonna have to really play a good spacing game and not let Extinction run them over, which obviously is exactly what Extinction's goal is.
Yeah. Gosh, we could see. I'm so curious what this Latios is going to go to for moveset, because my instinct was Dragon Shear, right? Because I think both Mega Mewtwo's would absolutely love that supportive benefit from Latios. I'm sure Lacoding would like to bounce around a little bit more. However, we've seen a decent amount of Mist Ball today, which is that damage reduction move that Mist Ball is going to kind of cause. Anyway, we had a quick pause. Sorry about that, folks. We're going to be jumping back into the game as soon as possible. As far as I'm aware, the draft is standing. I don't think that's any change or anything like that, but they'll update me probably. Either way, it sounds like we're going to be jumping back into the game as soon as possible.
Yeah, we're going to get another message. They're going to be like, it actually wasn't Latios. It was supposed to be Cerulege.
It's actually Cerulege again.
So hopefully we can talk about Latios for another 30 minutes as they remake the game or whatever. But yeah, I'm really surprised, honestly, if I had to look at this draft again. Obviously, there was the one adaptation from Extinction, but I'm surprised that they let them have what they had in that first game, because obviously the first game was a bit of a robbery, which was a well-earned robbery. Let me just say that was not like a oops, we won, right? They played everything perfect to their outs once they managed to get a pretty, not even just lucky, but a lucky and skillful steal with that Mewtwo Unite. But then they played so perfectly afterwards. But I still feel like, despite the fact that it went that way, if you look at game number 1 versus game number 2, the early and middle game were so much better for Aftermath with this comp. Like, again, they just looked all so much more comfortable on these Pokemon. I feel like it's surprising giving it back to them. If we were forced to make some shifts in that last game, they looked a little bit less comfortable. Extinction was able to push their lead a lot more, be more aggressive. So, it's a lot of confidence. We'll see if it pays off.
And I think Extinction would agree with you for the most part, but also the response would be, yeah, but they gave us Mega Gyarados back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I get to put Machisel on Mega Gyarados again, and they had a fantastic game up until some final moments at the end where I think Lakota won. But still, for the majority of that match, Mega Gyarados was so terrifying. Anytime it showed up on one of these goal zones, I was like, ooh, there's a KO streak of 3. There's another one.
It was. I mean, it was, and we can see it right here at the top of the encounter rate, and everything's really kind of matching up top. One though that I honestly got to say, I don't want to say I'm not impressed by it, but it maybe hasn't been doing quite as well as I thought it would, is the Mega Lucario. For how high the encounter rate is, I'm not sure exactly what its rate is. Maybe I'm like making that up in my head, but obviously I feel like every single time that Mega Gyarados, Vaporeon, Blastoise, all these Pokemon that are on this list are up there. It's incredibly impactful, but the Mega Lucario not as much. But here we go. Looks like we are going right back in the game. Looks like the draft was all correct. So what we said, not wasted.
Yes, perfect. I love that. Okay, so Coding actually going to bring that Latias into the central area, which again, I am so curious what we are going to go with moveset. I know Dragon Pulse ends up being one of the most common picks because it is so easy to heal yourself back up, but you could be going with Dragon Breath to get a little more consistent last hit and stack up your Aeon power. So I don't know. We'll see what's happening. Either way, we have a level 4 with just a red buff, maybe holding off on that blue. Rex calling that out immediately, by the way. Sees a Latias with no blue circle and heads into the enemy central.
Yeah, just ran past like 3 enemy Pokemon. Was like, oh, mine. They hear an ice cream truck outside, you know, and they're like, sweet.
Well, didn't even go for the blue buff, recalled instead of contesting them. I don't know what's happening on this map anymore. I'm like, their vision must have been just outside that bubble or something. I don't know. But either way, that Mega Mewtwo Y going to be picking up that blue buff. Metallic here on the top side, and it is Dragon Pulse on this Latias. So having a little bit more of HP restoration rather than just outright damage.
Okay. So a little bit more supportive. I mean, there is going to be quite a bit of damage on this team in general. But again, I'm really curious as to why this exactly is that pick. But we'll see if the Mewtwo's can just like really just put in so much work as they're probably attempting to invade here. The coding saying, whoa, we got bogeys. We got some I mean, really, that's a plane, right? It kind of works.
Yeah, no, I love that's a great jet joke. I don't say this enough, Wonder Chef. Great jet joke. That was awesome.
Working on my jet jokes.
Yeah, you got your 6. Anyway, great job. Great job there from Extinction to be able to push their advantage into the enemy central area. Machisel in a tight spot, but they got some backup from Metallic. This Blue Shifu not afraid of the Mega Mewtwo X, and working together with that Gyarados, they will take the knockout. Machisel only at level 5, so trailing a little bit in this one, but they have earned their space to attempt to dunk 21, and they will do so.
I don't think I was about to say I don't think Metallic's gonna make that 25 in. That would be a little bit of a tough call. So I'm gonna defend a little bit, staying relatively solid. It's been a little bit of a slower early game, but when these teams group together, the damage is going to be pretty significant, I think, from both sides. We do see this Armoroosh charging up that damage. Honestly, that Pokemon is just so sick.
Yeah, I'm a huge Armoroosh fan. I am a gigantic Armoroosh fan. Bummer doesn't know Trick Room in this game, but that's all right. I am very okay with Armor Cannon being the main option. Plus, one of the coolest fire spins we have in the game. Never selected as the moveset, but that's all right. For now, I'll take it. Fun to watch Bora Reach really pull off some awesome maneuvers, specifically with that highlight reel level Unite move last time. Nice side shot to set things up that time around, though. Trainer LGC getting a little bit of stuns with the Bubble Beam as well, set up for those auto attacks, but it will be Theory getting the KO with the Wartortle, evolving into the Blastoise.
I don't know if you saw that. Lakoting got stunned in the path of the attack of the Regice. It was like 1 HP from getting KO'd right there. Wow, Metallic with the chase down. Very nice. A good surf to get away, but that is going to basically give up that Regice to Extinction. As well, by the way, got the Regieleki up top, it looks like, is getting pretty close to that goal zone. That space being used by Machisel to go and say, hey, we got any free goodies in this center area? Nothing to eat in there, so maybe going up top to try and get some experience from enemy Pokemon.
All right, if this set was not 1-1, Machisel 1000% pushes with that Regieleki. I just know it. They got Unite move the opponent still, but hey, why not just do it a little bit later? Here we go. They got the backup of Trader on the side of Rex with the Wish Umbreon. But with that Mega Evolution, looks like it might be wasted a little bit. That goal zone on the tier 2 being too defensible. An Extinction gonna relent just a little bit.
Yeah, that Unite run, not really getting all that much mileage. I mean, it's a good choice to back out after that didn't really exactly work. Maybe expecting for them to push a little bit more. But once again, I really got to commend Aftermath. They haven't overcommitted. They're really good at not getting too eager in moments where they could get picked off. I mean, a lot of times, unfortunately, they have to do it from losing situations, but I've been very impressed by that. Lakota backing out in the open, whether it's there, by the way, relatively in sight of enemy Pokemon.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're doing a good job of not losing too much. The problem will be if you fall too far behind, unfortunately, at some point, you just need to take calculated risks. And we'll have to see if Aftermath Esports are going to be ready to pull that off, because you need to pull back some experience and some score leads in some way, because so far, Aftermath have not found a chance to score. Big pull by Trainer with that Psychic. Rex backing up Metallic, does have the Latias Unite move aimed at it. Great body block, and it will be Aftermath Esports retreating on the back of an Eldegoss Unite move.
There was actually a pretty big opportunity for a huge Hydro Typhoon right there. We did see Blastoise make it relatively close to their back line, and there was a Mewtwo Unite right before they had an opportunity to actually pop that Hydro Typhoon. So I think there maybe could have been a little bit more coordination within that team fight, maybe able to get a pick, but unfortunately they're still a bit behind level, and a great way to back up from Extinction as well. And after the first game, you can tell Extinction, they're also not overcommitting. They're not taking any risks anymore. I mean, they're playing pretty aggressive, but they're not taking as big risks, I should say.
No, I completely agree. I mean, case in point was Machisel seeing a Regieleki in 2 targets and didn't go in. Like, that is I mean, I can't get more clear than that at that point. Blastoise is trying to push away Metallic's Urshifus. They want to go towards this Regieleki, but they do have a Regirock buff. All of a sudden, as Machisel was able to solo that objective on the bottom side, Borereach popping in shots with that armor cannon is enough to send Aftermath running. Great Dragon Shear brings him to the other side. It's a lot of damage coming in from this Mega Mewtwo. Damage reduction from the Regirock and the Wish is enough to keep that Urshifu up. That is wild.
I cannot believe that that was Metallic, right? That was able to survive that. Their health went up as it was happening. It's like, what is going on? How is that possible? Is that a defender? All right, Regieleki, maybe get the steal. All right, Aftermath able to pull that off. Once again, Mewtwo being the strongest secure in the game for some reason. Big Unite hitting, so well, I was going to say 3 members. One of them was Regieleki, actually, but still a great way to engage. Mewtwo going down, and Machisel is just chasing down, going for the double, gonna get it, going for the triple. Maybe 2 Mewtwo's is exactly what he wants. And hey, look at that, even one more target. Can this damage from Lakota actually matter? Probably not. The Regieleki in the meantime going into the gold zone, not going to matter all that much. Right. Machisel having, I think, a great day.
Yeah, so here's the fun thing about Regieleki going into the goal zone. It doesn't matter if everybody is knocked out. Nobody is within range to score. Right, you got 20 points in from Aftermath's Regieleki, but that is it. Cool little attempt to steal the Regidrago by Fury, but they will probably end up going down for that. Metallic inching closer to level 13, a little bit lower on the levels, I think, than they were expecting to be, but they do steal that blue buff away from Lakoding, holding down that central area Latias to level 11 at 230. That may be one of the biggest points of this game, is Aftermath Esports are having a really hard time getting experience despite having those tier 1s broken, thanks to Extinction just having great measured aggression in that central area.
We are getting so close to this 2-minute mark, and there's some poking going back and forth. So far, I gotta say, I haven't seen Latias really get all the mileage that it wanted to. Oh no, a first potential big pig, and oh, it gets trapped here and not able to escape. They're actually not fully engaging on that. They could have been pulling him back, and that's gonna be a big KO. Hydro Typhoon not even used. They're chasing it down. Unite coming out from the chisel, going for Mewtwo. That's gonna be 2 down, and this is looking like a losing fight for Aftermath. They have backed up. They have made sure to get back to their goal zone so they don't continue to get KO'd, but they move forward, and Machisel is waiting for them. Unite coming out. Conquer aggression. Oh no! That was a cure from the Psyduck.
Yeah, I didn't even know we were ripping the ground on. I guess the Mewtwo didn't either. No Mega Mewtwo Unite move. I think there was still respawning, and respawned exactly as the Groudon was getting KO'd, so not even an attempt to Unite move that one. Rex with a celebratory moonlit prance, I think, right on top of that goal zone. Metallic gonna score a hundo burger, and Extinction, after a really scary game number 1, rally back for an awesome game number 2 and game number 3. Aftermath still got a few Unite moves. They got over a minute left on the clock, but with the level lead just as absurd as it is right now, I don't think Extinction is going to let this one slip through their fingers. That Groudon buff, so amazing. I was going to say the hands of Mega Gyarados, but that feels like exactly the wrong Pokemon to say hands with. But either way, in the fangs of Mega Gyarados, Gyarados is amazing. I mean, they are just one-tapping enemy Pokemon with these boosted Dragon Breath Crunch attacks.
I mean, you can tell me, Hands. Apparently, I don't know what Gyarados looks like, so I would not even be able to tell you. Yeah, I am not the expert on what Gyarados looks like. But yeah, this one certainly looking like it's over. And honestly, there was this was certainly like a little bit of a runaway game. Extinction in control the entire time. Aftermath, though, like I said, doing a good job of not letting things run away as much as they could, but also not really trying. And sometimes you really just have to take a big risk, group your team together, try to get one pick. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, you don't lose all that much from it, to be honest. But even just getting 1 or 2 KOs can make it work. However, unfortunately, it will be Aftermath going down 0-3. Oh, it is a little bit mean. Extinction taking their first set of the league.
All right, going 1-2, falling to the number 1 and 2 teams in the league, but taking a win against Aftermath Esports. What a set from them. I mean, great bounce back, I should say, in the second game and the third game, of course. Extinction having a real dominant win, especially in the game number 3. Like you mentioned, for Aftermath, a couple of moments where I think they would have liked to turn things around. I think specifically in that draft screen, we're talking about the Latias. Week 1, we kind of talked about it being a phase of experimentation for a lot of these teams. I don't mind that in this early days of the league. You know, try out a few draft picks that maybe already, I see what you were talking about. That's fun. That was so scary. They still get the Psyduck in that exchange, though, so it all works out in the end, I suppose. But yeah, I think this is the time to try to experiment a little bit. I don't know if we'll end up seeing that pick again, but hey, we might even see a new metagame next time we hit a league weekend.
Probably will. Let's be honest. But yeah, I agree. I think that really didn't add all that much to the team. There were a lot of other great moments. Being able to trap people. Rex had some really great moments, by the way. We didn't really get a chance to talk about that. But I feel like we don't see that as a move all that often picked. But I mean, that really was what enabled the final, I guess, pick on the Blastoise before they got to use their Unite that just really ran away with this game. I felt like they were poised to have an okay fight, but right here you can see, look at that, then pull back, and everything just didn't work out, and there was just no way to keep them up, and then things just, that was it. That was how it ended.
Yeah, multiple Psyduck pulls, a mean look to trap you. You get basically take that Blastoise down before it can Hydro Typhoon. That'll just spell the end. And this is, at this point of the game, just Extinction absolutely crushing it. They needed to bounce back after the day number 1 of competition, and Bora Rage doing it. I think they heard us talking about that Armourouge being quiet in game number 1. Take a look at this, 114,000 damage done on this Armourouge. That is ridiculous numbers from an Armor Cannon Armourouge.
Yeah, that's I don't know if I've ever seen that much in a competitive game for sure. We get some pretty high damage as well from a Chisel, but nothing close to this amount of damage. And yeah, a little bit quiet in that first game, but game 2 and 3, Borreach absolutely putting on a showcase of how this Pokemon can be. Honestly, I kind of want to go in ranked and play it right now.
Yeah,
that was that was a pretty fun example of how that Pokemon can do well, and especially too, like we had so many mid-range Pokemon that it was able to match its range pretty well. I feel like its difficulty is when you're either getting dove by assassins a lot or when you are just getting outranged by really far range attackers, but it didn't have to deal with that in any of these situations, really.
Yeah, it was doing just fine. Also, I just want to give a small shout out to Theory on that Blastoise. I think a real standout player for Aftermath in this set, at least on the Blastoise. Tanked, I think, over 100,000 damage on the Blastoise in this game. So just making sure they are frontline in front of the team, trying to protect those Mega Mewtwo's for as long as they possibly can. I thought that was a great look. But either way, this story really comes down to just how well Extinction did in game 2 and in game 3, because they found a way to shut down everything Aftermath was trying to do. And yeah, that's a Bora Reach heat map if I ever saw one. It's Armourouge burning it up on the bottom side of the map at the very end, going to be scoring in that enemy goal zone. Only knocking out 24 wild Pokemon in this game. So, you know, when your tier 1s aren't broken, not as much free experience for the attackers to take. Bora instead focusing on dealing damage to enemy player Pokemon with all of their attacks.
like 1/4 of their KOs were enemy Pokemon.
Right.
That's pretty wild. Not exactly. Please don't pretend that I did that math correctly. Yeah, no, I do have to say, yeah, I mean, amazing stuff. I know it's 20. It would be 21, not 24. But I just wanted to be sure. Okay, I can't get blown up for math on stream. But I want to say nice things here again about Aftermath. You know, for certainly, you know, 100% honesty. We watched them yesterday, and there were some concerning moments that were a little bit like, okay, like this is like really a problem as far as the game plan. But in this, it felt like they were certainly outplayed, especially in game 2 and 3, but I felt like they were a lot better when we saw them. And like I said at the start of this set, this is a very long league with a lot of games against a lot of great teams, a lot of opportunity to practice. And I really am excited to see what their growth is going to be over the course of the season, because already from day 1 to day 2, I feel like there's a whole lot better that they did. They changed their draft strategies as well, a lot from what we saw yesterday, and it looked like it was working out a lot better for them. So hopefully we get to see the improvement continue, but unfortunately they are going to be 0-3, and they're going to have to fight back from a pretty tough spot after week 1.
You made a top team sweat in Extinction, I think.
Yeah.
However, for Extinction, I got to give a shout out. You're able to keep a level head and come back after a very frustrating loss. So good signs for Extinction as well. Loved what we saw there. We are going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, our final game of the broadcast will be Citadel Gaming versus IX Gaming. I can't wait. We'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are with our final match of the day out of North America. We've got Citadel Gaming versus IX Gaming. Spriggles here, aka Jake, aka Content Cowboy, aka Yeehaw Guy, joined by the one and only Doobsnacks. Hello, Doobsnacks.
Hello, Cowboy. How you holding up? How you feeling about this one?
I'm excited for this one. I've not got to see Citadel on broadcast yet. It's Team YT plus Flareons. I cannot wait to see it. I also have to say thank you to everyone who stuck around after the Aftermath match. I want to say some people had things to say about Aftermath in this scene. There have never been more people watching a game of Pokemon Unite on broadcast than when Aftermath is on. So take that.
Take that. IX Gaming is who's going to be taking on Citadel. We watched them yesterday. Waylord, Breezy, Riker, Smuglax, and Liko rounding that out. And we've got a pretty decent matchup here. Citadel Gaming has the opportunity to be another team that's 3-0 in NA.
Yeah, I want to see Citadel. This will be the first time I've got to see like an entire set from them in this league format. They've obviously been doing well so far. 2-0. IX, we saw them yesterday, played pretty well into their sets against Aftermath. As we are heading into our draft right away, switching up those teams there. IX is going to be your purple team, Citadel, our orange team here. The bands coming in, Mega Gyarados banned out, Miraidon, Darkrai banned out. Very targeted bans right there. As we look towards our final ban, it is Leafeon. A ton of power picks available. Blastoise, Mega Mewtwo, Vaporeon. Let's see what IX takes.
A lot of good options left on the docket here. Vaporeon is what is highlighted, and I'd be unsurprised if that is selected. Waylord choosing Vaporeon yesterday when you and I were casting, and it looked really good. And yeah, Vaporeon just kind of always looks good. So
Vaporeon's just kind of nuts, but instead they are going to grab the Blastoise first. This puts Citadel in an interesting position. I don't really know what their comps are. I don't know what they've been drafting, but leaving Vaporeon on the table is something that I personally would have to scoop up right away.
I agree. Mega Mewtwo Y is where they go. Aquilo currently switching with Immortal so they can take Vaporeon.
And there we go. Seems like a strong start. Flareon's on the Mega Mewtwo Y, Immortal on that Vaporeon. Again, Vaporeon is just about one of the best things going in the entire game. I would want it right away. On the other side, Scyther and Mewtwo X. So far, just all lights out picks for both of these squads.
Absolutely. And now we have the Haunting Hoopa getting selected by Aquilo. Fui grabbing base model Gyarados, the Daewoo Lanos of Gyarados versions here for themselves.
Please, that's a Daewoo Laganza, my friend. Gyarados in the hands of Fui is actually pretty incredible. I saw Fui when Mega Gary was getting banned. He would snatch this thing up and it looked amazing. So I'm excited to see what Fui can do with it here. Last couple of picks, Alchemy, love it. Trevenant, love it. We've got some tanky Pokemon on the side of IX, and they are ready to be healed up by that Alchemy.
Yeah, so sad Sam rounding this thing out with the Alolan Raichu. Sam, kind of the ranged attacker specialist here on Citadel Gaming, formerly YT, and Alolan Raichu going to be filling that role well for them today.
This is going to be, I'm just so excited for this game. I'm excited to see my boy Flareon's. Nobody duo queues with me and loses more than Flareon's. When we're together, we can't win. But when he's with Team YT, they are on a hot streak. So I have got to see this. I don't know which composition I'm more scared of. I think it's going to be IX Gaming, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, looking across the way, Citadel Gaming has kind of the YT doing YT things, right? They kind of march to the beat of their own drum. You know, we have seen a lot of base mode Gyarados here, but Alolan Raichu has felt incredibly rare with a 4% encounter rate. So IX Gaming bringing things that are a little bit more cookie cutter from what we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, Alolan Raichu feels like one of those Pokemon on an early route in a game. You didn't even realize they were there. They're only out at night. They have a 4% chance of running into them, but Sam is bringing it out here in this game. This is an interesting pick because I really don't think it's been too bad. It's just the meta seems to have evolved past it a bit. I would be scared of that Scyther on the other side for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be up to the Vaporeon, and looking at how their composition is kind of laid out, Immortal is going to be responsible for trying to cut off and cut down the Scissor Scyther on that side, because based on just the loadout that I saw, I believe it's going to be kind of the frontlining, maybe a tankier version of Vaporeon, leaving the damage items at home.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me too. We've also got, some nice bulk items on Gyarados here. So they're looking to survive a little longer in some of these fights, get that waterfall shield. You've got the Rocky helmet. Hopefully they are tanky enough to survive that big burst damage that we're going to see from the side of IX. IX, they are down 1, right? They're 1-1 right now, but they would love to finish positive at the end of our weekend here. However, we could have 3 teams walking away with a 3-0 record by the end of this.
Yeah, IX would love to drag Citadel into the 2-1 zone here. And this is going to be a very strong matchup between both of these teams, and one that proves how good these teams actually are. YT, no slouches. We know what their pedigree is. IX Gaming, formerly version 1, qualified for Worlds last year and is trying to carry that momentum into this season. But as you and I know, there is no region that plays itself harder than NA and drags people into the muck to fight down and dirty.
And here we go, heading into game number 1. IX Gaming, your purple team. Citadel Gaming, your orange team. Citadel right now 2-0 for the season. They want to keep that perfect record.
And IX Gaming, like I said, trying to put that blemish on the record and become 2-1 themselves in the process. Taking a ton of damage as the Milcery as they peel back, and Citadel Gaming with some huge early pressure, 4-player rotation. And I'm seeing this Vaporeon hasn't even evolved yet. Eevee getting to the mix, trying to out-secure the Scyther there.
I mean, I got to give it to Citadel right here. That was a very fun strategy. If they do catch them just slightly, they get a KO or assist on the Magikarp. That early evolution could be massive. As we have Sam making it up to the top path right here. Gonna peel back right now. The stored power allowing them to schmoove a little bit here. And this looks like it's still a decent fight for them. However, they gave up everything possible in that bottom path.
Yeah, without a doubt. Finally hitting that bottom path are those 2 Pokemon. Nice engagement here. Now it's 4 players for IX Gaming and getting a knockout in the process on a Kilo.
Yeah, here in the bottom path, we got 2 members of Citadel doing okay. And we have Riker just getting as much experience as they can. Mewtwo X invading the central area of Citadel right now. Unfortunately, their trick play at the start did not win it for them, but it was pretty exciting to watch.
It was fun. It's YT doing YT things, or I guess Citadel Gaming doing Citadel Gaming things, and I'm always a fan of that.
Yeah, I love it. I love when a team tries something different. Throw something at them. Like, let's see something unique, I'm not talking Latias jungle unique, but unique.
Are you talking about Piloswine at 2 minutes unique?
I'm talking unique. I don't know how unique I want it to be.
Fair enough. Slightly unique is where I think we're landing here. Gyarados going to get some stacks in as that Mewtwo does go Mega at the right time. Nice Woodhammer reposition, and that's a quality knockout there for IX Gaming. And now the chase is on. They see multiple targets, and I believe I just saw Trick Hoopa action as well as they get promptly knocked out by the Mewtwo. Sitting on the backside is the Tree, who's low on HP, and they're going straight for him with that branch poke to hopefully let the rest of the team get out of dodge.
Take a look at this right here. They are in some trouble right now, having to peel back towards this goal zone. Luckily, they have the Alchemy keeping them healthy, and now Riker moving back in right here, getting caught by the Psy Strike, but blocked by the Alchemy. Mega Mewtwo Y moving forward, double Woodhammer on it. They go down. Fwee jumping in there with the Gyarados, trying to clean this up, but they simply can't. And wow, everyone escaping on just a sliver of HP.
This is shades of Latam, my friend. We are fighting today, and I love finishing the day with it. IX Gaming, Citadel Gaming, looking for that action here. Again, Citadel Gaming trying to become the next team that is 3-0 in this first weekend of the league. Nice little surf, but it doesn't matter. Secured by Fwee.
Yeah, Fui with the secure right now. Now the question is, what is IX going to do in the bottom path? It looks like they're just going to be able to rip that. They're leaving Fui in the top path for Citadel. And now we have Regieleki marching towards the tier 1 goal zone of Citadel. 2 members here, 2 members coming down. Huge wood hammer.
Wow.
Scyther Unite move ripping through them. The Unite move from Raichu was a little too late to save them, but they actually might be able to push them back.
Legendary play there out of Smuglax on that tree. The Woodhammer reposition Horn Leech for the double knockout, and Regieleki hits. The Trevenant's still standing strong, which means it's ready to move some bodies. Smuglax trying to position the next player to get knocked down, but now it's the dominoes of IX Gaming that are beginning to fall, and the chase continues, overextending their welcome, and Citadel Gaming finds themselves with 4 players down on the other side and a goal zone that belongs to them.
Wow, I mean, have I talked about how unbelievably good Vaporeon is? I feel like I've said it 8,000 times, but it can be said 8,000 more. Vaporeon was the one picking up the KO on the Scyther right there with the flip turn. Citadel Gaming, I mean, they let the Regieleki walk, but they actually came back with a haymaker of a counter punch towards IX.
Yeah, I mean, IX just overextending their welcome there. It hit, they closed the goal zone out, and it should have been a full-fledged retreat, but instead they extend just a little too much, allows Citadel Gaming to recalibrate and get some quality knockouts in a goal zone for themselves, and now the score lead.
Yeah, and look at this. Unite moves fully set up on IX, almost full on the side of Citadel. We're still waiting for Vaporeon's Unite move here. Of course, we have the Hoopa to bring the whole squad in whenever we would like. This match this moment could kick off here in just a second. It's a powder keg waiting for someone to light the fuse.
Who's going to blink first? Citadel Gaming wants that action. Rings are unbound. We're going for the stuns. Forcing up Scyther Unite right into the backside, and they probably get a KO. Hydro Typhoon kicks up a couple, and it's Citadel Gaming that's starting to fall. 2 back each way, though. Fui looking to put some more bodies into the dirt from IX Gaming. Can they find them? Finally, everybody's back. Big Mewtwo Unite off respawn, and we're going to see if we can leverage that. No, we've got half HP bars on the side of Citadel Gaming. Immortals moving forward to see what they can do with this Vaporeon. Regirock is getting worked on. We're moving forward as Flareon. Regirock's at half. We're pressing them down. Breezy's looking for their opportunity, potentially a big surf. They go through it. They're just a hair early, but it's the Mewtwo X that gets it. Now Citadel Gaming has to retreat. They're still fighting, Cowboy.
Still fighting over this goal zone, but it doesn't look like there's much they can do right here. Blastoise may go down as the wall, but here comes Mewtwo versus Mewtwo. Something they said could never happen, but it's happening right now. Regieleki in the bottom path, secured by Sam. That is walking towards the tier 2 of IX. Scyther heading down there to deal with it, as we are all tied up. 209 to 209. 3.5 minutes left in this match.
What a barn burner it's been so far. Like I said, taking a page out of Latam's book, and they are just fighting forever. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, just back and forth between these two squads. Level-wise, things are great for the both of them. Also, we definitely need some experience on the Mewtwo for the side of Citadel, but we've got 13 on our Raichu, 12 on Gyarados, and of course, Scyther at 13. They would love for Blastoise to hit 13 somehow, because that buff is really nice on Surf Plus.
Yeah, they're getting particularly close here. It almost seems like everybody's just settling up. We had about 6 minutes worth of fights. Let's take 2 minutes and a deep breath before we have to get after it in the Kyogre pit.
Yeah, everyone just finding any piece of experience they can on the map to get as much as they can level-wise. You want to walk into this fight. If you can tick over to 13, which is a big break point for a lot of Pokemon, that's where you're going to get your second plus move for a lot of your carries. You absolutely want that. 20 seconds left. We've got Kyogre showing up soon. These teams know it's close. I'm sure they have no idea that they are completely tied. And I'll be honest, I don't remember who hit that score first.
Citadel Gaming definitely hit 209 first, but I don't know who scored first. That's the real question here. IX Gaming is in the tow. Blastoise is level 13. Let's see what happens.
Here we go. Chipping at Kyogre. Just trying to see if they can start a fight. Scyther hiding. Gyarados hiding. This is already getting a little bit low. No great secure on the side of Citadel. They move forward here. Caught a little bit by the Sweet Scent. Pulling back. No real fight happening yet, Dupsnacks. Both these teams are just kind of moving in, moving out. A little bit of a do-si-do, saying hi to each other. Here's the Mewtwo Unite.
Huge stun right into the Hornleech Hydro Typhoon. What a combo. 3 players down from Citadel Gaming instantly. The shot was called, and that shot call was a home run, and they smashed it out of the park. What is Citadel Gaming going to do now? Kyogre is getting ripped. Immortals on low HP on this Vaporeon. Here comes the Gyarados, and it's taken by IX. They're looking for more individuals to take down, and they're on the chase for Immortals. The Surfing, the Hydro Pump is going to get a knockout, and 209, but my heart tells me that score is about to change.
Here we go, 100 in the top path. Mewtwo Unite move doesn't catch anything. Once again, Flareon's KO'd before they can use their Unite in a big fight. Unfortunate for them, 309 now to 301. Still, this game is within striking distance for Citadel, especially if they can pick up a KO. They're looking for Scyther, and they get it!
Rings unbound, and now they're taking a counter fight here. They're making everybody in IX scramble. They stuck around too long. The Mega Mewtwo X is getting eviscerated. We're still getting that Hundo Burger on the backside. There's still a T1 standing, though, for IX Gaming. That's an easy one for Citadel Gaming to crash onto. Everybody's on the retreat. Citadel Gaming sees their opportunity. No, it's another 96 points the other way. The gap is growing. Citadel Gaming has 10 seconds to bring this thing to parity. Can they get it done in the last 7 seconds? We're going to find out. Hydro Typhoon shuts down that opportunity, and so does this Scyther.
Beautiful plays there from IX, stopping them at the last moment. The sneaky score right at the end as well, pushing them over the top. What a back and forth with these two squads, 505 to 403. Such a great game one.
Phenomenal game one. I don't think you could have dialed up anything better here. Holy smokes. How perfect was that Kyogre fight, dude?
I mean, when they caught with that Trevenant and pushed them into a Hydro type, it was devastating. Like, that was choreographed beautifully for IX. What a perfect moment for this squad. We should definitely take a look at it. We can even take a look at that start of that fight slowed down if we could, to watch the Trevenant kind of move around and reposition their Smuglax with an absolute hero setup for the squad.
I credit to Smuglax for being there, but what was the initiator there, Cowboy? Mega Mewtwo X Infinite Cyburn. Hits 3 targets, and without a beat missed. Smuglax steps up, bits the monster Hornleech straight into the Hydro Typhoon, and Citadel Gaming was CC'd down and knocked out and sent to the Pokemon Center before they could even have a cup of coffee here. Bang! Woodhammer! Boom, boom, and a Hornleech picks up 4. Hydro Typhoon, Trevenant Unite, bang. Dude, you cannot draw it up better than that, and you certainly can't execute it better than that either.
That was unbelievably beautiful. It looked like the Mewtwo Unite and the Woodhammer were crashing like right at the same moment there. And then that Hornleech just delivering the entirety basically of Citadel Gaming into the Hydro Typhoon. What a play from IX.
And shout out to Citadel Gaming, showing signs of life here, right? You called it out. Great Scyther catch. And then they were able to push, but cheeky back cap scores from IX Gaming to keep themselves just ahead. What a game, dude. Liko is your MVP here. 5 knockouts, 13 assists.
That was just such a good match, such a good final moment. Really close between these two squads the whole time. At one point, obviously, these teams were tied. You love to see it. I have to say, a couple of these fights, we had our Mewtwo Y on the side of Citadel, played by Flareons, caught before they could even unite. And that just speaks to how well they were setting up plays between Smuglax, between Liko. It just really amazing stuff from the side of IX.
Yeah, I mean, the evolution of this team from version 1 to version 2, or I guess version 9, if I'm getting my Roman numerals right, has just been awesome to watch. Watching them yesterday, watching them in this game, this team is growing at a rate that I don't think a lot of NA teams were expecting. And now Citadel Gaming is on the back foot. Keep in mind, Citadel Gaming is 2-0 in this league right now, and they were looking to have a perfect start to their season.
Hey, look at that. Tied at 209 for the longest time. I mean, and even it ended, even if they got another 100 points there at the end, it literally would have been a 2-point difference between these squads. What an insane game. A great one. I'm glad that we have, an absolute slobber knocker to end our day right here. These two squads going at it. You take a look at Liko, look at the heat map there, living in the center of the map.
Yeah, almost using it as an express lane to go top to bottom and make their impact felt. Really, really great play from Liko. An unsung hero again with just some hero plays. I love, Liko. Credit to the entire team, but Smuglax could not be denied, man.
Look at this stat distribution here, by the way. Crowd control, scoring, assists, knockout, damage, taking damage. Almost all of them are at the max right here. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
No, you usually see at least a couple of those quantifying factors, pulled all the way into that middle dot. But Liko really just doing it all, and taking advantage of having dishes served on a silver platter to them and delivering for this team. IX Gaming, incredibly coordinated, incredibly impressive. Well done.
Yeah. Great first game by both squads. That was awesome. I want to see how and if at all these teams really adjust on game number 2. If you're Citadel, you could say like, hey, look, we got caught in that moment. That was a mistake. However, our game plan was working for us. You could say the same thing, of course, for IX. They ended up winning that match. I wonder if we see any changes at all.
I'd love to see a Vaporeon ban.
Well, yeah,
I think that's a place to start, right?
It's a fair one.
We didn't even talk about Vaporeon. Me personally was so focused on Wailord and Smuglax, Alcremie and the tree. And of course, we just looked at Liko on the screen, but that Vaporeon was an absolute menace.
It's just so dang good, dude. Nerfs are coming. We learned that from ACL yesterday. Vaporeon nerfs are coming, which I'm not shocked at all. It's just one of the craziest things in the game. Mewtwo X nerfs are coming up, but I don't think Mewtwo Y nerfs are coming, which are really interesting because we're seeing a lot of that Pokemon as we are heading into our draft for game number 2. Citadel needs this one right here. They could walk away from today 3-0 and join the likes of Root Dig and Evil Geniuses, but they have to get through IX Gaming.
Yes, they do. And we are banning quickly Miraidon, Darkrai, Umbreon, Blissey. I mean, these feel dialed up for the opposing team with a lot of powerful options remaining selectable right now. And namely, the Vaporeon is still in the mix.
Yeah, it's still in the mix, and if they don't ban Mega Gary here, which I think there's no way you give Fui Mega Gyarados, they are going to have access to Vaporeon as a first pick.
Conversely, you open up Mega Lucario back the other way, or double Mewtwo's. There's so much strong stuff right now. And they go Mega Mewtwo X. Okay, so you can get Vaporeon and Mega Mewtwo Y. You can get Vaporeon and Mega Lucario. I mean, this is terrific. If I'm IX, I'm feeling pretty good.
Same. I'm loving this right now. You do lose X, which was great, right? I mean, they had an amazing game. But yes, they are taking the other Mewtwo. They're stealing that away from Flareons. And of course, they are taking Vaporeon. I'm loving this for IX, but let's see what the rest of this draft looks like for Citadel, because I think they're very happy to take this. That Mewtwo was a menace.
It really was. However, the Hoopa continues to haunt you and I all weekend long. Hoopa selected by Aquilo last game, a real non-factor, if I'm being kind of completely honest here. Love to see Flareon's back on the comfort pick of Mew. Very versatile, incredibly strong, especially in the hands of a player like that.
You see, this was the problem with Flareon's last game. They had the 2 there. You don't need the Mewtwo. The man just needs the Mew. As we are taking a look at our next couple of picks for IX. Smuglax, I mean, there's a lot of things they can go with, but I was going to say, if they don't go with Tree right here, I'd be disappointed. That thing was unbelievable.
It was incredibly strong. Queuing up, Immortal is hovering the Slowbro there, going for that shutdown slow beam unite move, as Sam is looking for a selection, and looks like they're gonna go back to the Alolan Raichu.
Interesting. Going back to Alolan Raichu with this Slowbro right here. Slowbro obviously sets up a few things. I mean, for either of their like very powerful Unite move, then dive heavy Pokemon, Scyther and Mega Lucario, they have a Slow Beam. They have an answer, a big answer for that. They also have a good front line with the Mewtwo X, but that's, you know, Raichu, Mew, Hoopa, these are all going to be scared to see this Scyther dive in, for sure.
A lot of great targets. This is when the coordination of team play comes into action, and it's really the execution portion here. We've got tools on both sides that kind of knock out certain spots on the other team, right? Create vulnerabilities, but they also have the tools to prevent that from happening. So now, for me, it boils down to execution.
Yeah, no question, right? I mean, if you can keep this Raichu in the fight in some of these big moments, if you can keep the pressure off of them and you're allowing them to continue to store power and chain all of this damage to the enemies, could be big. And you're also giving Flareon some opportunities with that to look for some big KOs with things like Electro Ball or Solar Beam instead of what they had before with Mewtwo Y, which kind of felt like another ranged attacker similar to Raichu. But here we go. Citadel Gaming, your purple team. IX Gaming, your orange team. Citadel needs this win right here. They could be 3-0 at the start of our league, but they gotta beat IX.
Ships the night here. They're just letting that Vaporeon get a couple easy and early stacks in, as tons of pressure is being put on Breezy right now. They're keeping the pressure on, going straight in, looking for the K opener is IX Gaming, and they get it on the Hoopa about even both ways. So each team has a player go down. Sussed out immediately is Sam. Actually, they were going for the Natus, and they didn't even know Sam was there.
Yeah, they didn't know Sam was there. They were looking for a play on them right there. Not able to make it happen, but did a lot of damage to Riker. We have Lucario back here in the top path, only level 3 right now. And this fight is once again kicking off. Mew is even here.
Flareon's rotating through it, has the screen in front of him, boosted auto through that, gets an easy knockout on the Vaporeon. IX Gaming now fades back in the face of 4. Really low is Breezy, really gone is Breezy, as Riker gets bubbled out by a great use of the light screen by Flareon's.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, and this is what you want from Flareon's, right? You want this high skill mage Mewtwo moving up to the top path, picking up a couple of big KOs with the Electro Ball, and then scooting their way back down to the bottom path where we could see still a Slowpoke.
Yeah, difficult times out here, finally evolving as we say that. Immortal looking for their prime target, getting the support of Flareon's in their back pocket. There's Liko, though, always a menace, hanging out, and does hit Mega Mewtwo Y, but not for much value.
Yeah, and here we go, 8 minutes. We do have an objective in the center of the map, but it looks like we've actually got a fight in the top path right now. Sam taking a KO as we're watching Mewtwo in the bottom path look for a fight possibly with Liko. Back up top right here, we see Breezy right now securing some of those wild Pokemon while 2 members of Citadel are ripping through Regidrago in the middle of the map.
Yeah, that's going to be easy for Citadel to shore up, and Sam does for the squad. Looks like we're going to have a big collapse downstairs by Citadel Gaming. They're going to look to catch out Liko quickly. Surf into the wall is enough to get it done in tandem with the Alolan Raichu, conducting a little bit of electricity, bathtub toaster type action right there.
Yeah, and here we go. Big fight possibility. Stored power. Riker's in trouble, and they are caught by the chains of that boosted attack.
I mean, very well done. They tried to get the reposition down with the Trevenant. Wasn't quite enough. They're outmanned, outgunned, and they lose Riker quickly. And now Citadel Gaming has all the positional advantage on this Reggie Steele. IX doesn't even look like they want to flirt with that right now and are looking to keep stacking behind them.
And here we go, secured by the Mew. I gotta say, the Mew and Mewtwo Y are night and day for Flareons right here. I feel like he had some moments in game 1, but this Mew is such a factor in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, the Mewtwo in game 1 had moments. This is just controlling the game. They are having an impact everywhere they show up right now, and there's no real doubt. The level of comfort that Flareons has on this Pokemon and the tools at their disposal, they're ready to go in any situation.
And here we go, top path, nice secure here for IX. They're gonna push that towards this goal zone. We have a Vaporeon making their way here as well, and you know what? It seems like Citadel just completely gives it up.
Yeah, why not, right? When you're getting tons of points the other way, and they're going to get a big 24 over here, make it 29 over with good math, and 135, 129, that's enough for Citadel Gaming to take the score lead.
Yeah, nice stuff from Citadel. You're looking for some good math right there, and they found it. Possible fight breaking out right here. The muddy water going to push them back slightly, and it looks like both teams are content with moving away from this.
Still using the trick move set is a Kilo for Citadel Gaming here. Let's see how clever they can get with it as they want to put the pressure on. IX Gaming taking a breathing moment to farm here.
Yeah, just looking around the map, there's so much experience on the map, and if you are not farming it adequately, you're walking into some of these later fights without your powerful plus moves or a huge level advantage for the other side. Heading down to the bottom path, 20 seconds until this Reggie spawns, and it looks like everyone's going to be making it here. This could be our biggest fight of the match so far. Lots of Unite moves on both sides also, as the teams do make it here at the 5-minute mark. Smuglax with the Horn Leech with the Woodhammer, pushing him into a Lucario Unite move. Big KO already.
A Kilo going down right there means they can't bring the Mewtwo through, and now IX's advantage. We have both Mewtwo Unites being used immediately, and now the fight is on, but it's the Mewtwo Y that's taking over. I can't understate how big of a catch a Kilo was. Not being able to use the Rings Unbound Hoopa to bring everybody back is an absolute disaster. They are here now. Now they're going to go Rings Unbound and get everybody through. Big stun, but unfazed is the Vaporeon as they're going back to their side of the map. Finally, the 4v1 takes hold, and they're able to get that knockout. But here we go, the chase a little bit to really make sure IX is scared away.
Big plays there from Citadel. I mean, they had some tough moments, but the slow beam on the Mega Lucario was huge. They were able to pick up that KO, and then as they tried to dive in and deal with the Mew, we saw Mew's Unite move just making the Scyther Unite basically useless in that moment, moving back in, taking the Vaporeon. Citadel weaving through a tough situation pretty well, especially after they were caught once again by Smuglax on the Trevenant with these huge plays.
Yeah, if I was IX Gaming right there, you know, little lessons learned. You catch a Kilo, you're effectively in a 5v3. You just got to go after the objective, or you just got to run at them, right? Force out these Unite moves on your terms. Unfortunately, they didn't do that, and Citadel Gaming was able to withstand the pressure. Mega Lucario's in action. The Aura Cannon rips through. Now we've got the Alolan Raichu Unite down on the pad as well. Trev pops it up and puts the Forest Curse just on Slowbro. Mewtwo Unite bang is going to stun a bunch. The tree goes down. Vaporeon goes down. Scyther goes down. A great slow beam, and you're starting to see the value of the Slowbro.
Jeez, I mean, what a fight from Citadel. Now, these were some somewhat late Unite moves, but of course there were Unite moves expended on the other side as well. We see the Slowbro going to go down right there. The funny thing about that play is that actually charges their Unite getting KO'd in that moment. That could be exactly why they threw themselves at that goal zone, to make sure they could have their Unite back for this next fight. Both of these teams are going to look to farm up their Unite moves. We got 3 on the side of IX, only 1, no, now 2 for the side of Citadel. Citadel looking pretty good here in game number 2. They're in control score-wise, and it feels like with Mew on their side, they're in control of a lot of these fights.
I was just about to say that. Mew being one of the only ones with their Unite move is exactly where they want to be, right? They can jump into the mist and go for a big time secure on Kyogre if it comes down to that. Now we've got 2 10 seconds, excuse me, until Kyogre hits the map, and IX Gaming is already positioning to take a fight.
If IX knew how few Unite moves they had, especially Slowbros, they might move in. However, one just ticked over. Riker throwing the dual wing beat, backing up here. We have Slowbro positioning far forward, getting a lot of information, but saying they have a Unite, which they kind of do. Future Sight pulls, but they end up backing away. Vaporeon moves forward. Smuglax caught in a huge way.
Yeah, they were able to poach the Slowbro. The Mewtwo Unites are out going big stunts both ways. Rings are unbound. Trevenant is down. Now the fight continues. Can they turn the tide? IX is getting smothered here. The stuns are just too much. We've got Mega Lucario in the backline, knocking out 3, 4, 5. Instantly, IX Gaming gets the advantage off the back of this incredibly powerful Mega Lucario. And now they're ripping this Kyogre off the side of the map. Citadel Gaming is absolutely sent packing. Their tower collapses right under them because now the score lead is going to become insurmountable.
Mega Lucario moving towards that Mew and Raichu was massive. Smuglax moves in, catches with the Horn Leech. Citadel Gaming, however, is trying to push back. They're not out of this score-wise, but this is going to be a really tough goal zone to defend. 5 members of Citadel move forward, looking for a KO. The Solar Beam doesn't find it. Vaporeon in their face. Smuglax is back. Here comes the Horn Leech. They're trying to do something, but no. IX is pushing back towards them with a huge close combat. They're taking them down. Hoopa's in trouble. The dual wing beat. Scyther Unite moving once again. They're wiped off the map.
IX Gaming is feeling it, my friend, and now all these Hundo Burgers are gonna go in, or Hundo Burgers without that extra patty, as we get a couple light scores as well. Incredibly powerful battles by IX Gaming here, and they're gonna drag Citadel Gaming to the 2-1 hell that they belong to.
Wow, what a series from IX, man. And so many big plays there. I think without question, Breezy on that Mega Lucario.
Game unglued.
Absolute, like, demon in those final moments. It feels like one of the MVPs of the whole series right here was for sure that tree. Smuglax's Trevenant was insane.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a player choose it 2 games in a row, Girarwi, yesterday, and the tree looked great. And right here, Smuglax was a difference maker. But when the team needed somebody to put them all in the backpack and carry to the finish line, it was Breezy on this Mega Lucario. They were down 5v3, and Breezy says, not today.
Wow. I mean, what a game there. I feel like that was really close for Citadel. If you're looking at one of these moments here, there's a point in the fight where Mew uses its Unite move. It backs up. Mew and Raichu are next to each other. They're kind of like hanging out next to each other as they're peeling back from this fight. I think Flareon's decided to try to hit someone in the fight, so they stopped being invulnerable, and both of them get caught by the close combat from Lucario, and that really spelled the end in that final fight. The Mega Luca, I don't know if they use an eject to reposition. They might have. They moved forward with a close combat. We'll see it here in just a second. Big time start to the fight, having to use the slow beam on the Trevenant. There's Lucario looking to pick up some big KOs. They move through right there. The close combat, catching both of them in that moment. And then it was over. Lucario just dominating.
And I mean, we've seen it banned all weekend. Rarely has it made its way into a game, and you have to think that that's a tough lesson learned, giving IX Gaming Vaporeon and Mega Lucario, and I have to say it, and this tree, and it really was all the pieces to the puzzle they needed to complete the 2-1 picture win on the weekend for themselves.
MVP of our match here, we've got Wailord, 3 knockouts, 3 times going down, 7 assists. They took 44,000 damage, dealt 32. I mean, for me, there were just so many big players on the side of IX on that one. If you take a look at Riker, only 1 knockout. Like, Citadel really held them down this match, but I feel like you have to give the MVP moment to Breezy right there on that Mega Luca. Just what a play. No question, though. It seems like Wailord's Vaporeon's incredible. This thing is crazy. It's crazy.
It's very good. It's very, very good. Unfortunately, The haunting of Hoopa House continues. Poor Aquilo taking an L for one of my favorite Pokemon in the game. If it's you and me casting and you're picking Hoopa, it does not bode well for you.
There is a meta game that people have to figure out, and there are certain casters where if you are running something like Gengar, you want Zoinks to be casting you. You know, you want that buff. If you're running something like Hoopa, do not play it when Doob Snacks and I are on broadcast. We are a Hoopa curse right now. You will not win.
It's the only caster curse that exists that we are like speaking into reality. Everything else we want to be right, but we are often wrong. In this particular moment, we are just carrying the curse for you on your behalf, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Taking a look at our heat map here, you can see Vaporeon spending a lot of time in that top path, but also fighting a lot in the center of the map. They're, to be honest, honestly, all over the map. They really did find a lot of activity, but spending a lot of time winning the top path right there. They've got those special attack specs, so they were looking to stack that up early for the extra shields, extra damage, all of that.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen two flavors of Vaporeon this weekend, the more attacker style, but Wailord, of course, playing the more kind of tanky pseudo-tank version, right? Using the specs not for extra damage, but that boosted shield, as you mentioned, Focus Sash as well for sustainability, and of course, that Buddy Barrier buff.
Yeah. Buddy Barrier, such a nice item, super underrated. And now that so many defenders and supports aren't running EXP share, it does open up opportunities for big time Buddy Barriers in some of these fights, which can be a big difference maker. You know, when something gets real low and all of a sudden it gets a huge chunky shield, that is massive for some of these fights. That is going to be our last match, by the way, Doob Snacks, here in North America, which means we made it. EU, Latam, NA. We saw a ton of amazing games today. We also have some great casters that we are going to bring on back right now so we can end out our broadcast. Bring them on in, Zoinks, Wonder Chef, Kellosaurus. Welcome back, everybody. I know we have a few important things to get through here. We need to see how things wrapped up here on the day. Let's take a look at our standings for the region first, just so we can see how things played out. Hey, Zoinks, tell me about Europe, please.
Sure. Yeah, Europe. We have a lone team at that 3-0 position. I think BH3 is feeling even better about it, that one of those wins comes at the expense of Team Peps as well. Maybe the number 2 team in the region. So BH3 Esport got to be feeling great about their start to the season. But yeah, Europe with a lot of parity throughout that one. A lot of 2-1s or 1-2 score lines amidst the region.
Wonder Chef, you got to see some Latam today. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, I mean, Zoinks just says a lot of parity in Europe with a lot of 1-2s and 2-1s, but that is almost literally all of Latin America. This is, I don't think I've ever seen a group that's this close with this many teams or players in it in any sort of game. Force Gaming obviously stepping up, the only 3-0, but it's literally a 3-0, 2 2-1s, and then 5 1-2s. And that's because they are just all incredible. Every single one of these teams is just an absolute monster. This is certainly the region I think to watch for the rest of this season.
And Callo, I know you got to see some great North America games off broadcast as well. Tell me a little bit about NA.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a different story for North America here, where we do have the 2 teams at the top, Evil Geniuses and Root Dignitas, currently at 3-0, not losing a match. Otherwise, in that middle there, IX Gaming, Citadel Gaming, and Lunex Gaming, along with Extinction there with that 1-2. And while we have a bit of work there for those other 2 teams, Aftermath Esports and TI Gang, heading into our following weeks.
Yeah, that's right. You know, in LATAM, every team has managed to win one of their 3 sets. However, in North America and EU, we have 2 teams that went 0-3. And, you know, had Citadel Gaming won this last match, we would have 3 teams 3-0 in North America as well. Right now in NA, it definitely feels like we have some pulling at the front of the pack and some teams lagging a bit behind. We'll have to see how that starts to shake out as the season goes on. Speaking of the season going on, let's talk a little bit about our coverage of this season moving forward here, where we're going for the rest of the season. Hey, there we go. It's our double round robin as we continue to move on. Week 2 is going to happen January 31st and February 1st. Make sure you are here to see it live. Week 3, February 28th, March 1st. Week 4, March 14th and 15th. Week 5, April 11th and 12th. Remember, the top 5 placing teams will qualify for the playoffs. And of course, we've got EUIC coming up very, very soon, where if it hasn't changed, and I don't think it has, someone please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the winner of the AOS Cup once again will secure their spot to the World Championships.
That is correct.
That is correct. They will get their spot to
lied to us before, so is it correct?
Yeah, don't trust anything I say, actually. It's a great call.
EUIC in London, February 13th to the 15th. One of the best events of the year. It's going to be incredible. Before we sign off, I want to get a few final thoughts from the crew right here. Doob Snacks, hit me with it. Our first week, dude.
It was incredible, right? I love the parity that we're seeing in EU and Latam. The quality of just constant fights in Latam is so exciting to watch. And for NA, of course, Root Dig and EG expected to start off strong, and they did. But a team that I'm incredibly impressed with right now is IX Gaming. I was wondering how they would transition from that miracle run last year into the World Championships, into this league invite, into the league itself, and they are off to the races. I couldn't be more excited to see these next 4 weeks.
The Zoinks, I know the power rankings are a little bit based off vibes, but also based off what you're seeing here in all of these matches, things shifting around as you go. How you feeling, brother?
Yeah, I just changed them a moment ago before I went live on the camera. At least for North America, IX, after a performance like that, I'm moving up the list pretty rapidly. Honestly, you could have an argument for them to be number 3 in Extinction, drop down a little bit farther as well. Citadel Gaming, actually really impressive too. You two might have gotten to cast the best game that we've had all weekend, potentially. I think those games were so close, so intense, so exciting. A really fun one. But this whole weekend was jam-packed with incredibly fun matches. So such a great start to the season. I am pumped to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonder Chef, hit me with it, dude.
Honestly, I'm really excited because this is the first time that we get to do this format, and this is the first time now that we've been done with a week with this format. And this is a unique situation where these teams now have played, they've felt how it feels, they've seen their opponents, they have footage to watch, and they know exactly who they're going to be playing coming up in the next weeks, including all the teams that they've already played. So this is, I think, where the real test is. It's how much work you're going to put in reviewing matches and studying your opponents, and that's something we've never ever had a chance to do before. So I'm very excited for our next set of tournaments.
Callow, you've been in the casting booth, you've been in the tall grass. How you feeling at the end of week 1?
I'm feeling great at the end of week 1. It was fun getting to report from the tall grass today, but I guess being week 1, it's just that opportunity to break the ice. And I feel like this is where things just only go up from here as teams, well, as Chef said, go and do their homework and everything like that. And well, they're going to know who they're going to be going up against into next week. So there's plenty of opportunities to go and research who your next opponents are going to be.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I am loving this format already. It's so great to see these teams over and over again. One thing I'm very excited for is to see how they end up evolving as the meta evolves, what teams will adapt, what teams will really rise to the occasion, and what stories will continue to move forward as the season moves on. It's been pretty incredible already here in week number 1. I hope for everyone watching, you know how important you are to making something like this happen. So thank you for being here. I hope you found your favorite team that you can root on week after week after week. We will be back very soon. Thank you all. We did it. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Bye.
What a show. What a show.